to go back to the super mascot. I'm so sorry. That's just a home run.
Yeah, and he could be saving people with saving.
That's it. Oh, excuse me?
Yeah.
Where is the Halo toilet paper? I can only find this stuff.
Yeah, this is our new product line, the Super Cloud, and I have been ordered to tell you how excited I am about it.
But I like it.
Right, well, apologies, but we've actually shifted completely to Super Cloud.
This is not a good time in my life for this. Rachel just broke up with me. I thought I knew what she wanted.
I gotta tell you,
Look out, ladies. You got the style. Yes, I'm hoping they love this. Hey, I'm not talking about Jeff. I'm talking about the other guy. Yeah, oh. I was kidding. Jeff? He's like the ugliest guy in the world. So busted. Stretched out. Danny DeVito.
hey guys, excuse me, I want you to meet Rex Joshi. He's in the main office.
Hey, call me Mr. Joshi. Pleasure. So good to meet you. So good to meet you guys. Let me tell you something. We're so excited about this Super Cloud. We think it's going straight up to the sky. So, please help me get out there and make this rollout huge. Big success. Who's with me?
I have a lot of hand gestures. Always doing something with those hands. Oh, okay.
One more time. 6.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, guys. These boxes really need to be uniform. Sorry,
Yeah, I'll make sure they fix it.
please do. You're a man, so you're most involved. Okay, I'll set up for you. Sure.
That was cool.
But have you decided who you're going to take this out on later? Last week it was me.
No, that's not how you climb a ladder, you turd!
Hey, Cheyenne, we had this lady fell asleep in electronics. Last time I tried something like that, I got punched in the face.
Can I just buy some of this discounted Halo stuff for my baby first? It's normally so expensive I can barely afford her eyeshadow.
Okay, but you know you're not supposed to buy things while you're clocked in, right?
Can I set it aside for later before it sells out?
I'm supposed to, but I'm sorry, no. You'll have to do it when your shift's over.
No, I'm telling you, they feel exactly the same because they are exactly the same.
Well, let me at least try it.
I'm not gonna. Fine. Just be careful on too much.
Everything okay for you?
Well, clock cover works number, that's not good.
Oh, Rex?
I'm sorry, you know him?
Yeah, we went to business school together.
Hold it up a little bit higher. What a fire.
Anyway, I just started driving, and then I saw that they were hiring here. That's right. Yeah. Wow, we're against that.
What are you guys on a voyage of self-discovery?
Oh.
Backpacking through Asia, going to Cuba.
Or as Jonah would say, Cuba.
He does that.
I'd be embarrassed if I pronounced it the way native Cubanos do. Iceman. I've been looking at you, man. It has been too long.
I'm sorry, we're going to need to speak about Iceman.
Yeah, that was my nickname in school. They, ice in the veins, cool and collective.
That's because you were always cold in class. You had that.
That was a blazer. That was a knit blazer.
Iceman.
Hear this again, aren't I?
Yes, Iceman. You are Iceman.
You're the manager, so you're the most involved here. That guy really sucks. Total asshat, right?
I hate his little eyes. I hate his stupid face.
They literally hope he dies.
What?
Yep. I hope he does. I hope he dies. I really hope he dies. He's dead.
Our team formulated a plan that featured wand marketing, message sending, and of course, fluid
Oh
branding.
my god, this is amazing. Incredible suit, it's like his bar mitzvah.
Normal size suits.
All those words, and you said absolutely nothing.
Oh, Rex, thank you for giving us this gift.
Okay, I think we've seen enough.
be able to see the secret. How do you do it? What is that? Is that something you practiced?
Just a couple times in a mirror, don't worry about it. Okay, listen. You're getting stressed out. This isn't you. People are starting to complain. Just people, okay? Dina didn't like me talk to her from the husband. She called me asshat. Asshat? It's hurtful. But I will try to do better. And just since the veil of secrecy, I feel like you've been mentioning your ex-boyfriend a little too much. Got it. I love that you and Chad are still close.
Direct wall management and indirect wall
Garrett?
management.
Formulate a global strategy to fold the yoga pants in soft lines.
I will fold them along multiple distribution channels.
Very clever. So great to reconnect with you guys. Well, that's kind of a boring topic. Unless you rap about it.
Party's over. Hey, just now when you go back, you know what not to do.
What do you mean?
When he goes back to school, your girlfriend still right?
Yeah, they said I could defer for 2 years.
But you're not actually planning on going back, are you?
Yeah, I hadn't given it much thought. I mean, I was not happy there. So, but, you know, I'm not sure.
That's not a no, Jonah. That's not a no.
Nice job with this area. Good job, man.
Thank you, Jeff.
Oh, also, sorry if I've been a little bit harsh lately, but if anybody has a problem with me, I prefer to say it to my face. Call me nice. Behind my back.
Good job, Sarah.
Seems we've got a rat in the store. I'm not mad. I'm not upset. I would love to feel those things after I've hunted down a park and every little weasel. Have a look at a jet. Does anyone else hear that? It's like a high-pitched ringing.
Hey, want to see me?
Yeah, please. I was reviewing my files and I noticed there was something wrong with your contract, so you need to sign a new one. Just standard boilerplate. Read out here.
The undersigned agrees to work exclusively at Cloud9 for the next 30 years. This is very flattering, but I obviously can't sign it.
But that's so disappointing. What is it that you want? Is it money?
No.
There's no money left in the budget, but I could fire somebody.
Glenn,
Maybe where?
you don't need to fire me. It's not about...
No, I'll do it.
Glenn, look, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, but I can't promise that it's never going to happen.
Well, then you're...
What?
Of course you're not fired. I love you.
You love me? I'm sorry?
Hey, let's talk.
I know, right? What's going on?
No, I can't talk. We need to talk about these switches. It had to be somebody in that room. Okay, it couldn't have been her mom or her husband's name for talking to other men. It wasn't Tim. His jaw's still wired shut. They're talking to Ramona. I know it wasn't me. So that just leaves Justine, Elias, Sandra, you. What?
You know how I get to that, but I was out back last week and I stopped making out. Sandra. Sandra? Yeah. Man on woman. It's disgusting.
Oh my God, it was Sandra. Oh, I am gonna drop kick that bitch back into whatever volcano she crawled out of.
Would it be worse? Didn't even tell her that we know? Just ice her out? Never talk to her again? And don't tell her why? It's pretty much the meanest thing you can do to someone.
I didn't have a single friend in high school and I loved it there.
Sandra's not as strong as me.
Right. She's the biggest person I've ever met.
So, I just had a really weird hello. Look, I don't have a crystal ball, okay? I don't know what's gonna happen in life, but I know one thing, and that is that you are always everyone's gonna be friends.
You say that, but I don't know if I can believe you.
You can.
No, I think that you'll probably just forget about it.
No, Amy, I would never forget that. You guys are everything to me.
You're just this little flicker of sunlight that brightened our lives for a short while.
And now you must take that light to someone else, but it's okay because a little piece of your magic lives inside each and every one of us.
Okay.
Be free.
Forget I said it.
No, wait, don't go, please. Who's gonna force me to try tahini?
Oh, what you got there, Eugene?
You would not believe the amount of stuff that gets misstocked here. Baby food in the barbecue. I found shampoo in jeans. I mean, who would do that?
I don't know, probably some jerk or desperate mom or whatever.
Well, I worked really hard rounding it all up. I stayed 2 hours past my shift, but I'm
I'm a
still...
lot of trophies, Eugene.
That's okay. Life is fine. And cloud nine. Life is great. Hello, sir. Where start today?
Hey guys. Did anyone watch Vampire Diaries last night? Damien's really bad out of control.
You stupid slut! I can't hold it any longer.
What's happening?
Sandra is having an affair with Jeff. Don't you deny it. You were seen kissing on the loading dock.
Sandra! That's crazy, boo! I didn't know you had it in you.
Yes, girl. I don't think we need to be talking about that.
I got questions. Like, when did it start?
About 2 weeks ago. He told me I'm his kid. And he said to me, Sandra, he got you too. And I did. And I put him in his face.
Hey. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine. I can take a little break.
Yeah. It went on for a really long time. Elias jumped in on it. He does a really good impression of you. He's like, greetings, gentlemen. I can't do it.
Look, I just don't want you to think that I got one foot out the door, okay? I'm here just like everybody else.
Not just like everybody else. I mean, you can leave if you want.
But I'm not.
But you can't.
I'm not.
But you can. And that's the difference between being stranded on a desert island or going on a nice tropical vacation.
If you want to think that's fine, I happen to think it's exactly the same. You want me to cancel my deferment just so you heard.
Yeah, okay. Cancel.
What?
If you think there's honestly no difference, cancel.
Okay, great. Yeah, I will. I'll do it tonight.
No time like the present.
Okay. I'll do it now.
Great.
It makes no difference to me. I mean, if you need this, then sure. It's, I'm just going to find the number. It's in an email, so I got to search for it first. Hang on 1 second. You need to update the OS. You know what? I'm going to do that. Right now. Estimated wait time 4 hours.
Hey, it's okay.
It's not me. It's the Wi-Fi. This is probably a router placement issue.
Jeff and I have these cute nicknames for each other. He calls me Deliciousness. And I call him Mr. Man.
Yeah, let's not forget to just live to Jeff about it. You care about that?
Yeah. Morbidly intrigued at this point.
You have sex in his hotel.
Oh, yeah. All the time. Is there a coffee machine in it? Yep. One of those pod ones. We have decaf. I think so. You guys will keep it a secret, right?
Oh, yeah. We got you, deliciousness.
Amy to Glenn's office, please. Amy, report to Glenn's office, please.
So we just called each other into Glenn's office now?
Yes, SIMM it is. And you?
What do you do?
If some college deferral that I'm never even going to use makes it so different.
I don't know. I was just trying to put up the wait. Hang up. Hang up.
No,
No.
God, oh, it's very slow.
Look, fine. We're in the exact same position, all right? Just hang up. Don't do something you're gonna regret.
Sure.
Yes.
Hey, yeah, you know what? I think I'm actually good.
Your registration lasted a month ago, so you don't have to worry about it.
What? That's a mistake. I believe I have a 2-year deferral.
Your initial enrollment not completely unless you apply to extend it.
Okay, yeah. Let's just go ahead and do that.
Well, you had to apply while you were still registered.
Right. Listen, how would I go about re-registering so that I can apply to extend the deferral?
What's the difference? You were gonna cancel anyway.
No, I was planning. I was canceling. Show you how it works. Hey, hi, what's your name? Vicky. Hey, listen, we are going to find a solution, Vicky. I don't need to calm down, Vicky. I wasn't raising my voice. Well, now I am.
Is all the cars gone?
Yeah, just the over.
What about the back? Would you mind checking the back?
Okay, fine. I'll check the back.
I'm sorry, there's nothing left in the back. Oh, thanks anyway.
Somebody's actually throwing their garbage away in the trash cans themselves. Can you check that out? Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And there is a puddle in the dressing room over there. No, it's kind of viscous. It's very strong. Do you think you might be able to handle it for me?
Oh, all right. I'll get my bucket.
Oh my god, it's so obvious. Oh, I never noticed.
Hey, nice man. I was looking for you. Hey, good to see you. Listen, I got plans, but next time I'm in town, I'm going to take you and go out for drinks. Hey, I'm not. Look forward to it. See you. Hey, next guy. Nice to meet
Yeah,
you.
we met.
Great.
You really want to be that guy?
Eat it, seats.
The nice suit, fancy car, big smile.
I was never going to go back. I just...
Welcome to the No Options Club. It's a cool club.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm in it.
Oh,
Most of America's in it. We meet on Tuesdays.
okay.
I'll get you on the email.
Oh, great.
Hey, no, heard about your business school. I am so sorry.
Thanks. Oh, all right.
You will always have a place here. So the day you die, you can die here. Oh, that wasn't about you. I was thinking of something else that made me really happy. No. morning, everyone. Hey, who here likes cash, huh? Oh, good, I'm glad you're excited because our computer system is down, so today all we can take is cash.
Why are you waving the cash around like that?
Thought it would make you excited, like I was gonna give you the cash or something.
Hey, where's Amy?
Oh, she's been late a lot lately. It's Thursday, last Monday, Thursday before that.
Oh no, what if Emma were kidnapped?
Yeah, what if she's being kidnapped every Monday and Thursday morning?
It has nothing to do with Emma. It's a personal thing. End of conversation.
Oh my god, is she sick?
Zika, I bet. Everyone's getting Zika.
You know what? It's probably drugs. You can tell from her teeth.
It is not drugs, it's just marriage counseling. How is that worse than drugs? I shouldn't say anything, okay? Like, Adam isn't even moved out. He's just sleeping in the basement.
Why?
How is that worse than divorce? She told me this in confidence, so, you know, just clam up your face. She is.
Sorry, wait, traffic.
Oh man, traffic will slow things down.
Oh, especially in this town, you know, with all the cars.
Traffic.
Oh, okay, so everybody knows about my counselor.
Well, they do now.
Oh, hey. I just want to let you know I restocked all the toothpaste that Merle decided looked just fine in electronics.
And,
And what?
well, I know there's more.
No, there's just no shame in counseling is all I'm saying.
And there is.
Mental health is important and it shouldn't be stigmatized. I think it's
No,
ridiculous.
no, please stop. I'm trying to help you, and I really appreciate it, but I don't want to talk about it. Okay, I don't. I just want everybody to treat me normally. Okay? Oh, hey, Sandra.
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 11 o'clock.
Hey, Adam, it's Carol at Cloud9. I got your number off of Amy's emergency contact form. I heard about you, Amy, and I just wanted to see how you were doing. How you were doing. I'm so nervous.
You trusted me, the secret, and I betrayed you. I'm a monster. If you want, you can tell everyone something embarrassing about me. A tiny spider once crawled into the entrance of my room.
Okay, I really want to talk about this.
Ah, right to the bash. Gavin away. What you talking about?
Nothing, spider story.
Amy, listen, buck up, Buttercup. I know exactly what you need. Ladies, lunch. Huh? You, me, whoever, not Glenn?
Yeah, no, I'm not really.
We can gab and dish, talk about our periods. Your resolution starts June 24th, right?
Is that something I'm supposed to know? I am the worst friend.
Guys, it's not that big a deal. It's just counseling.
Yeah, but if the marriage goes, I call dibs on Amy.
You can't just call dibs on a
Why do you call it?
No, I don't have any interest.
He's already got a girlfriend.
No, actually, Naomi and I broke up.
Whoa.
No, gross, because she thought of me more as a brother.
You don't have dibs on Amy.
No.
Cool, it's infinity, no take backs.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for her.
It's close to a breakdown.
No. I don't know what I would do without Jeff.
Stop pretending to be dating Jeff. I'm dating Jeff. She's dating no one. That's how the world works.
Someone sounds jealous.
Wish there was some customers. Can't believe I just said that. Ooh, nice assist.
I played basketball when I was a kid until my parents let me stop. Oh, hey, check it out. Moving target. Oh, 3 points. Hey-o! Yeah! In your face, Brett!
I don't get it. It's one of the slowest days I've ever had. Why can't one of the warehouse guys know this?
I know. Tina just told me to know what asked her wife said, shut up, Sandra.
Shut up, Sandra. Wait, ladies lunch.
This is really good. I hate kidnapping. Kidnapping is what you do to children. You're pushing 40. I abducted you.
All right, everybody. First on the agenda, free talk. Couple of ground rules. No shop talk. Also, no religion or politics. Too divisive. Also, don't tell a story about someone we don't all know. Makes people feel excluded. Other than that, sky's the limit.
Have you guys heard the new Betty Bob song?
We're not talking about music. Okay, that's just a bunch of sounds, and I can hear that anywhere.
3, 2, 1. Muffin ball. Get into the motherfucking ass of the diner. Look at the tenant. Whoa! Oh, wow! You literally saying? Sorry, Mateo. Throw us back the muffin ball up. But I won't.
No, you know what? We should get blocked. I was just going to say that.
Hey, thanks, Mateo.
Having a lot of fun with you. Don't ever say that to me again. Just get blocked.
Can I talk to you ladies off and some drinks?
No. Can you imagine? Cats are like, what? Oh, white wine.
I can't go rest just that.
I'm going to see somebody breathe.
Are you kidding? Look at her face. She's like 2,000.
This is embarrassing. I left my ID at the lawyer office.
That's fine. What do you want?
How about we order our meals at the same time, and maybe we just bring the check now? That would be great. Thank you. So, what is that?
All right, Marcus. Now leave at the end of the cooler, okay? Now, come back. Go. Got the room. Marcus.
Mateo paddles me. You're playing a game instead of working.
Yeah, you're doing big bits in front of people.
I'm sorry, but this game is over, okay? I'm throwing it away.
Oh, you see that? Glenn, she's got a mannequin bumper.
Is that good?
I don't know. Is the best you can do good? Come on, you had to play this.
No, I swear. I mean, I'm on my Twitter's Whiffle Ball team. Well, I get the emails.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'd say you're a natural.
That was incredible.
Glenn, they're obviously going to recruit you.
You're just jealous because I got a hand pump on my first try.
Does anyone can get that stupid mannequin?
Really?
Prove it.
Athletes.
Athletes. I did it! I'm Simone Biles!
Olympic chip.
Okay, so why don't we go around the circle and each name our favorite part of the penis? I'll go first.
The bottom.
So, Sean, how are things with you?
Great. Yeah, same old flow. A little dangerous, a little mysterious, a little dyslexic. He recently lost his flip-flop, so, ups and downs.
And Sandra, your Mr. Woodchuck.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. This is ladies' lunch, Sandra. We need deets.
Oh, spend hours on the phone just talking. He loves my taste in music. I spend the night at his hotel when he's in town. We make love on soap sheets. He's gentle and strong. Sometimes he's startled. He took me to the edge of his balcony once. He asked, "Are you free?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "Good. That's how I feel." And then we made love. And we ate dinner. And some pants. He thinks I'm pretty good.
when you say the bottom, you mean the face or like the underside?
I can just say like just the full underneath.
Oh, that's hilarious. The face. But underneath.
Go ahead and shoot. Oh yeah? What are you gonna do about it? Call your girlfriend Amy?
No, that's why.
No! I'm the muffin man now, bitch!
Harold, I had a missed call from
That
an
girl
unknown caller.
reminds me
I
of
thought maybe
the
that
Riley,
was
the
you.
other girl reminds me of that other
Anyway,
girl.
I'm at lunch with,
She
Harold.
looked a bit
Awkward.
party. Really
Okay.
cool.
This is gonna sound so naughty. Should we get another range of
Her dad has
Nope,
her
we should
uncle
really
has a
get
private
going.
jet. She only
Trying
puts
to
her
have
in
fun.
on
Photo's not
private
done
jet.
yet.
And
I really
jet.
appreciate this gesture. I do it. This is very nice of you, but this is
Words from you.
depressing and awkward. We have nothing to talk about. And I know this sounds weird, but this food smells like photo.
I have a picture of her that really pissed her off though, and
Yeah,
I
I'm
posted
sorry.
to Facebook and I really
Yeah,
good
she
shit.
the first lady
I
wants
just get
to
like, 'cause it was a really good picture. She
I
was
love
like,
female friends,
"Come
so
back."
yeah, let's just keep going. This is stupid.
No, we can stay.
No, it's fine. Forget it. I'll pay the check. Ron?
No. We can stay. I want to stay. Ron! Keep him coming! Oh, okay. Shreyas. Marcus. Frank. Peter. Go.
Okay, I was Bank Marcus, Mary Brett, and kill both moms.
No, Cheyenne is not an option. That's not the game.
I don't care. Okay. Glenn, Garrett, and Garrett.
Okay, obviously I killed Glenn. Probably just like slit his throat and tear him with the lid. Then I buried Darren and I'm already Garrett, so I guess him again. No, really, I have. Because I did. On Black Friday after we all got sick. I have to erase the security camera.
Excuse me. Where are the paper towels?
I'm sorry, I need cell phones here. Oh my God, are you okay? I can see the whole store from up here.
Oh, no.
It's gonna be.
Excuse me. Can I?
Excuse me, sir. Sir, this lady here.
Can you have a second?
Sir.
Let's try it.
If you want to sit your way, wait. You can.
Okay.
So do you think you and Adam will stay together?
Of course. Just I think. I don't know. Adam and I have been together a really long time. And I just want to know that if we are together, it's because we want to, and not because we're afraid to change.
Yeah, worst comes to worst. My cousin is a course layer in Little Rock. 3 jet skis in their garage.
But I'm not good at change. I never change anything. I have the same haircut since I was in high school. And every now and then I'm like, you know, change my hair. And then I don't.
I should not be drinking this. I am so out of control.
wrong.
You okay?
No, I'm fine. I just want to relax here on the beach for a while.
And since Brett's knee is still injured from his MMA fight, Jonah will be taking his place in the final shootout. His opponent will be decided by a simple. I'll do it. Okay, I wasn't finished talking, but I guess this game has made monsters out of monsters. All right, this is it. Winner gets Amy. You can't win a person by throwing a taped up muffin in a bucket. Oh yeah? What's this?
Oh, trust me. What about Jeff? Your serious boyfriend. Oh, right. I do have a boyfriend. Sorry. Excuse me. Hi, I'm Carol. You get another bottle of iced tea, bitches!
It all comes down to this. We call it the comeback story. Not a person in this place can make this shot. He has absolutely no athletic ability whatsoever. Never in the history of sport has someone less qualified stepped up to the plate.
I win Amy. You don't win Amy. Nobody wins Amy. You don't get Amy.
Are you playing for Amy?
No,
She's just in counseling to bring her revenge.
I know that. That's exactly my Marcus keeps.
That person was really timid. Yeah, better looking. You just kind of I'm not. Yeah, you guys were all new. You were super close. And my photo she was like a motherfucker. I invited her to a party. The hell was her name?
Sup, Ames?
Not enough. I heard she's a nice person. Did she have anything like the others? Like,
Just whatever. I'm around.
That makes sense too.
damn, my photo she's like a motherfucker. Wait, what's her name? Is that a company?
Hello, Glenn. Or afternoon. Good afternoon to you.
How far would I have to drive to see a prairie? You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I am a professional, so you want me to touch my nose with my finger? No problem. Okay, you want me to do the alphabet backwards? Sure. C-Y. X.
So you might hear something kind of funny. It's real funny. To be clear, I don't think I can win you, and I know I wouldn't want to, even if I could. You know, people, we all win whoever together sexually.
I can't follow you because you talk so much.
I'm sorry.
And also, I'm a little bit drunk.
Yes, you are so drunk.
So sorry, you were saying something about.
I don't know. What was I here? Oh, 80. Whoa, that's okay. This is a workplace, okay? We don't talk like that here. You should get on home. That kind of talk. Is this? I don't know what this is, but it's wrong.
Okay, I think we're done. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, it's really it's subtle.
Well, I didn't want to change it up too much, you know, baby steps, right? Also, I don't really know what I'm doing yet. Also, I'm drunk.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
What? Did I cut too much off? Are you freaking out right now?
No. I was just I don't know. I was like thinking something more like this.
So pick up a super cloud amplifier and convince yourself to make it different, which it's not. It's just a fan. Excuse me, everyone. 2 Aprils ago, I was new here, and someone special came over to help me on register. And Lisa, you didn't just bag groceries; you bagged my heart. It's a bad idea. Lisa, Beth Ann, Donatella Lopez Fitzgerald. If you'll make me the luckiest man in St. Louis, I'll show you the time of your life.
This makes me genuinely sad.
Flash mob proposals are so lame. Except for the one that Bo did for you,
Yeah, but flash mobs stopped being cool like a year ago.
Yeah, they were cool 1 year ago.
Where's Lisa? We need Lisa. Where's Lisa?
She's in the bathroom.
Is it a quick bathroom break or more of a hunker down watch YouTube video situation?
Hard to say. Her body language going in. Oh, wait, you're. Go back, go back.
Wow, I'm not a been for a while.
Take two, dude.
Front of store.
Do you think that Rat and Ricky would be good together? I mean, it feels like there's chemistry there, but it might just be the alliteration.
Like together? I don't know why.
I hired Miles and Lisa, and now they're in love. So I thought they would do some other sad singles, like get bitten by Cupid.
Arrow. I think Cupid has an arrow.
Nice.
I don't think that it's a good idea to go setting people up around it.
You down on love because of
No, I just don't think people come here to find love. This is a workplace, not Match.com.
Match.com.
It's like Christian Mingle, but for everyone.
Oh, that is such a good idea.
I'm sure it's her.
Well, there's definite similarities. Slightly different BMIs, which could be crash diets.
So what do we do next? Do we call the cops? Do we bust her ourselves?
He has an answer in here. Now, I have my plainclothes guy Taylor. Tuesday to stay on.
I could do it. I've always wanted to go undercover.
Yeah, you're way underqualified. Watch it.
I could watch the video.
You guys, look what Justin's thinking. My precious treasure, words cannot express my love for you. And my love to you naked is like extremely good. Love the man.
That's like
That's like $100 a day. It's so weird. You can go get the money in a relationship.
Mateo for one day. He's just making us pay attention.
Hello, welcome to Cloud9. And you must be the
His plans now include premium travel benefits valued at nearly $400, like full flight Wi-Fi up here.
All right, kid, you gotta look at your pic.
Arthur, I might be totally off base here, but I have a crush on Myrtle.
Well, maybe just a little crush.
That's so sweet.
I like to imagine the two of us together someday, eating the ducks, watching the ducks. It doesn't have to be ducks.
No, it can be done.
Dude, we won one of the games.
Okay.
Do you think Elias and Pauline would be good together, or am I just projecting Laurel and Martin?
I think you have me confused with someone else.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. You look exactly like someone who works there. I'm so sorry.
And both parents are out of town, so everyone's just gonna get wafted. What about you? Any hot Valentine's Day plans? No, probably sit in the car. Pizza ducks. Oh, that's so old person. You can come if you want, but it's
zero nitrate.
Hey, Myrtle. Do you date anyone? No. But if you know someone nice, set me up. Doesn't even have to be hot.
Arthur, we're switching things up a bit today. I'm gonna have
Yo,
you tackle
dog.
women's wear with Myrtle, and Cheyenne here's gonna take your place.
You want me to be a greeter? I'm not trained in that.
No, it's not that. It's
Hello, welcome to Cloud9.
Hi. Hi, see.
Come on, you two talk to each other. It's not like either we're just gonna put that much time
I
on
pick 'em. I already did it. I already did it.
No, but I would,
Why?
just to fix things up and give people an opportunity.
No, that already did.
Oh, I see.
Oh, Colorado, which is a dumb move. They got that one huge dog.
You get to whip out the
Okay.
fans, huh? Cupid's fan.
Golden Bears.
Arrow. Never mind.
Houston.
Look, this is different. They're really perfect for each other.
They are. They're both
I
old.
think I missed something.
Mostly they're old.
Why are they talking to each other?
No, he's really shy. They need a bigger push.
No.
Oh, hey, you see that guy? You think that's Jonah, right? It's not.
That's it?
This is so embarrassing.
That's all?
I always tell him, Jeff, you're gifted up.
Now let's do it against the spread, dog.
I'm not much of a romantic, but this is special stuff.
Whatever. Do you know how many babies Trump Republicans have died every year?
Charge,
I don't want to seem like a female.
I'm just happy for Sandra.
Can you imagine what it's like to
Spread.
have what she has?
I mean, just
Alright.
to have a connection like that with someone, I bet Jeff just loves it.
30. 30 babies died.
Okay. Against the spread. Damn. Virginia, Tennessee, 28 and a half.
Oh my God! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
Colorado.
Someone flies a drone into my head.
Sure, because I can give you a ride to the hospital.
Washington Huskies.
You know you drive.
Well, I get her with the four wheels.
I hope so.
Rice.
This is why people hate Valentine's Day. Drone strikes.
Oh.
Welcome to
Losers.
Cloud9. Welcome to Cloud9. Cloud9 welcomes you.
Something that has a lot of points.
That's right, chatter up. Just a normal person having a normal conversation. Speak, listen, speak.
That was gonna beat the shit.
Ooh, look at him! Getting some OB day.
What are you talking about? He is undercover.
Yo, dog, we're already logged in.
I mean, that's what we're talking about. Laughing so much, standing so close. He just a shrub over his hand.
Cheesy game mode. No, dog, we already did this like 1,000 times.
Great time already.
Join group.
Oh, great time. Great time to kick back and see what's in the old locker.
What you got there?
Yeah, it is. Looks like someone left you some flowers and chocolates and a
Join
dog.
group.
Wow. Sick from.
Look for her. Look under that sweater. No, not her sweater. It's not a magician.
It's from the arson.
Yo, dog.
So sweet of him.
Dog. This shit sucks. Dog, change the fucking name of this shit.
Leave me alone. Why won't you
Dude, you gotta do it again? Goddamn, Purdue. Colorado. That's a dumb hit. Cal. Houston. Miami. North Carolina.
That's crazy. We didn't harass her.
She's alleging to use your position with authority to force her to work with an employee in hopes of engaging in a physical relationship with them. And she doesn't think you broke into her locker.
Picks
Now, what's your
autosave.
side of the story?
Factually,
All changes will autosave.
similar.
Yeah, but you can do anything with with facts.
Yo, dog, just
Dark,
didn't you already fucking pick it?
Arthur, he's
Yo,
so
dog.
sweet.
We had no idea what he was saying to her. The security cameras don't have sound. I'm sorry, are you saying that you were
My other
spying on
entries.
No, the spying makes it sound like
My
we were
entries.
trying to get information. We were
Oh,
just
tight, you
watching
can
it
do a
for
bunch
our
of
own
them.
pleasure.
Stop talking.
I want to change the name of this thing.
Welcome to Cloud 9.
Show group.
Hey, it's
Okay.
Cloud 9 up in here.
Change the group name though.
Jeff got real much.
Here you go. What's it gonna be called?
But
Runner
she
the Farley?
sent it to herself.
She sent it to her.
Farley Runners?
No, it's just sad that she feels lonely. White gold? Oh my god, that's her favorite. It's like it looks like selfie chance.
Fun Runners?
I thought Space Camp was just going to be all moon
Fun
rocks and astronaut ice cream, but it was
Runners
basically just a bunch of science.
versus
But still, I'm so jealous of that.
Running.
Yes, it's incredible. Meanwhile, according to
Yeah.
the absurd amount of decorations in the
Right.
store, I guess it's Valentine's Day.
Oh,
Did you see any?
no, I hadn't noticed.
So, do you have any plans?
Actually, yeah, I'm going to an MMA fight with my boyfriend. He's that muscular guy right over there.
Oh, I didn't.
So gullible.
I am gullible.
Yes.
So, are you free or?
Yeah, I'm free.
She's not the shoplifter.
Who's this bitch?
Really?
Because you were. So, are you free or?
Yeah, I'm free.
She's not the shoplifter.
Really? Because you were so certain of it earlier. I mean, we had that fancy in.
Oh no! That was just I had an extra shot in my cold brew this morning. But seeing her up close, the chin, the nose—that's a different person.
Huh. Well, I can't think of any reason why you'd want to lie. So I guess you're officially off the case. Thank you for your service.
Fun Runners John Group.
Attention shopper, we just received a song dedication. This one goes out to Sandra, my one and only. Happy Valentine's Day with love, your Mr. Mayor.
Yo, dog. Yeah, save. Yeah, dog. Already in it.
I want to
Yo,
say
dog.
I'm sorry. I was totally out of line. You were saying such filth.
They make this so fucking impossible.
Oh, well,
Join group.
is that really that bad?
He made it. He did. I want to understand
My
his
group.
sweater.
Okay.
Maybe, but maybe.
I don't. Is it possible that you misunderstood what he said? Or?
Oh, blame the victim. She's
Yeah, dog.
blaming the victim.
No, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying that maybe he wasn't harassing you. It is a very nice sweater.
It doesn't matter what she's wearing.
I'm sorry. Who asked you to get involved?
Sexual harassment involves assault.
Okay, this isn't sexual.
Jenkins Juggernaut Fun Runner.
I was just trying to set her up for a date.
Intent is irrelevant. Seriously, who are you people? Oh, we're not together.
Yo,
Because a
dog.
woman couldn't possibly be out on her own without a big, strong man.
Do another one.
Okay, none of you know the story. She asked me to
Fancy.
set her up, so we set her up. She was
Hodge
asking
Pickham.
me for it. She asked for it.
But you got Bun Runners.
Sexual harassment. At what point is it inappropriate?
And then what?
Harassment is always wrong.
Running to Farley.
If it starts in the break room, it should
Call it Farley
end in
Runners.
the bedroom.
Still thinking about all that Sandra.
And fewer lawsuits equals more revenue for Cloud9, which benefits
Anything else?
all of us.
I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable,
You gotta get another two. Gotta get in there
You are
against the
all
spread.
Anybody have any questions?
Hodge Pickham against the
We're
spread.
all set here.
You can't take love out of the workplace.
Fun Runners.
What about
Create another
Lisa
entry.
and Lisa? Who was up here?
Didn't
They
you?
never would have gotten together. And then the children
Oh, you can do
would have
5.
never
Hold tight.
been born.
Oh, we're not having
Confidence. Next level for the rank your picks and
No
earn
one's
more
saying
points.
you can't ever date somebody you work with.
Oh,
Just
fuck.
be careful not to make unwanted advances.
So you
Gotta
can't
give at least
ask
one.
someone out unless you know they like you. But then
Houston.
you don't know if someone likes you unless you
Army.
ask them out. So
North
that's like a catch
Carolina.
22.
Whoa. Well
Hip
done.
hop.
Oh, I've been studying for the
I really
SAT.
feel like
It's been a
Northwestern's
very
gonna beat
extrapolatory experience.
Okay, what we need is a
points for
database.
win.
Everybody write down.
Who's
all
gonna be
the
number one?
employees
Okay, which one
tracked
you?
to,
Okay,
total
least
subtotal.
is
I will compile compile a spreadsheet of any matches and post it above the microwave.
They
So
moved
we're not
here.
doing that. Let's just say that if you ask
Okay.
somebody out and they say no, move on.
Now, what's
What if
number
she
2?
just says no because she has plans that night, and you ask her out again for a different night?
Yes. I mean, it depends. Does she really have plans, or is she polite and telling you she's not interested?
Which one is it, Sarah?
It's the second one.
Whatever. I was just asking as a joke anyway.
Dude, okay. You should feel very confident.
Sometimes people
Not
do
confident
change
with this
their
one.
minds. I mean, I met Trisha when we were both working at my
Not
father's
that one.
hardware store. I asked
Okay,
her
move it
every day for a
to
year,
number 1.
and she said yes.
Yeah.
Actually, that's called a systemic
And
pattern of
stay.
hostility. It's like the number one thing you can't do.
I've got a question.
The actress in the video, does she get paid per video, or is it more of a flat rate
The whole day kind of thing.
My guess is flat. Can ignoring someone you're dating be considered harassment?
Alright, we're good there.
Where's it go?
I'm just not
You're
explaining
in
it
join
right. I
group.
wasn't harassing her. She agreed to go out with me because my father threatened to fire her. She refused.
Myrtle, I'm so sorry. It was wrong to harass you. And if you want, I will quit.
My groups.
No. Yes. Wait, Arthur is a
Suggested
lovely guy.
groups. Fuck
He's
that.
just trying to.
What's the name of this team?
I like your sweater, and I think you're great.
Show
And
all
I
groups.
love how your sweater.
No, it should be. There was like a thing. Do a new one. Fantasy.
This is actually making things more
College pick 'em. And just do this one.
Oh, so it's not harassment if you
Probably
marry
not
them.
at that one. Okay, this one needs a name.
They're like two little robins.
What's the name of this one gonna be? Stetson.
Found her on IMDb. She's on NCIS. She played Lady in Pool. Acting like tough.
Stetson studs, baby.
So
It has a fucking banned word. You can't have studs. What the fuck, ESPN, you fucking cunts. Stupid cocksuckers. Anyway,
there you go.
we have
It's a keychain.
college pick on 2022. Who else you gonna pick?
Small, small. Yeah.
Yo, dog.
Boyfriend is way better with the keychain.
So, what did you get me?
Sorry, I didn't think about a louder drop like that.
Oh, okay.
What is it gonna be?
Anyway, I was
Update your
convinced
account.
that I was
Fuck
going to
that
be the
shit.
president of the Thespians, but then Steve Hoover got it. And he was in like 3
man.
plays.
Hey, sweetheart.
Create another
Did you
entry.
get what I sent you in for, or did you get distracted? Men, right?
Hey!
Look, Tyler and Megan are in the car.
You're married.
No. Those are not my kids. Those are your kids with your boyfriend.
Dare you? You are the closest thing those kids have had to a father since he died of war.
Fighting for the other side. And we are not married.
I never
What
signed
is
any
it?
divorce papers.
You don't remember
Standard.
you signed them because of your drinking problem.
Just choose
Great. Now she's gone.
favorites. Just go favorites.
You put your personal libido in front of us. See,
She's not a thief. Oh my God, my wallet's gone. Oh wait, no, it's in the other pocket. My chiropractor told me to switch it up.
Our whole marriage is based on a sex crime. No. You only think you love me. You were my victim.
Oh, we got our puppies too. I'm not a big Valentine's Day guy, but Jim and Sandra.
You're in. Join group.
What's everybody want?
Yeshiva.
We've got plans tonight. You can
Nothing, you fucking cunts. You guys would be the biggest fucking sports dynasty in the history of mankind. You don't even have a fucking ESPN group. You have to do everything for you fucks.
Oh! Wow, you are not messing around.
Alright, dog. Did you join it? What's this one? Make pics.
I got no.
I bet you got. Who's that? Join group. I bet you can't join any group. Okay, this one just
Happy Valentine's Day, by the way.
No, dog, don't have that. This one. What's the name of this one? Yo, dog. God damn it, what the fuck? This shit, man. What is this shit? Not update my account, you cunt. Fuck. Okay, this one. The sluttle. The trollop. Sluttle. That's such a good name. This little. This is a good squad. Anyway, then what? You need one more dog. Make pics, dog. Get another entry. Spread? No. We already did that one. Okay. Make this one sexy. Colorado. North Texas. No, they'd be good maybe in the future. Gamecock. USC, baby. Mountaineers, no. No, I really like this Northwestern pick. Alright, what are you gonna call it? Dude, these are shit games. Join group. What's the group? Is there a Jew? Jew crew. College football. I'm in that one. Give me that bitch. You're gonna be like, who is this? I'm gonna be like, shut the fuck up, man. Who do you think it is? Okay, Jew crew college football. Why can't I join this? What has a password? Fuck you, cunts. Alright. Different group then. Not create a group. Yosh. Just join. Is there one just called Sluts? Jewmongers? Right, fuck. How about Israel? Nothing. Fuck. Jew. The Jews? No, man. Stinks 2023. Look at this bitch. Okay, it's called sex. Sex slaves do college. Private. All this shit's private. Fuck. Fuck toys. I don't know. Stephen A. Smith, does he have one? No. Let's see, Mary's got one. Not so fast, my friend. Private. Fuck. UFC Trojan fans. Alright. My groups. Alright. We got the Bun Runners. They're in two of them. The Sweatles and Couch Game Day. My groups. I don't know what the fuck that means. Farley Runners? Oh, Farley Runners aren't in a group. Yo, dog. My groups. My picks. What team is this? Join group. Oh, it's because it's a spread. It shouldn't even show up then, you fuck. Use punch streak. Join. Are you done? My groups, 6 forever. God damn it. Make picks. This one. What would be the funniest pick that you can choose? Funniest name? The Ditkas? Why? That was gone.
It is now 12 o'clock.
Thanks, baby. Yo, where are you there? Something's gonna happen. Oh, we're fucked. Yo, well, at least you got your fantasy league. Yo, dog. I swear to God, I hate that fucking Nazi cunt. Do I know what's coming downstairs? Right? Go in there. Fucking, I hate him. Yo, dog. Dog. See if I'm shit still. Oh yeah, dog. First place, right at the top. Suspicious as fuck. Yo. Oh, dude, no. Good. He's good? Betting briefing. Here you go. Son of a bitch. Fucking cunts. Burn down my White House. That's fucking funny. Cunts. Little. Are you done? Look at this one. That was fucking. Let it go. How's your boy? He was listening to my boy. Really? Yeah, no, that's fine. Why? Something's wrong with you, dog.
Attention, Cloud9 shopper. You apologize for the heat in the store today. Temperatures controlled by corporate, and we are working. And though I am thankful for all of you who have taken the time to tell me that it is hot in here, the next person who does, I'm gonna have to murder. That is all.
How about you cool it with the attitude? Wait, think you're the only person that's uncomfortable? My pelvic area is like the Gulf Coast right now. Seriously, I can steam shellfish in these cabins. Can't be professional. Stay off the air.
Hands off boys, hands off.
It's my now.
Oh, yeah?
How about it?
Oh, what about that? Round two.
Say your own personal microphone. Guys! It's hot in here. Let's breathe. Let's have some patience for one another.
Yeah, you know, the heat makes us all act irrationally, you know?
Yeah.
If your face stays where it is, it's gonna get.
I was just saying.
Do you like this show? Yeah, I do. Really? Yeah, when I'm really watching it, the like cutscenes are really funny. I liked it so much. One time I called Walmart in Thousand Oaks, California, and asked somebody how they liked working there. And it was like a different kind of Walmart. It was like a Walmart, neighborhood Walmart or something. They're like, I'm like, do you like working there? And the guy's like, yeah, I really like working there. Thinking like some kind of fucking scam. Like, yeah, that sounds fun. And I even told my friend J-Bomb, like, you know what? I want to go to fucking California. And I really would just like to manage an office, but if anything, I would like to work from Walmart. Really? I was like, yeah, haven't you seen the show? And he's like, no, I haven't. I'm like, oh, it's really good.
My computer says you're at 66 degrees, so that's perfect.
Well, no, maybe your computer's not working. I can assure you, it is extremely warm in the store.
Yeah, in my experience, computers don't make the mistakes, people do. I'm just going to put a note on here that says manager error.
It is not an error. I know what mine is. It's very hot.
They don't buy, they keep things loose, they keep things light. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight, dancing in the moonlight.
What do you know about this palette?
You asked him some charts because you've heard I'm in charge of warehouse now, right?
I did, yeah. Promotion with no raise, but
Hey, just goes to show you, keep your head down, do the work, get your thumb cut off, or not sued. Anything can happen.
Yo, dog.
so you can clean this up.
I got a lot on my plate right now, but sure, I'll take care of it.
Yo, dog.
You know what they say? Heavy is the head. Shakespeare. Maybe pick up a book once in a while.
Hey, this
Glenn,
one.
you want to check on me?
Yo. What are we doing here?
Pleasant as hell in here.
The hell is this?
Yeah, I had to turn on the
The fuck is this?
in February. Can you believe that? I'm trying to get that thing set by my God. So while everybody's out there boiling in the heat, you're just sitting in here and your eyes down.
What the hell's going on here?
Hard. Because your people are counting. So maybe this isn't about asking for help. Maybe this is about. Yes.
How am I to keep myself?
And yes,
Man, this girl knows
get
how
out
to
of
play
there.
out. No wonder she's
Admit
so
that
good.
heating
Really,
system
I'd be
or
like,
whatever.
girl, I've never been dragged along so much in my entire fucking life.
Yeah. Do it. Okay. Yeah. Go fix it. Take your time. It's about the journey. That's cool. That's what I'm all about.
Oh, can you stay on your side? You're getting your gross guy heat all over me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this better? Is this helping?
No,
Like that?
it's worse. It's closer.
You're such a drama queen.
Disgusting.
I'm really sorry. I just thought leather pants would look cool. I didn't realize they'd stick to
Cherry
sweaty legs.
blossom in
It's
the
fine.
pan.
It's not real
Oh,
leather
it's fucking
anyway.
cherry
It's
blossom
made out of
would be good.
recycled soda
The
bottles.
Wisteria trace would be
I'm
good.
going to this mixer for single IT guys.
Yeah, you're gonna meet some women.
No, just other IT guys.
Oh, they're gonna love this pan.
Hey, Amy, this woman slipped on some yogurt and grocery.
No, don't worry, this was. Okay, I'll be right back. Just wait here.
Oh, shut the door, you're letting the air out.
Are you Glenn? Because this is Glenn's office, but you don't look like Glenn. Unless about the way he looks, or Glenn's actually always looked like Garrett, wearing a mask all the time. I'll get to the point. I know you're not Glenn.
Wow, well, you figured that one out. I'm just looking for.
It's a lot cooler. You can dry your pants out all the way in a place like this.
Your ass, the motherfucking
Marcus,
house right now.
a customer just slipped on this bill.
Sorry, Ames, we'll get to it. We're all just pretty hot.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's hot everywhere. Like you said, you could clean it up.
Okay, relax. You don't need to get emotional.
Emotional? Am I getting emotional?
Kind of.
Okay, you know what? Not a big deal. Just needs to get cleaned up. I'll have one of my guys do it.
Much appreciated. Oh, and hey, Ames, smile. You'll live longer.
Did you just tell me to smile?
Yeah, little sourpuss.
Attention employees, do not clean up the yogurt spill in grocery. This is a warehouse problem and it will be cleaned up when they clean it. Go to hell, Marcus.
Excuse me, it's a little hot in here.
We are aware of it. Have a heavenly day.
Yo, dog.
I cannot believe you told me to smile.
Yeah, that's so out of line. I completely agree. Would you talk if I just cleaned it up? It's like really much. Like, really.
Do not touch this spill.
Okay. Maybe it's a fester. You know what? Maybe let's just let this one go, you know? It's the heat. And also, maybe the heat is causing like a number of us to act in ways that seem
Let's just
a little, I don't know.
You wanna go here? You wanna go here? You
What
wanna
do you
go
say?
here? You wanna go here? You
Let
wanna go
Marcus
here?
up there
You
because
wanna go here? You wanna go here? You wanna go here?
No, it's just
You wanna go
remembering
here?
that all of us
Here.
are in the store, you know, including the Mateo.
Today,
Yeah,
What the
I know.
fuck day
We're
is it?
staying close. Cucumber.
Okay.
Let's
Whoa. Now I get why Redboy's trying to make me come up here and smoke out with him.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't take long. Your job is to hand me the tools as I need them.
Wow, it's so handy.
It's handsy. But yeah,
Self-aware
Mr.
invaders,
Businesses have always been built. But my ancestors built the ships that brought the very first African Americans to this
I put it in the ocean so I can do
You mean like slave ships?
No. No. Okay, well, let's see what we're dealing with here.
Whoa, I can't believe you know how to fix that.
Well, I definitely do. So let me just be quiet. Shut up.
You have to make that noise. I have a really bad itch in the back of my throat. You know how they say people swallow on average 3 spiders per year while you're asleep? Last night I hit my trifecta. Yep, that pen still clips. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't me. It's not your fault. You're just an annoying person. Let's be adults and just not talk. I don't think. You remember that time we had sex? What the hell? Take off your pants. Thank you both for agreeing to sit down. Mistakes were made. Some things were said that I'm sure both parties regret.
She told me to go to hell. I'm Catholic. That's the worst thing we could do.
Well, at least I didn't change the smile.
What's wrong with that? You have a nice smile.
I have an amazing smile. It lights up a room. But you don't tell me when to smile. I smile when I damn well please.
Fine. Sorry if you felt offended. I just forgot how sensitive it was.
So now I'm sensitive. Now how's this for sensitive, Marcus? I am writing you.
Uh-oh, guys. This Amy's writing my name on the board.
Oh, you think that's funny?
Yeah, because you're being like a big teacher. What did you say about DSM?
More like I'm your superior at a job you used to have, Marcus. You're fired.
You're firing me for nothing?
No, let's back it up, okay? Nobody is kidding. And it's not nothing, all right? What happened was maybe you said some things that tapped into kind of a gender slash power matrix.
Seriously, dude, you're being a bigger fish than Amy.
Marcus, you're fired.
Okay, so you may have heard that we had an incident. We had to let Marcus go.
Are you allowed to fire people?
That's unclear, probably. I don't know. He seemed to think so. Anyway, the rest of the warehouse walked out in solidarity with him.
Yeah, they're surprisingly loyal. Apparently, he promised them he was ushering in a new era.
So we are going to unload this truck.
Do you even know how to unload a truck? Because I came back here once when you were doing it, and it's very elaborate. I mean, it was hopping, it was humming. It was like, boom, boom, shabam, boom, boom. Ask a Samson.
Guys, it's fine, okay? I've got the manual, so, all we need, really, are 2 people throwing the truck, 1 pushing the line, 1 on bolt transitions, 2 pulling pallets, 3 pushing HBA, and 1 person bowling C and D.
Okay, so that sounds great. Let's do that.
So, what are you thinking about?
What do you do?
That's something that people say after
Am I supposed to ask you what you're thinking about? I can if you want.
I need to talk to you.
Ocean's pretty.
They may have gone. Hey, try not to use this terms. Crank, crank.
They're both crank. They're both crank, crank.
It's really complicated.
Everything's computerized nowadays. But still the same things in our lives. Just diagnostics. Oh, okay, I seem to have changed the language.
Okay, guys. Good work. I know we're all tired, but we're getting there. We've only got like 200 more boxes.
Almost there. Where's the scanner?
I found it, but I kind of got lost over here.
Don't worry, Sandra. Everything's gonna be okay. Just toss the scanner over.
Scanner's broken.
I can't even have my own toys when they need me the most.
That's not true. You help us all the time.
How?
Oh, you want examples?
You just walked into these motherfuckers.
Oh, well, we wouldn't be able to come into work in the morning if you didn't unlock the door.
Actually, nowadays it's all opened automatically like computers.
Okay, but who turns on the computer? Really? Awesome.
There's absolutely no reason whatsoever for me to do this. Just a pathetic, useless old man. Apparently descended from slave traders.
You're not that old. What are you, like 40?
57.
Holy. Did you eat up this high?
So, sex again?
Hey, bend your knees.
Guys,
I'm fucking backwards. You guys meet.
I can't
I'm
see.
coming
Okay, well, all I see is the box in my face.
Sit up.
Guys, you okay? Stand back. I'm gonna break through. Guys, I can't break through.
Hello? Hello? Anybody coming back to help me?
I know this doesn't help that much, but you can really take a fall. Ever considered a career as a pro wrestler?
Actually, yes. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a pro. I had the armor to do it. I did.
The big poofy hair?
Yes.
Reese was good.
Yeah. I'm starting to feel like a normal person again. It keeps making me mistakes.
We fired Marcus. Like, if you could do anything, what would you do?
Look,
Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah. Like, I hear that in some of the McDonald's in Asia, they stuff spaghetti. Oh, yes.
well, those people that see her phone is nothing.
Oh, what? Oh, well, I mean, I have a baby. daughter's phone. I'm so finishing up school and really spent that much time together. Okay, fine. We can travel the world. Sure.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to get so many shots.
I'm just saying, you put that much effort into your work. Yes, this is Glenn Sturgis. I wear a tie with clouds on it.
We finally resolved the heat issue. Turns out there was a problem with our computers. It's now been fixed and the store should already be going back down.
Oh, okay, great. Hallelujah. I don't.
I normally wouldn't say this, but I had a good time having sex.
Yeah, me too. But it's not gonna happen. It might play.
You know what?
Me too. But just the sex part. I find the rest to be repulsive.
Oh, it's not your.
I just totally lost it. I mean, I don't have the authority to fire
Oh yeah, no, we were at Rabbi.
We're gonna have to swallow our pride. Beg him to come back. Marcus thinks drinking water is a scam. Marcus, who once said, "Good sheets are for losers."
I'm in here right now.
Hey, Marcus, we need to.
I'm so sorry. I went for a drive. I cooled down a lot. My heart is indoors. And thought about today. And I said some things about both of you that I called for. I think the heat must have gotten to me. I'm really sorry.
Well, today is your lucky day because I haven't filed a report yet. So I'm gonna let you off with a warning.
So we can just all come back to work.
Sure, whatever.
And then maybe we should have dinner. Yeah, no, I shall out. I'll be cool. No, keep it up. There's that smile.
Get this sidekick. We go London and playing us Hong Kong. And then or London, Hong Kong.
Hey, wait a minute, Glenn. It's cool in here again.
Ow!
You fixed it.
Yeah. Oh, I did.
Oh no. I really wanted us to travel the world together, but I feel like the store needs you.
You get to Macau, buy yourself some noodles, you know.
Okay.
Bon voyage.
Okay. You're not going anywhere.
You gonna go to
any disrespect.
Don't worry. Corey can cover your shit. Just get some rest.
Hey, is that Amy?
Terrible cold.
Oh, hey, sweetie. You sound terrible, shrill, but in a different way.
Yeah, pretty bad.
Hey, Ames, can you hold on a sec? Yeah, she's cool.
No, she is not.
Len, I love Amy like a sister, and she is a liar and a fraud like my sister.
I leave it off right away.
Hey, sweetie.
You ignore her. Just get well soon, okay?
So, can I pretend to be sick to miss school Monday?
No, this is different.
How? It just is. It's an adult thing. I understand something. Hi. Oh my God. That's Jeff, my district manager. Why would I come all the way out here watching him? I mean, I'm just saying, we're friends. So, you did play hooky yesterday. You usually don't. Hey, listen! Hey, are you sure you should be drinking coffee? Caffeine makes you cold medication that the same effects as well.
Really? I've never heard of it.
Oh, it's true.
I guess.
No.
Hey, Sandra. How was your party? Pretty good.
Excuse me, I'm having a conversation with Aiden.
I think you all caught up. How are things, Sandra? How's Jeff?
Great. You might take me to Paris.
Paris? That sounds so serious.
I hate Paris. That place is just one giant gay ashtray.
Attention Cloud9 shoppers, today is Cloud9 Wellness Fair. We're offering vision tests, blood pressure screenings, and tips on living your best, healthiest life. Why go to a doctor? You can get medical advice from the same place you get this soap.
I love the wellness fair. What does this thing called?
It's mostly handing out information. It's great.
And buttons.
You know, I actually thought about going to medical school for a minute.
No way.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a doctor too.
Really?
Yes. Why is that a surprise?
It's not.
You don't think I should be a doctor?
No. No. I don't even think I could be a doctor.
Oh. Not even you.
No, that's not
Why don't you take these buttons over there?
I love medicine. I watch all those shows. I can tell you that the incubation tray. As an intern.
Guys, you mentioned that our friend's friend was cheating on her with another one. Would you say something?
Tough one. Is it Kylie or Emily?
Okay, look, I wasn't actually homesick yesterday. I went to the movies and I saw Jeff with a day kissing each other.
Wow.
Seriously? This is your reaction? Jeff was cheating on Sandra with Mateo. What do I do? What? Come on.
Look, you don't know the situation. It's like Jurassic Park. So, mess around with something you don't know anything about, before you know it, you get to the halfway sitting on the toilet.
It's true, Amy. That's what happens.
Thanks, guys. This was great. Helpful. Thanks.
We just tell her that Mateo's the one who's been doing Jeff all along. Yeah. Want to hear my lawyer? Objection, Your Honor. He's harassing the witness. Oh, that's not a judge. That's a bomb.
It must be so rewarding to be a nurse. That must be How many people have you seen die? I've seen like 7, but I'm not sure it counts as 6 all at once. Jonah, I'm talking medicine as nurse. I'm sorry, medicine is the doctor now.
Only the doctors. They worship these folks.
But they're over there with the rest of them. I set up a little juice station at the entrance, sort of a healthy treat to get people in the mood.
You know, juice actually healthy.
Juice? It's from fruit. It's like the healthiest stuff on the planet.
He's right. Fruit juice is loaded with sugar.
Oh, good to know. Because Jonah's right and I'm something else.
Hey, did you see that documentary?
Oh, with Katie Couric? Yeah. Love it. Did you see Pork Overnight?
Oh my God, I was devastated.
Did you guys see Big Toothpick in the city? I seen you warm up with 2 coffees at my house.
I picked you up some samples.
There's like 50 rabbits in here.
Show some gratitude for the Filipinos.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, did Amy say anything to you about what she was doing yesterday? No. Maybe she did. Oh, you know, service.
Okay, fine. I don't like condoms anyway.
Well played. I call first dibs, but you can use this whatever you want. Be someone else, solo work.
Solo.
So, according to your wellness chart, we should shave that mustache.
Try to see that.
Shave it. Thank the later.
Hey, what up, my Mateo? How's it hanging? What you seeing?
Please stop trying to send it to your brother, okay? No offense. Just a photograph phone.
Okay, look, I saw you yesterday with Jeff. Talk about what, Mateo? The fact that I saw you making out with Sandra's. What? That doesn't make any sense. No, you haven't.
That's us in a picnic. That's us at the Phillies Hotel. That's us as Nick Nolte and Barbara Streisand in some tights.
Yo, dog. What was the name of the last team?
What about Sandra?
She's just been saying she's
Huh?
dating you for attention.
Oh my god. That is so smart.
You didn't name it, dog.
Yes.
We got the Dickas. We saw Oh no, we didn't name it. The Dickas. Oh, but it didn't join the group.
Just banging Mateo and
I
Sandra's
thought it was
insane.
ESPN Street.
Don't tell anyone though. Hey Gare, guess what?
That was his red one. Oh, okay. How about like hot chicks?
Maybe it'll be good for them.
Hot moms only private.
Happy.
Yeah, because that's
Damn it.
usually why people with low self-esteem commit to elaborate lies.
But milfs.
Because they just want the truth.
Okay.
Milf
I
lovers.
just need to gather everybody who knows.
I want to be in a group of like-minded individuals.
Just do nothing. It is the easiest
Dog.
advice to take. I do it.
Milf Slayers. Oh, they're all private.
That is true. He's
Milf
killing
Hunter
it.
University. Oh man, nobody's in it. Oh, man, I love it though. That's tight. Okay, you see what it says. Everything's private. Fuck that shit. No, dog. Somebody's gotta have a public set. No, every single one's private. Fuck that. Pussy Slayers. What, pussy?
Hey
No.
Glenn, you want a little help with that? Those things are
Wow.
It's
Family
okay.
Guy.
I know how to ride a bike. I've been doing it since I was 19.
Oh, all right. Yeah, you
Single
know what? I
family figures. I enjoyed. I enjoyed marketing to the family. I'd be like, hey, dog.
Just your mouth. What are you, the president of bikes?
Family
You okay?
rivalries. No, all these suck.
Are you
Douche
okay?
canoes.
Glenn.
Snakes in a canoe.
Okay.
Uh,
Did they say anything to you about fishing?
yeah,
No, what?
gone. But now forgotten.
Yeah, you got something.
You know, something suspicious.
What about
She just
pimps?
talked to me yesterday. She can't even figure out the mechanics of it.
Pimps and hoes. Pimp pickle.
Attention shoppers, Cloud9 is not offering breast
Okay.
exams as part of our wellness fair.
ESPN.
We have not hired someone to do that.
Street
And if we
confidence.
had, it would not be a teenage boy in a
ESPN
21
Street
Pilots
Press.
t-shirt. Shop safe.
ESPN college football.
Well,
No,
you know,
ESPN.
let me just go ahead and help you.
Just ESPN.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm gonna foot and I'm gonna just slide
Streak.
it into the cage. I'm just gonna slide it in.
Streak for the cash would be big.
With confused seniors, don't do that.
No, that's I'm not doing this.
Right,
Just
man.
the
You
way
do that, but
Shit.
That's not how a bike works. You must know
they're
that.
not related.
Shit.
Oh, you're right.
She just
No.
invented the entire relationship.
Oh man, that was a huge fuck up, dog.
I just realized that pair of Jeff's underwear that she showed me probably weren't
Join
even
group.
Jeff's. That's so gross.
Definitely out of
Man, I can't do. Oh my god, it's such a pain in the ass.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it
Be
small.
like,
This really
there
is
was,
not
who was it?
You know,
One
you don't
man.
even know the whole story. If you knew the whole story, you
Show group. Oh, they're in 3
The
groups.
whole story.
Oh, you can join multiple groups.
the whole
Then
story.
why the
is
fuck
that
isn't this one in?
She did get that. It was very intense, and then they broke up.
Yep, they broke up. It happened on a Tuesday.
Seek confirmation.
So she got dumped and then lied.
Are you already in a group or something?
Why would she do that?
No,
Okay, then
that is
just
the
do
question, and
ESPN.
we asked her that question. And what she said made a lot of sense. She told us that
Public,
Raptors.
ESPN college football,
yes,
football.
Who's pregnant?
nobody.
All right, that one sucks.
Sandra.
Sandra? That
Ridiculous.
is wonderful.
I knew it. You can tell by the glow. I always know.
That's cool
She
though.
went out like, she doesn't want anybody to know
How about just anybody named just sex?
Probably wait till she
Ready to look that
starts
up.
showing.
Oh,
Fuck
we
no,
can plan
I
a
didn't.
baby shower.
Israel, no, Rabbi?
Manufacturing.
I know.
Nothing.
Breaking Bad.
Arabian Nights.
Leprechaun?
No one likes
How about
Arabian
Irish?
Nights. No baby shower, guys. You're making a big deal out of this, and she doesn't even know if she's gonna keep it.
Oh, Irish?
No, you don't need
Oh, that's a good one.
Uh-huh. Yes.
I heard Fighting Irish.
Do it on a Wednesday.
Studsman. It's private. Fine, Irish 23. Let's get this level. Here comes the Irish. No, that's already done. Go Irish with that. Let's get the dictas in there. What about Irish gold? Dude, I only want ones with 5, 6, 9, 10. Figureton Irish? No, nobody wants that. Alright, are you done? No, but dude, that was good. Go Irish.
Hey, what do you think is the worst Supreme Court decision of all time?
Maybe Glenn will just not say anything.
Hey guys, did you hear? Sandra is pregnant with my boyfriend's baby.
Oh yeah, there's a card going around.
This is why people don't tell you.
I'm gonna fix it. Look, we could say that it was a phantom pregnancy. I've heard of that.
Sam, this must be a giant surprise.
Fuck you. What if we say that Jeff has been her brother and Sandra has been dating
Yo,
him?
dog.
So, the Jeff that Sandra's been talking about.
Dude, I would have choose this motherfucker. Oh, that's exactly what I would have done. Motherfucker, you know shit. Throw the fucking flag. Throw the flag. And they'd be like, oh, I'm gonna throw a flag. And everybody would be like, fuck you. What up, Pam?
It's for Sandra's baby shower. Assuming she keeps it. Sandra's pregnant.
That was sick. Ooh, that was sweet. Oh, dude, that should have been a penalty at the end there.
I'll try this down both ways. Can you imagine? Two dudes, all gas, no brakes. Yeah, totally.
That's how this is, baby. All gas, no brakes. That's what it's like living with Rabbi. Living with this Rabbi, baby. All gas, no brakes.
Hey, how we doing? What's going on? You know what? I will mind my own business, Glenn, as long as you
This
don't
is great.
mind Sandra's right to choose what she does with her body, right? I was thinking about getting all the tattoos you wanna, and I support that decision because it's
I've never known anyone to keep a Modelo. Really? You might have had one at a holiday party once.
In this particular situation, I think I am.
I think I have. Really?
Well, the important thing is.
I don't know anybody who's ever had a Modelo. Really? Maybe nobody really has. Maybe they just it's like a beer that they advertise. It's just like the opposite of
If it was up
fucking
to
Hampton
you,
soda.
we'd still be living in the Stone Ages.
Oh, really? Well, if it was up to you, they'd be selling abortions from vending machines.
Oh, I'm crazy. I have one else.
Jonah, you have no idea the toll of an abortion. Kids are the ones.
Oh, yeah, childbirth
Emmett
is
Smith
so
was good.
easy.
Where did he go? Florida?
This is what a feminist looks like.
I'm a feminist. I'm a big fighter.
Name another player from Florida. Steve Spurrier. Name another. Tim Tebow. Name another. Bruce Smith.
Glenn?
Are you okay? We got a doctor? Where's that nurse?
One day, she wouldn't fine. Next day, so sick she couldn't pass out of work. The day after that, I knew her. It could be lupus, Crohn's disease, and parasite.
No, I went to Virginia Tech. What the fuck you thinking, boy?
Okay, Glenn.
Brian Cox?
And you
Brian
hold your
Cox?
hand like this and breathe through alternating nostrils, okay?
How do you know?
The Red Cross. I helped her quick through the hospital.
Oh, bravo. It didn't work.
No, it was after the next one. You'll see.
I know I went to
I
West
hope you
Carolina.
don't see.
Dude, Florida had somebody who was good. Name one other player who went to fucking Florida. Danny Warfel.
How's that working out for you?
Okay, name one more.
Great.
Off the top of my head?
Blood sugar. I shouldn't have tried to quit.
Man, best defensive.
Great. Okay. Also, we have checked. We don't seem to have any training videos about not discussing abortion at work because we just thought it was so obvious. But you guys managed to surprise
They had
us.
somebody who was good. Can't believe they're not better. Avery Marshall's big.
Who's Sandra? Just a woman who's pregnant with your biracial child.
In his defense, Sandra is extremely forgettable.
Javon
Remember we
first,
left
that's
her David
not what I was
Buster's on her
thinking.
birthday?
I'm not
That
pregnant.
might have hit me.
Oh,
Okay, name one other player.
Very.
I'm thinking Brian Cox when he played for Miami Dolphins. Name one other player for played for fucking Florida.
but you're so.
Just one.
Oh, well, wait, then who's dating Sandra?
I made it up. I haven't been dating anyone.
Nothing here pops at all.
Why would you make something like
I haven't been there.
At first it was a misunderstanding, and I just started liking the attention. For the first time in my life, he was a star.
I'm dating Jeff. Me the whole time. Me.
You're the star. What the hell? Name one other player
That means anyone can be gay.
Okay, well,
for Florida.
that's out of the bag. Me, Jeff.
Oh, I can name another quarterback.
Can we
Oh.
please keep this in this room?
When I was a kid, I don't want to say I want to look like Chris, but I used a profile picture of him at that Florida State. Name another Florida quarterback. Yo, dog. Name one more Florida quarterback.
It's fine.
What has happened to this store?
Me. I have it. This is me.
This is
my
some
fault.
bullshit.
I opened the cage or whatever. I've never seen you around before.
What?
Okay. Hey,
Why
that's
is Florida not
what we're
been
dealing with right
They
now.
should have been.
Look,
They should be. They should be.
Sandra.
They should be like it. Better than Alabama.
I feel great. No more
For
lies.
sure.
No more credit card
Then
debt
name
for
one
buying
other
myself
Florida
flowers.
quarterback.
I can cancel the first time carry. I almost told you a couple. I said it's fine.
Name one. You can name. You can do whatever you want, but name one Florida quarterback. One more Florida quarterback. I had somebody who was big.
I don't know.
I don't know what you want. It was somebody who. You have to name one more quarterback. It's like I got a short name.
Are we going to go to destination wedding? So, like,
Just one. You can name. You just have to name one more Florida quarterback.
Garrett Jr.
Hey, Dina. Amy went to go see
That's
Lake
some
Basketball
sick.
yesterday.
Classical burst. Didn't you go there?
What in the name of God? Psycho Batman.
I went to Michigan State. Oh fuck! I knew that.
Smoking now?
No, I'm just holding
They
it.
had some kind of
But I might as well start.
Charles
Everything
Rodgers
they
is
thought I
one
knew
of the most long athletes ever.
5 years ago, probably say something.
Classical burst. I
Oh.
said no.
Decades.
It's somebody.
You know what? You might be right. Nobody really
They
knows.
should be so good, and they're not.
Mind if I,
Name one other fucking Florida player.
That's nice.
Oh, well, Steve
It's really
Spurrier.
cool right now.
Okay, we'll accept
Yeah?
that.
Sorry about everything earlier. I've been off today. Went from 2 gallons of juice a day to nothing. It's been sinking my head.
I get it. I'm sorry.
Nobody's heard of these guys.
You just get sensitive because sometimes they think you're smarter than them.
Stupid
Glenn,
bitches.
come on. That's
Man,
No, it's silly. Probably always thinking how much smarter I am than
who
you.
are you thinking? I guess Steve Spurrier. Shane Daly. He was big.
Hear ye, hear ye. I've come to deliver the fair maiden Sandra. Good King James.
Right here.
Who are you
Get
thinking?
my deposit back.
Shane Matthews was
See you
big.
tomorrow.
My lady.
Daniel Wolf was big.
Will you take me to the frozen custard place?
Jesse Palmer. Rex Grossman. That's what I was thinking. Fuck. Well, I said Brian Cox. I didn't know any of that. So. Who else is big? Chris Deep. That's the other one I was thinking was big. Tim Tebow is big. Malik Zaire. Oh yeah, but that doesn't count. He was great though. Really, he had one of the greatest runs in the history of this university against Texas. Really? Yeah. At Texas. For Riz? For Shiz, dog. It was amazing. Still can't find it. Yo, dog. Are you ready to take this shit down? Then I gotta name every fucking Israeli name in the fucking goddamn baby book. Are you done? Go, dog. Are you done? Yo, dog. Fuck. Yo. No, dog, this song looks like it's good. Yo, is this your first time ever listening to the radio in the history of mankind? Shoshana, you seen this shit? Bella, you seen this shit? Tanya, you seen this shit? Bailey, you seen this shit? Rifat, you seen this shit? Deborah, Fedora, you seen this shit? Miriam, you seen this shit? Okay, you seen this shit? You seen this shit? Oh, you seen this shit? Sorry, you seen this shit? Like Shiva, like Shiva, you seen this shit? Ruth, you seen this shit? Sarah, you seen this shit? Helene, you seen this shit? Sarah, Sadie, you seen this shit? Rob, you seen this shit? Papa, you seen this shit? Esther, Eve, you seen this shit? Hyatt, you seen this shit? Mia, you seen this shit? Ozzy, you seen this shit? Hannah, you seen this shit? Mia, you seen this shit? Wait, you seen this shit? Rafa, you seen this shit? Ian, you seen this shit? Man, you seen this shit? Lila, you seen this shit? Come on, you seen this shit? Yeah, you seen this shit? Peter, you seen this shit? Lily, you seen this shit? Elizabeth, you seen this shit? Anthony, you seen this shit? Barbara, you seen this shit? Barbara, you seen this shit? Melody, you seen this shit? Goldy, you seen this shit?
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 1 o'clock.
Barbara, you seen this shit? Barbara, you seen this shit? Ellen, you seen this shit? Sure, you seen this shit? Oh, you seen this shit? Tina, you seen this shit? Taylor, you seen this shit? Michaela, you seen this shit? Aruba, you seen this shit? Shada, you seen this shit? seeing this shit? Rick, are you seeing this shit? Daniel, are you seeing this shit? Sure, you seeing this shit? Freshman, you seeing this shit? This rabbi eats pasta the same way he eats pussy.
The rogue situation in the break room is getting worse. Clean up your crumbs, and Heather, stop hoarding yogurt lids in your locker. You're not going to win that free cruise.
On to something more important than a bunch of dumb bugs. Who's excited about award season?
Glenn, the Oscars were last week. I know that because we had that Oscar poll. Oh, yeah, that was me. Tell about the
You said that.
Forget about the Oscars. I am talking about the new Cloud9 Integrity Awards. I know, right? So cool. The winner for each store gets an unframed certificate and attends a luncheon with an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Wait, hold on. So you go to the buffet, you fill your plate once, and that's all you get?
It's all you can eat. Anyway, the recommendation forms are here, and we're going to be happy to help you with, in case you think of someone you work with, or maybe work for, who you think has shown integrity in the workplace.
You can't push yourself for an award.
I don't even know if they're eligible.
Oh, yeah, they're probably not.
But they know they are because they check this out. Oh, I see. So it's all you can eat on your lunchroom.
No, you're not getting that. It's multiple trips. That's the beauty of it.
Well, I'm probably not eligible since I'm getting I'm the one bad boy. Scandal was add gasoline to the fire, right? You're also interested in the song Sandra was getting to.
Yeah, it just feels kind of dumb now.
Yeah. What size plate do you have to bring?
They have plates there.
So, Jeff's kind of a bigwig, huh? I heard when he drives somewhere, Cloud9 pays for his gas.
They pay for his haircuts too.
That's awesome. Anyway, I put in 6 requests for an exterminator for that roach problem, and then it occurred to me, maybe Jeff could help grease the wheels.
Want me to talk to Jeff? I know.
Oh, sorry.
He's like a million to you. He is. He's obsessed with me. I'm all, what do you want to have for dinner? It's like, hey, I'm obsessed with you.
Well, if you want to prove it, why don't you give him a ring? I mean, he's obsessed with you.
Primary circuit supplying the secondary portion of the valve pair. Up the brake to demonstrate.
What you doing?
I am making a
I
delivery.
think you have an actual
What do you make
top of it.
deliveries?
Since I realized we don't have any truck drivers in
International
2007.
Harvester Big Day.
Okay, I'm helping my parents. They forgot to rent a truck and they have to be out of their house today.
Okay, if you need some help, I actually know how to drive stick. I thought it would be something that would impress women. It does not.
Nope, I'm fine. Thank you.
Alright. Yeah, you got this.
Can you drive stick?
We finally have it.
Oh, enough with the
I
gratitude.
own the manual car.
Okay, hit
Hang
the
on.
road. There's no limits, no rules.
I used to drive stick as a
Hey, Glenn. Would it be okay
I was
if I
a golf
recommended you for the Integrity Award?
But I hated
Are you sure?
you put 50 girls on that list of bitches you did.
No, do it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna put in the ballot box.
Yeah, okay. Whatever, you decide. My middle name's Philip.
44 crap.
I'm sorry if I shoot those special people. I'm just trying to get questions.
Was that Jeff?
Yeah. Ask him about this.
Yoda. This
The internet would say
this is one of the most athletic things I've ever seen in my entire
No,
life.
he's sending something
But I know.
right away. I told you. He's obsessed with me.
oh, you really need to work on your good news voice. I have a series of tapes I can lend you. They're very helpful. For example, Grandma's alive. No. Grandma's alive. I'll find it.
I didn't say you'd be big.
News I would never have to get.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Sandra. Hey, how was your vacation?
Take one.
No, I meant last year when I gave you that week off to go to Atlantic City. Weird about it. So you know me.
You?
What? Me? No. Sandra, that is so out of left field.
Watch out, move, coming through.
What's going on?
Found this dog outside stuck in the snow.
That's okay.
He's fine, I just need one more quick. Hey, Tim, go grab one of the dog bags for your dimension. Heather, grab some hair dry, blanket, towels.
What the fuck is Generation Z sports
God,
fan?
Garrett was there. Talk about integrity.
Overtime? Bitch, suck
I
my
don't think
nuts.
you're allowed to race.
Fucking turkeys.
So
Hey,
excited
are
to
you
meet
done?
the parents, trying to decide if I should ask my questions in
Who do you
chronological
think's
order
gonna
from
win?
birth or by
Oh, sure.
degree of embarrassment.
So sweet. So dumb. You actually think I'd bring you along if my parents were here? They're in the place. We're just getting boxes.
Who do you think's gonna lose? Florida State. Name 5 Florida State players all time.
A little.
Work done.
Hi,
Peter
I'm
Ward.
Jonah, and I have a lot of
Charlie Ward first. Charlie Ward.
Why are
Peter
you
Ward.
guys
Work
back?
done.
It's an emotional process.
Charlie Ward is also my favorite. Almost my favorite.
Staying away.
Dual player. All time, almost. He played for the Knicks. He's a better basketball player than he was a football player. He won the Heisman Trophy. It's unreal.
And the banana.
Okay. Charlie Ward, Peter Ward, work done. Deion Sanders, another dual threader. Dual threat. Two sport, I think is what I'm trying to say. Dual threat is more like Charles Woodson. Alright, so what was it? Charlie Ward.
You know what, Connie? Let's start with those photo albums. What do you say?
Work done. Peter Ward.
One more, because I'm looking out for you something.
Deion Sanders.
Hey, Garrett.
One more.
He thinks we're trying to steal his nacho.
Kurt Reynolds.
I'm
Okay,
not.
we'll accept it. Any others? Can you name any others? Name one more player play for Special Jankowski.
Who saw that
Anybody?
coming?
Okay, name 5 players who play for Alabama.
You might even win the award. Go crazy with that.
Mark Ingram,
Garrett,
Hanson.
Integrity Award.
Horses.
Look, I know how much you
Oh, that's quite a lead.
Juju Schuster-Smith.
right? Why don't we do this? Attention Cloud9 employees, do not recommend me for the Integrity Award. If you would like to reward me for rescuing a dog, feel free to bring baked goods by customer service, preferably homemade.
I can't name it.
And don't let me swears or anything with oatmeal. Save that crap for somebody who did not rescue a dog.
My cousin's actually an exterminator up in Davenport. His name's Rob. You know him? Worth a shot. Would have been cool. All right, everyone out. Break room is officially closed for fumigation. This stuff is highly toxic. Sandra, stay or go. I really don't care. All right, Bugman, room is yours. Go to town.
Who's the new guy? He just went to the NFL. Come on, he's like a number. He's on like 40 fantasy teams. Name one more. You gotta name one more Alabama player.
You said the other kids were wearing capes at school, and I picked her up one day.
Really good.
Okay, I was hoping to grab the guy. And you know what? Why don't you guys get turkey? If you want to chit chat.
Name one more player.
Already Facebook friends. So,
They have like 5 fucking trophies.
oh, naked Amy.
And I can't
You
remember.
were 3 years old.
Don't worry, I only saw her top stuff. Oh, I didn't mean that. Latino.
Hey, Dad.
Name
You know,
one
Joe
more
now is a
Alabama
real
player.
art lover.
Yeah, yeah. You have a real eye
I
for
can't believe that I can't.
Yeah, I got that.
Who's the new guy? He's in the NFL.
Oh, no,
I don't
never
know.
mind. No, I exist. Oh,
You gotta name
okay,
one more.
thanks. Yeah, I'll take
We will not
Well,
accept voice comment.
that's just because I mean, I'll take any of them.
We will accept your name. Anybody else?
Thank you. This means a lot.
Let's say,
Yeah, 30's cool. 30's good. Yeah.
Hey, Cheyenne, I was just reading your
Oh,
recommendation.
can't.
It is
Stop.
so nice.
Name.
But 3 sentences? Can it really be summed up in 3 sentences?
I don't pay attention to your schools. Really?
I'm just wondering if we can up the
Name,
wow factor. It's not about
oh, and
making it
pictures
longer,
for
but
Florida
making
State.
it better. And
Name.
So, you want me to write another
Name
one?
one more.
you want you to write another. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, okay. I'll do it as soon as I'm done with this session.
There's like a Richards.
So you can get some expression in your head.
What?
Yeah, we won't accept this brand new Richards.
Hi. Are you ready to be your best self?
I don't know. Name one more. Name 5 players who play at Tusk. I can name. Name 10. Okay, that's one. OJ. Matt Ryan. Carson Palmer. Mark Sanchez. Michael Williams.
Hey, there you are. The exterminator was here. You just missed it.
Oh, those guys. The 2 best guys.
Oh, I didn't think so.
I can't tell
The Lil White.
Anyway, thanks for making Jeff send it.
Dan Jarrett. Steve Smith. Stephen A.
Cool. Well, I'd love to get the bulb change in the parking lot lights.
Fine.
Kitchen needs to be
You got
rerouted.
one more
Utility
player.
room's a mess.
Tusk
Seems like a lot to ask all at once.
to win the game.
Come on now. You just need to make it worth his while, right?
Who's the new guy? I don't know. The guy was just fucking number 13 on the team. What's his name? I don't know. I'm
Great.
bad with names.
Let me know if you need any good sex moves.
What's that bitch's name? He just won the
You don't want to take his whole mess apart, so just twist him up fast. Okay, like a wind up. Pretend it's a jar of pickles that won't
no.
open.
What is his name, dog?
Excuse
He
you.
just
This is a
won the
private
trophy.
conversation.
Hey, someone's ready
Dude.
for the dance.
He name one more player for Tusk.
Everywhere for him.
Jim
Oh,
Sapp.
my boy. what's going on here?
Garrett didn't just find a dog.
Name 5 players to play for Michigan.
Oh, no, thank you. You're the real hero here. You are.
Desmond Howard,
Maybe we all are.
Charles
All of us are
Woodson,
here.
Elvis
Honey, you have
Gerback,
more necklaces made out of coins than I have ever seen. Until now, the record was 0.
Reese's Honey.
Okay, I will order pizza and we will keep packing until it gets here. Pizza. This is our last meal in this house. We can't just eat junk out of a cardboard
Denard
box. I
Robinson.
mean, we could.
Who are they?
Oh,
Denard
that sounds
Robinson.
good.
She's so sick.
But so does pizza.
He's sick and
Well, we don't
sticks
have
as
12
well.
hours for you to make the money. I just have to find that stupid
Denard
box,
Robinson.
please.
Anybody else?
Don't, do not open that. I just packed.
Denard Robinson. Charles Woodson. Desmond Howard. That it?
All of the corporate would like to congratulate you on the really fine work. Really, just doing what I do.
Elvis Gerback.
Plus, my manager, Glenn Sturgis, set
one
such
more.
a great example. Right,
Not the obvious
David
one.
Live War Heroes dog. Is that their recognition?
Well, hold on. I think you mean allegedly saved the
Name
life
one more.
of
One
an
more
alleged
Michigan
dog.
player.
It was definitely a dog.
That guy was even a real war hero. Maybe he was one of those veterans that, shot up a village of innocent people. A lot of folks snapped when they're the fog of war.
No, I don't think that's
Garrett just called you a bad name, and now he's going to
what's his name?
Attention Cloud9 employees, I am now accepting recommendations for the Integrity Award, not because I care, but largely out of spite.
So I'm not exactly sure
Name
what
5
the
Ohio
mom
State
said.
players.
You better calm down. You're not too big to get the
AJ Hawk. Troy Smith.
Why did she have it out?
Is this your childhood bedroom?
Yeah.
Maurice Perret. He changed games.
So
He has
this is
no
where it all
idea. He's the
began.
reason why.
For young Amelia. Let's see.
You
That
know, players
one,
start and all kinds of
two,
other things. They changed that rule. I think he's about the
6
NFL. Right?
pictures of Scott Wall.
Yeah. I was part of the
Who's that
Hey,
new guy?
is this Brett? I never
Marvin
pictured you
Harrison
as this.
Jr. We'll accept
I was
that.
one too.
Yeah, that was
Anybody else?
And I was on the debate team as well. I feel like if we went to school together, we would have been friends.
I can't
I'd like to think not, but
remember.
yeah.
Right?
This was not just a crush.
AJ Hawk cocked it. He was getting fucking stick.
There's a darkness here.
Anybody else? No. Name 5 players for. I can't name it at the university. I probably could you name 30 players at the university?
First time I wrote
Maybe. I don't pay attention to numbers to their names that
I
much.
think we're getting there. But I still think we need like a big story here.
You can't name.
It's
I
mind
don't think.
dogging.
Try to name
Oh,
30
remember
players
that
at
one
university.
time that you saw that shopping cart smashing in the aisle 6?
Yeah, like that.
Armando G.
What if aisle 6
Jimmy.
was a baby? And the
Kid
shopping
at
cart
the end of the hall will count one because I'm beating the sticks all the
You
time.
want me to
This
lie
is
to get
Kata.
integrity?
Brown
What I'm
emergency.
hearing is that
I don't know if we'll accept that.
the
People
law
was fine.
to
Well,
get me an integrity.
why? Because he would fucking wait in the room for you to play you on sticks. Darren Walls.
The worst part about the jump has to be you jumped the first one.
There's another one. Right. You'd like 2 or 3 times.
David
Whoa, fuck,
Grimes.
Judy. No, sir. No, not, it's not Judy.
So hilarious.
Brian Smith.
I told you.
Oh, we always thought, oh, it's in Emeka.
No, Dad, we don't
count
need
Emeka
ice.
as well.
We
Yeah,
need you to pack yourself.
I don't know this now. He could be a fucking serial killer. He's quiet as fuck. No, he's cool. All right, that's fine. That's good.
No, I mean, what would happen if you just left right now?
And then I would be the one who had to deal with the consequences.
You would be the one who decided
Well,
to
come
deal
on,
with the
man.
consequences. So just let him get it. I'm just saying, it's not your responsibility to make sure that everything goes well.
I'm gonna go with Junior.
Yeah.
I'm just naming people like
You're right.
actually.
They're grown-ups. They'll figure it out.
Who was that one kid that? I forget his name. He's really nice.
Let's get happy.
He lived in Illinois. He's
Okay,
cool.
let's go.
He has a great
Oh, like
personality.
now, like how that way.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean,
It's like non-stop Dr. Evil impressions.
all right. Hello, holiday, Jewish gentleman.
I have to do my whole house. One's all you need for a house. 3 of them would fill a Scotch Trade Center.
We can do the candles. God.
You really schlonged me with this whole dog scam.
Did I say coming to Google?
Integrity. So we'll let it slide.
Don't come.
What are
Okay.
you doing
Don't
this
come.
year? You don't even care about this award.
Why do you assume that I don't care?
Angela
One time I do a
Bertelli,
good deed, I like a little recognition. I like flags. I got walls.
Johnny Lee Jarrett,
Yeah, I got feelings too. Although, not such strong feelings that I should be
Tim
crying.
Brown,
That's weird.
Rocket Additional, that's 20.
Okay, this is our store today.
Nate, 10
Here's where
more.
I'd like to see it in 3 months. First, you're going to pay advanced security system. You can tell Jeff whenever they have it, tell him you're perfectly fine. Now, here's where I'd like to see it in 3 years.
And not, I'm not your
Like, they had
slave,
a
okay?
really good time
I
in
mean,
life show.
Jeff's not.
Thanks.
Jeff's not going to do any of that.
What's going on?
What's that motherfucker who played? He was really good.
Oh,
And then started with the E. Shit. He was so good. 2012. And I can't remember his name, but I really liked it. He got suspended some knees or some shit.
I feel sick.
Everett Golson, he was amazing. His
Boy,
goals was up
we're
to
going deeper feelings. Sorry.
Anybody else?
Good. I'm crying. You're crying.
Yeah, we got Nick Fedorenko.
But my nose is bleeding
Okay.
and your nose is bleeding.
Anybody else?
Code Orange. This is a Code Orange toxic event. Everyone evacuate the building.
That's 22. What the hell is it? His name is Jimmy Just.
It's like kind of
Did Jimmy Just play football? I think so.
You know, they're adults.
Anybody
I'm
else?
sure they can handle whatever it is.
You know, we never did get
Did you?
one.
Gotta eat.
Okay, let me see. I'm sure it's hard to take back. You missed it too. I
What
know, I
percent of
can't
dogs
believe
do
it.
you need? Standard 80?
You should fuck it up.
So, some moron decided to set off 10 industrial-sized butt
Anybody
bombs in
else?
the break.
I'm sure you'll decide how. Let's see. Whoever it is.
So, early dinner tonight? Huh? Oh, it's fine. I can't clean. I mean, the secret's
Anybody
just
else?
plain else.
Brian Stonebreaker.
They're okay with it?
Okay.
It's
5
fine.
more.
It's basically fine. You need to
I don't know
transfer
if his
to
name's
a
Brian
different
Stonebreaker.
store.
Don't count that.
Transfer.
You're at 24.
Why can't I just have a car?
I don't know. You just can't.
No, see, the thing is, Party of Five showcased his boyish appeal, but it made it harder for him to get darker, more adult roles.
I wonder what he's doing now.
He married Kelly from the
Mine's
Real World
Sunbreak.
War.
How
They
the fuck
lived
did
in
you
Park
get
City
that?
with their 3 kids.
Okay. You can't count
Whose
that.
names are.
All right,
What do
24.
I know?
Anybody
Jackson
else?
Miller and Lucy. Okay, so who was your 90s crush?
Alyssa Jane Milano was born in
Oh,
Minnesota.
of course it was Alyssa Jane Milano.
1972.
John. What the fuck? There's the first. What the hell? Is that woman from Gary Godsey? I can't believe I chose him. Pat Fitz. Who's that picture? I know. Oh, okay. So. I can't remember James' wife's name. Is Indiana. What the fuck is his name? I know he played that one game. He's not ready to go too. But you got 5 more. You got a name, bro. You kicked Ho. The fuck is his first name? Reggie Ho. He'd have a fucking movie about him. Anybody else? Nick Setta. Anybody else? Oh, DJ
Yeah, Glenn,
Fitzpatrick.
this is terrible.
Anybody else?
What am I gonna miss the most?
I'm missing fucking
People?
has joke.
They're salt of the earth. Simple, basic, sort of harmless. Am I scared? Of course I'm scared.
Wait, so who's asking you these questions?
Yes it is. Take off your shirt. I had a big breakfast.
Jerome Bettis.
I guess it would be leaving every place you work at a little bit better. Did I do that year?
Please.
You can say yes.
Reggie Waters. That's 30.
Well, that was a massive
Name.
waste of time.
5 more.
We have not had a tornado drill in
Come on,
8
give me
years,
more
so
time.
we really
I started this journey as a small child in the
Lake Dawson.
So the tub faucet is now one of the drain is clogged with, I would say, fur, not hair. Hold on just 1 second, please. Guys, corporate is coming down on employee fraternization due to a recent incident.
The incident of you having gay sex with Mateo?
I'm not at liberty to say, and we
Did you
actually
name
call
Comic
it
Guru?
sex. But the point is, since you two have been recently intimate,
Tony Rice.
you got a transfer too?
Oh, no way. I am just getting used to the wet horse smell that
Anybody else?
cannibalizes locker.
No, Mateo only needs to transfer because I'm in the district level. Sorry, that sounded like a brag. No, it didn't. Okay, the point is, I just need you guys to fill out these disclosure forms for me. Thank you. Hi,
George
sorry
Gill.
about that. So the hotel room. Yes, that's what I'm on. I hear something funny.
This is where I'll be working. So
Anybody else?
different.
Cloud Nine's
Yeah.
signature.
What the hell is it?
Never keeping concierge.
Come on, you know.
Produces all organic.
Darius Walker.
Cafe was never
And then,
That is impressive.
fucking Golden Shade.
get all these
In
pictures
5
of the
months.
store.
It's a
Oh,
website where people post reviews.
Forget
our store has a Yelp.
Sure we do. It's amazing how quickly y'all notice I do.
Solano.
Oh my God!
Thank you for
Look at
Solano.
that! We're famous. 168 reviews.
Store's okay. I usually stop there because it's on my way home.
We're on his way home. Wait, stop. Cloud 9, more like Cloud 1. It's in the 1-star I'm giving because I can't give 0.
Glenn,
Jack
more this.
Cohen.
Maybe that's a troll. No, he's a full-size,
Who's that here?
non-mythical, who writes mean things on
Who's that
the
other guy?
Yeah, 99% of the internet is just people tearing other people down. It's actually why I am considering leaving social media. Just do it already. Oh, look at voice talking about
Conrad
it.
Smith guy.
My friend Corona sells her pee on the internet.
Hey, what'd you put for nature of relationship? They only have spouse, family member, and romantic.
Yeah, this is marked romantic, basically, because it was the closest one I've been on.
There is nothing romantic about this relationship. I have been very
So
clear.
I'm forgetting.
And I agree, but we're not family members and we're definitely not married, so
I'm calling corporate.
call corporate so much as to memorize their number.
You're going to need to talk first. Ask for attention 224. The operator hears my voice. She'll help me through.
Extension 224.
Name 2 more, dog.
Ha! I got through.
It's not bad that I got promoted, you guys did it. Oh,
I'm
is getting
sorry.
transferred because you're sleeping with Jeff considered a promotion? Hey, there you are. Got your transfer.
Probably could, but I'm not
So just go
going
ahead
to.
and fill
Who
that
are
out.
you thinking? Who are you? Who was the one guy you
Cool.
were
I can actually do something.
going to?
No, they actually.
Um,
No. I just didn't realize the store was like that. We must see your documents.
So strict.
Cedarwood.
Wait, no problem.
Sorry,
Do you want documents? What documents?
No.
So I want that in.
Yeah. No. That's it. We're just gonna find out that the documents are fake. He's gonna get deported, and Jeff is gonna get back together with his ex.
For now.
Actually, Chad, you win. You know what? Maybe you should try talking to Jeff. Maybe you could finish the paperwork. Great idea. Hey, Jeff, you know how we're barely even allowed to
players
take
are
you?
quiet.
Surprise! Turns out it was a legally employee.
I'd marry you if I could, but I'm supposed to marry Bo, and you already bought a tie.
You know what? I'll do it. I'll marry you.
Ew.
I don't
Did you
understand the
for
problem.
this?
The problem, Lori, is you have boxes for 8 different types of Pacific Islander, but only 3 for what this relationship is. Well, it's just for the fun.
It doesn't matter. Just check the boxes along the line.
Fine, whatever.
It doesn't mean that you're in love. It's just saying that your relationship entails some level of mutual attraction and
He's really
closeness.
fast. Devin has to. One more player, dog.
Sometimes people ask me,
Oh,
how'd you get
look
those
at the
light
tight
bulbs way up there? The answer is,
Jeremy Shafi.
Oh, hey, Amy. This is Amy. She's our traffic force supervisor. Amy, this is you. Rich like I-81. The troll who wrote
Jeremy
the
Shafi. Right, two.
So you were running back.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, people in rest knowing there was an unhappy customer up there who thinks that this
One
place
player
is,
to play.
you know, quote,
Yeah.
a leak show.
I'm sorry. I was probably having a pretty bad day.
You don't come down
Other
with
skills
kids
are
and
gonna
grab
like one or
something.
two players. Like two.
Anyway, I'm giving him the VIP tour. Come on, I'll show you the giant trash compactor.
Oh,
Bobby
that is the
Newcomb.
VIP.
Tommy Frazier.
What else you doing?
Tommy Frazier's better than Bobby Newcomb, but Bobby
I
Newcomb
want
made a
to
hell
throw
of a
a
last
review
time.
of the Burger King down on Delmar.
Really,
Oh, I
got
would
Abraham
love
was
to
fucking
that.
So, is the fear of being committing some kind of fraud? No,
that way.
Robbie, now listen to it.
Let me break this down.
Landers under.
This is strictly sex. No one stays over, and we keep an even tally in
Okay,
terms of orgasm.
I can name
Actually,
4
now that I think about it, I don't know.
guys from there.
This is DJ Legal. I've only been on the call the last 36
Derek
minutes,
Clark.
but I still think that the totality of the
That one guy who's got like a crazy name. And Duke Ray. Oh, shouldn't even Duke Ray. I should have said
I
him.
don't know anything about these.
And Duke would be
Feelings mutual. Where did I
that
grow
guy.
up?
I don't know. My father died
Dirty
alone.
player.
And what is don't care Alex?
Anybody else?
Guys,
Actually, it's not these blind choices, but if there are absolutely no feelings of intimacy involved, it
Can
could make
name
things a
anybody
little
but for
freer
Iowa?
legally.
Yes, that's our point.
Iowa State had this
God
really
we
good.
moved in TJ.
hey Glenn, we found a muddy tire in soft line. Nobody knows how it got
Quarterback one
there.
time. Dude, Kansas State had a really good quarterback and running back combination at one time. They were really good in sticks. Really, yeah.
This lady found a pool of vomit and now it's
Trip Palomalu, he's going to be a main player who played for
Strike 81 updated his review. So the manager invited me back to the store and tried to brainwash me with an hour-long game.
Are you done? Is this done? Name another player. Name somebody who played at Penn State.
Why would anyone write this?
Oh,
Because
that's
you
a
like
good
the cool
question.
thing. Don't engage. You won't win.
Okay,
You die
Collins.
trying.
He didn't play at Penn State. Oh, yeah, he did. Nice job, Don. Very, very good. Oh, who's that one? Quarterback? You can't remember his name anymore. He's big.
Yes,
Short kid.
that's all we're asking.
He went to Seattle.
Okay, so what do we think of the box?
Friends with benefits?
Oh, I wouldn't say we're friends.
Not yet,
So
no.
maybe more like an apology for it, but like a hate ethic thing? Like
again. Sorry. That's okay, TJ. I'm a grown.
And you know what? The thing is that I don't hate Nina, and I'm just
Oh, I not remember.
Yeah, it's almost like an apathy.
Like when I was
Yeah, I can go with that.
10 years old. Years old.
Sorry, that's me. We're just pulling it apart.
So you're not a refugee, you're not a special
What the hell
actor.
is that guy's name?
Any interest in joining the military?
I don't trust myself with a weapon. I'm not killing George.
Oh, or you
Bobby
can get
something.
person may be eligible for a special U1 visa if they are victims of a violent crime such as an assault.
Rick Meyer. He's big.
Oh, I was just thinking.
That's
Well, it
interesting.
seems like you have to get your ass beat pretty bad.
Bobby Taylor.
Or
Anybody
if
else?
you don't want to get your ass beat, I'm still
Name
willing to marry
2
you.
more players from members. They have 700 members.
The ass beating doesn't sound so bad.
Regular Joe.
So, I can't believe I'm playing TV.
That's really didn't have to do this.
I want to talk to you, not just as a store manager. I'm also a human being. Here.
John, he was they have heart. They have some information about him.
No, it's simple.
Look, I regretted that review as soon as I wrote it.
Yo,
So nice before. I'm sorry.
Apology accepted.
So now this idiot drags me back a second time to force feed me French fries into a strip shop?
I used to be a people person. When I was at the hardware store, I could cheer up any unhappy customer with like a smile or a few words. Or sometimes I'd slam my finger in the cash register as a joke.
Glenn, you're still a people person.
It was the internet had never been invented.
So 3 of them had the name John. That's why it's confusing to me, because 3 guys named John. Here. Johnny Lee Jack. Johnny Watt, right?
What the hell? Why did you do that?
John
I felt like it. What are you gonna do about it?
Who did you hold? That was Johnny Watt, right?
That's
There it is.
fun.
Yeah. You can't really put it on the website.
Hey, Brett, I'm mad at you. Let's fight.
Put that away, you psycho! Oh my God. Jesus.
Oh, hello.
It's not a good time.
Why? I'm busy speaking things that could people home.
How many fucking people are there?
Mom, she cared for me.
What about sexual co-workers?
Can we pay for the benefits one more time and see what happens?
My friends and friends of yours go,
Really? What were you gonna say?
Yeah. My friends and I would say that you guys are just chilling.
Below stuff now considered just chilling.
And now stuff is hanging out, and hand stuff is pretty much, I like you, but just really
Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna piss you off. But you just rather I get kicked out of the country? I thought you were my friend. I am your friend. That's why I offered to marry you.
For the last time, I will not marry you, Jonah.
I don't want to marry him. I just think that he should want to marry me. Never mind. Keep shopping.
Jerry Jackson. That's two. And three more.
Okay, we do this. Rumble.
Why are you stretching your legs?
That's where the power comes from.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
No, I'm not really much of a fighter. Just
So with a punch in the face.
yeah. Okay. Maybe close your eyes. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Second thought. Open your eyes. Yeah. Okay. Here it comes. No, see now you're just staring at me, and that's. Don't think of it as a weak part. Well, I wasn't, but now I am.
It just stomp on his head.
Yeah, how about I just do this? What if I just kind of go like this, and then just sort of walk into it? Maybe this is better. Yeah.
Three more players.
Come on, just hit me. I'm trying. Oh, say something new about Beyonce.
That's rather important.
Dale, it's not that easy to just punch somebody that you're not fighting with. Fine.
Three for Brady.
I thought already. Business is not necessary. Hit me.
Three more.
I'd like to hit me. Dale, hit me.
Hey. Now you go.
I could tell you making hard because it's the only time I've ever seen your hair move.
I thought it was going to be one of those straight guy things where I hit you. You hit me back. Why isn't pacifism a straight guy thing?
Three more.
So, what are you gonna do now?
I don't know.
This guy radio. I
Just talk to Jen. Who cares about you? We'll work it out. Sorry, I didn't come through.
Young, Sam Young. Okay, that was good. He's the first freshman ever to start.
Like a fourth box added.
That's it? Awesome.
We're very excited about other movies.
Okay, fine. Agree.
All right. Other.
I'm happy with it.
I mean, two more, dog. You got two more you gotta do. Game winner to be the champion.
Let's go. Dr. Pay,
What?
but you should have been
Sitting
working
in my
on this.
underwear, fucking shouting at cameras, no words and shit. But you got two more, dog. Two more. Yours for two more, dog. Like,
I gave him to her.
Zibby, Tom Zirkowski. Name one more player. One more.
GameStop said they would come back, and I wanted to girl. But I got a computer where I can go.
I can't remember. Jovi's son. It doesn't count.
It's not like my life is
You need to name one more.
I have tons of them. My marriage is struggling. And it all feels like it's never going to change.
What was that one kid saying?
Cindy, one of the rabbits is eating the other one.
Get around to it, Bob.
Oh, Ernest Battle. Anybody else you want to name?
You know, it feels like ages since I just sat and talked to somebody like this.
Name five more.
This is nice.
Friends. And then this psycho stalker doesn't eat the cookies my mom offered. We need the cookies.
Well, they were done. The point is, he was as mean to me as he was to you.
Name five more.
Way meaner to you.
Oh, man, I don't know.
What is
Ken McAfee.
Oh, you lazy baby.
And 4 more.
He's a good writer.
Jeff, wait. Celebratory dinner. Minutes for reservation.
Who's that one guy? Who's it? Steve Berline.
What?
And 3 more.
I just.
Oh man.
I just can't. Well, I mean, we're talking about
There's so much. Name 2 more, dog. You got 2 more to name. That's good. You're doing so well. 2 more.
I'm not.
John Hewitt. No,
I'm not.
yeah, I'm hurt with it.
In love.
Raheem Ishmael. That doesn't. You already said Raheem Ishmael. Should be 9 miles. 2 more, dog. I can't remember that one kid's name.
Diane, I did it.
2 more, dog.
You're welcome.
Filter hole or something. 2 more. You got 2 more to name.
Okay, so everyone wash their hands, not just for cacas, but also for wee-wees. And if you need help wiping, well, just come see me, okay?
2 more.
I was gonna say wee-wees too. Who watches their hand after a wee-wee?
We can mark us up for
That Asian chick
I
is
don't
on
want to
here.
tell you how to parent,
Dave,
but one of your
Nicole
kids is
Culkin,
drawing
some
you
shit.
back into his head.
What? Hey, you put that
Nicole
down.
Culkin, wife, or
This is
whatever.
why you can't bring your kids to work.
I'd be in pizza
Just
other
for 2
down.
hours. I'm surprising Jerusha with a photo of all the kids we've ever fostered. Obviously, we'll Photoshop in the prison.
Yeah, okay, that.
What do you draw?
I don't think I can say in front of the kids, but you have one, but I don't. But we both like them. And
Friends,
sometimes I curve.
Cheyenne, this is more disturbing than that.
How old is this one?
I'm
Was she
21.
on this show?
And I can tell.
Cool.
No,
I'm around.
that's
I'm just
different.
gonna ask, what's going on with
That's
little homie?
This is attachment therapy
2 more.
for teeners' displacement/rage issues. It's going really great so far.
This one
This
is
is a Fraser
eating
kid.
my breakfast.
Oliver, no! You ate your breakfast on the way here. Stop!
Is that Fraser? Oh wow, you
Stop
got
eating
that
his
one.
food!
1 more.
Stop! Stop it!
1 more.
Stop
Get
it!
rid of it.
I don't think you can hear you.
And 1 more.
Hey, Mateo, what's going on, bud?
Taking the most out of most junk roll.
1 more.
I need the merchandise. I'm very prayerful, but I'll make sure you do.
Okay, you know what could help get your mind off the breakup is if you threw
And 1
yourself
more.
into
After that.
Easy for you to say. Everything
When I
around
was
here
raised as a
reminds
little
me
kid,
of
I'd always say 1 more time for configuration. You have to say all the
everyone
things
becomes
over.
bald overnight or
It
something.
was just
Hey, I know this is
anyway.
just know Jack wasn't attractive at all. I don't know what was going on with
What the
Louise
fuck
now.
was that shit?
This was a mess.
Oh, tight.
You thought Jeff was hot, right?
And for my final trick, I
Name-
will put this
Name 1
frog
more.
into
You
my
gotta
brain.
name 1 more.
Oh,
Just don't show your dick. And say, oh,
Got
dude.
stuck. Yeah.
I knew I recognized you from somewhere.
Oh, yeah?
From in Vegas, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. But then I go to pursue my insurance passion.
The hell is
Marking
this?
down Martin Lawrence DVDs.
Well, just don't let my dad see you.
Yeah.
He's enemy.
Oh, no.
Let's see here. Yosh, I just got admin. Admin.
It was great.
Yosh.
It was sweet.
Yoshi.
He did try to start up his a few times.
Oh, I'm gonna have to see video of that
Yosh.
immediately. Yeah.
Harry Potter
Oh,
Bombs.
the greatest magic trick of all.
Yeah,
No.
went to a lot of Timberland.
This one.
No way.
You started? Our photo studio had tons of that. Waterfalls, jungles, the living room from Seinfeld, you name it.
Who would need to have their photos?
That's right, but
Mostly families.
how do I do a call?
Dogs. Thanks.
Yo,
Mommy
dog.
Sue, you need to stay close. Papa's got his hands full.
I could watch her while you finish setting up.
Glenn,
Yo, dog.
Okay, that would be great. Oh, just one tip. Don't let her put marbles in her mouth. Don't let her keep fall.
Okay.
And also, don't let her get wet. And don't take
Yo,
her after
dog.
midnight. Skinny that's from grandma.
Video chat.
Totally be able to check. You wouldn't even really have fun. I'll check this out. Kids help me. Hey there, kiddos. Do you guys like Batman? Because I think I saw him for Housewives. You know, Batman. Movies. I'm Batman. Really? Alright, never mind. These kids are nuts.
2 hours went so slow. Yeah, I bet I could do that.
Yo, dog.
No way. I totally.
Actually, but there's no way you can do this entire
This fucking
display of
thing.
it.
Good song.
You guys
Right.
can do that. And I'll keep on checking Jessica's survey.
Repost. Name one.
Oh, wow.
One more for the championship. Sam Alt. Is that motherfucker's name? Is his name Sam Alt?
A woman drinking red wine out of her purse. Now
Think
she's
so.
an alcoholic.
Joe Alt. You gotta name one more.
Maybe.
One more player. What the hell is that one guy's name? Devontae
Why?
or something?
Joe.
Yeah, I do. But Kristen's had it tough.
One
She's
more, dude.
finally on a good path. I don't want anything to get in her way.
Well, I mean, isn't she
Kaiser?
in law school? She's got a good head on her
Dwayne
shoulders.
Kaiser or
Until,
something?
she falls for Mr. B school dropout over there. Next thing you know, she's ditching classes.
It doesn't
She's
count,
all
but
bored,
it's
stuck
close.
behind her back, watching airplanes land.
Name one more player,
Well,
dog.
look, who knows? Maybe Jonah's gonna say something like it's odd to be, and she won't even want to go out with him.
Come on! But Jonah, who doesn't fall in love with Jonah?
Okay. Look, Bobby Sue, you're
Deshaun
shooting
Kaiser.
a rainbow.
There you go. That counts. Name one more,
Okay,
though.
so like I was saying, step on 5, they're all in. But then in step
dude,
on 6, they're all out.
It's there should be like a 3. You get UFO Phil. Like
Hey, Bobby Sue. Bobby Sue? Bobby Sue?
name just one more. There's like one more. Like
Bobby Sue. Bobby Sue.
Yosh.
See her anywhere.
And yes, like just name one more, Mike.
What are you doing in here?
One more. I
Oh,
got it.
making out?
Yeah, I'm not buying it. Either fess up or get out because I was about to take off my pants and eat my lunch.
I lost one of Glenn's foster kids. We're looking on the security camera.
Missing child?
There should be like name one more. I'd be
Al,
like,
we got a code periwinkle. We need to lock down access both in and out of every
name, there should, you guys just name one more.
Okay, Marcus, you're going to need to hold down the button when you talk, buddy. No, Marcus, you need to hold down the button when you talk, not when you're listening.
There should be like name one more.
Okay, here's how it's going to go. You're going
Who's
to
that
go out
one
to the floor,
player?
fan out, and search
He's-
every
he's
inch
a
of
good
this floor. You
receiver.
will find this child. Unless she's already dead. Statistically speaking, there's a 30% chance she's already dead.
We should do this one. Trying to Mike Harvey's dad. He didn't.
Probably met some of
He did.
Glenn's kids before, right? Like that Kristen or one of the other ones.
Yeah, he brings them by from time to time. And once, a couple of them hung out in the break room for a whole week while Jewish got her legs done.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, we were trying to figure it out.
But yeah, that Kristen.
Don't look at the list.
Right? I mean, like, you know, like cool, like it wouldn't even be weird if I asked her out.
Name one more.
I don't know, I mean, she's the boss.
Yeah, no, that's I know that.
That one kid, I know it's not.
Probably get a
Who's
connection.
that?
Yeah, but you're always having connections with people. It's one of the many, many annoying things about it.
So it's not that you're
Last name's
super
like-
jealous and in love with them. Wanting all this stuff.
Okay. First of all,
Fuck, I can't remember his name.
second of all, this is strictly about Kristen being your boss's daughter. And third of all, which is going to
Evan
sound similar
Sharpton.
to the first of all,
Yeah, shit. Doesn't count. You know him. No, name one more.
Eel.
But it counts. But just name one more. But, Brian Young. There you go. We're done, Brian Young.
Attention Cloud9 shoppers, please ignore the following announcement. Bobby Sue, where are you?
Shout him out. Was right there.
Have you seen a
Oh,
little
Joe
girl?
Tyson, of course.
Really cute hair.
Bobby
Mhm.
Sue, come to the front of the store.
Cliff Brown,
for free
he did
candy.
that.
The man with wheels has free. Free candy.
Oh, grow up. That's nothing I haven't seen before.
Joe Tyson. You real nigga, Steve. I couldn't remember too high the Joe
Right here, Bobby Sue. It's me. I was talking about
I don't give a shit about you,
Doesn't
dog.
matter. You said Bobby Sue gets candy. Like Bobby Sue.
Yosh, but name one more. I feel like, dog, I don't know
No
anybody
sign of her.
else.
I checked the freezer, the trash compactor,
just
the
one more.
bio-waste bin, and pharmacy.
Oh my God, what are we gonna do?
Did I say Bobby Taylor?
I also checked the ovens and cafe.
Yes.
Not in there.
Yoshi, just name one more.
Hey, Glenn. What's up, big guy? So, Glenn, I was talking to Kristen earlier, and it's okay.
Name one more. Yoshi, dude, you just gotta name one more. That's good.
You and my little girl.
There was that one guy, DJ.
I love it.
Something.
Really? Because some people thought it might actually be a bad idea.
Yeah, but it's totally appropriate to say no if you want to.
No, are you kidding me? In fact, if you don't go and ask her out right now, I am gonna kill myself.
Name
And
one
I know
more.
exactly how many aspirin to take.
Yoshi, name one more.
Awesome. Great. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go find her then, all right? And no need for you to die.
Okay, can
Average,
you stop
yeah,
gambling and go already?
All right, I'll catch you later, brother. Not my brother.
All right, sure.
This is a disaster.
Why didn't you just say no?
I can't be the bad guy. The last time I meddled in Kristen's love life, she
Different
was
strokes.
shooting me
You
for
gotta name one more, dog. One more player.
Can you talk to her? Come on, you are so
Just
good
one
at
more.
being a bad guy.
What? I'm not the bad guy. I'm the fun
Yo,
guy.
dog. What up, baby? Yo, something's gonna happen. I'm gonna die. Yo, shit. Name one more. That's what you did.
Oh, sorry.
But that one little blonde I have on here, she's hot as fuck.
Okay,
Oh man, she's in a later season. What is that one? Name one more player. Yoshi. Name one more.
Seems like you guys are really hitting it off.
Yeah, we are.
Did I say Bobby Taylor?
I don't know. But why? He seems nice. Yeah, sure. But
Name one more
trust me,
player.
there's baggage there.
You're right. Yeah, not him. Another one.
He talks way too much about cheese.
Name one more player.
You don't want that.
The last guy David stole me.
Well, it's not just cheese. He's got other stuff. Like he gets this list of French films that he says he's gonna watch and he
Name
never
one more
watches.
player.
Honestly, I mean, none of that seems that bad to me. Great, cool. Well, I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of the the cheese and the
Name
films.
one more.
And Matt, wait,
Yes, you gotta name one more.
yeah,
But yes,
crystal
I'm trying
meth,
to
he
think.
smokes a ton of it. Is that a deal breaker? Kinda. Oh, darn. I wish I led with that.
Does anyone even like black licorice?
Will,
Thanks.
that
Food is
one
the
kid
best
is
cause
really
of
fast.
focus.
Will,
Attention, baby shoppers! There is great
Will
news in
something.
toy department.
He was really fast. Will, damn it, no, the kid Will, it's super fast.
Hey, babe,
Name one more.
come get this candy.
Tiny Ox
Will,
they make me
or something.
jealous.
No, Will,
Not really. So dumb and awesome. The keychain.
Will,
Looking for these.
Jeff gave this to me on Valentine's Day because I'm always losing my keys.
Will Fuller.
And
There
then
you go, Yosh.
insured
Shut the fuck
my
up now.
relationship.
That was really good. That was fantastic. Name one more. Oh my god.
But if you must know, he's my ex. He's also a district manager, so he's kind of a big deal.
You guys are friends anymore?
Let me tell you a story about a man named Jeff and why you shouldn't date white guys.
Hey, I'm supposed to be in pharmacy, but I need to switch.
Hush.
Well, with
Name one
my
more.
raging drug addiction, I probably shouldn't be in your cough syrup.
Okay, let me start by saying I do not want to get involved.
Really? Because you got involved in a real weird way.
Yes, I do. But the truth is that Glenn does not want you dating Kristen.
He said he was fine with it.
Yes, he said that. And then as soon as he walked away, he said he wasn't.
Name one more.
Tuna, why did you go down this road?
Interesting.
There are plenty of other women.
Who the fuck is Hunter? Who's a punter?
Here,
Are you sure?
you know what I mean?
Did you bet your life on it? That's possible.
Hey, can I talk to you for a second?
Me or Teamer? We're actually both pretty slammed right now, so
If you don't want me to date Kristen, but can you turn off the drill?
I like your boy.
The drill right here.
Got a Super Bowl ring.
Amy told me the truth.
yeah.
Alright,
Well,
we're done.
I wouldn't necessarily believe everything Amy says. You know what I mean?
No, I have no idea what you mean. Why would she make that up?
Maybe she has a crush on you and she's
One
jealous.
Smith is really
It's
good.
obvious, right?
Amy? Are we talking about the same Amy?
I don't know.
Jalen Smith. Okay, now we're good. We're good. We've done more than we were even doing. I didn't even do the thing where I was like, one more, I beat yours. Look how good I am at this, Josh. So sick. Yo, dog. That was fucking unbelievable. You got Jalen Smith. He was really good. How good? He was on the best middle linebacker ever. The University has the best. He's better than that too. Dog. He's faster. Better. Just as good as you. Yo, dog. Oh, Braxton Cave's another one. Alright, are you done? Are you done? Hey, Braxton Cave, are you done? Here's Mitch Falco. He's a big. Why? He was just like from a normal ass family. Yo, dog. Who's that fucking receiver? I don't know. Yo, dog. Dog.
Join yoga and meditation teacher Amber Nicola for peaceful bedtime stories to help you relax. Amber needs brain training techniques and storytelling to take your mind to a
Dude, do the one with fellas being a douche.
bedtime stories in which nothing much happens. You feel good, and then you fall asleep. Listen to Nothing Much Happens from the iHeartRadio app.
Yo,
You're listening to an Airwave
that
Media
was sick.
Podcast.
Name one more.
Want to build a bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards, and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder Rackers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet, you're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, pre-match only, max stake £10, minimum combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections, T's and C's apply.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. That's what I hear when I make another sale on Shopify, the all-in-one commerce platform that allows you to start, run, and grow your business. Shopify is revolutionizing millions of businesses worldwide. So sign up for a £1 per month trial period at shopify.co.uk/podcast23, all lowercase, and take your
What's this
business
thing
to the
Sam
next
Hartman?
level today.
Does that count?
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today we are going to talk about Theodore Roosevelt, explorer. Yes, Teddy Roosevelt was an explorer, and this is not just some story of a rich, famous guy on a safari or a cushy boat ride. This is going to be a tale with starvation, hostile natives, murder, and the first mapping of a mysterious river in the heart of the Amazon rainforest. And Theodore Roosevelt, former president of the United States, will be in the thick of it all. It is, to be honest, a really fun story. So, to start today, I have a few notes. First, I want to mention that this story takes place in Brazil, which means there will be lots of Portuguese names. That means some bad pronunciations from me. Sorry about that. Second, I have put a map on our website, explorerspodcast.com, so that you can get a look-see at where all this stuff is happening. But keep in mind that all the names of the places that I mentioned are really kind of unimportant. At the
Oh, I
core
can
of our
name
story,
Ryan Grant. There you go, baby.
we're going to travel by boat
Desmond,
up
baby.
river to the very edge of civilization in the Amazon. From there, it will be hundreds of miles trekking overland to the headwaters of a newly discovered river, and then it will be mapping that river. That is it. Third, I want to stress that this is not a biography of Teddy
Name one
Roosevelt.
more.
In fact, this is really the story of the Roosevelt-Rondon scientific expedition. This was a survey expedition of a recently discovered river called Rio da Vida, which translates as River of Doubt in English. The Rondon of the expedition title is Candido Rondon, a fascinating man who had discovered the river's headwaters in 1909.
Oh,
and
that
will
one guy,
always be as
Michael
important
Floyd.
to our story as
That's
Roosevelt.
his name.
And fourth, this story is not something
All right, you got that
that
one.
much about. However, in 2005, author Candace Millard published a book called The River of Doubt, Theodore Roosevelt's Darkest Journey, chronicling the events of the expedition. I mention this because the book is outstanding, and I will rely heavily on it for our story. And if you want to know more about this topic, please pick up her book. It's well worth reading. So that is it for notes. Let's get going. For this story, the overarching element is Theodore Roosevelt, and so let's do some background on the man and the events leading up to his South American expedition. Again, this will be very, very high-level stuff, so if you want to know more about Roosevelt, please do some side research. He is an absolutely fascinating individual.
Where's that like a dang
Theodore Roosevelt was born in 1858 in New York City. He was the second child of Theodore Sr. and Martha, aka Biddy, Roosevelt. The family was wealthy and influential, scions of East Coast aristocracy. They were distant cousins to the family of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Young Teddy Roosevelt suffered from poor health, specifically asthma. He would later write, quote, "One of my memories is of my father walking up and down the room with me in his arms at night when I was a very small person, and of sitting up in bed gasping with my father and mother trying to help me," end quote. Now, despite these health issues, Theodore Sr. was not the kind of person to coddle his son. In fact, he pushed Teddy relentlessly, instilling in him a deep reservoir of energy and willpower to make up for his limitations. Teddy's father would be a huge influence on his son. He was hard and relentless, yet fair and generous. To be cruel or greedy or cowardly was amongst the gravest of sins. He stressed high morals, strength, exercise, and service. Young Teddy was determined to overcome his asthma and embraced a regimen of exercise. It became almost a mania with him, and in time he would overcome his health issues. Theodore Jr. would prove to be a good student. He learned several languages and showed great interest in the natural sciences. Teddy envisioned himself becoming a naturalist. However, in 1878, Theodore's world would be upended when his father would die from stomach cancer at the age of 46. Death devastated Teddy, but he responded like he did whenever tragedy struck. He would throw himself into whatever he could, making himself a better person, doing something good, or however he could channel his energy. In college, Roosevelt would give up the natural sciences, disliking the focus on lab work and experimentation as opposed to field work. He would try Columbia Law School, but found the nuances of law to be frustrating. He would then turn to politics, joining the Republican Party. The result would be his election to the New York State Assembly at the age of 23. He would serve several terms, earning a reputation for fighting corruption. It was then that personal tragedy would again strike. In 1880, Roosevelt married socialite Alice Hathaway Lee. Their daughter, Alice Lee, was born in 1884. However, 2 days later, Roosevelt's mother would die of typhoid. And then, just 11 hours later, yes, that's 11 hours, Roosevelt's wife, Alice, would die of a kidney disorder that had been masked by her pregnancy. In his diary, Roosevelt wrote a large X on the page for that day and added, quote, "The light has gone out of my life," end quote. Roosevelt would leave his infant daughter in the care of a sister and look for a new challenge to help him overcome his grief. He invested $80,000 in a ranch in the Dakota Territory and went west. The next few years, Roosevelt would make himself into a cattleman. He worked hard, and while far from becoming a frontiersman, he earned the respect of his workers by treating them
That's the most
fairly with
famous play
dignity,
in
plus by
history of
working long and
university.
difficult hours. During this time, Roosevelt would stay in the eye of the public by writing articles for national magazines about frontier life. He also published 3 books on the subject. His time in the Dakotas gave him a love and a respect for the lands around him, and he started down the path as a conservationist. Now, a severe winter in 1886-87 would devastate Roosevelt's cattle herd, wiping out more than half of his investment. With that, he headed back east, again looking to rebound from tragedy. Roosevelt would marry Edith Kerr Carroll, the two going on to have 5 children together, as well as raise Roosevelt's daughter from his first marriage. Once back in New York, Roosevelt would drift into politics. He would become the New York City Police Commissioner and then the Assistant Secretary of the Navy in the McKinley administration. Roosevelt was a big believer in naval power, and he would immediately implement a plan to aggressively grow and modernize the United States Navy. In 1898, the United States would get into war with Spain. Roosevelt would resign from his job and help fund the first U.S. Volunteer Cavalry Regiment, aka the Rough Riders. For Roosevelt, this was his chance to go to war, which he saw as a grand, glorious adventure. He and his Rough Riders would become famous for their charge up Kettle Hill at the Battle of San Juan Hill on July 1st, 1898. Roosevelt, who had been promoted to colonel during the campaign, would call the battle, quote, "the great day of my life," end quote. War, Roosevelt felt, was a glorious and honorable undertaking. He looked at it with an almost religious zeal, even feeling that dying in battle would be the most noble way to perish. From this point on, Roosevelt always liked to be called Colonel Roosevelt, or simply Colonel. By the way, interesting note, I read that Roosevelt hated the name Teddy and preferred Theodore. Roosevelt's war heroics propelled him onto the national stage, and he had a lot of great qualities to boast about. He had bona fides as an anti-corruption politician. He was a Western rancher and frontiersman. He had foreign policy experience, and now he could add war hero to his resume. Add to the fact that he was an immensely energetic and charismatic man, and it was not hard to see a rising star. Roosevelt's next step was to be elected governor of New York in 1898, and then, 2 years later, he would get the nomination as vice president for McKinley's second term. The McKinley-Roosevelt ticket would carry the day. However, in September 1901, just 6 months into his second term, President McKinley was shot by an anarchist in Buffalo. He died 8 days later. Theodore Roosevelt would be sworn in as the 26th President of the United States. He was only 42 years old, still the youngest person to ever serve as president. Now, I don't want to dwell on Roosevelt the president, but I do want to mention a few things about his time in office, just to give you a little taste of the man's character. First, he championed the cause of land conservation. As president, he established 150 national forests, 51 federal bird reserves, 5 national parks, and 18 national monuments. This was a big deal for Roosevelt. He recognized how important the natural world was, and he sought to keep it from being exploited or irrevocably altered or destroyed. Second, Roosevelt had a strong popular streak. He was not afraid to take on big business, and even earned a reputation reputation as a trust buster and a lawyer against corruption and greed. He genuinely believed in helping the average American. Third, on the world stage, he was not shy about stepping in when American interests were at stake, often using the growing United States Navy as a cudgel against those who resisted. He rankled many in Central America by getting construction of the Panama Canal started by encouraging the people of Panama, who were at this time part of Colombia, to declare their independence. In 1905, he brokered a peace between Russia and Japan, which would earn him a Nobel Peace Prize the following year. It all shows a man of vision and action, a man who was not afraid to be bold. Roosevelt would win the election of 1904, but declined to run in 1908. He thought that presidents should be limited to 2 terms as a check against dictatorship. He would pass on his party's leadership to William Taft, his Secretary of War, and an old friend. So it was 1909, and Roosevelt would find himself out of a job. He was only 50 years old, very young for someone who held such a powerful office. He had twice as much energy as a man half his age. And thus, in March of that year, he would head to Africa on what was called the Smithsonian Roosevelt African Safari. The idea was to collect animal, insect, and plant specimens for the Smithsonian Institute and the American Museum of Natural History. More than 11,000 animals would be trapped or killed by the expedition, plus there were thousands of plants and fish and other items. It would take 8 years to catalog everything. Roosevelt's 20-year-old son, Kermit, would participate in the safari and would prove to be an adventurous and brave young man. Kermit, who was quiet and introspective, will be very important to our story later on. Roosevelt would write a book on the expedition called African Game Trails. As you can imagine, there was some criticism for killing so many animals, but at the time it was seen as a scientific endeavor, as these animals were being collected for museums. Now, Roosevelt would come back to the United States and grow uneasy with the direction of now President Taft and the Republican Party. He saw them drifting from the progressive ideals that he had championed. This, of course, led to speculation of another Roosevelt presidential run. However, the party leaders were happy with Taft, who towed the company line. They did not like many of Roosevelt's more progressive policies, which they viewed as anti-business. In the end, Roosevelt would get dragged into a fight for the Republican nomination. However, it was Taft who would win, mostly due to the support of the Republican establishment. Despite his defeat, Roosevelt was convinced that Taft would get defeated by the Democrats who had nominated Woodrow Wilson, and thus he would make a radical move, accepting the nomination of the newly formed Progressive Party. The party is more commonly known as the Bull Moose Party, after Roosevelt boasted he was, quote, as strong as a bull moose, end quote. Roosevelt went full populist with the nomination, embracing the progressive platform, which included things such as an 8-hour workday, workers' compensation, an inheritance tax, and women's suffrage. Now, there is one incident that occurred during the presidential campaign that I want to share, and that happened on October 14, 1912, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Roosevelt was giving a speech when a delusional storekeeper named John Schrank shot him with a revolver. The bullet passed through a folded 50-page manuscript that was in Roosevelt's jacket, and then through his steel eyeglass case. It went 5 inches into Roosevelt's chest, lodging near the rib cage. The manuscript and eyeglass case likely saved Roosevelt's life. Now, you've just been shot, so you think you would let your people get you to the doctor and so forth. But not Roosevelt. Because he wasn't coughing up blood, the ex-president knew that the bullet had not reached his lungs, and thus he was okay for now. So the first thing Roosevelt did was to help stop the crowd from lynching the guy who had just shot him. And the second thing he did was to deliver his speech. Yes, the guy had just been shot in the chest, and he still insisted on making a speech. Now, would this be a short, cursory speech of a few minutes? Not a chance. It would go on for 90 minutes. Roosevelt, in his blood-soaked shirt, a bullet in his chest, went on for an hour and a half. He began the speech saying, quote, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether you fully understand that I have been shot, but it takes more than that to kill a bull moose, end quote. When done, Roosevelt would finally go to the hospital. The bullet, by the way, would never be removed, as it was deemed more dangerous to take it out than leave it. Anyhow, I stress this moment because it is such a microcosm of the ex-president's character. He had a task to accomplish, and when adversity struck, he assessed the situation, weighed the risks involved, and plowed forward. Giving up or letting others dictate the rules was the absolute last option. This resolve was truly remarkable and very much a hallmark of Roosevelt's character. Anyhow, the 1912 election would mark the end of Roosevelt's political career. The result had Wilson capturing 42% of the vote, compared to 27% for Roosevelt, 23% for Taft, and 6% for the socialist candidate, Eugene Debs. Roosevelt's showing was one of the best ever for a third-party candidate in an American presidential election, but it was not enough. Now, in the wake of the election, Roosevelt would find himself a pariah amongst many of the Republican establishment. These people were his friends and colleagues, and they felt, probably rightfully so, that he had split the party's vote and handed the victory to Wilson. Isolated and unthrilled at losing the election, Roosevelt did what he always did in these situations. He tried to find something bigger and bolder to fill his life. The man was, after all, still young. At 54, he was, as he said, as healthy as a bull moose. At 5'8" and 220 pounds, he was a solid, strong man with endless enthusiasm. And that takes us to South America, whose interior was one of the great geographic mysteries of the world. Roosevelt had always been fascinated by the continent, and he wanted to visit. Remember, Roosevelt had wanted to be a naturalist in his youth, and he was considered by many to be quite the expert. Writer Candace Millard, in her book The River of Doubt, Theodore Roosevelt's Darkest Journey, tells the story of naturalist John Burroughs visiting a presidential retreat in Virginia. Roosevelt was able to identify 75 of the 77 birds that the two men spotted, equaling Burroughs' numbers. Anyhow, in 1913, an Argentinian organization called Museo Social, an institution devoted to progressive intellectual thought, invited Roosevelt to give 3 lectures in South America, paying him $13,000, quite a lot of money at the time. The subject interested Roosevelt, but more importantly, he could use the trip to visit the continent. There he could indulge in his fascination with animals, plants, insects, and geography. As a bonus, he would get to see his 24-year-old son, Kermit, who was working on building bridges in Brazil for the Anglo-Brazil Iron Company. With this in mind, Roosevelt began looking around for someone to sponsor a scientific expedition to the Amazon region. For this, he would turn to the American Museum of Natural History in New York. The museum's president, Henry Fairfield Osborne, was a friend of Roosevelt's. The museum was thrilled at the idea of sponsoring the endeavor. Roosevelt was a respected conservationist and naturalist. Not to mention he was a beloved national figure. It would be a great coup for the museum to sponsor such an expedition. They figured it would be nothing dangerous, more of a travel log showing off the wonders of the Amazon. And that gets us to Father John Augustine Zahm, a 61-year-old Catholic priest who taught chemistry and physics at Notre Dame. Zahm, while a Catholic priest, was a proponent of science and had even written in defense of evolution. He had been to the Amazon several times, writing a couple of books about his travels. He liked to bill himself as an expert on South America and the Amazon, but he was more of a well-informed amateur than an expert. Still, Zahm had always dreamed of doing a grand tour of the Amazon and some of the other great rivers of the region. He had even met with Roosevelt back in 1908 and proposed such an expedition to the outgoing president. However, with the Safari of Africa already in the works, Roosevelt had to turn down the priest. Fast forward to 1913, Zahm was still dreaming of his grand Amazon adventure. He was 61 years old and needed to go soon before he got too old. Thus, he reached out to Frank Chapman, the bird curator at the American Museum of Natural History, wondering if he knew someone who might be interested in making such a journey. Well, Chapman, as luck would have it, was scheduled to have lunch with Roosevelt the next day. He would invite Zahm to tag along. As noted, Roosevelt and Zahm knew and respected one another. And when Zahm told Roosevelt about his dream Amazon expedition, well, it was a match. Zahm was enthusiastic as heck about the project, which rubbed off on Roosevelt. The priest would put together the itinerary, arrange transportation, and order supplies, which suited Roosevelt just fine. And the museum was happy as well, as Zahm was not going to put together anything too taxing for either man. Roosevelt saw the upcoming journey as a, quote, delightful holiday, end quote. Father Zahm would then meet a New York City department store clerk named Anthony Fiala. The 43-year-old Fiala was working in the sporting goods section of Rogers, Peet & Company, and when he heard the details of Zahm's expedition, he expressed interest in joining. Fiala, it turns out, was an actual explorer, a polar explorer, mind you, but still an explorer. He had gone on the Baldwin-Ziegler Polar Expedition in 1901-02 as the photographer, and he had led the follow-up Ziegler Polar Expedition from 1903 to 1905, which was an attempt to reach the North Pole. For Father Zahm, this was a stroke of good luck. He had no clue how to outfit an expedition, and, frankly, was not interested in the nitty-gritty details of such a thing. He saw himself as a big-picture guy, and thus Zahm had himself a quartermaster. Now, I do want to mention that Fiala had no experience in the tropics or South America, and the expedition he had led had nearly ended in disaster. His men had been stranded on the ice for 2 years, and his attempts to reach the pole had failed. While Fiala and his men had eventually been rescued, he had been criticized for his leadership. The general feeling was that the expedition had been poorly planned, badly managed, and undisciplined. One contemporary called Fiala, quote, utterly incompetent, end quote. That the guy was working in the sporting goods section of a department store should have been a big red flag. But for Father Zahn, he saw an experienced and enthusiastic explorer. And for Fiala, he saw this as a sort of redemption, a way to recover his reputation after the disaster of the Ziegler Polar Expedition. No matter, plans were set in motion for Roosevelt's expedition. The idea would be to start in Buenos Aires, travel by boat along some well-known rivers to the Amazon. Along the way, the expedition would see the wildlife, the landscapes, that sort of stuff. It would be a grand, but not strenuous, sightseeing tour. Now, the American Museum of Natural History was fine with Father Zahn's broad plan, but they wanted an experienced scientist to accompany the expedition, in particular a first-class naturalist. They would get two. The first was George Cherry, a 48-year-old explorer and naturalist. Cherry was one of the foremost bird collectors in the world and had more than a quarter of a century experience working in South American jungles. Author Candace Millard, in her book on the River Down Expedition, would say this of the man, quote, "If you were about to go into the Amazonian jungle, George Cherry was the man you wanted by your side," end quote. Cherry had just returned from a long expedition abroad and was reluctant to participate. However, an excellent salary, the chance to work with the famous president, and the opportunity to go to some areas he had not gone to got him on board. The second naturalist was 26-year-old Leo Miller. While young, he was highly regarded and considered an outstanding addition. And so the preparations were made for the upcoming journey to South America. A few notes about these preparations. First, there was some debate about the type of boat to be used. Roosevelt's private secretary wanted big monster boats. Father Zahn purchased two 800-pound steel-hulled motorboats, while Fiala ordered a pair of boats based on those used by the native peoples of North America. These were lightweight canoes, 19 feet long, or 6 meters, and only 160 pounds, or 73 kilograms. They had a cedar frame and a canvas cover. Despite being lightweight, they could carry a ton of cargo and 3 to 4 men. Fiala felt that the ability to easily portage the canoes would make them invaluable. Another note regarding the provisions, there were lots of them. I mean lots. And far too many luxuries. Next to necessities such as bacon, flour, and dehydrated potatoes were spices for cooking, marmalade, and Tabasco sauce.
The award-winning Vauxhall Astra isn't just exciting to drive, it wants to build a connection with you. Its bold, modern design with signature front-wheel Vauxhall visor talks to your heart. The intelligent, intuitive technology, like the generous color touchscreen, talks to your head. And pixel matrix headlights and cameras tell you about your surroundings, whatever the weather. Try the petrol plug-in hybrid or fully electric Vauxhall Astra at your local retailer and see which one speaks to you. Features standard on Vauxhall Astra Ultimate. Search offers on Vauxhall Astra.
Welcome to Play to Red Online Casino! Incredible! Play over 500 games, including exclusive slots, the cube, tipping point, and I'm a celebrity, get me out of here! Join Play to Red and get a fat tiny welcome bonus up to 150 quid. 150 quid? That's incredible! Visit playtored.com to claim. 18 plus begambleaware.com. New accounts only. Minimum £10 deposit. Up to 50 times wagering. Max stakes apply. Visit playtored.com for full terms.
The expedition would get underway on October 4th of 1913, sailing from Brooklyn, New York, on the steamship Van Dyke. Teddy's wife, Edith, would come on the trip south, as well as Margaret Roosevelt, the daughter of Teddy's cousin. The 25-year-old Margaret was a favorite companion of Edith's. Edith would be able to spend some time with her son Kermit, but just as importantly, keep an eye on her husband. She was worried he would get himself involved in something more dangerous than a simple sightseeing tour. The destination of Van Dyke was Bahia, Brazil. From there, it would be on to Rio de Janeiro. At this point, Roosevelt would set out on a speaking tour, while the rest of the men would prepare for the jungle expedition. Father Zahn's plan was to travel several rivers, including the Amazon, Parana, Paraguay, Tapajos, Negro, and Orinoco. These were well-known and well-traveled. On the voyage south, the ship would pass by the Great Amazon River, but not actually see it. The Amazon is, to be honest, extraordinary. At 4,000 miles, or 6,440 kilometers, it is the second largest river in the world. But by discharge, it is the largest, and not even close. The Amazon discharges 5 times the volume of water than its nearest rival, the Congo in Africa. The river has thousands of tributaries. This is because the Andes Mountains on the western side of the continent force most of the rivers to flow into the Amazon basin. Rivers from the north flow south, most eventually emptying into the Amazon or one of its tributaries, and rivers from the Brazilian highlands flow north and east, again, into the Amazon. It is an extraordinary natural wonder, something that tantalized the always curious Roosevelt. On October 18, 1913, the Van Dyke Udakan Bahia on the east coast of Brazil, thousands of people were waiting to greet the former American president, including Roosevelt's son, Kermit. I want to take a moment and talk about Kermit Roosevelt, as he will play an important part in our story. As noted earlier, Kermit was working on building bridges in the Brazilian interior. He was just 24 years old, but was successful and independent. He took pride in not needing support from his family. Kermit had made his father proud. He was described as brave, even fearless. He'd gone on his father's African expedition back in 1909 and more than proved his mettle. Kermit spoke somewhere around 10 languages and was learning Portuguese. His job in Brazil paid well, but it was dangerous. One time, Kermit had fallen 35 feet, or 11 meters, from a collapsing bridge, breaking some ribs, dislocating a knee, and losing some teeth. In a lot of ways, he was just like his father, curious, adventurous, brave. However, personality-wise, they were very different. Kermit was sensitive and quiet, prone to bouts of brooding. His job in Brazil kept him isolated from the world, which was not always good for him. At this time, Kermit's attention was on Belle Ward, a girl he had met the year before. The two had maintained a long-distance relationship, but Kermit, worried someone would win her affections first, had recently proposed via a letter. Now he waited anxiously for a reply. Kermit's job was part of the growing effort by the Brazilian government to expand communications and transportation lines into the interior of the country. And that tidbit will take our story from Kermit Roosevelt to rubber. Yes, rubber. You see, rubber was one of the big reasons for this expansion of communications throughout the Amazon. Rubber was a big industry in Brazil, growing in concert with the automobile industry. Initially, commercial rubber was only found in Brazil, and as the auto industry grew, there was a rubber boom. However, rubber was difficult to extract. The rubber trees were found in the wilds of the Amazon basin, which were difficult to get to and dangerous. Thus, there was a desire to expand the railroads, roads, and telegraph system. However, the rubber industry in Brazil would go bust right around the time of Roosevelt's visit, due to the fact that the British had taken seeds of the rubber tree and planted them in Southeast Asia and Central Africa decades earlier. These rubber plantations were now coming to fruition, and that rubber was much easier and safer to harvest. This led to the crash of the Brazilian rubber industry. So, with all of this in mind, Roosevelt and his team arrived in Brazil, and it was here that the ex-president began to wonder if the upcoming expedition would offer a sufficient challenge. I mean, here he was in South America, a chance to be a true explorer, yet what was planned was not much more than a sightseeing jaunt. Wasn't there anything more challenging or important available? Enter Colonel Candido Marino de Silva Rondon, the 48-year-old commander of the Strategic Telegraph Commission. Rondon, a married man and a father of 7, was probably the most experienced and respected explorer in all of Brazil. He had spent half of his life exploring the Amazon, crossing more than 14,000 miles, 22,500 kilometers of wilderness, most of it unknown to the world. As the commander of the Telegraph Commission, he was in charge of building the nation's telegraph system. Rondon was offered up as a guide to Roosevelt's expedition by his government. However, he did not want to babysit a bunch of Americans on a river cruise. He only wanted to participate if it was a true scientific endeavor. And that is when the Brazilian Minister of Foreign Affairs would suggest to Roosevelt that his group might want to explore an unknown river. This piqued the interest of the former president, as traveling on a beaten route offered no challenge or glory. Roosevelt said he wanted to do something that would, quote, unravel the unknown aspects of our wilds, end quote. Rondon and the Brazilians would offer Roosevelt 5 options. The most dangerous of these options was the Rio da Duvida, the River of Doubt. Roosevelt was hooked when he heard the story. To go map an unknown river was just too much for him. He had always wanted to be an explorer, like David Livingstone in Africa, and this would be his chance. It would be scientifically important and offer him the most prestige and fame, and would put the defeat of 1912 in the rearview mirror. Also, Roosevelt, while healthy and energetic, realized he was getting older. Of the expedition, he said it would be his, quote, last chance to be a boy, end quote. The River of Doubt had been discovered by Rondon in 1909 on a telegraph line expedition. He and his men had found the headwaters, but they had barely followed it, as Rondon had quickly realized exploring the river would require its own expedition. Now the decision to trace the route of the River of Doubt was wild and dangerous. Nothing was known about it, including its length, the location of whirlpools and rapids, not even the mouth. And then there were the natives. This would be going into one of the densest and least explored jungles in the world. The natives were often fiercely resistant to interlopers. Now, this new plan certainly turned things upside down. Roosevelt told each of the expedition members that they were not obliged to participate. However, all of them, even the 61-year-old priest, Father Zam, declined the option to stay behind. However, when word of the new plans reached New York, Henry Fairfield Osborne, president of the American Museum of Natural History, was mortified. He was certain that Roosevelt wouldn't come back. Osborne would send Roosevelt a letter telling him to stick to the original plan. Roosevelt's reply was as follows, quote, "Tell Osborne I have already lived and enjoyed as much life as any 9 other men I know. I have had my full share, and if it is necessary for me to leave my bones in South America, I am quite ready to do so." End quote. That is, by the way, a very Teddy Roosevelt response. Anyhow, with that decided, Edith Roosevelt's fears about what her husband would do had come to fruition. So, while the expedition got organized, Roosevelt would go on a South American tour, giving speeches in Argentina, Chile, and Brazil. He would then return to Rio de Janeiro, where he prepared to head upriver to join his team in the continent's interior on the Paraguay River. Before departing, Kermit Roosevelt got a letter from Bell accepting his proposal of marriage. It lifted a huge weight off the young man's shoulders. Kermit's father was happy for his son. Regarding Kermit, he had not initially planned on going on the upcoming expedition. However, both he and his mother, Edith, were concerned about Teddy. They were worried he was getting himself into a situation he wasn't prepared for. Edith asked her son to look after his father, which Kermit pledged to do. So while Roosevelt was on his tour, the men moved up the Uruguay River, which connected to the Paraguay River. They would gather at the frontier town of Corumba. This was roughly 1,000 miles, as the crow flies, north of Rio de Janeiro. Taking ships up the river, it was probably twice that length. On December 12th, at the junction of the Paraguay and Apa River on Brazil's southern border, Roosevelt would arrive on the personal yacht/gunboat of the president of Paraguay. It was there that Roosevelt would meet Colonel Candido Rondon. I want to take this opportunity to talk a bit about Rondon. Rondon was 48 years old, short, 5'3", with dark skin and impeccable posture. When he met Roosevelt, he was wearing perfect dress whites. Rondon had been born in the remote western Brazilian state of Mato Grosso. Rondon was of both Indian and European descent. His father and mother had both died from smallpox by the time Rondon was 2 years old. He was then cared for by his grandparents before they too died, and then by an uncle. Rondon had moved to Rio de Janeiro when he was 16, which would have been quite the culture shock for the kid from the frontier. He was immensely poor, but he had discipline, drive, and willpower enough for an entire regiment of men. He would join the army and then go to officer school, graduating in 1888. Rondon was an unusual man. He didn't want to just be a soldier. He wanted to help the indigenous peoples of the Amazon, of whom he was one. He would say, quote, "I want to bring the civilization which I have acquired to my Mato Grosso and my Amazonia, to the jungle and its tribes," end quote. As part of this effort, he was determined to do it in a nonviolent way, a rarity for the time. At only 25 years old, he had been chosen to lead the Strategic Telegraph Commission, which quickly became known as the Rondon Commission. His mission was to establish communications into the deepest parts of Brazil. This meant direct contact with native peoples in isolated areas, people who had often never seen outsiders before. The exploits of Rondon were, by this time, legendary. What he had accomplished was astounding. However, it came at a price, as his expeditions were long, exhausting, and dangerous. Disease, Indian attacks, and starvation were commonplace. On one expedition, Rondon had left with 81 men. Only 30 returned. 17 had deserted, and the rest were either dead or hospitalized. The job was so tough, the military often sent men to the Telegraph Commission as punishment, and the commission often recruited directly from prisons. Still, Rondon got things done. The men were devoted to him, and he was a champion to the people of the Amazon. So, in 1909, Rondon led an expedition out of the frontier post of Tapuoa, I probably messed up that pronunciation, and headed his way into the jungles to set up a new telegraph route. Over 237 days, they surveyed 600 miles of unmapped territory, or nearly 1,000 kilometers. On this expedition, they'd come across the headwaters of an unknown river, which Rondon dubbed the Rio da Vida, the River of Doubt. The men had explored a short way down the river, but nothing more. Rondon had thus filed away the discovery with the hope of returning. Well, that moment was now upon him. Roosevelt and Rondon had one major issue between them: language. Rondon didn't speak English, and Roosevelt didn't speak Portuguese. Thus, the two men conversed in French, which neither was fluent in. Although when Kermit Roosevelt was present, he could translate. Now, despite the language barrier, the two men quickly came to understand and respect one another. Both were energetic and had personalities that compelled men to listen to them. If Rondon had been concerned that Roosevelt would be a slacker, well, he need not have worried. By the way, with the addition of Rondon, the expedition's name had been changed to the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition. The two men would continue on to Karumba, reaching it 3 days later. There, the expedition prepared to depart. The team included Roosevelt, Rondon, Father Zahn, the quartermaster, Anthony Fiala, naturalists, Jerry and Miller, Kermit Roosevelt, and a group of Brazilian frontiersmen called camaradas, or comrades in English. Rondon was accompanied by some Brazilian officers. There are also a few other people who I will mention as needed during the show. Now, getting to this point, 1,000 miles inland, which had taken weeks, had been the easy part. Now, the expedition had to continue upriver to the outpost of Tapiruan, and then strike out overland, following the path Rondon had taken 4 years earlier to the River of Doubt. This was a 400-mile journey, or 645 kilometers, across the Brazilian highlands. The trek would cross open plains, deserts, and plunge the men into dense forests. There, they would find the black, fast-moving waters of the River of Doubt, and the edge of the unknown. It was, to be honest, sort of madness for Roosevelt to be doing this. The big issue was that the expedition was moving into the highlands of Brazil. The highlands rise to an average elevation of 3,300 feet, or 1,000 meters. This meant that the River Doubt had to descend most of that height into the Amazon River basin. That meant that there would likely be rapids, maybe even waterfalls, ahead of them. The big danger is that once you start down a river from that altitude, it's really hard to go back the way you came if you need to. And if the river became impossible to go down, well, let's just say it would not be good. I'm going to leave the men of the Roosevelt Rondon scientific expedition here until the next episode. In part 2 of our series, we will follow them across the Brazilian highlands and to the River of Doubt. And if you haven't figured it out by now, things are not going to go as planned, making this a thrilling and deadly journey. I want to wrap up today by saying thanks to all of the show's friends. A big nod goes out to our Patreon supporters. This includes Collier, David P., Donnell, Eileen, Adam, Craig, David K., Eamon, Gregory, John Paul, Philip, Ralph, Roger, Rudy, and all of you who help the show financially. Thank you so much. As a note, I do get messages from people saying things like, hey, I want to support your show, but money is tight right now, that sort of thing. And that is totally cool. I never want to make supporting the show being a burden on anyone. Help when you can. Heck, it might not be for 10 or 20 years. And it doesn't have to be this podcast. Just remember these moments, so when you do have some financial flexibility in your life, you can support an independent content creator. And always remember, just listening to the show helps out. Not to mention posting nice reviews on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, or by sharing the show on Twitter or Facebook or wherever. None of that costs you a dime, just a couple of minutes of your time. In the end, the greatest thing for me is that people are enjoying these stories, and that so many of you want to listen and be a part of the podcast. So thank you so much. I want to wrap up by saying that the Explorers podcast is now part of the Airwave Media Podcasting Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to check out other independent podcasts, such as the history of the Great War and the history of the Second World War, and many others. So that is it. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Please take care, and I will see you next time.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast. The award-winning Vauxhall Astra isn't just exciting to drive, it wants to build a connection with you. Its bold, modern design with signature front-wheel Vauxhall visor talks to your heart. The intelligent, intuitive technology, like the generous color touchscreen, talks to your head. And Pixel Matrix headlights and cameras tell you about your surroundings, whatever the weather. Try the petrol plug-in hybrid or fully electric Vauxhall Astra at your local retailer and see which one speaks to you. Features standard on Vauxhall Astra Ultimate. Search offers on Vauxhall Astra.
Hello and welcome to the Explorers podcast. Today is part 2 in our series on Teddy Roosevelt and the River of Doubt. 2 notes for today. First, I have a little bit of a chest cold. Nothing big or dangerous, but it's there. So my narration might be a little gravelly today. Sorry about that. Second, I want to remind you that we have a map on our website, explorerspodcast.com, which gives you a general overview of where our expedition is going for this series, so check it out if you desire. Also, I want to let you know that I put some links to some great photos of the expedition on the site as well. I recommend taking a look at them. You can see Ken Tito Rondon in his perfect dress whites, Kermit Roosevelt with a big bushy frontiersman beard, that sort of thing. It's nice seeing all the people involved, so as we go on this journey, we can put names to faces. And that's it for notes. On to Teddy Roosevelt and the River of Doubt. Last time, we left the Roosevelt Rondon scientific expedition at the city of Karumba, which is on the Paraguay River in southwest Brazil. The men had traveled upriver from Buenos Aires about 1,000 miles, or 1,600 kilometers, as the crow flies. Roosevelt and Rondon had joined the rest of the expedition in Corumba on December 15, 1913. The men of the expedition had been in Corumba for about 3 weeks before Roosevelt's arrival. The naturalists, George Cherry and Leo Miller, took the time to collect plant and animal specimens. As a note, Father John Zahm, the man who had been the mastermind of this expedition, had intended for the men to travel upriver in a pair of steel-hulled motorboats. The boats, however, were left behind in Buenos Aires as they were found to be too heavy and thus unsuitable for use. Instead, the expedition would take a side-wheeled steamer, the NEOAC, for the next part of the journey, which would entail a 3-week voyage up the Paraguay and then several Tuba rivers to the frontier town of Tucumán. From there, the expedition would have a 400-mile or 645-kilometer overland march to the headwaters of the River of Doubt. Over the next 10 days, the expedition would prepare for the departure. Samples collected by Miller and Cherry were boxed up and ready to go back to New York. Provisions were gathered and loaded on board the steamer. Roosevelt took time to go on a jaguar hunt. Also, a doctor was added to the expedition's ranks. Was a Kachizira. To travel into the wilds without a doctor would have been a really bad idea. The NEOAC would depart on Christmas Day, 1913. The steamer was loaded with men, boxes, crates, and gear. One of the more interesting items was a pair of lightweight canoes, capable of carrying 3 to 4 men and a ton of cargo. Anthony Fiala, the expedition's quartermaster, had ordered them from Canada, and they were based on the designs of Native American canoes. One other addition to the expedition was a pack of dogs meant to help hunt on the upcoming expedition. A quick note about the endeavor as it got underway. I think it is safe to say that there was a general uneasiness in the minds of some of the more experienced men about the upcoming journey. Descending the River of Doubt would likely mean going downriver from an altitude of at least 1,000 to 1,500 feet, or 300 to 450 meters. This would mean rapids and waterfalls. Some of the men were a bit concerned that President Roosevelt and some of the other members of the team did not realize how difficult this could potentially be. Kermit Roosevelt was amongst those who had these exact concerns. He thought the dangers of the proposed journey were being downplayed. This uneasiness was not helped by the somewhat chaotic nature of the events leading up to this point. Just a couple of months ago, they were getting ready for an extensive tour of the great rivers of the Amazon, but that had changed, forcing the men to adapt to a new objective. People likely sat around saying, hey, do we have the right team for this? Do we have the correct supplies for this? That sort of thing. And these changes hadn't helped the quartermaster, Anthony Fiala, who was left to try and figure out how to adapt to these new plans. It made a lot of people just a bit uneasy. The NEOAC would take 3 weeks to reach the village of Tucumán, traveling up the Paraguay River and then the Southern Tuba River. The voyage had been easy, with many small villages along the way. Thus, food was plentiful. President Roosevelt liked these routines and would stick to them on the journey upriver. He would rise early, 5 a.m., have a breakfast, often of sardines, ham, coffee, and biscuits, and then go off on a walk or a hunt before the steamship departed. The men, by the way, were astounded by Roosevelt's treks. He had never given up his habit of long, vigorous walks. Author Candace Millard, in her book on the River of Doubt expedition, said that while at the White House, Roosevelt would torture his cabinet by forcing them to take long walks with him. On this stretch of their voyage, Anthony Fiala wrote about Roosevelt going on a hunt one morning. Well, he said that all the men involved came back absolutely exhausted, like staggering into camp. They were so spent. As for Roosevelt, he would emerge from the brush, covered in dust, but just fine, helping along one of the Brazilian officers who could barely stand. He was so tired. Fiala had called out and asked Roosevelt if he was all right, and the ex-president replied, quote, "I'm bully," end quote. It is a reminder that despite being 54 years old, Roosevelt was as tough as they came. By the way, these hunts would produce not just meat, but specimens to be preserved and sent back to the States. Roosevelt would kill a tapir, as well as various types of deer. I mentioned Roosevelt liked his routines, and the same was true for Colonel Rondon. In military fashion, he would rouse everyone with a bugle call and line up his men and call out orders for the day. The NEOAC would reach the frontier village of Tucumán on January 16, 1914. This was the end of the line for the steamer, as the river got too shallow to support such a heavy vessel. The village was a small outpost built around the offices of the Telegraph Commission, or the Rondon Commission as it was often called. Now, a few things about the expedition. First, while the voyage upriver had not been too difficult, the environment was wearing on the men. It was hot, which meant mosquitoes, and that meant malaria. Kermit Roosevelt had suffered bouts of malaria ever since he was a child, and he now struggled with it yet again. However, for Kermit, this was part of life on the frontier, and he pushed himself through such episodes. The same could not be said for some of the others. Frank Harper, who was Roosevelt's personal assistant, and a person I did not mention before, had caught malaria and was miserable because of it. It was so bad he would beg off going any further and take the next boat back to Buenos Aires. Second, Roosevelt and Rondon knew that they would actually need to par down the number of men who actually went down the River of Doubt, but these decisions were still a few weeks away. Third, the arrival of Pier Juan would give the team an important addition. This was Lieutenant Joao Lyra, a military engineer and surveyor. Lyra had been on the expedition that had discovered the River of Doubt and was one of Rondon's most trusted officers. And fourth, the expedition was heading north and gradually increasing in elevation. So at Pier Juan, Rondon had arranged for 110 mules and 70 oxen for the upcoming overland trek. However, no one had predicted Roosevelt's team would have so much stuff. Add in the fact that the Brazilian government had sent hundreds of boxes of gear and gifts to aid the expedition, and it was overwhelming. Rondon immediately sent out men to get more pack animals. This would delay the expedition for several days. It didn't help that many of the animals they added were old or wild. Many had never carried packs and threw their loads the moment they were put on. These delays frustrated everyone. A major issue here was the lack of organization and initiative by Anthony Fiala, the expedition's quartermaster. This was a very different expedition than what had been planned 3 months ago. It was not a simple ride up the river anymore. Fiala needed to adapt to the new itinerary, and he didn't. He should have known everything that the expedition had and been working night and day identifying what needed to be cut and what needed to be added. However, Fiala was reluctant to cut anything that might upset Father Zahn or Roosevelt. Two things didn't help the situation. First, much of the stuff the Brazilian government had given Roosevelt was unsuitable for the expedition in its current form. An example includes a bunch of really big, nice tents. These were great for an excursion off the river for a few nights, but in the highlands and the jungles, they were too bulky and heavy. The other thing that didn't help was Colonel Rondon's reluctance to press the matter with Roosevelt or any of the Americans. The truth is that Rondon was very deferential to his guests, no doubt on orders from his government. So when they showed him all the stuff they had, he nodded politely and told his men to figure things out. And even when asked by Roosevelt, Rondon assured the president that everything would be managed. It was a mistake on the Brazilian colonel's part, as Roosevelt would have ordered his team to shed unnecessary gear. So as more oxen and mules were brought in and prepared for the march north, Rondon and Roosevelt decided to break up the expedition in order to get things moving. Captain Amilcar Botelho de Mobiles, a trusted and experienced officer, would take the oxen and some mules and lead this large baggage train north across the Brazilian highlands, clearing the road and repairing bridges along the way. By the way, the captain is generally referred to as Captain Amilcar, which is what I will do for our story. Roosevelt and Rondon and the main body of the expedition would go next, riding mules and following the crude telegraph road, which had been created 5 years earlier. In addition to Roosevelt's team and Rondon's companion of officers, the expedition had nearly 150 camaradas or comrades working for them as porters and handlers. Most of these had been hired from the villages the ship had steamed by these past few weeks. They would hire even more as they continued north. The baggage train would set off on January 19th, a 400-mile or 645-kilometer journey across the Brazilian highlands ahead of them. Let us now talk about the Brazilian highlands, or the Brazilian plateau, as it is also called. Oftentimes when we say Brazil, we only think of the Amazon and its thick jungles, and for good reason. However, in the south of Brazil is the Brazilian highlands, a plateau that covers nearly 2 million square miles of territory, or 4.5 million kilometers. This is nearly half of Brazil. The average elevation of the plateau is around 3,300 feet, or 1,000 meters. However, in the areas our expedition is heading into, they will never go more than about 2,000 feet, or 600 meters. The landscape on the plateau varies, sometimes dramatically. One day it can be a jungle, the next a desert. Water will, at times, be difficult to find. The departure from Pier Juan would help improve the mood of Roosevelt and his men. They had been getting antsy waiting to move on. However, almost immediately, it became clear that this was not going to be as simple as it appeared. The mules and oxen were unruly, many of the camaradas unable to handle them. Also, the highlands were hard on the animals. The grass they needed to survive was scarce, as the ground was often scrubby sand. Roosevelt wrote this of the lands, quote, "Away from the broad, beaten route, every step of man's progress represented slashing the trail with the machete through the tangle of brushes, low trees, thorny scrub, and interlaced creepers," end quote. Another issue was the surprising lack of game, which meant the team would have to get into their rations sooner than desired. Rondon, without telling Roosevelt, would slash his men's rations within a few days of departing, cutting their meals from 3 per day to 2. He did not ask the Americans to cut their rations. This is not a great situation. You have been working hard, 12 or 14 or 16-hour days, and thus they need more calories, not less. Yet here they were being cut by about a third. This can lead to men getting weak and making them susceptible to disease and illness. Meals, by the way, typically consisted of beans, rice, biscuits, and coffee. Meat might be had by killing one of the oxen or shooting some wild game, but that was rare. The crossing included some stretches where water was not found for 20 or more miles. Others would write this about the region, quote, certain areas are as treeless as the desert lands of New Mexico and Arizona, end quote. In an ominous sign, the expedition began to see the bleached bones of dead oxen and mules, those from Rondon's expedition 5 years earlier. Pack animals, by the way, were often let free to wander at night to go find their own food and water. The crazy part is that the weather in the highlands would turn from desperately dry and arid to a sopping downpour overnight. This made the crew road a pit of mud, and the animals and humans struggled to move forward in it. It wasn't long before the pack animals, tired and hungry, revolted. Some just bucked until they threw their loads. Others gave up and had to be stripped of anything in hope that they would find forage and recover. Much of this gear was simply left on the side of the trail, no one really knowing what was being lost. And this fraying of the nerves was happening amongst the men as well. Some of the porters of the camaradas deserted, and the tired and hungry men got into fights and disputes more frequently. Even a few Brazilian officials, including one of the army officers, resigned from the expedition and turned around. Now, despite all these issues, progress was made, slowly but surely, and the core men of the expedition were bonding through these hardships. At the top, there was Roosevelt and Rondon. The two, from the get-go, had developed a tremendous respect for one another. Roosevelt was smart enough to recognize that this was Rondon's land, and he deferred to the man. But Roosevelt was never shy about offering his opinions. But the president never acted above Rondon. An example of this was that Roosevelt always insisted Rondon be given every courtesy he was offered. So if someone offered Roosevelt a chair, he would refuse unless there was one for Rondon. And while I noted that Rondon was very deferential to Roosevelt and the Americans, he was not afraid to state his opinions and hold his ground when he believed he was correct. Rondon, by the way, was a proponent of what was called positivism, a theory that embraced such things as reason, logic, and science, and rejected mysticism. I'm being really simple with that explanation, but Roosevelt respected the man's forward-thinking ideals. He would say of Rondon, quote, the Colonel's positivism was in very fact to him a religion of humanity, a creed that bade him to be just and kind and useful to his fellow man, to live his life bravely, and no less bravely to face death, without reference to what he believed or did not believe, or what the unknown hereafter might hold for him, end quote. In many ways, Rondon and Roosevelt were alike. They embraced the sciences, common sense, and strong moral character. They led by example. But while Roosevelt was a man of bluster and action who charged up the hill, Rondon was a careful but strong hand that he offered to others to come along for a few steps. They were, to be honest, two very different but two very similar men. Outside of the two leaders, the other men would get to know one another around the campfires at night, sharing stories from their adventures around the world. You can imagine a mixture of English, Portuguese, French, and one or two other languages being spoken. Rondon had tales of his 25 years working in the Amazon interior. George Cherry told stories of his time fighting with insurgents in Venezuela, and Fiala recounted the horrors of his 2 years stranded on the Arctic ice. But no one wove a tale like Teddy Roosevelt. The man was a machine when it came to telling yarns, most of them true. From his time in the Dakotas to the campaign in Cuba to his trek through Africa, the man wowed everyone with his endless well of entertaining stories. The best part was that Roosevelt was not dismissed as a blowhard or a braggart. He was just this larger-than-life character, and no one dominated storytime like the ex-president. Everyone, from the camaradas up to Rondon, liked and respected the man. By the way, one of the hot topics of conversation around the campfire was about their destination, the River of Doubt. They had found the headwaters, but where did it go? Colonel Rondon believed the River of Doubt emptied into the Madeira, which would mean it was nearly 1,000 miles long, or 1,600 kilometers. That would make it a significant waterway. Of course, there was a chance it was a minor tributary of the Parana or some other river. They wouldn't know until they got there and descended the river.
This episode is brought to you by Royal London, the UK's largest mutual, life, pensions and investment company. What even is a mutual anyway? Well, Royal London is customer owned. It has been since 1861. They work to support customers and wider society to help build financial resilience while investing responsibly to help build a future worth retiring into. It really is everyone's business. Learn more at royallondon.com/mutuality.
Want to build a bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards, and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder Rackers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet, you're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, pre-match only, match stake £10 minimum, combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections, T's and C's apply. On January 25th, the expedition would get a welcome addition when 3 all-terrain trucks belonging to the Telegraph Commission would reach the men. The trucks had treads, sort of like crude tanks. Why they didn't start with the expedition, I don't know. I just couldn't find that answer. My guess is that they were simply out on other duties at the time. Anyhow, the trucks were used to travel between the various telegraph outposts in the area, and they were here to help. This would give some of the more exhausted team members a ride going forward. Father Zahn was one of the first to claim a seat, although he later complained that the driver was a black man. By the way, the issue that is Father Zahn will soon come to a head, so file that comment I just made away. We'll get to it a bit later. The next stop on the journey was at the telegraph station of Gujarati on the Papagayo River. While nothing more than a few simple huts, the men were happy to have a roof over their heads for a change, especially when it poured rain the next day. Now here at Gujarati, there would be some developments and some big decisions that would have to be made. First, there would be tragedy. A telegram would reach the station telling Roosevelt that his cousin's daughter, 25-year-old Margaret Roosevelt, who had accompanied the expedition to South America, had contracted typhoid fever and died while returning to the United States, cast a pall over the entire camp. Second, the all-terrain trucks could go no further. The trails to the north were not built for them. Third, it was time to send back as much stuff as the expedition could. This meant all the items for the museum. Animals, plants, skins, insects, native Indian arrows, beads, and a lot more. Going forward, the collection of specimens would be limited to what the team could carry down the river. Fourth, the arrival at Gujarati meant the growing presence of indigenous peoples. In this case, it was the Parsi Indians. The Parsi were considered a more sophisticated tribe compared to those deeper in the jungles. Rondon had encountered them years earlier and had gotten them to give up their forest villages. They now worked at and protected the telegraph stations in the area. It is a perfect example of how Rondon had not only made successful first contact with the tribe, but had engaged them and incorporated them into a bigger world. The Parsi were allies to the expedition. Going forward, things would be much murkier. By the way, there's an interesting comment from Roosevelt's book when talking about the Parsi. It was an insightful comment, and I wanted to share it. Quote, when people talk glibly of idle savages, they ignore the immense labor entailed by many of their industries, and the really extraordinary amount of work they accomplish by the skillful use of their primitive and ineffective tools. End quote. This is a far cry from the common thought that the native peoples were lazy and stupid. Perhaps they were not advanced technologically, but Roosevelt recognized how hard they worked to get what they had, and how hard they worked just to survive. It was a rare moment of insight for Roosevelt, who was not very progressive with his attitudes towards the natives of South or North America. Anyhow, note done. The fifth item was the understanding that it was time to make some hard decisions regarding the makeup of the expedition. This was always something planned, but not something anyone really wanted to do. Decision number 1. Before reaching the River of Doubt, a group of the men would break off and instead go down a different river called the Jeep Purana. This river was already known and thus less important. This would mean the loss of Theo Miller, the naturalist. Miller, to be honest, had done nothing to deserve this fate, but the expedition had 2 naturalists. That was one too many at this point. Roosevelt had suggested that Miller and Cherry flip a coin to decide who went down the River of Doubt, but Miller gave the cake to Cherry in deference to the man's seniority and experience. It was a noble decision for Miller, who was missing out on what might have been the journey of a lifetime. Roosevelt felt bad for Miller and committed $1,000 towards some work Miller wanted to do in Venezuela. Decision number 2 would be the departure of Anthony Fiala, not far from Gujarati. Fiala would be asked to go down the Rio Papagayo, which had yet to be fully explored, although the mouth and the headwaters were known. The truth is, the guy just wasn't very good at his job, and it became more and more apparent with each passing day. And he didn't have any other skills that were critical to the team.
But the guy had tried. He'd worked hard, and most everyone liked him. He was just dead weight at this point. Fiala was intensely disappointed by the decision. This had been his chance to redeem himself after his failure in the Arctic a decade earlier. That chance was now gone. Both Miller and Fiala would take with them a mix of Brazilian officers and camaradas. And this gets me to our final development, and that is Father John Augustine Zahm. Roosevelt had always given the priest a lot of leeway on the expedition. The man had been a loyal supporter and had, obviously, kick-started the expedition. But now things were coming to a head. Father Zahm had no skills for the jungle expedition. He did not like to work, and he expected others to do things for him. If this makes him sound entitled, well, that's pretty spot on, and it will be on full display with this next bit. Because the trucks couldn't go any further, Zahm proposed that he continue going forward by, and I am not kidding, a chair being made that could be lifted on 2 long poles, and 4 of the Indians could carry him. Yes, the guy really went there, and it will only get worse. Rondon was incredulous at the idea, and he bluntly said, no. Zahm replied by saying, again, not kidding, quote, Indians are meant to carry priests, end quote. Yeah, that didn't go well. Rondon would, of course, say no. No doubt all of his pacifist ideals being put to the test at that moment. Denied by Rondon, Zahm appealed to Roosevelt, which was the final straw. Roosevelt, after hearing out the man, gave the priest a firm answer, saying, quote, you will not commit such an affront to my dear Colonel Rondon's principles, end quote. And with that, Zahm was done. He would be sent back to Tipiru-Ohan. To demonstrate just how upset Roosevelt was, he wrote up a document about the decision, which said, quote, every member of the expedition has told me that in his opinion, it is essential to the success and the well-being of the expedition that Father Zahm should at once leave it and return to the settled country, end quote. Every member of the expedition signed it, everyone. The truth is that this move was a long time coming. Father Zahm's casual, open contempt for the blacks and the Indians had rankled many, and his inability to help in any fashion was almost as bad. If you're going to be a jerk, at least be a useful jerk. For Zahm, the problem was that he wanted a river cruise and a safari, with everyone bringing him food and drink and tending to his needs. That was not Teddy Roosevelt, and it definitely wasn't Candido Rondon. Kermit Roosevelt summed it up quite well in his diary, writing, quote, Father Zahm is being sent back from here. He showed himself so completely incompetent and selfish that he got on everyone's nerves and then tried a couple of things that made it easy to send him back, end quote. So with all those things decided, it was time to move on. The expedition would shed as much gear as possible. This included the 2 canoes that Fiala had ordered from Canada. The expedition planned on acquiring dugout canoes once at the river from the local natives for the descent. Before departing, Roosevelt would visit the local waterfall on the Papagayo River, which was reputed to be spectacular. And it is stunning. Just look at the pictures online. It is wide and has a height of nearly 300 feet, or 90 meters. And while this makes it, even today, an amazing sight, I want to point out that this is the kind of thing that the expedition was likely going to face going down the River of Doubt. Here in Gujarati, the elevation was maybe 1,400 feet, or 425 meters. Well, the River of Doubt was probably not going to be much different, and they were going to have to go down that, so there would be a lot of chances for falls and rapids. No matter, the die was cast, it was time to move on. The trail north was crude, requiring men to constantly be clearing the path. This made it a slow and tiring process. Also, the mules continued to struggle, especially when it rained. Just 3 days out of Gujarati, 9 of them would be cut loose due to their poor health. It was, for the most part, miserable. The men's clothing was getting moldy and starting to rot. Malaria was a looming threat. Kermit Roosevelt was constantly plagued by it, his temperature reaching 102 degrees Fahrenheit one day. Still, the young man pushed on, which worried his father. Bees, gnats, bugs, swarms of them hounded the men, and even the plants seemed to have it out for the expedition. George Cherry had a thorn plunged so deeply into his foot, it temporarily paralyzed him. And if anyone got too complacent, along the trail, there were the graves of the telegraph workers who died forging this route. The expedition would reach the Birdie River on February 4th, allowing the men to have a much-needed bath. A couple of days later, Roosevelt huddled with Rondon to talk about the attrition rate of the mules and oxen. Roughly half of the expedition's 100 or so mules were gone, and many others were lame. Roosevelt suggested that everyone walk, leaving the mules as strictly pack animals, but Rondon rejected the idea. Still, the 2 men would order everyone to leave behind anything that wasn't absolutely necessary, and thus the men were tossing aside books and gear and other personal belongings. The ox carts were also abandoned due to the difficult conditions. On February 8th, the expedition reached another isolated telegraph station on the Juliana River. As a side note, the expedition would get a telegram telling them that Anthony Fiala had almost died on the first day on his trip down the Papagayo River. Fiala and his group, using native dugout canoes, had been swept down a stretch of water called the Rapids of the Devil, and he had had to be rescued by his comrades. Fiala would swear off the heavy native dugout canoes and go back and get the Canadian canoes. They would go on to perform brilliantly on the descent of the Papagayo, just as he believed they would, a small indication to the man. So, with that aside, it is time to introduce a new character to our tale, and that is the local Nambiguara Indians. Roosevelt and his team were heading into the lands of the Nambiguara, one of the most primitive and isolated tribes in the Amazon. Other than a few incidents over the past century, the Nambiguara had only been encountered 6 years earlier by none other than Candido Rondon. Rondon and his colleague, Lieutenant Lyra, had come across one of their villages and had entered bringing gifts. It was a typical thing in these situations. You go in, give some gifts, and then you withdraw. It gave the indigenous people the option of engaging or not. The idea was not to force the issue. Well, on this first encounter, Rondon would be greeted by a hail of poison-tipped arrows, forcing them to withdraw. The Nambiguara were experts at camouflage. They hid in the jungles in the day and came out at night to attack. Rondon would be persistent with his offerings, but never used force or threats. Never. He just kept leaving gifts, giving the Nambiguara the time and space they needed. One brilliant idea was to play a photograph in the night. Wagner drifting through the deepest jungles of the Amazon. The Nambiguara were reportedly entranced by the music. Rondon and these mysterious natives finally came into contact. He had used time, patience, and decency to win them over, never showing any signs of hostility. And now, 6 years later, Nambiguara maintained a peace with the telegraph workers, who gave them gifts and stayed out of their way. The latter point was big with Rondon. Do not interfere with the Nambiguara, never. And if they were provoked, his men were forbidden to retaliate. Rondon would issue this famous command, quote, "Die if you must, but never kill," end quote. Those are hard words to swallow for a person whose life is in jeopardy, but it was Rondon's genuine belief that this was how to incorporate the indigenous people into the modern world. Violence and threats were never productive. This, as you can imagine, ran counter to many attitudes, which leads me to this side story. Hermann von Ehring, the German-born director of the Sao Paulo Museum, had publicly stated that the native tribes of the Amazon were likely fated to go away. They were in the way of civilization, and as primitives, they were destined to be swallowed and destroyed. This attitude was not uncommon at the time. However, von Ehring would write the following about the subject, quote, "It is worth registering here that the American General Custer said, 'The only good Indian is a dead Indian,' end quote." Now, I want to point out that it was American General Philip Sheridan who had said those words. The phrasing is actually, quote, "The only good Indians I ever saw were dead," end quote, which isn't much better, but may as well be accurate where we can. Anyhow, Rondon, upon reading this, challenged von Ehring to debate the subject, and the Colonel's argument resulted in a movement to form the Indian Protective Service, the first agency devoted to protecting the native inhabitants of the nation. Rondon would be the first director. I talk about this subject because the attitudes of von Ehring and his followers were not so different from those of Theodore Roosevelt. Roosevelt was very big on a person's character. Face to face, he could respect anyone who demonstrated his or her abilities or skills. But Roosevelt believed that the American Indian needed to move beyond tribes and so forth and accept becoming Americans. Rondon believed this as well, at least to a degree. He felt that the natives of the Amazon would have to be incorporated into the civilized world. I am using air quotes there. But Rondon believed it needed to be done on the terms of the native peoples. This meant slowly, with compassion, and with patience. It was a very humane approach, reflecting Rondon's beliefs. Men like Roosevelt had a more simplistic approach, adapt or die. Okay, maybe not that simple, but you get the idea. I talk about this at length because it means that Rondon's views and Roosevelt's views are bound to come into conflict at some point, especially as the team begins to encounter tribes that have never been seen before. No matter, the expedition would soon have their first encounters with the Nambiguara. These people were extremely primitive. They wore no clothing and were hunter-gatherers, meaning they were constantly on the move. When the Nambiguara approached the camp, they would call out from their hiding places, so everyone knew they were friendly. They did this repeatedly before finally showing their faces. Also, to again show their peaceful intentions, they brought no weapons. Roosevelt and his men were stunned by the primitive appearance of the Nambiguara. They were naked and had quills and sticks pierced in their noses and lips. However, once the peace had been established, they were quite friendly, even joyful. They liked to dance and were curious and cheerful. Kermit Roosevelt liked them, noting that they were always laughing and playing. One off-putting trait of the Namiquara was their lack of personal space. They would get to within a breath of a person's face and then talk super fast. In most cases, a man such as Roosevelt would have reacted with a show of force, taking this as a threat. But now he endured being a bit of a spectacle, and that is because the result of the Namiquara clearly trusted and respected Rondon. And Roosevelt was, wisely, content to follow the lead of his Brazilian counterpart. However, it should always be remembered that one wrong move could mean conflict. On February 11th, the men would come upon an abandoned Indian village. There they would find 3 soldiers dead and buried vertically, their shoulders and heads sticking out of the ground. What caused this was not known, but it was a reminder that death awaited those who ventured too far off the trail. Over the next couple of weeks, the expedition would push north deeper and deeper into the jungle. On February 24th, 1914, just 6 miles from the River of Doubt, the expedition would have a party. Naturalist Leo Miller, along with Captain Amilcar and several other men, would set off for the G-Parana River as planned. Not long after that, the rest of the expedition would come to their objective, the Rio da Vida, the River of Doubt. It was a twisting, fast-moving, dark river, and no one knew anything about what lay ahead. Theodore Roosevelt had always wanted to be an explorer, and well, like it or not, now he was truly going to be one. 5 years earlier, Rondon and his men had strung a 65-foot-long bridge across the river. The bridge was still there, and the men set out about strengthening and repairing it. Rondon would reach out to the Namiquara Indians and buy 7 dugout canoes. These were essentially hollowed-out tree trunks. They were heavy, 2,500 pounds or 1,135 kilos, hard to steer, not very buoyant, and easily swamped as the boat, once loaded, sat only a couple of inches above the waterline. Of the dugouts Roosevelt rode, one was small, one was cranky, and 2 were old, waterlogged, and leaky. The other 3 were good and old. The expedition had tons of supplies and 22 men. The roster was as follows: Roosevelt, Rondon, Kermit Roosevelt, naturalist George Cherry, Dr. Jose Cajazera, 16 of the strongest camaradas, and we can't forget at least a couple of dogs. The expedition had provisions for 50 days, and that's not full provisions. The rations just enough to survive on. With luck, they could do some hunting and fishing, as well as gather nuts on the descent. The big question was, just where did the River of Doubt go? Well, for that, we will have to wait until next time. In part 3 of our story, Roosevelt and Rondon will head down the River of Doubt. Their story is not dissimilar to that of Francisco de Orellana, we covered on the show many years ago. Orellana, stranded in the depths of the jungle, had been forced to build boats to sail down the length of the Amazon, not knowing where the Great River would take him. Now, maybe Roosevelt and his men were not that desperate, but here they were, getting ready to get on a river in crude canoes, food in short supply, the jungles filled with potentially hostile natives on all sides. Anyhow, that is how we will end things for today. I just want to say thanks to everyone for listening. Please join us next time for part 3 in our story on Teddy Roosevelt and the River of Doubt. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Podcast Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to check out other independent podcasts, such as Ben Franklin's World and Big Picture Science, and many others. Thanks again for listening. See you next time.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is part 3 in our series on Teddy Roosevelt and the River of Doubt. Last time, we left our team at the headwaters of the River of Doubt, which had been found 5 years earlier by Candido Rondon. Roosevelt Rondon's scientific expedition was going to head down this mysterious river. There were 22 people in the expedition, including Theodore Roosevelt, Candido Rondon, Kermit Roosevelt, naturalist George Cherry, Dr. Jose Cajazera, and 16 camaradas, strong paddlers and porters who would guide the boats down the river. There were also several dogs with the expedition. The team had 7 native canoes, the heaviest weighing more than a ton. The canoes were hard to steer, not very buoyant, and easily swamped as the boats, once loaded, sat only a couple of inches above the waterline. The men would make 2 rafts by lashing together 2 pairs of the less seaworthy canoes. These would carry the bulk of the expedition supplies, which included 50 days of rations. The food, by the way, was packaged in these big, heavy metal containers. Each container weighed 27 pounds and held 5 meals. The team had dozens of these, plus 75 U.S. Army emergency rations. The food in the containers varied, but included such things as dehydrated potatoes, onions, bread, rice, condensed milk, bacon, chicken, dates, coffee, tea, and salt. There were other essentials as well, such as matches and soap. The expedition assumed that they would be able to hunt and fish on the journey down the river. By the way, I want to note that when I talk about food during this expedition, I will be referring to the supplies of the Americans and Brazilian officers. The Camaradas had their own rations, which were not as varied or as much as the Americans. But know that the Americans will be sharing their rations with the rest of the expedition for much of the journey. The men would depart down the River of Doubt at noon on February 27th, 1914. The river was swift and twisting. The waters were dark, almost black, although the river was technically considered a clear water river. Also, let's be clear, the expedition was now in the jungle. There were no more deserts or open plains. They had moved into the Amazon basin, and as they descended, the jungles would only get denser. I want to note that the men did not know where the River of Doubt was heading. A common belief was that it would connect with the G Parana River, which was not that far to the west. If this was the case, the River of Doubt would be a minor tributary, and the expedition would be complete within a few weeks. Naturalist Leo Miller and his team were going to go down the G Parana. A second thought was that if it curved east, the River of Doubt would hook up with another river, such as the Juriana River, which would then take them to the Tapajos. That was the river the team was originally going to travel down with Father Zam. A third theory was that the river would go straight north and connect with Madeira. If this was true, it would be 1,000 miles long, or 1,600 kilometers. That would be significant. A fourth theory was that the river would eventually veer east and connect with the Arapuana River. While not as significant as going all the way to Madeira, this would still make the River of Doubt an important waterway. And so the expedition would move down the river a long line of canoes and rafts. In the front was the smallest of the canoes, which was manned by Kermit Roosevelt and two of the Camaradas. Behind them was the canoe carrying Rondon, Lieutenant Lyra, and some paddlers. After them were the two rafts, and in the rear were the largest of the canoes, which carried Roosevelt, George Cherry, Dr. Kajazira, and 3 paddlers. Regarding the paddlers, the Camaradas, these were the best available, and the Americans quickly came to respect and admire them. Most wore simple clothing, much of it in rags by now, and a floppy hat. None wore any sort of footwear. Roosevelt would say this of these men, quote, "They were expert rivermen and men of the forest, skilled veterans of wilderness work. They were lithe as panthers and brawny as bears. They swam like water dogs. They were equally at home with the pole and the paddle, with axe and machete," end quote. Roosevelt, by the way, would start giving chocolate bars to the Camaradas as a way to show his appreciation of what they did and supplement their meager rations. The men loved the chocolate, something that they rarely got, and they loved Roosevelt for the simple gesture. Now, almost from the start of the journey downriver, it became apparent that Colonel Rondon had different ideas than the Americans about what their mission was. The Americans wanted to move. They wanted to get down the river and claim their prize of glory. However, for Rondon, this was a chance to do a meticulous, detailed survey of the river. He used what was called a fixed station method of surveying, which was time-consuming. It went like this. Kermit Roosevelt, in the lead canoe, would paddle ahead to a spot that offered the longest unimpeded view up and downstream of the river. This was usually a bend. He would land, and he and his men would hack out a spot on the shore to place a sighting rod. Lieutenant Lyra would then use a telemeter to establish the distance between the canoe and the sighting rod, while Rondon would use his compass to record the direction of the river. A sextant was used to determine longitude and latitude. This fixed station method of survey was very accurate, but labor-intensive. How intensive? Well, on the first day, they took 114 readings. This meant a lot of stopping and starting. A big reason for this was the snaky, twisting nature of the River of Doubt. Most rivers in the Amazon do a lot of twisting and turning, but the River of Doubt was exceptionally bendy, thus the need to constantly be taking new readings. As a result, on the first day, the expedition traveled only 6 miles in 5 hours. This did not thrill Roosevelt. He believed that meticulous surveying should be saved for a later expedition. There were just too many unknowns at this point, and spending so much time doing detailed survey work was risky. Rondon, however, saw this as his mission. Who knows what someone else would return? The mission was the most critical thing to Rondon. He was, to be honest, kind of obsessive about completing this or any of his missions. And to be honest, both men were right. They each had valid points. However, it would be Rondon who would win out, as Roosevelt felt it was best to defer to his counterpart for the time being. But the American president was watching things very keenly. This is, by the way, a stark contrast between Roosevelt and Rondon. For Roosevelt, this was a journey of glory and adventure. When When done, he'd head back to the United States and put the River of Doubt on his wall of trophies, just as he had done with the Battle of San Juan Hill or the safari to Africa. Yes, he believed he was doing something to better the world and help mankind, but he was a big picture guy. The details, well, that was for other people to take care of later. But for Rondon, the details were his job. Doing the details were what actually made the expedition so valuable to his country and his fellow man. These two viewpoints are going to eventually come into conflict. The first day, the river, while swift, was mostly calm and easy to navigate. It was rainy season and the waters were high, allowing the canoes to skim right over a lot of potential obstacles, such as boulders and trees. In the evening, the camp was set up on the shore. Everyone worked, including Roosevelt. There would be no slackers on this expedition. Once the camp was set up, many of the men would write. Kermit and Cherry kept diaries. Rondon would write extensive notes on the expedition thus far. As for Roosevelt, well, he had a publishing deal, so he was always writing about what was going on that day. The night, by the way, was unnerving to everyone, especially when it rained. And that was because of the blackness. It was so dark, the men literally could not see their own hand in front of their faces. The next morning, Rondon would get the camp going with his usual military precision. He would rise about 4 a.m., shave without a mirror, and eat breakfast. He only drank water and tea, no coffee or alcohol. Dressed in his army khakis, he would gather his men, line them up, and hand out the day's orders. One of the first things the men did was to create a camp marker. This was usually a piece of smooth hardwood or something similar. On it, they would paint the camp number and the date, and then affix it to a tree. In reality, the sign was a lost cause. In the heat and humidity, it would rot away in short order or be eaten by ants or termites. But Rondon loved the routine of it, and he loved the idea of bringing order and knowledge to this obscure corner of the world. The two survey canoes would head out early, allowing the rest of the men to relax and even try their hand at hunting. However, no one ventured far from the shore. Unfortunately, game was not easy to find. In fact, one of the first things the men took note of was how quiet the jungle was. They saw or heard almost no animal activity. The truth is that a lot of the animal activity was way up in the canopy of the jungle, 100 or 150 feet above them. This is where the monkeys and the birds and so forth were active. On the ground, there just wasn't a lot going on. Big game animals were practically non-existent in South America. There were no lions or hippos or elephants or anything of that size. The jaguar was the most dangerous animal, but they avoided big parties such as Roosevelt's. The jungle is a unique and delicate world. Plants fought one another for sunlight, while insects battled to protect their small niche, and the animals struggled to find the food they needed to survive. Kenneth Millard, in her book, The River of Doubt, had this to say about the world that these men had ventured into. Quote, from its outward appearance, the rainforest was not a garden of easy abundance, but precisely the opposite. Its quiet, shaded halls of leafy opulence were not a sanctuary, but rather the greatest natural battlefield anywhere on the planet, hosting an unremitting and remorseless fight for survival that occupied every single one of its occupants every minute of the day. End quote. In the end, this meant that the expedition was not going to find this world teeming with game to hunt and fruit to pick. In fact, it was quite the opposite. And so, for the men of the River of Doubt expedition, the river and the jungle was a dangerous mystery. The insects, like mosquitoes, brought yellow fever and malaria. In the water, there were the legendary bloodthirsty piranhas, whose bite could take off a man's toe, as well as the caiman, a cousin to the crocodile. There were frogs so poisonous, just touching them would kill a man, and snakes whose bite were as deadly as any in the world. And then there were, probably, people. No one really knew. The Namibuara Indians had said there were natives along the river, but they did not know them. And so the expedition moved slowly down the river. Rain was a constant companion. The Amazon basin generally gets about 100 inches of rain a year, or 2,500 millimeters, with March and April being the wettest months. The rains would soak the men's clothing to the point where they were never fully dry. On March 1st, the lead canoe would round a bend and be startled to see before them a village. The appearance took the men off guard, as they had seen no sign of human activity along the river to this point. The village, which consisted of several huts, was found to be long abandoned. There were also remnants of a bridge that had been built over the river. The village was eerily quiet, and it put the men on edge, but it was clear no one had been there in ages, so the expedition moved on. Now, on the same day, the expedition would have two encounters of note. First, one of the men shot a woolly monkey, the first fresh game they had taken since starting their journey. These could be as big as 20 pounds, or 9 kilograms, giving the team some welcome fresh meat. The second encounter was almost a disaster. While setting up camp for the night, one of the camaradas would startle a deadly coral snake. man swung his axe at the snake, knocking it directly towards Teddy Roosevelt. Roosevelt reacted by stomping on the snake, but only hitting its body. The snake lashed out and sunk its fangs into Roosevelt's heavy boots. The boots saved Roosevelt's life, as the fangs didn't penetrate the leather. If the snake had gotten Roosevelt's flesh, he would have died. The venom of the coral snake attacks the nervous system, causing irreversible and painful paralysis. A person's respiratory system eventually collapses, and they suffocate to death within hours of being bitten. There was no antidote. It was a very lucky moment for Roosevelt, and it was a blunt reminder of the dangers that confronted the expedition. On March 2nd, the speed of the river would quicken, a sign of rapids ahead. A reminder, all the tributaries of the Amazon start at higher altitudes. In the west, they start in the Andes Mountains. In the north, they start in the Guiana Highlands. In the south, they start in the Brazilian Highlands. They all steadily lose elevation and reach the Amazon basin. So that there were rapids ahead was not a surprise. The only question was just how wild these rapids would be. At 3:30 that afternoon, the answer would be revealed. At first, there was a roar in the distance, and then the canoes came to the rapids, but they were mild and they were easily managed. But after the first set of rapids, the water picked up again, and white water was spotted ahead. These were world-class rapids, potentially dangerous. The canoes were ordered to the shore. Next, a group of men would cut a path along the shore of the river and scout ahead. They would return with some bad news. The rapids went for about a mile and included a pair of waterfalls 6 feet or 2 meters high. And even more disconcerting was that the river, which had, not long before, been as wide as 300 feet or 90 meters, was funneled into a gorge only 6 feet or 2 meters wide. It created a water chute of immense velocity. The contraction of the river stunned Roosevelt, who wrote, quote, "It seems extraordinary, almost impossible, that so broad a river could in so short a space of time contract its dimension to the width of the strangled channel through which it now poured its entire volume," end quote. A photo was taken of George Cherry kneeling by the channel, touching the other side of the gorge with his rifle. There was no way the canoes would survive that, and so Rondon ordered a portage of the canoes and supplies to be conducted. It would not be the last time. The portage would take 2.5 days. Everyone worked except a comrade named Franca, who was the cook, plus another paddler who was suffering from malaria. The canoes were unloaded and the gear carried past the rapids. The canoes were then hauled out of the water using block and tackle. Remember, some of them weighed more than a ton, so this was not simple. To get the canoes past the rapids, the men cut down dozens of trees and created hundreds of thick, 6-foot-long poles. These poles were placed on the ground every 6 feet, and the canoes pushed along them like on rollers. It was slow and awkward and exhausting, and I would be remiss if I didn't say that the team would have done well to have brought along Anthony Fiala's canoes, which weighed only 160 pounds, or 73 kilograms. The portaging of the canoes and supplies presented 2 major issues. First, it was hard. Really hard, and this strained the strength and stamina of the men, which could be dangerous. The second and more important issue was food. This forced the men to use up their important rations. And so the expedition moved on. The jungle grew denser and denser as they moved deeper and deeper into the rainforest. However, the men were happy to be past the rapids, which means the next day they would find, you guessed it, more rapids. It was a half a mile of churning white water, including a pair of waterfalls. Time to portage everything, including the canoes, again. This portage would take 3 days. The only positive was that Kermit Roosevelt and one of the camaradas, a man named Antonio Parisi, brought back another monkey, as well as a turkey-like bird called a jagu. Still, more of the expedition's precious food supply was consumed as the portage was conducted. And with this set of rapids passed, the expedition moved on, and of course, ran into more rapids. However, they weren't as dangerous looking as the previous stretches, so the decision was made to run the canoes through them. The provisions and gear were thus unloaded and portaged downriver, and some of the camaradas led the canoes through the boulder-choked waters. Things went pretty well until one of the canoes, which was not in good shape to begin with, was damaged and decided it had had enough and sank. In 12 days, the expedition had gone only 75 miles and had lost a canoe. Could things get worse? Well, of course they can. That's what happens in stories like this. The next day, the expedition would wake up to find that one of the bigger canoes, which was old and leaky, had surrendered to the inevitable and sunk. The expedition was now down to 5 canoes. These remaining canoes did not have the capacity to carry all the men and their provisions. Rondon and Roosevelt knew that they couldn't go back. Trying to walk helped little heal. The remaining option was to get another boat. And thus the expedition would spend 4 days building a new dugout canoe. They found a suitable tree, cut it down, and under Rondon's direction, built a new dugout. The Camaradas worked long and hard, even toiling in the dark using candlelight. Insects were everywhere, tormenting everyone. Roosevelt and the other Americans had mosquito netting fitted over their helmets to help them, but it was difficult. As the canoe was being fashioned, Roosevelt tried to go hunting, but his glasses fogged up with humidity, making it nearly impossible. By the way, Roosevelt had terrible eyesight. His glasses were so important to him, he brought 10 pairs of them with him whenever he traveled. And while Theodore Roosevelt did not have any success hunting, his son and some of the other men did, bagging a large water snake and some game birds. The new canoe would be completed on March 14th. It was 26 feet long, or 8 meters. Roosevelt was impressed by the work Rondon and the Camaradas had done. The first day back on the river, the expedition would run 6 sets of rapids in just 4 hours. There was more than a hint of desperation, as they were taking greater risks to keep advancing. Also, due to the dwindling food supplies, Roosevelt would convince Colonel Rondon to alter the fixed station survey that was proving so time-consuming. The survey would continue, but now the sighting rod would be employed from the lead boat. This meant things were much quicker, but less accurate. It was a trade-off Roosevelt willingly accepted. So it was on this day that the expedition would again narrowly avoid disaster. This was when Roosevelt's canoe would be caught in a whirlpool. The canoe would start to spin around in the water, and in the process get sucked downward. Roosevelt's canoe was only a couple of inches above the waterline, so when this happened, the water from the river began to fill the canoe. Understanding the ramifications at the moment, George Cherry and Dr. Rajasira jumped overboard to lighten the load. This allowed Roosevelt and the Camaradas to hastily paddle the canoe away from the whirlpool. Disaster thus averted. The next day, March 15th, the expedition would get an early start at 7 a.m. However, within a few miles, the signs of rapids again appeared. The current picked up, and ahead white water was seen. Before the men was an island in the middle of the river. Rondon ordered everyone to the west or left shore. They would have to do another portage. It was here that Kermit Roosevelt would make a fateful decision. He eyed up the island in the middle of the river and wondered if the waters on the right side, which were obscured from their vantage point, was not so wild. If so, perhaps they could avoid portaging the canoes. Kermit would take his canoe, along with 2 Camaradas named Joao and Simplicio, plus one of the dogs, out to the island. It was a risky move, as the waters were quite rough, and a low waterfall was not far downriver. Well, the men would investigate the right side of the river and find it no better than the left. Kermit and the men would thus head back to the team on the western shore. However, on the way, the canoe would get caught by a whirlpool and spun around and carried further downriver. Kermit knew that they didn't have a chance of reaching the shore, so he directed the canoe into the waterfall. Better to go nose first than on their side. The canoe would plunge over the falls and, miraculously, find itself upright and afloat, but swamped with water. The men furiously began to paddle toward the shore, and then, just as they neared the bank, another whirlpool would grab the canoe and spin them around and spit them back out into the middle of the river. Joao, the Camarada, jumped out of the boat, grabbed a rope, and tried to pull the canoe to the shore, but the current was too strong. He would lose his grip and the boat would capsize. Kermit and Simplicio spilled into the water and grabbed onto the canoe as it rushed further down the river and toward another waterfall. Kermit Roosevelt, still clutching his favorite Winchester rifle, would be plunged over the falls and swept forward. He was lucky that the current carried him to a stretch of calm water where he climbed the shore. Simplicio was not so lucky. He was gone. The other man, Joao, had managed to get to shore, as had the dog. Their canoe was destroyed, shattered on the rocks below the waterfall. Colonel Rondon, who proceeded along the riverbank to investigate the rapids, only now realized what had happened. When he saw Kermit, he was initially relieved. I mean, no one wants to lose a man. But then he was furious. Kermit had disobeyed his orders and almost died because of it. He said to Kermit, quote, "Well, you've had a bath, eh?" End quote. With the realization that Simplicio was missing, a search was conducted up and down the river for a mile. No luck. The man was presumed drowned. No body was ever recovered. This was a tragic moment and an avoidable one. Kermit Roosevelt's confidence, some would say arrogance, had cost another man his life. And Kermit showed little remorse for the decision, at least in his diary. However, how he truly felt, we really don't know. The man was prone to brooding, and he may have internalized the disaster. No matter, it was a perfect example of why Teddy Roosevelt was so concerned about his son. That Kermit had survived was a minor miracle. The thought of telling Edith Roosevelt that her son was dead scared the heck out of Teddy. He warned his son to temper his actions, but not much would change. Rondon, by the way, took the death in stride. While he was not happy about Simplicio's death, he did not dwell on it. That was the way of these expeditions. Death was a part of things. The next morning, when the expedition made their camp marker, they would add these words, quote, "In these rapids died Port Simplicio," end quote. As he was unmarried and had no children, Roosevelt and Rondon agreed that his wages would be sent to his mother. That day, the expedition would not take long to encounter another series of rapids. However, they did find a channel to bypass them. They would have to unload all the supplies and haul them down the river for about a half mile or 1 kilometer while the boats were guided through the bypass. By the way, in case it's not clear, I want to explain that there were really two types of portages down the River of Doubt. The major ones happened when the river got so dangerous, nothing would survive the rapids and waterfalls. This meant that the supplies and the canoes had to be hauled overland to the bottom of the rapids. This was, as we have seen, something that took days. The other type of portage happened when the rapids were dangerous, but not impossible to manage. For this situation, provisions were usually unloaded and carried past the rapids. Boats were then led through the rapids, but still in the water. This might happen by having the men attach ropes to the boats and guiding them down the river from the shore, keeping them away from boulders, whirlpools, and so forth. Such portages might take hours instead of days. So while this portage took place, Rondon decided to go hunting with his favorite dog, Lobo. While walking through the jungle, Lobo would suddenly pull past Rondon and into the forest. A moment later, there was a yelp. Rondon froze. Had the dog been attacked? Was it a jaguar? And it was then that he heard human voices. Rondon would describe this moment, saying, quote, "These are well known to me. They are the short exclamations, energetic and repeated in a kind of chorus, with a certain cadence particular to the Indians who, when they are ready for the fight, commence the attack on the enemy," end quote. Lobo then reappeared, 2 arrows in his side. Rondon would fire his rifle in the air once and then twice to try and frighten away the voices. It didn't work. They only got louder, like a war whoop. He fled. When Rondon reached the camp, the voices had broken off their pursuit. The men would grab their weapons and prepare for an attack that did not come. Meanwhile, Rondon was greeted by more bad news. Another of the canoes was lost. During the portage, a rope leading it had broken, and the canoe had been shattered on some rocks. Rondon would gather several men, including Lieutenant Colonel Roosevelt, and go back to where Lobo had been attacked. They would find signs of the Indians, as well as the body of the dog. Rondon would leave some gifts for the Indians, a couple of axes and some beads, in hopes that they would take the offerings as a sign of their peaceful intentions. The colonel had been lucky. The Indians had likely set up an ambush, and Lobo, sensing the presence of others, had gone ahead, as trained, and walked right into the trap. If Rondon had been alone, he likely would have been the one on the receiving end of those arrows. No matter, the ghosts of the River of Doubt were now very real and very deadly.
Want to build the bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cars, and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder appers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet, you're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, pre-match only, match stake £10 minimum, combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections, T's and C's apply.
This episode is brought to you by Royal London, the UK's largest mutual, life, pensions and investment company. What even is a mutual anyway? Well, Royal London is customer owned. It has been since 1861. They work to support customers and wider society to help build financial resilience while investing responsibly to help build a future worth retiring into. It really is everyone's business. Learn more at royallondon.com/mutuality.
The shooting of Rondon's dog would cast a new light on the entire River of Doubt expedition. The men had always expected to run across some natives, but now that it had happened, it was unnerving. And upon examining the arrows that had killed Lobo, from the design, Rondon could see that this was a new tribe, one that no one knew anything about. I will get back to these mysterious natives a little later, but for now the expedition was in trouble. They were down to 4 canoes, not enough for 21 men, and there were no trees suitable to build a new canoe. And thus the decision was made to have part of the team walk, while the others took the canoes. After ridding themselves of unnecessary baggage, 8 men would go with the canoes, and 13 would set out on foot. They would have to hack their way north along the river. It was a slow, tiring, and often painful process. Roosevelt was in one of the canoes, as well as several camaradas who were suffering from various ailments and couldn't walk. At this point, the team had gone about 90 miles, or 145 kilometers, and eaten a third of their food. If the river was 1,000 miles long, well, they were in serious trouble. Food, by the way, was cut to 2 meals a day. The men had not caught a single fish on the journey down the river, and the plan to do extensive hunting was a bust. The camaradas were scavenging in the forest for food. They kept out an eye for bees in hope of getting honey. But the biggest thing they found was palmito, the inner core of a small palm tree. It was bland and not very nutritious, but it filled the men's stomachs. Even the officers took to eating it. As we have seen in other episodes of this podcast, men in this situation often fantasize about food, and this expedition was no exception. The men talked about food all the time, primarily dreaming about what they would eat once they got home. Mutton chops, strawberries and cream, pancakes and maple syrup. You get the idea. However, despite the talk, a gloom had overtaken the camp. The men were beginning to wonder if they were going to survive. And then, just when needed, there would be some developments that would raise the spirits of the team. On March 16th, at the end of some rapids, they came upon a 70-foot wide river pouring into the River of Doubt. This convinced them that the River of Doubt was not a tributary to the Jeep Piranha. Also, 2 fish called pacu were caught by the team. Having more food was obviously a great thing, but the camaradas said that the pacu didn't travel on heavy rapids. If true, it offered them hope that the worst of the rapids were behind them. The next day, March 17th, the expedition would take some time for an official ceremony. In the ceremony, the Rio da Dutida's name would be officially changed to the Rio Roosevelt. The ceremony seemed to lift the spirits of the men. Roosevelt had known the Brazilian government was going to change the river's name, but he had advised Rondon not to do it. He thought River of Doubt was a good name, and I have to agree. In fact, I think it's an awesome name, but they didn't ask me, so the Roosevelt River it is. Onward went the expedition, 13 men on foot, 8 on the boats. The men on the shore quickly came to realize that the trail they were on was man-made, and then, not long after that, they saw signs of the region's mysterious Indians. This included footprints in the mud, even voices. It unnerved the men. The Indians, so invisible for weeks, were now omnipresent. A short while later, the men would come upon a village along the banks, which consisted of 3 huts. There was no one there, but the village was obviously not abandoned. Everyone knew that they were being watched. Rondon would leave some gifts, again a way to signal his friendly intentions. Now, I want to take a moment to talk about the natives, who we call Sinta Larga, because we actually have information about their point of view regarding this story. First, the Sinta Larga had, indeed, had no contact with the outside world. The rapids of the River of Doubt had, for the most part, kept outsiders away from them. So when the expedition came floating down the river, they were stunned at what they saw. They had never seen pale men, many with big beards, something the Sinta Larga could not grow. Were these monsters, animals, men? They didn't know. Even the canoes were a marvel to the Sinta Larga. The Sinta Larga fished and hunted with spears and arrows. They were masters at surviving in the jungle, moving silently and with ease. They wore no clothing, thus nothing hooked on vines or got tangled in vegetation. And they had an elaborate system to mark their trails and territory, one that no outsider knew existed. The Sinta Larga lived in small villages, usually of no more than 2 or 3 huts, with several families in each hut. They had no overarching organization or chief. Basically, each family was their own boss. This loose, independent structure of the tribe is what likely kept the men of the Roosevelt-Rondon expedition alive. And that is because as the canoes moved down the river, the Sinta Larga were watching them the entire time. Many of the natives wanted to attack the strangers, and make no mistake, if it had happened, Roosevelt and his men would have been wiped out. However, such decisions were not made by a single person, but as a collective. This gave the expedition a little breathing room as they could move on before any decision could be reached. And thus the natives were content to leave obvious signs for the expedition, warnings to move along. And who knows, the gifts left by Rondon may have swayed some not to attack either. Now, we have this information about the Sinta Larga thanks to the work done by author Candace Millard, who wrote The River of Doubt. Let me explain. To research her book, Millard actually traveled to the jungles of the Amazon and found the Sinta Larga tribe in the early 2000s. There, they told her stories that had been passed down from generation to generation of the first white men to come to the river. This was Roosevelt's team. Thus, she had learned how they reacted to their arrival, how some wanted to attack, others let them pass, that sort of thing. It's an admiring nod to her work that she was able to discover this point of view to our story. In the end, the Sinta Larga would let the strangers pass, but it had been a close call. I find it fascinating that the natives, who loom large over things for Roosevelt and Rondon, are never actually seen by the expedition. Never. But like I said, they hover over everything. Now, I want to add that if Rondon had not been with the expedition, the The chance of Roosevelt returning would have been diminished, and that's because Roosevelt would have been way more likely to use force at some point in the descent of the river. When the dog Lobo had been shot, the men could easily have responded by firing their rifles at anything that moved, or they could have burned down or ransacked the Sindalarga villages they came across. Instead, Rondon left gifts, simple offerings of friendship. It was something he had done with many other tribes in the Amazon. A man such as Roosevelt would not have been so calm or cool in his response. No matter, the Sindalarga will fade into the background of our story, goes to the end. So, moving on from the local tribes, the expedition would continue down the river, rapids and waterfalls a constant companion, not to mention a dwindling food supply. At this time, the expedition would come upon another tributary joining the river down. Rondon wanted to investigate up the river a ways, but Roosevelt insisted they keep moving. Roosevelt would win. It was yet another sign of Roosevelt overriding Rondon. However, it was here that the team would find some trees that would make good dugout canoes. Thus, they would stop and elect to build 2 new canoes so the entire team could return to the river. Roosevelt agreed to this plan. It was also here that the expedition would run into a new problem when 15 of the emergency food rations were found missing. The suspected thief was a camarada named Julio. While the camaradas had proven to be exceptional workers and honest men, Julio had been a disappointment. He was a big, strong man and looked the type of the hardened jungle porter, but he had disappointed everyone when things got difficult. He complained constantly and was always finding excuses not to work. Now he was suspected of theft. However, there was no proof. The team could only watch him more closely going forward. Now, the construction of the new canoes would go slow, too slow in the eyes of Roosevelt. He would press Rondon about this, who admitted he had told his men to slow the building of the boats down so that Lieutenant Lyra could do some surveying of the nearby tributary. This infuriated Roosevelt and the rest of the Americans, and it could really have led to a break. However, Roosevelt understood that there was no good reason to argue. Instead, he would demand that Rondon abandon the fixed station survey. It was too time-consuming, he said, and too dangerous. Rondon would reluctantly agree, tersely noting in his journal, quote, "The topographical survey proceeded without our being able to obtain all the benefit of the technical resources which we had at our disposal," end quote. This was hard for Rondon, who believed, above all else, his job was to complete the mission, and surveying the river had been his priority. But he was also supposed to get the Americans safely down the river, and so he acquiesced to Roosevelt's demand, albeit reluctantly. The new boats would be launched on March 22nd. However, within the day, they would come upon a narrow gorge, impossible to run the boats through. It was time for another portage. Now, in addition to the men suffering from malnutrition, illness was getting more and more prevalent. Malaria was the big issue. A person who gets malaria usually exhibits symptoms within a week or 2. The first thing would be chills, and then a cold so brutal they would shake violently and uncontrollably. And at the same time, the body would overheat in response to the chills, body temperatures rising to as high as 106 degrees Fahrenheit or 41 degrees Celsius. Death was a possibility. The expedition's doctor gave out quinine to battle malaria, but they only had so much of it, and too much was bad for a person. Thus, malaria was always an issue. This was especially true for Kermit Roosevelt, who practically lived with the disease nonstop. In addition to illness and disease, the wet and humidity was rotting their clothing and boots. Miserable was the best word to describe everyone. On March 24th, the expedition, which only a week before had been hoping that the worst of the rapids was behind them, heard a roar like they had not heard to this point. Men knew what it was, another big string of rapids. Over the next 4 days, the expedition would only go 4 miles as they constantly had to portage the gear down the river. During the portage, one of the camaradas, a man named Paishan, a respected veteran, caught Julio stealing rations. This was a difficult moment for Rondon and Roosevelt. They could abandon the men, which would likely mean his death. No one wanted that. And let's face it, they needed strong men. Losing him would hurt the expedition. To punish him physically was foolish, as an injured man was a burden to the party, and thus they could do no more than admonish Julio and keep close tabs on his movements and keep him away from the supplies. On March 27th, the expedition was undergoing yet another portage. All the gear was carried downriver, while the boats were guided through the rapids. It was here that one of the rafts, again meaning 2 of the canoes lashed together, got stuck on some rocks. Several of the camaradas tried to dislodge the raft, but with no luck. The fear was that it would get loose on its own and go flying uncontrollably down the river. Losing 2 canoes would be a disaster. Calling out for help, others would arrive, including Teddy Roosevelt. The men waded out into the river and tried to dislodge the canoes from the boulders without losing control of them. It was then that Roosevelt would slip and fall, badly slicing his right leg on a sharp rock. He would limp back to camp, blood pouring out of the wound. A note here. Back in 1902, Roosevelt had been in a trolley accident and his leg had been severely injured. The injury was so bad there was even talk of amputation. Well, the leg was fine now, except if it was injured. If it got hurt, it became easily inflamed. So while Roosevelt was looked after by the doctor, the boats were rescued and the portage continued. Then, after moving downriver a short ways, the expedition would make camp early due to torrential rains. They knew there were more rapids ahead. The next morning, March 28th, Roosevelt's leg was not looking good. An infection had already set in, and to make matters worse, malaria flared up. Within a few hours, the president was an invalid. Everyone was shocked at how rapidly Roosevelt's health declined. And if that wasn't enough, the men came back with bad news of the rapids ahead. It was a mile-long gorge, a canyon of high cliffs that funneled the raging white water down the river. There were 6 waterfalls within the canyon. The last 30 feet were 9 meters high. There was no way the boats could make it. They would again have to portage everything, including the canoes. That would be days. However, when the men scouted ahead, they found the gorge was carved out of a fine-grained, slippery stone. There was no way to haul the boats over it. They appeared to be at an impassable barrier. Rondon would break the news to the men, saying, quote, "We shall have to abandon our canoes and every man fight for himself through the forest," end quote. For the men, this was just shy of a death sentence. But for Teddy Roosevelt, it was worse. There was no way he could make such a journey, not in his condition. And this takes us to a belief of Theodore Roosevelt's. As we have seen, he is a relentlessly energetic and positive and brave man. He believed in action, and at the same time, he detested the idea of dragging down others. His father ingrained such things in him, and he integrated those same ideas into his children. On this expedition, he had worked hard. No one questioned his commitment or willingness to work. He did what was necessary, such as jumping into the river to try and save the canoes. That was their lifeblood. But Roosevelt also believed that it was honorable, even noble, to sacrifice for one's companions, and to unnecessarily tie up resources, slow down others, and put others in jeopardy. Well, that was wrong. It was better to step aside honorably and give others the chance to survive. This moment was not unlike one on Robert Falcon Scott's South Pole expedition a couple of years earlier. Scott's team had reached the pole, but on the return journey, the men were wasting away. One of the men, Lawrence Oates, knowing he was going to die, simply walked out into a snowstorm and to his death so that resources wouldn't be wasted on him. Roosevelt, who no doubt knew that story, saw himself in the same situation. And I want to remind you, this is not a soft man. This is a guy who had been shot in the chest, yet had gone on to deliver a 90-minute speech. He was a guy who never shied from a fight, and he certainly was not the kind of man to give up. President William Taft, who knew Roosevelt well, said this of the man, quote, "He had the spirit of the old berserkers," end quote. And so Roosevelt laid in camp, fever raging, body aching, and saw things were not good. He was dead weight, a millstone around the neck of the expedition. It was something he would not tolerate. In case he ever got into this exact situation, Theodore Roosevelt always carried with him on these kinds of adventures a bottle of morphine just in case. Regarding the moment, author Candace Millard would write this, quote, "For him, this was not about suicide, it was about doing the right thing," end quote. That night, Roosevelt was doing badly. He would call to his bedside his son, Kermit, as well as George Cherry, who he had become close friends with on the expedition. He said to the two, quote, "Boys, I realize that some of us are not going to finish the journey. Cherry, I want you and Kermit to go on. You can get out. I will stop here," end quote. Here was Teddy Roosevelt in pain, racked with malaria, an infection setting in, and getting worse by the hour. His temperature was rising. He was unable to even stand on his own, much less walk, and it appeared that the team was going to proceed on foot. The president knew when the cards were bad, and at this point, he was prepared to give it up to help others survive, including and especially his son. Now, Teddy Roosevelt may have felt that he was the most important person in the world, and at times he very well may have been. And he thought that, as the most important person in the world, everyone would do as he requested. And that takes us to the president's son, Kermit. Kermit Roosevelt, as we discussed, was so like his father, courageous, bold, fearless, and curious. But the two were very different in temperament. One was loud and boisterous, the other quiet and introspective. In his life, Kermit had never defied his father, who was an overwhelming personality. Sometimes a little rebellion is good. Colonel Roosevelt, when told by his father that he would, quote, stop here, end quote, would shake his head. No such thing was going to happen, not while there was a sliver of hope. And thus, for a moment, Colonel Roosevelt took the mantle of leadership that his father wore so well and denied his father's request. President Theodore Roosevelt was thus faced with a dilemma. He knew that if he died, it would only make it more difficult for Kermit to survive. And that's because his son would never abandon him. Never. Not in life or in death. He would later write, quote, I knew he would not abandon me, but he would insist on bringing my body out. That, of course, would be impossible. I knew his determination, so there was only one thing left for me to do, and that was to come out myself, end quote. It is a powerful moment, all of Roosevelt's bluster and belief in being tough and rugged and so forth, projected by a son who simply refused to give up on his father. Anyhow, I will leave things here for today. The expedition appeared stuck, unable to go forward in their canoes, and Theodore Roosevelt was on the brink of death and determined to live. Please join us next time for part 4 in our series on Teddy Roosevelt and the River of Doubt. I want to wrap up by saying that the Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Podcast Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to check out other independent podcasts, such as the Pirate History Podcast and I Know It Scares You, and many others. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. I will see you next time. Take care.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Hello and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is the final episode in our series on Teddy Roosevelt and the River of Doubt. A couple of notes to kick things off. First, a reminder that you can look at a map and photos of this expedition on our website, explorerspodcast.com. And second, last time I said that Theodore Roosevelt was 54 years old when he was actually 55. Not a big deal, but I just thought I'd mention that. That is it for notes. Let's get going. Roosevelt Rondon's scientific expedition had found themselves stranded in the Brazilian highlands, blocked by a large canyon that the boats could not go down, and high imposing rocks that the heavy dugout canoes could not be carried over. Walking appeared to be their only option. However, that was not feasible for Theodore Roosevelt, who was suffering from malaria and an infected leg. Roosevelt was in such bad shape, he had suggested to his son that the expedition just leave him, but Kermit Roosevelt would have none of that. He had promised his mother that he would look after his dad, but letting him die in the Amazon jungles was not what he had in mind. The challenge in front of Kermit was trying to figure out a way to get the boats to the bottom of the rapids. If he could do that, it would allow his father a way to continue down the river without doing too much walking. Now, let's remember, Kermit was an engineer and had built bridges and railroads in Brazil, so figuring out this kind of thing was right up his alley. So what Kermit did was to study the gorge, which was about a mile long and had 6 waterfalls, including one that was 30 feet or 9 meters high. Moving past the river, you had to go high up on the rock formations, which were smooth and slippery. The drop from the rock ledge to the vast channel of water below was often 3 feet. Anyhow, what Kermit did was plot out a route down the river, the idea to lead the boats along the way. At times, the boats would be left in the water, connected to ropes, and carefully run through the gorge. When the water got too rough or there were waterfalls, the boats would have to be lifted out of the river and carried forward, and then lowered back into the water when things weren't so wild. Now, even in mild rapids, this was dangerous, but the proposed portage was really good because of the height and formation of the rocks that they had to traverse. At times, they would need to be standing on ledges that barely existed, where one slip or one yank from a boat on the river could hurl a man into a raging water below. If a boat got loose on the river in this channel, it would almost assuredly get destroyed. And if a person fell into those same waters at a bad spot, there was a good chance they would die. The plan that Kermit laid out was feasible, but very dangerous. Young Roosevelt now had to convince the rest of the team it was worth trying. The first person that Kermit had to sway was Lieutenant Joao Lyra, Rondon's second in command. Lyra and Kermit had become good friends on the journey. The lieutenant weighed the risks and saw the merits. Once he trusted Kermit's judgment, the two men took the plan next to Rondon, who was skeptical but open to the idea. One big problem was that Rondon, from atop the canyon's cliffs, could see into the distance. The river was not a steady, gradual decline. Instead, there were more hills, with ups and downs as far as he could see. That meant more rapids and waterfalls. Was it worth it to haul the big dugout canoes past the rapids, only to have to deal with the same challenge over and over again? Well, Well, the answer was yes. If the men took to walking, their chances were not good. They couldn't carry much food, and the hunting and fishing net were bad. Theodore Roosevelt was as good as dead, and he had to walk. Hauling the canoes down the gorge was the best of the team of bad options.
Located along the coast of Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to Terranea now at terranea.com or call 310-265-4600 with 310-285-2800. Terranea.com.
Are you Roman ready for a better sex life? Check out Roman. Roman has medication clinically proven to help you perform bed for 20% off your entire first order. Go to ro.co/better. That's ro.co/better. Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts on Exoskeleton or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family. Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Nielsen comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approach is helping you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you for your best foot forward. Your good news is still valuable to lead to the wins of the Google algorithm.
They would only make it 2 miles before they came to Sport Rapids, and then another canyon. The men were disheartened. George Jerry was right. Instead of getting us out of the hills at once, as we had hoped to do, we are deeper in among them. The expedition was falling apart. They had been fighting rapids nonstop for a month and had hundreds of miles to go. Food was low. The men were physically and mentally exhausted, and it was estimated that they had only descended about 500 feet from the highlands. They had at least that much, probably more, to go. This meant the rapids were far over. The men openly questioned if they were ever going to see their homes again. Still, there was nothing left to do but push on. The expedition began yet another portage. In an attempt to run one of the boats through the canyon, a dugout was busted apart in the river. Instead of risking losing more canoes, they determined to build another boat along the river, hauled it along with poles that lead across the trail. It would be another long and backbreaking project. So to do this, the expedition essentially set up a camp at the top of the rapids and another at the bottom, with a temporary resting spot in the middle of it all. One man, a comrade named Reno, was left at the camp at the top of the rapids to guard everything. It was there that he caught another comrade, Julio and Lima, stealing food. We mentioned Julio before, and it was not the first time he had been caught stealing. When one of the comrade leaders, Paishan, found out, he was enraged. What exactly Paishan said or did to Julio is not known, but the latter was ultimately ordered back into the line of baggage carriers and working. Now, at the temporary camp, Roosevelt and several other men were resting. It was here that Julio would come through again, brought over to some rifle stack together. They wanted to march off. 618 is not uncommon. While walking to reach George via Skype, use site name George 97813. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-665. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Story. And welcome to the Open Line portion of Coast to Coast AM. We will start off with our feature called Ask George. Very simple. If you have a question, just send it to AskGeorge at coasttocoastam.com. And every time we do open lines, we'll fire up a few questions real quick and see what you say. So we're going to start with Mario in West Palm, Florida. What is the nicest thing someone has done? The nicest thing someone has done for me, Edison Nature. I would say, open up doors, giving me parking spaces, things like that. But also, my kids, stuff for my kids in the playground. That's very nice. So nice mothers. Jennifer, Los Angeles, have you been skydiving or not? No, I have not. No, I have no license. I'm a scuba diver. I'm a certified scuba diver. I don't get a thrill out of clunking and surgery and planning, especially when you get back in my parachute. Okay, and like in Connecticut, give us your definition of a killer. Somebody with a killer have a track arrested and killed risks that was something worked in this country. Well, the people with the laws can get answered like that. Folks, if you have a question, just go to AskGeorge at coasttocoastam.com and
For you for open line, don't forget our new policy that I'm going to inject just on open line night. Because normally we always have a guest with us for a couple of hours. You wrestle with whether to call the guest with a question or to be participating in open line. Because up until now, we only get one call a night. But with open line nights, if you want to call the guest, if you want open line and call back, you have to go. So we're restricting on open line nights. So we'll be back to call us in a moment. Coast to coast there. We're all talking about comments and blue and yellow. Remember the good guys and the bad guys battling it out for the future of the universe? So fun and adventure as we turn to comments and graphic novels from our friends at Marvelous Entertainment. Based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by the incredible author Rob Summer, the acclaimed comic creator Abby Fish put together his foreword to bring that sense of wonder and thrill and straight-out action adventure from those novels to comics. And they've got great titles running the gamut from space adventures to downright scary things. Offering now free bronze membership options that gives you access to behind-the-scenes content, free comics, and other memberships providing access to promotional and bonus items like secret decoder rings, puzzles, and even more. The bonus back is Join the excitement with titles like I Wagon, Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, Animal, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Wagon Tuner. Join us at iWagon.com. That's IWAGGIT. Get that website, IWAGGIT, iWagon.com, where you blast off on your free adventure. Again, we refuse to be carried. Instead, help along by one of the other guys. Share a coffee brought on the block. We can trust this every day. 70% of your dog's immune system is based in the gas. So, for overall health and nutrition, is vital. Let's be sure your dog is getting the nutrition they need. A diet like proper nutrients can present issues. Second item is that Ron Jones, Colorado, and weak immune system. Right there is a solution. DINODIT. Dino Cautious. Delicious nutritional supplement created to boost your dog's overall health. Beginners are incredible.
Right there, cute. April 6th, the river fell with you. Probably 2 weeks after we started saying I started the improvements, and today 99% of the issues are non-existent.
Right now, try Dynamite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Or at Dynamite.com/radio. That's DINODITE.com/radio.
I'm here with everybody. Over a million men out with Dynamite.
3 days in the jungle, all he could was food and pushed him to the brink of starvation. He called out to Ron Jones to beg him to take him back, without promising to be an obedient, unfaithful worker. As he passed, Ron Jones told Julio,
and welcome back to the open line portion of Coast to Coast. Now, it would be great to be with you on a Friday night. Tomorrow night, Richard Sheridan will be hosting the Saturday show. I'll be back on Sunday, and I'll have a live show for you on Labor Day Monday night as well. So after you do whatever you do,
7 miles later,
join us on the program. We're going to great new program for this. So let's go to East Lines. Let's go to Vaughn in Texas. East to the Rockies to get us started. Hey, Vaughn, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you. And I would like to thank Congress for putting me on. You're welcome. Keeping up with the clarity of your YouTube audio is very, very clear. And, it's real great listening to.
Well, thank you.
And great team that does all that. Yeah, and one in particular I like to direct people towards is the one with Ron Moorhead and you on it. Yes, underneath what you have to code official logo, and yet have a little comment, right below it. You have under that replied, and I made a reply under that particular one where I'm articulating meticulously, verbatim what he said on that clip. Was that you? Yes, Vaughn. And, I have a slow-down version compared to the longer version, side by side before the dictate. And I want people to go to that. You can really clearly hear it. And if you need to, I think it slowed down a little bit too much, but you can use YouTube, found speeding, together, slow it down a little less than what it is. And it's more clear that way. I used to be a mailman, and I used to listen to it over and over and over and over again because I thought that if I listen with my heart instead of my head, I could feel the questions and intonations and the tones and stuff. And it works out to where you hear a lot of this stuff twice and tell you exactly what's being said. When you were a mailman, you ever get chased by a dog? I take most of myself, honestly. I knew that they were, they thought they were very powerful. I would reverse that, and I would run through a building, and they would run away. Me, I was a mailman for like 32 years. What's the strangest thing you ever encountered? They've changed. The post office has changed a little bit, but we're still doing a great job getting us the mail that we need. Let's go to Bill in Los Angeles. Hey, Billy, take it away. Hey, Bill, I'm a certified scuba diver. You will never get me a skydive. The only way I'm skydiving is if somebody pushes me out of a plane. Yeah, that's just a death wish. But I can ask you a couple things about laughing. I told you once, I don't have a computer. So I try to do everything I can by memory. And I'm finding that it actually sharpens my memory not to use a computer. And I'm going to ask you a couple things if you remember without Googling. And if you remember something from those shows, you might have asked me a couple things. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, one of the people presented the Pickle Finger of Fate. Remember that one? Pickle Finger of Fate Award. Right. Which person presented that? Without respect. It was Dick Martin. Okay. And then he would get a little trouble. And by the way, he and Liam Warren, they're both dead now. Oh, yeah, I know. But he would do things on purpose, and he would make the finger look as if it were flipping the bird sometimes. Yeah, you're right. So it was really funny. I was only 12 when I saw that show in 1958 for the first time, so it blew my mind, especially Goldie Hawn dancing in a machine with strategically placed temporary tattoos. She was phenomenal, wasn't she? Oh, gosh, I'm telling you, she added to frustrations of veterans. This person said this. Very interesting. It was that scientist-looking guy, that little scientist-looking guy. What was his name? Marty Johnson. That's it. He also played the dirty old man who was always suggesting things to Ruth Selby on the bench. Yeah, he was always in a trench coat. Right. And last thing, who said this? It wasn't wrong in mine, was it? All my time. It was very awkward, but it was funny. That's the clip you used on last time? Yeah, that was Richard Nixon's version of Pocket. He had no emotion, did he? It was kind of grim, but it was awkwardly amusing. The great part of saying it is Sakatumi. Wait, say that again? Sock it to me. Sock it to me. That's what they're supposed to say, right? Right. So it's kind of awkward. And you can shock it. Can you imagine being at a party with a guy with Nixon? Yeah. Well, I'm a former journalist, and so I have to be fair to the guy, and I have to say, Nixon was brilliant. He was a brilliant man. He just screwed up some things. But compared to Joker, I won't name any names. Nixon was not that bad compared to the Jokers running around today. Nixon's biggest mistake was Watergate. Take Watergate out of his career, he wasn't that bad a president. Well, he did a couple of it wrong, and the way the price control was a failure, and he kind of fudged a little bit on his plan for Vietnam. But I agree that the Watergate thing, and he get rid of David Trump, that I screwed that up. I did not done that. I don't think he was in on the original. I really don't. I think he came to hear about that, panic. But I think Haldeman and Ehrlich did this. Yeah, he went to him after the thing. Right, and then he thought, I got to cover this up. And that was his big mistake. But otherwise, he's up there intellectually. I don't think there's anybody smarter than Nixon was. Like, where he just makes some blunders, but by today's standards, again, I mean, look at this stuff going on now. There's no comparison. Did you ever see his checker speech when he was the vice president under Eisenhower? Yeah, when he, right, I think that was first that I'm not sure. It was about those little gossip that he gave him as a president. Yeah, it's very corny. It worked for him. What do you think about what's going on now? I'm really shocked about how much press is occurred, and it's just unreal to me. It feels like we're living through Orwell's 1984 with the big guy, Big Brother, apparently taking money to some of the horse family from our enemies. This is just so over the top. I don't know how to, and then everything they say come out of Washington is just the opposite of what the truth is. Just everything. And then the media, as you know, is just playing the game. And that's the most disappointing thing to me of all, is that our media have just sold their souls. And I want to thank you, Bill, for being such a great guest and you call it. Because every time I call you, you're like a guest. Well, I appreciate your consideration and the airline. All right, my friend, be in touch. Next up, let's go to Pedro in Michigan and welcome to the show. Hi, Pedro. Hi, thank you, Georgia. I appreciate that. Thank you. YouTube journalist, right? Yes, I believe so. And I can't believe how he did it with a computer. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's very intelligent. I appreciate his calls all the time. First, I would like to get some about all the show feeds for our workers out there. This is our holiday weekend, Monday is Labor Day. So, hope everybody is able to appreciate it and enjoy it, and they deserve it. But my open mic question is, since it's unofficial end of summer, do you ever get that often to Massachusetts? And then again, piggybacking on that, how does it affect your home in Detroit? I have not been to Detroit in a couple of years. I did see my mother a couple of years ago. She came up to Columbus, Ohio to see one of our live stage shows. Massachusetts is not a hometown for me, that's hers. I used to go there in the summertime as a kid, but I haven't been to Massachusetts in a long time. That being said, we may do a live stage show next year in Boston. And if we do, my relatives are going to be there like crazy, so I'm looking forward to that. Oh, that would be very homecoming for you. So is your mother going to be able to go to the show in Columbus? If she goes to it, she's going to surprise me like she did last time. Apparently, according to Trump, she was sitting right out in the audience with my sister last time. I didn't even see them. And so after the fact, I'm on stage doing what I do, singing songs and stuff like that. And I could see the audience kind of like looking behind me. And I'm going, this kind of weird. You're the only person on the stage. It really wasn't. But my mother was walking from behind the curtain, behind me, up to me while I was on stage. And the audience They were down there. 12, they were. When I'm on scout sites, we have them down like a couple. Yeah, that's, but you didn't see us, so that's good. So we're going to go with our friend Doc in Michigan. Are you a fan of any one or more sports teams, college or pro? Always Detroit. I was raised as a kid. Detroit sports are in my blood, so I like the Tigers in baseball, the Lions in football, the Pistons in basketball, the Red Wings in hockey. It's a kid thing. You know what that's like. I sure you will. I've heard you talk many times about the Kings. I've never heard you say so. That's good. I got to ask you a question. Sure. Well, our listeners are like questions. Yes, we get calls, we get to know who they are. Over the last 20 years, we've been doing this show. We've been out for the people who follow us. I want to ask you about some people. As I'm concerned about them, I think some people even that is happening. Whatever happened to Walter in Pennsylvania, who I call our resident skeptic? You know, where is he? We haven't heard from Walter. Unfortunately, every person that you're about to tell me, I haven't heard from him. And that's highly unusual. It is unusual, and unfortunately, your mind always goes to what happened in the bad terms. But Alabama. I had several people ask about that. Louise and Louisville were both Patrick. That's true. Michael and Virginia Beach. I have nothing to say to you because, like I said, Doug in Elgin, Texas. That's right. Doug too. Now, the one guy used to call all the time, did call later. He's okay. The guy from Culver City. Yeah, Jeff. He's out there. He took a trip to Europe or someplace, and he was gone for a while. I'm concerned about these people who disappear and they become regular, often callers. Yeah, because you're calling so much and they do become family. It's right. It's like you're talking to your brother sometimes. So if anybody out there knows any of these people that we just mentioned, try to get through to us. Try to get through to Tom. Tell us what was happening. My gosh, thanks to you guys. Next up, it's time for another caller show. It's a quick call. Linda in California. Hey, Linda, go ahead.
George, thank you for taking my call. Thank you. I was thinking about Cornelius. I just believe my kid actually about the reason my voice is different. No. This is just famous. When he said that the UFOs are the fallen angels, and I believe that too. I believe that the majority of Christians are fallen angels. The U.S. guy Israel back in 47 was 76 years. We're living in time. And God said that he would not let that generation pass die before his return. So we're right to explore. I had a close encounter with UFO. Very much so. Do you want to hear what happened? Because it's a little different than most people who I saw this yesterday. So
yeah, we're going to come up on the break, Linda. So what I'll do is put you on hold, and then we'll come back and get you right after the break. So just stay right where you are. The rest of the calls, keep on coming, folks. We've got open lines for you on Coast to Coast. You need to reach us, just go to coasttocoastam.com. You can send us emails that way. I don't respond to every email because I get like 2,000 a day, but I look at it, I glance through them, and I peek at them and everything else. And if you're an insider, you get a special email. Don't forget that. Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief with George Murray. Just log on to beyondbelief.com.
Walker, the KFI 24-hour review. Nothing there is coming back, along with other officials, joint developers, and directing guns on a project that will bring 122 affordable homes in South LA. The plot of life was once governed by a restrictive covenant that prohibited the sale of rented to black or Asian people. Overload deaths are increasing among the homeless population in downtown LA. In Skid Row, Pension and Lucid being blamed for a majority of those
Just not listed on any map. There was just a big blank, and the expedition filled in that blank. And we should stress, this had not been an easy thing to do. The River of Doubt was choked with rapids and waterfalls, and there were the dangers of hostile Indians, plus illness and disease. That they had done what they'd set out to do. A couple of additional geographical successes included the first ever descent of the Parada and Papagayo rivers. Now, the expedition had not been without controversy or problems. There were conflicts between the two elements, the Americans and the Brazilians. And Rondon, especially early on, refused to admit to Roosevelt that the expedition was overburdened. But to everyone's credit, they had gotten through the difficult parts of the journey. Both Roosevelt and Rondon were strong-willed and opinionated men, and while they clashed, they also bent as needed. And I really think it's important to understand that both sides needed each other to get this job done. It's unknown when or if Rondon ever got the financing to conduct the descent of the River of Doubt, and Roosevelt pushed Rondon at times when he needed to be pushed. As for Roosevelt, it's unlikely he could have made the descent without Rondon and his expertise. The cool, deliberate approach toward the native peoples allowed the team to avoid any confrontation with the local tribe, Santa Larga, who could easily wipe out the entire expedition. Now, all of that said, it is easy to be critical of the planning of the expedition. A lot of this falls with Roosevelt. He let people who had little expertise handle so much of the planning, and then Roosevelt switched the itinerary just weeks before departure. That's kind of insane when you think about it. But even with that, certain team members just did not adapt as needed. This left the team with too much stuff, a lot of which they didn't need. And no one seems to have been able to make Roosevelt understand the ramifications of how difficult this expedition was going to be. All of those things almost doomed the party. Still, to their credit, Rondon and Roosevelt adapted as they needed, and they were successful. Final thing here, it would be wrong not to note that, despite all the obstacles that the expedition faced, most of the men came out alive. Julio was simply a bad guy, and the killing of Paisan was on him. The big black mark was the death of Simplicio, which fell squarely on the shoulders of Kermit Roosevelt. His recklessness had cost the man his life. But I want to note that it's not as if Kermit was playing catch with live hand grenades or something foolish. He was doing something he thought could save the team a lot of time and hard work. The problem was that this decision offered little margin for error. Well, as we know, something did go wrong, and a man paid with his life. It was tragic, but not criminal. So with that section done, I want to touch on the aftermath of the expedition. I'll start by mentioning that the first news that reached the world about Roosevelt and his team was when Anthony Fiala descended to Papagayo at the end of March. He sent a message back home saying, quote, "We have lost everything in the rapids. Telephone my wife of my safety," end quote. While Fiala was referring to his own descent to Papagayo, but when reporters got hold of the message, they went wild. The New York Times headlines said that Roosevelt and his team had lost everything going down the river. It wasn't until the next day that Fiala had followed up and clarified his statement. No matter, people were worried as Roosevelt and his team had been gone for months. And thus, when Roosevelt did come home, people were thrilled. But as I noted, there was some controversy as some people questioned the honesty of Roosevelt's claims. One of those men was Sir Clemens Markham, remember him from the Shackleton series? He had been Robert Falcon Scott's main supporter. Anyhow, Markham was considered an expert on South America, and he expressed doubt that Roosevelt had found the Great River like he proclaimed. Also, another explorer, Henry Savage Landor, which is an awesome name for an explorer, basically called Roosevelt a charlatan. Landor had spent time in South America, and he said that Roosevelt was stealing all sorts of events and information from his book, claiming them as his own. Well, Teddy Roosevelt was not the kind of man to endure attacks without shooting back, and even though he had not recovered from his ordeal, he arranged a presentation on May 26th at the largest hall in Washington, D.C. This was just a week after returning home. The event was huge, as the hall seated 5,000 people, and there was not an empty seat, despite stifling heat and poor ventilation. Roosevelt would take the stage, many of his team at his side. This included George Cherry, Leo Miller, Anthony Fiala, and even Father Zom. From the start, it was obvious that the former president was not in peak health. He looked tired, his face was covered in perspiration, and his voice was weak. But Roosevelt was on a mission. People had challenged his honesty and integrity. Even an unhealthy Teddy Roosevelt had plenty of righteous indignation in his arsenal. In the end, the people loved Roosevelt. Despite a weak voice, he was impassioned and he was determined to set the record straight. He would emerge vindicated. The New York Evening Journal would say, quote, "Any doubts that still linger about the River of Doubt hardly are justified," end quote. Roosevelt would then move on to Europe to attend Kermit's wedding in Spain, but not before he smacked down his critics at a lecture in London. He was stronger and more forceful as his health had improved, and the great raconteur that Roosevelt had always been re-emerged and won over all who saw him. No one questioned Roosevelt about his exploits going forward, and he would publish a book on the adventure through the Brazilian wilderness, which you can read for free if you want. I posted a link to it on our website. As a note, in the immediate years after the expedition's return, others would follow Roosevelt's footsteps to the River of Doubt. None came back, no doubt coming in conflict with the Santa Larga people or succumbing to starvation or disease. It wasn't until 1927 when another expedition, led by George Willard Dyett, successfully retraced the expedition's route, confirming all that Roosevelt had reported. By the way, in 1992, a modern-day expedition was organized to follow the original enterprise. There were 20 people involved, including Roosevelt's great-grandson, Louis Roosevelt. So that's it for the aftermath of the expedition. Next, I want to do a rundown of some of the people that we have been traveling with these last few episodes. The first person I'll mention is Anthony Fiala, the well-meaning but ineffective quartermaster of the expedition. While Fiala would serve in the Army during World War I and then dabble in a variety of business enterprises in New York, he would never go exploring again. He died in 1950. The next person is Father John Zom, the Catholic priest who had organized the expedition. Well, Zom had been sent home before reaching the River of Doubt due to a variety of reasons, the main being that he was not fit physically to continue. It had been a stinging rebuke to the man. But Roosevelt had worked to massage the priest's ego, even getting him a spot on stage at Roosevelt's big speech in Washington, D.C. Zom would return to Notre Dame, where he was a professor, and go on to write some books, drawing on his time in South America. And while I don't have a lot of great things to say about Father Zom in this series, I want to stress that he was a respected scholar and scientist. In his life, he championed Notre Dame becoming a research university dedicated to scholarship as opposed to remaining a smaller boarding school. Zom would die in 1921 at the age of 70. A residence hall of Notre Dame is named after him. The next member of the expedition I'll mention is George Cherry, the naturalist. Cherry continued working, including more trips to South America, but ultimately he retired to his home in Vermont. He wrote his memoir, Dark Trails, Adventures of a Naturalist, in 1930. He died in 1948 at the age of 83. In his life, he collected more than 100,000 birds. The next person I'll talk about is Kermit Roosevelt. The president's son had begun life with so much promise. Courageous and resourceful, he had a lot of his father in him. However, after getting married to Belle Ward, as he had dreamed, and serving in World War I, Kermit would be plagued by personal demons. He was mercurial and brilliant, but prone to bouts of depression. Already a heavy drinker, it got really bad after the death of his father. Kermit would lurch around in his career, but never really find anything that fit his personality. In the 1920s, he took part in expeditions across the Himalayas and into China, but nothing like the River of Doubt expedition. He and Bell would suffer financially in the 1930s, and Kermit's drinking only got worse. At one point, it was so bad, his brother had him admitted to a sanitarium against his will. Kermit and Bell would have 4 children, but it was a troubled marriage. Kermit's drinking and depression at the root of a lot of that. However, Kermit was a serial cheater and did little to hide his affairs, but Bell would never leave him. In World War II, Kermit joined the British Army in 1939 and was injured fighting in Norway. However, he would later be discharged because his drinking and another bout of malaria interfered with his duties. Bell would appeal directly to Kermit's cousin, President Franklin D. Roosevelt, to get Kermit into the U.S. military. Kermit would get a commission and be sent to Alaska to work as an intelligence officer. However, on June 4th, 1943, Kermit Roosevelt's depression would get the better of him, and he would commit suicide. He was just 52. It is a tragic case of an immensely talented man who was overcome by his own inner demons. As a note, the towns of Kermit, Texas, and Kermit, West Virginia, are named after him. Also, there was a repair ship named after him, the USS Kermit Roosevelt, which saw action in World War II and Korea. So, from Kermit Roosevelt, I want to go to a couple members of the Brazilian contingent. The first person is João Lyra, Rondon's faithful lieutenant. Well, Lyra would, Unfortunately, around 3 years later, while surveying the Salvatruga River, it is said that after being caught in the river, his last act was to throw his survey notebooks to the riverbank to save the data he collected. To the end, he was Rondon's disciple. And speaking of Candido Rondon, he is next on my list. Now, I'm going to flat out say that I found Rondon to be the most fascinating person in this series, which is saying a lot. A big reason is that I had never heard of the guy, yet he is a national hero in Brazil, especially to the indigenous peoples. His story is truly amazing. Part European, part Indian, brutally poor, an orphan. He fought and scraped his way up, based on smarts, courage, dedication, and willpower. Few people can match his determination and discipline. Rondon would come home from the River Dot expedition the national hero. Roosevelt would call Rondon one of the greatest living explorers in the world. During the expedition, he was the only person who never got sick or injured. He was a model of hard work and dedication, and he had stood toe-to-toe with one of the most charismatic leaders in the world, Theodore Roosevelt. It really was an incredible story. Now, Rondon's life is, to be honest, way too big to describe in a few sentences, not unlike his counterpart, Teddy Roosevelt, so we'll stick with a few highlights. He would go on to become the chief of the Brazilian ROTHSCHILD. In the 1920s, he would lead army forces against a rebellion in the state of Sao Paulo, and he would continue surveying much of the Amazon for many years. He and his wife had 7 children. In 1955, at the age of 90, Rondon was given the title Marshal of the Brazilian Army. Also, he would be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize by the Explorers Club of New York in 1957. He died in Rio de Janeiro in 1958 at the age of 92. Candido Rondon explored and mapped more of the Amazon than any other man in history. He made first contact with dozens of Indian tribes. That right there is enough to secure him a place in the history books. He did so much more. He is called the father of Brazilian telecommunications. May 5th is the National Day of Telecommunications in Brazil, and it was established in his honor. He helped start and serve as the first director of the Indian Protective Services, which was the nation's first organization dedicated to protecting and aiding indigenous people in the nation. The amazing thing about Rondon was his deep desire to help bring the tribes of the Amazon into the modern world in a humane, compassionate, and intelligent manner. I don't think anyone would dispute decency and honesty. Unfortunately, others weren't as dedicated to these tactics as Rondon. The native peoples were pressed, and still are pressed, by other interests such as mining, ranching, or whatever. And Rondon's attempts to manage these confrontations usually fell by the wayside to business interests who wanted things done quicker and cheaper. A side note here, regarding the Santa Larga Indians, who we never actually meet in our story. Well, over the years, they would be pressured by prospectors and adventurers and be forced to fight to survive. In 1960, rubber prospectors killed 3,500 members of the tribe. At one point, they flew over a village and tossed dynamite on the people. It was brutal and vicious. Today, only about 1,500 Santa Larga remain. Anyhow, regarding Rondon, his legacy is that of one of Brazilia's great heroes. There was a bunch of stuff named after him, such as airports, universities, and towns, even animals. Plus, there are thousands of streets and schools and so forth. To demonstrate how important the guy is, in 1956, the Brazilian government named an entire western province Rondonia to honor the man. Not bad for a poor orphan from the Amazon frontier. Again, if you are interested in Rondon, I encourage you to find out more about him on your own. I didn't read any biographies on the guy. There are a lot of articles online if you do some searching. And so that brings us to the final character in our tale, President Theodore Roosevelt. Well, Roosevelt would never really recover from the ordeal of the journey down the River of Doubt. His stamina was never the same, and he would be hospitalized on more than one occasion due to the lingering effects of his injuries and illness. But those health issues didn't stop Roosevelt from trying to stay relevant. Always a proponent of American involvement in World War I, when the United States entered the war, he wanted to raise a volunteer army to go and fight, just like he had done in the Spanish-American War. Congress would be given the authority to raise 4 divisions, similar to Roosevelt's Rough Riders. President Woodrow Wilson, however, would have none of that. Roosevelt, who was back with the Republicans, was the party's most prominent member, and Wilson was not going to let a potential presidential candidate run off and become a war hero again. Wilson would put the handling of military affairs strictly with the federal government. Thus, Roosevelt was denied another chance to go to the front, something he bitterly resented Wilson for doing. Anyhow, Roosevelt would decline the opportunity to run for governor of New York in 1918, but that did not mean he was willing on a bid for president in 1920. However, things would conspire against Roosevelt. His health deteriorated in 1918, and he was hospitalized for 7 weeks at one point. And then, in July, Roosevelt would suffer a terrible tragedy when his youngest son, Whitney, pilot in the United States military, was shot down and killed. This crushed Roosevelt. He'd always imagined himself dying in battle in a glorious fashion, of course, like a modern-day David Crockett. But he had never wanted that fate for his own children, especially one so young. Some say that Clinton's death and Roosevelt's flagging health set the former president of his will to go on. Despite all of this, Roosevelt was seen as the favorite to win the presidential nomination for the Republican Party in 1920. But it would not come to pass. On January 5th, 1919, Roosevelt began to have breathing problems. The next day, within hours, he would die. The result of a blood clot that had detached from a vein and gone to his lungs. Theodore Roosevelt was 60 years old. I'm not going to go into the life and legacy of Roosevelt, because that is what books are for. But the man's shadow is enormous. To be honest, Roosevelt is one of those guys that is hard not to like. No, he is not perfect. No one is. But he was a larger-than-life character, a guy who walked the walk and talked the talk. It makes it fun to travel with. That said, I'll wrap up with a few comments. First, I want to mention that in 2021, HBO released a four-part miniseries about the River of Doubt expedition. It is called The American Guest. The cast was fine, but I'll be honest, it was just okay, kind of dull. They moved around events, combined characters, and things like that. But they also made stuff up, probably thinking people could make things more dramatic. One issue I had was that Amy Williams, who played Roosevelt, was kind of boring. He just didn't capture the magnetism of Roosevelt, which is so critical to the story. Anyhow, as I said, it's not bad. Give it a watch if you are so inclined. Second, I just want to add that I really love this story. I didn't know much about it until I read Candace Millard's book on the expedition, and it was just a wonderful revelation. It is one of the fun things about doing this show, all the great stories and people you get to meet, some of whom you've never heard of before. One of those people, as I noted earlier, is Candido Rondon. He is a truly unique and fascinating person, and I'm amazed I knew nothing about the man. And that brings me to my third and final comment, and that is about Candace Millard and her book, The River of Doubt, Theodore Roosevelt's Darkest Journey. This is just an awesome book. I've read it several times now, and it's so entertaining. And I can't stress how much stuff I did not include in my version of the events. So big kudos to Candace Millard for her book. If you want to know more about the story, read her book. And so that is it for today. I hope you've enjoyed our series on Teddy Roosevelt and the River of Doubt. Thank you for listening. Take care, and I will see you next time. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Check out airwavemedia.com. Find other great history podcasts such as Legends of the Old West and the Sit Down Coffee History podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media podcast.
What we have to look at here
When I started this podcast about 5-6 years ago, the first thing my then teenage son asked was, "Dad, who is the greatest explorer ever?" Without really even thinking, I replied, "Richard Francis Burton." Now, before we get too excited about that lofty answer, I should clarify, I don't really think Burton is the greatest explorer ever, but I will say he was probably my favorite explorer. There is no one like Burton, an English army officer who lived smack dab in the heart of the Victorian era of England in the mid to late 1800s. And I'll just tell you a few details about the man to give you a flavor of what we are going to talk about in this series. Burton was an explorer, writer, scholar, soldier, diplomat, ethnologist, linguist, poet, fencer, and perhaps a spy. He spoke 29 languages, many fluently. He was one of the first Europeans to visit the holy city of Mecca, which he did in disguise. He explored extensively in Africa, including the Great Lakes District. He is acknowledged as the first Westerner to reach Lake Tanganyika, the second largest freshwater lake in the world. And then there is his work as a writer. Wrote and translated more than 200 articles, books, and literary works over the course of his life. This included some controversial items, including the Kama Sutra and the Arabian Nights. And we can't forget about the drinking and drug use, plus a healthy obsession with sex and erotica. As you can see, this is going to be fun. Now, I want to point out that Burton, while immensely talented and accomplished, is wildly frustrating. He is the smartest guy in the room, and he knows it. Yet he can't constrain his own biting sarcasm and pointed criticism of others, including his bosses, such as the British government. He is not afraid to alienate others and screw things up for himself, just to prove a point. And because he is so prolific a writer and so opinionated, he will say a lot of stupid things. He He will spare no race, no religion, no nationality, no person. He is often a first-rate jerk, and he will make a lot of enemies, some undeservedly, many very justified. To give you a taste of what people thought about Burton, his friends gave him the nickname Ruffian Dick. And to think that if his friends gave Burton that nickname, imagine what his enemies will have to say about him. No matter, he is one of the boldest and most curious individuals we have ever covered on this show. He has an insatiable thirst for knowledge that is rivaled by no one. Thus, it makes him immensely fascinating and entertaining, and it is why I like the guy so much. Anyhow, I want to note that this series on Burton is going to mostly delve into the man's life as an explorer and adventurer. His entire life is wildly interesting, but lots of it is not that relevant to what we do on this podcast. Still, know that I will talk quite a bit about Burton's life and interests and activities because they are so important to his character. So, a few notes about today's episode before we get going. First, a reminder that you can go to explorespodcast.com if you want to see photos of Ruffian Dick, as well as maps of his adventures. Second, I want to note that Burton is today often called Richard Francis Burton, so as not to confuse him with the famous Welsh actor Richard Burton. In his life, the Francis was rarely used. Third, there is a ton of information about Burton available, and to be honest, a lot of it is conflicting. That's not uncommon on this show. Just know that I'll try and point out important differences between the sources. Otherwise, it will not be shocking for you to find something different about Burton than what I have stated in our series. That is just part of the way things happen. Fourth, Burton would become very enamored with the cultures and religions of Asia and the Middle East, including Islam. This will be very important to him and our story, and I'll explain those points as we go. But know that my knowledge of Islam is limited. I will try and explain how it fits into Burton's life and our story, but forgive me if I get anything wrong. And fifth, I want to let you know that there is a website called burtoniana.org. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. That has a ton of documents of Burton's, plus a link to tons more. It is a great site if you want to really dive into the crazy world of Richard Francis Burton. And who doesn't want to read a manual on bayonet exercises, which you can find on the site. I will put a link to it on the Explorer's website, as well as in the show notes of the podcast. That's burtoniana.org, burtoniana.org. So there you go, a bunch of notes to start. Let's get going. Richard Francis Burton was born on March 19, 1821, in Torquay, Devon, England. His father was Joseph Netterville Burton, whose family was of English stock, but raised in Ireland. Joseph Burton would rise to the rank of lieutenant colonel in the British Army. However, his career would be scuttled on a point of honor and court politics. This happened when King George IV of England went about trying to divorce his wife, Caroline of Brunswick. He didn't want her to be the queen. Well, Caroline, who was popular with the common people as well as the rank and file of the army, was accused of adultery by the king while in Genoa, where Lieutenant Colonel Burton was stationed. Joseph Burton would be called as a witness at the Queen's trial, but he refused to testify against her. As a result, he was personally dismissed from his post and put on half pay by the Duke of Wellington himself. His career in the army was over. As a side note, Caroline was technically queen for 18 months, but was in exile much of the time and was refused access to the court when she did come to London. She would fall ill in July of 1821 and die 3 weeks later, cancer the likely reason for her demise, although some have suggested poisoning. Anyhow, Joseph Burton would, at this time, marry Martha Baker, who came from a wealthy family. She was said to have been the descendant of an illegitimate son of King Louis XIV of France. Richard Francis would be born in 1821. A daughter, Maria, and then another son, Edward, would follow in 1823 and 1824, respectively. The family would move to France when Richard was just a few months old, living off Martha's allowance and Joseph's small army pay. One reason for the move was the health of Joseph. He suffered from asthma, and the French weather was much better for him than the cold and wet of England. Richard Burton would spend the first 10 years of his life in France. He and his siblings would prove to be something of a wild pack. They loved to fight and play games. Richard embraced any sort of a challenge and was always trying to prove himself. And while rambunctious and undisciplined, he was also sensitive about people and animals being mistreated. The family would move back to England when Richard was 10, mainly due to political uncertainties in France, where it was not quite safe for a British family. Richard and his siblings hated Britain. They hated the bad food, the cold, and the grey. The English seemed like barbarians to the Burton children. In fact, this is a feeling Richard would maintain all his life, later saying, quote, England is the only country where I never feel at home, end quote. Richard spent a lot of the next year fighting. He never backed down from a challenge and offered them whenever he felt slighted, which was often. After a year, the family would head back to France, moving to someplace new every year or two. This included Tours, Orléans, and Blois. The Burtons hired private tutors for their children, but these teachers struggled due to the unruly nature of Richard and his siblings. Young Richard, in particular, was proven to be quite the hellion. However, he showed skill in fencing, something he learned from an old soldier. And then there was his talent with languages. From an early age, he had an obvious gift. He spoke fluent French and English, and would soon add Italian as the family moved to Pisa in 1832. By the way, these cities all had small colonies of English people, and the Burtons would congregate with them. However, as the children grew older, they often found themselves becoming more enmeshed with the locals. The family would live all over Italy, including Rome, Naples, Sorrento, Florence, and Capua, the children getting a continental education and life in the process. Richard, as he grew into a teenager, became increasingly reckless. In 1836, when cholera broke out in Naples, he and his brother snuck out of the house and did the rounds with the carts collecting the dead. And then there were girls, and smoking, and eventually drinking, and even opium. Richard Burton had grown into a tall, broad-shouldered young man. He had jet black hair and long lashes, the latter often commented upon by people. He was confident and bold and could command a room. He found that he liked girls, and they liked him back. Burton's father grew concerned when, on a trip into town with his son, he found a startling number of local girls who knew and called out to Richard. And then, much to the horror of their parents, Richard and his brother would get to know the local prostitutes. Well, that meant another move, this time back to Pisa, where Richard would fall in love with the local girl. He would propose, and she would accept. The families, of course, were appalled, and the whole thing was quashed. The family would then move yet again to Marseille and then Pau, both in France. But the boys were becoming too much for their parents. It was girls, drinking and smoking, and who knows what else. It was time to get them onto careers as adults. That would mean another move back to England in 1840, where the boys would attend university. It was decided that the brothers were bad influences on each other, so they would go to separate schools. Richard would thus be sent to Trinity College, Oxford, in the fall of 1840. The formal education system was the last thing that Richard Francis Burton wanted. Yes, he was wickedly smart. He spoke numerous languages, but he was 19 years old and full of vim and the devil. He resented others telling him what to think and do, especially when he thought them to be inferior. Things would not go well from the start. Burton had grown a big mustache by this time, and it brought some snide comments from his fellow classmates. Well, Burton was quick to challenge anyone who even looked at him sideways, and this would mean a lot of fistfights. One story said that he was warned early on that the older students would try to enter the rooms of the underclassmen in order to haze them. Burton's reaction was to leave his door unlocked and to place a poker by his bed, just daring anyone to try and humiliate him. By the way, you can look on our website and see Burton and his beloved mustache. It is a glorious thing. So Oxford was not the greatest place for Richard Burton. He disliked England to begin with and held a general distaste, distrust, and scorn for others. He hated the food, not to mention the beer. Yet he had supreme confidence in himself. He took up boxing and truly fell in love with fencing, which he got really good at. And then there were the languages, which was clearly what he loved. He was teaching himself Arabic, but struggled until it was pointed out that he was doing everything backwards, as Arabic is written in read right to left, not left to right. He was appalled that Oxford didn't teach the language, considering how many people in the empire spoke it. He even began to learn Romany, the language of the gypsies. He would visit a gypsy camp in the nearby woods and try to pick up their language and dally with the girls, the latter probably his main goal. By the way, many people claim that Burton had the look of a gypsy due to his dark hair and complexion. Anyhow, even in his language, Burton frustrated his teachers. He spoke Latin like an Italian, not an Englishman, who refused to compromise on that point. In truth, Burton hated school. After his first term, he wanted to go join the army as the first Anglo-Afghan war was now being fought. He thought it would be a grand adventure. But his parents made him stick to his schooling. Once back at Oxford, Burton did all he could to help school administrators and local leaders. He drew caricatures of them, made up crude lyrics about them, pulled childish pranks, and refused to attend church services even when ordered. His fellow classmates loved it all. But things would come to a head when the students were banned from attending a local horse race. Burton, being Burton, would go anyways with a few other students. They were caught, but instead of being contrite and apologetic, Burton doubled down on his actions. He challenged the school administrators, arguing like a practiced lawyer. He said the rules were unfair and the students were being treated like children, not as the adults that they were, that sort of thing. Byron Farwell, a biography on Burton, said that when he had finished his defense with a grand speech, he didn't even give the school administrators a chance to respond. Instead, he, quote, made a courtly Austrian bow from the waist and left the room, end quote. Very Burton-like, willing to go out in a blaze of glory rather than to grovel before those he did not respect. Anyhow, that would be it for the young man at Oxford. He was expelled, and thus his father relented on his and his brother's desire to join the army. Edward would join the regular British Army as a surgeon. As for Richard, he would have to settle for a commission, which cost the family £500, in the army of the Honourable East India Company. He would be an officer in the Bombay Native Infantry. By the way, a commission in the East India Company was not as prestigious as one with the regular army. Now is a good time to talk about the East India Company, often just called the Company. The East India Company was, literally, a huge company. It had been founded in 1600 to conduct trade in the Far East. Well, over the past 2.5 centuries, it had morphed into this massive entity that was so big, it had its own armies and came to control India and lands all over the region. And it even started its own wars, such as the Opium Wars in China. That conflict began when the company wanted to import opium into China. The Chinese, however, had banned opium imports because they saw how devastating the drug was on the population. But for British merchants, there was big money to be made in opium, and thus a war was conducted to force open the Chinese markets. If that sounds like the actions of a drug cartel, you're not far off. It's really weird when you think about it. A company so big it controlled nations, made foreign policy decisions, and had hundreds of thousands of troops under its command. But that was the world that Burton was entering. The company, by the way, primarily used native troops commanded by British officers, and this would be Burton's role. In January of 1842, the British would suffer a devastating defeat in Afghanistan, losing more than 16,000 men and civilians on the retreat from Kabul. The defeat had shocked Britain, and there were calls for vengeance. And that is what Burton saw in his future, and he was excited about the possibilities. Travel to an exotic land, fighting battles, all that stuff. So upon signing up with the company, Burton would immediately take up studying Hindustani, which included Hindi and Urdu. He would sail to India on June 18, 1842. The voyage would take 4 months, and a 21-year-old Burton would pass the time studying military manuals and Hindustani books and dictionaries. Plus, he would box and fence with his fellow officers. Burton kept his big mustache, but shaved his head, thinking it would be cooler that way. He would arrive in India to a major disappointment. The war in Afghanistan was over. The British had marched back into Afghanistan, defeated the native armies, and installed their preferred ruler on the throne. Burton and his fellow officers were bitterly disappointed to have missed the action. So instead of heading off to the battlefield, Burton was sent to Bombay, and in typical fashion, he would have little good to say about the place. It was dirty and hot, and the lodgings were substandard. On the positive side, he would be able to dive into learning the local customs and languages. One thing Burton understood was that there was no better teacher of a language than a native speaker. In Bombay, he would find locals to teach him. In addition to Hindustani, he took up Gujarati and Persian. Burton had a remarkable ear and mind for languages, and he developed his own system to train him how to learn things. It wasn't just about speaking and understanding the language, it was about speaking it like a native. By the way, he said the first thing he did when studying the language was to learn the swear words. After Bombay, Burton's unit would head north about 250 miles to Baroda. As with school, Burton did not fit well into regimental life. He did not find a lot to like about his fellow officers, and his perceived arrogance and obsession with local customs made him an odd fit. He would thus dive into his growing obsession with Eastern culture. He learned how to be a snake charmer, although he had an aversion to snakes, and he learned how to ride Indian style, and promptly won the regimental horse race. And he kept working on languages, which included a deeper dive into Arabic. One very European thing that he did was acquire a native mistress. This was common as there were so few English women in India. In addition to being a sexual partner, the woman would keep house, cook, and command any other staff. Burton would also learn from her to speak the local language and about local customs. Burton also took to learning different religions, diving into Sikhism, Buddhism, and Islam. In April of 1843, Burton would pass his Hindustani exam and could work as an interpreter for his regiment. 5 months later, he would pass the exam for Gujarati. He always took first place in these exams. All of this would allow Burton to immerse himself in the life of the locals. He had dark hair and a dark complexion, and with his mastery of the language, he could disguise himself as a local. This ability would offer some fascinating opportunities for his superiors, and that leads us to a phase of Burton's life that is somewhat murky, and that is his role as a spy. For years, Burton would have the opportunity to wander in the guise of a local. He never said he was spying, but many believed that he was out and about on the orders of the East India Company. By the way, this era was the middle of what is called the Great Game, the political and diplomatic sparring between Britain and Russia over Afghanistan and the neighboring territories. Russia wanted to expand its influence to the south and gain access to the ports on the Black Sea and even the Indian Ocean and the fabled markets of the Far East. The British feared a Russian invasion of the area, even an attempt to take India. The Great Game was not necessarily Russia fighting Britain, but each side seeking to influence and control the various nations and kingdoms of the region. No matter, the British Empire valued intelligence, and what better way to get it than to have a British officer traipsing around the region in disguise. Now, even if Burton never says he was a spy, he certainly did things a spy might do, such as measure distances between places in a way that was not obvious to those around him. He did this by counting the steps of camels and translating that into distance. No matter, he would have been able to observe troop movements, their number and makeup, and get details on fortifications. And then there was gossip. He quickly learned that the gossip in the street was often the best way to figure out how the winds were blowing in a city or town. To do all of this, Burton created different personas. He would be a dervish, a sort of holy man dedicated to poverty. A dervish often used physical exertion and ceremony as a way to reach God. And Burton's growing knowledge of Islam allowed him to go toe-to-toe with just about anyone in religious debate. He would even gain the title of Hafiz, meaning someone who had memorized the Quran. But the most common persona he used was that of a half-Arab, half-Persian merchant named Mirza Abdullah. With his dark hair, now long, and great mustache and beard, he looked the part. He would travel from place to place, set up shop, and sell spices, tobaccos, oils, and medicines. He would then use his considerable charms to find out all the secrets of the town. It was often the wives and mistresses of the local lords who had the most information, and they liked to talk to the handsome and charming storekeeper. By the way, it was on one of these excursions to who knows where that Burton is said to have fallen madly in love with the daughter of a Persian noble. The two would exchange gifts and letters, but before he could carry her away, she became ill and died. We never find out her name. Now, in these years, Burton wasn't just wandering around in disguise as a native. He would go back to his regiment and have assignments. He took part in some surveying in the Sindh, which is southern Pakistan. Here he learned how to use surveying tools. Another assignment had him at the court of a Persian prince who had fled to Pakistan and then India. Burton worked to persuade the man to wage war on the Shah in Persia, who the British felt was too friendly with the Russians. And we can't forget about languages. Burton kept taking and passing his exams for local languages, eventually knowing 6 fluently, a remarkable feat. During all of this, I can't stress how much Burton kept learning about the local people, their cultures, and religions. It's almost a mania with him, and it will become a part of his personality. One area he spent a lot of time on was sexuality. He was very interested in the sexual practices of different peoples. As this was a Victorian era, his matter-of-fact descriptions would shock many readers. And for some, Burton's obsession with sex will cloud all other aspects of his life. But for Burton, his interest in sex was just another facet of his immense curiosity. While in India, he would read different books that dealt with sexuality, and he began to contemplate translating some of those texts into English. But that will be for later in life. Another big topic of interest to Burton was, and will always be, religion. It is something that he will never stop exploring. He will devour the teachings of religion, and not just learn about it in a scholarly sense, but to practice it and be accepted into its fold. He would master the tenets of Hinduism and Sikhism, but the religion that truly captured his imagination was Islam, in particular Sufism, the most mystical form of Islam. Burton had always been fascinated by mysticism, and in Sufism, he found beauty in its teachings and poetry. As I noted earlier, he would gain the title of Hafiz, someone who has memorized the Quran. And let's be clear, Burton became a Muslim at this time. He lived his life according to the religion, doing prayers and rituals and so forth, and he would even have himself circumcised according to Islamic tradition. It wasn't just a scholarly immersion, but much more. Now, despite his interest in Islam, I want to note that Burton never considered himself anything but an Englishman. He had no loyalty to the people who called Islam their religion. However, his religious and cultural versions would cause issues with some of his fellow officers. Some saw him as going native, while others did not trust Burton because of his association with the locals and Islam. And Burton's willingness to criticize and scorn almost everyone made him few friends.
Want to build a bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cars, and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder Rackers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet, you're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, pre-match only, match stake £10 minimum, combined odds of 4 to 1 and 3 selections, T's and C's apply.
In 1845, Burton would find himself stationed in Karachi, Pakistan. Disguised as a local merchant, he would open 3 shops in the city, selling tobacco and cloth. Here he picked up local gossip and news for the higher-ups. And I want to stress something else about Burton. He wrote down everything, and I mean everything. He was obsessive about learning and writing everything down. And he wasn't just collecting information on troop movements or who was making a power play in the local palace. He was gathering information about the vices and virtues of the locals, their sexual practices, their medicines, their weapons, their rights, their customs, and anything he could find out. He wrote it all down. It is a habit he will keep for the rest of his life. It means Burton will be a wealth of information, but it also makes him hard to sift through at times. Some of his books will be a flood of data, information, and observations with no real organizations. It's kind of maddening, but fascinating as well. Now, I'm going to recount an incident from 1845 that will come back to haunt Burton. General Charles Napier, commander of the British forces in the region, would ask Burton to go on a mission for him. There were reports that some brothels in Karachi were catering to homosexuals. Napier wanted to know if it was true and if his men were going to these places. Well, Burton would do as told and find out about 3 such establishments. He would report back to Napier about them. His report included details such as services offered, prices, and so forth. It was very straightforward, without judgment. Well, this report would eventually reach others within the East India Company, men who weren't fans of Burton, and they would use it as a way to smear Burton's reputation. They said it was pornographic and questioned how he learned all the details of the report, a way to hint that he had partook in the services of the brothels. Frankly, it was ridiculous. Burton had done as ordered, but it will, as I said, come back to haunt him. So I want to jump forward to the outbreak of the First Anglo-Sikh War in December of 1845. From the title, you can imagine that this is a war between the Sikh Empire and the East India Company. Well, this was going to finally be Burton's chance to get involved in a real war. So off he would go to the north of India. But fate would intervene in the form of cholera. Burton would get the potentially deadly disease in July of 1846. It was so bad he was given a 2-year medical leave to recover. Burton would be sent to the Nilgiri Mountains, a 7,000-foot or 2,135-meter plateau in the south of India, to recover. A sidetrack here. Burton would stop at the port of Goa on the western coast of India on his way to the Nilgiri Mountains. This excited Burton, as the Portuguese poet Luís de Camões, whom Burton greatly admired, had spent time in the city hundreds of years earlier. Burton would go on to translate several Camões' works into English later in his life. Anyhow, while in Goa, Burton would, and I'm not making this up, take an interest in a young nun at a convent. It's as if the guy sees something he knows he shouldn't have, yet he can't help himself. Anyhow, he would break into the convent one night, intent on running off with the object of his affections. Unfortunately, he would go to the incorrect room, try to carry off the wrong nun. Whoops. Burton would be on the next boat south after that fiasco. His recuperation in the Nilgiri Highlands did not go well. While cooler, it was extremely damp. It led to Burton developing a serious eye infection. Also, he found it relentlessly boring. Still, Burton managed to continue with his language studies. He would pass his Persian exam, first in his class again, and get a 1,000 rupee bonus for his work. Also, he developed an interest in gold mining in the region. Nothing would ever come of it, but gold would be a lifelong obsession with Burton. Burton would eventually get so bored, he would convince the staff to let him rejoin his regiment. This despite his eye problems, something that wouldn't clear up for nearly 2 years. Anyhow, he would end up joining a surveying team in the Sindh in southern Pakistan, although his eye issues hampered his effectiveness. And then in 1848, the Second Sikh War would break out. Burton, fully qualified in 6 languages, including that of the Sikhs, would apply for a job as an interpreter. However, he would lose out to another applicant who knew only one language, Hindustani. Why did this happen? Well, remember those reports that he wrote about the brothels in Karachi? Well, they had been read by some in the company, and there were those who thought it was a disgrace that an English officer would write such a thing, which, as I said, was ridiculous. Burton was only doing his duty, and it should not have been his fault if others couldn't handle his unflinching honesty. He didn't have the time or stomach to couch the truth in flowery language. And it didn't help that Burton, in his other reports, had not held back his criticism of the company and the British government. That said, I want to stress that Burton wasn't critical of British imperialism. He was critical of how stupid and counterproductive higher-ups were at running things. And while many people agreed and appreciated Burton's honest opinions, many did not. And thus, when his name came up for a crucial job, it was easy to slap him down for what many perceived as insubordination. And so here was Burton, 28 years old, and his career stalled. He was still weak from cholera, and his eye was bothersome. His drinking increased, as well as his opium use. Frustrated, he would go back on sick leave and elect to return to England to recuperate and contemplate his future. Back in England, Burton toyed with the idea of returning to Oxford, but quickly dismissed the idea. Instead, he would write a number of books about his time in India. This included Goa in the Blue Mountains, or 6 months on sick leave, about his time recuperating in the southwest of India. Plus, there was Sindh and the races that inhabit the Valley of the Indus, and the Falconry in the Valley of the Indus. He would even write a book titled A Complete System of Bayonet Exercises, because why not? Burton had written the manual because the British, unlike virtually every major army in the world, did not have any official training in the use of the bayonet. The only use seems to have been when used in an orderly charge. The book would actually cause Burton to receive an official reprimand from his superiors, because pointing out how stupid your superiors are is far worse than not training your soldiers properly. Funny side note here, a few years later in the Crimean War, the British Army would adopt Burton's manual with a few tweaks. The government would pay Burton 1 shilling for his work, which is like pennies. By doing this, they could say they paid him for his copyrighted material. The best part was that Burton, just to prove a point, went down to the War Office in London and filled out all the paperwork to get his stupid shilling. Thank you very much. He then gave the shilling to the first beggar who approached him. Now, none of Burton's books really made much money, if any. His books, while packed with information, some of it brilliant, lacked a narrative cohesion to them. They jumped around from subject to subject and just suffered from a lack of editing. No matter, even if only minor successes, they helped raise Burton's profile. Now, all that said, Burton came back to England and then went on to France, where he would spend much of the next few years. His family would suffer a tragedy at this time when Edward, Richard's brother, a surgeon in India, was attacked and beaten by some natives. He would suffer a traumatic brain injury and spend the rest of his life in a sanitarium in England in a near vegetative state. Sources say that he never spoke again after the attack. So, back in Europe, Richard Burton's reputation as a scoundrel and provocateur would follow him wherever he went, and he leaned into the ruffian dick persona, drinking and flirting with women whenever he got the chance. When one lady saw Burton's interest in her daughter, she sent for him saying, quote, "I sent for you, Captain Burton, because I think it's my duty to ask what your intentions are with regard to my daughter," end quote. Burton replied, quote, "Alas, madam, I regret to say, strictly dishonorable," end quote. Ruffian dick indeed. Now, all that said, Burton was serious about meeting someone and getting married, but he had little money, was on half pay, and had few prospects. Good looks and a lot of charm and confidence didn't pay the bills. That meant that many families kept him away from their daughters. And that takes us to 1850, when Burton would meet 19-year-old Isabel Rundell, the daughter of a fiercely proud Catholic family. They had relocated to France to escape religious persecution in England. Isabel was immediately smitten with Burton, who was 10 years her senior. The two would flirt, but nothing would happen between them, yet. But I mention Isabel because she will be very important to our story later on. So, for a couple of years, Burton would write and publish his books, and generally trying to figure out his lot in life. As we noted, he liked to drink and carouse, and he continued to work on his fencing skills. Regarding fencing, he would go on to invent his own moves, and he was described as brilliant. One time he had a contest with a French sergeant, who happened to be a celebrated fencer. Burton disarmed the man in all 7 bouts, and the Frenchman would later say that the ferocity of Burton's move nearly dislocated his wrist. This takes us to 1852. Burton was bored. The army was a dead end, and he wanted to do something special, something big. And thus he would go to the Royal Geographical Society and make them an offer. He would travel into disguise to Arabia and visit the cities of Medina and Mecca, the holiest cities of Islam. Only a handful of men had ever visited them. He would then travel across the Arabian Peninsula, first European to ever do so. It was an enticing offer. Arabia was essentially a big blank on the map to the Western world. And what better person to go there than the man who had, time and time again, proven himself to be able to pass as a local. He knew the language, the customs, and the religion. Such a journey would interest the British government as well, as the empire was eyeing up the Middle East. Knowing more specifics about Arabia would be a great coup. Britain's plan was to travel to Egypt, then to Suez, down the Red Sea, then on to Medina and Mecca, and then continue to Muscat, moored all the way on the opposite corner of the peninsula, on the Gulf of Oman and the Indian Ocean. This would be an epic journey, upwards of 2,000 miles or 3,200 kilometers, and it would be wildly dangerous. It wasn't as if there was one entity that Britain would have to negotiate with to gain access to the region. This would be dozens of different tribes and nationalities with varying religious and cultural backgrounds. And Britain would have to do it all in disguise. He could afford no mistakes, not one. He would have to be a Muslim every minute of every hour of every day. One slip could give him away, and if he was discovered, he would certainly be executed. No infidel was allowed in the holy cities of Medina or Mecca under the penalty of death. Only about a dozen Europeans had ever been to Mecca, the most famous being John Ludwig Burckhardt in 1814-15. Britain's plan was audacious, and the Royal Geographical Society gave it the thumbs up. However, Britain was still an officer of the East India Company, which would have to give him leave in order to undertake the journey. And here, Britain's reputation would cripple him. The chairman of the company, James Hogg, was not a fan of Burton and turned down his request for a 2 years leave. He said it was too dangerous. Instead, he would give Burton a year's leave, saying it was best to study Arabic, quote, in the lands where the language is best learned, end quote. With only a year available to him, Burton would have to change his plans. Instead of crossing the peninsula, he would just go to Medina and Mecca and then come back. At least that was the official word. Deep down, Burton hoped the opportunity to cross Arabia would present itself. If that happened, he would take it, leave or no leave. Now, one quick note. Burton was doing all this under the aegis of the Royal Geographical Society and Great Britain. But make no mistake, his desire was to do a Hajj, a pilgrimage to Mecca. Remember, he considered himself a Muslim, and all Muslims had to, at least once in their life, make a pilgrimage to Mecca. So while this expedition had official trappings, for Burton it was very personal. And so this is where I will leave things for today. Next time we will travel with Richard Francis Burton as he makes an audacious trek into the heart of Arabia, a journey that would unlock the secrets to a mysterious land and make him famous. I want to wrap up with a quick thank you to all our supporters. I appreciate all you do to help the show. A big thank you to our patrons who are so important to make all of this happen. This includes Connor, Elizabeth, Dave, Eileen, Donnell, Adam, Catherine, Collier, Craig, Dave, Eamon, Gregory, Griffin, John Paul, Philip, Ralph, Roger, Rudy, and so many others. Thank you. If you are interested in becoming a patron of the show, check out how to do that on our website, explorerspodcast.com. You can also make a donation via PayPal. So that is it for today. I hope you've enjoyed our first episode in our series on Richard Francis Burton. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find more great independent podcasts such as Infamous America, Monster Talk, and many others.
People who are really kicked off. Have you noticed the fights on planes?
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
There's one lady who went absolutely ballistic.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. I hope you are doing well. Today is part 2 in our series on British adventurer Richard Francis Burton. 3 notes for today's episode. First, I want to remind you that you can go to our website, explorerspodcast.com, if you want to see maps of Burton's travels, as well as photos of the man and his famous mustache. Second note is with regards to the names in this episode. I want to point out that the names of some places have changed since Burton's time. I generally use the modern-day names of a city or region or wherever. And if something is really significant, I'll mention the old and current name. But please know that I might end up using some names from Burton's world, which can cause a little confusion. I'll try to avoid such things, but I can't promise it won't happen. And the third note is about the major source for today's episode, and that is Burton's book about his journey, called A Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. It was published in 2 volumes, totaling nearly 1,000 pages. The book is incredible, in both good and bad ways. The detail is absolutely extraordinary. Burton describes everything that he experiences, and he provides historical and religious context to the reader as well. At times, the book is like a travel log describing the people and customs and sights, but he also tells his own story, very personal and, again, very detailed. In a lot of ways, it's overwhelming. That said, I want to stress that what I'm going to talk about today is a tiny fraction of what is described in Burton's books. And if you want to nerd out on this subject, just go to our website, explorerspodcast.com, and I have a link to both volumes, which you can read online for free. Alrighty, enough with notes, on with the show. The year was 1853. Burton had been given leave by the East India Company for 1 year. With the backing of the Royal Geographical Society, his plan was to go to Egypt, cross over to the port of Suez, and then sail down the eastern coast of the Red Sea. From there, he would strike out into the interior of Arabia for the cities of Medina and Mecca. Initially, Burton had asked for 2 years' leave, and he had wanted to cross the Arabian Peninsula, a trek of upwards of 2,000 miles, or 3,200 kilometers. However, the company had only given Burton a year's leave, and thus he had to lower his goals. But let us not fool ourselves. If Burton saw a chance to cross the peninsula, he would take it, leave or no leave. As we discussed last time, Medina and Mecca are the 2 holiest cities in Islam. Mecca is the birthplace of the Prophet Muhammad, and Medina is where he is buried. Mecca is famed for the Kaaba, a cloth-covered cube-like structure that is Islam's most sacred shrine. Mecca is considered the cradle of Islam, and all Muslims are expected to make a pilgrimage or Hajj to the city at least once in their life. In Burton's time, it was forbidden for a non-believer to enter the city on the penalty of death. For Burton, this would be his Hajj. He was a practicing Muslim and followed the tenets of the religion. However, we should be very clear, despite Burton's embrace of Islam, he would almost assuredly be considered a spy if he was discovered. That would be his execution. This made the upcoming journey enormously dangerous, and I can't stress just how audacious and deadly it was going to be. Burton was going to have to completely immerse himself in his Eastern persona or face exposure. One mistake could doom him, a wrong word, an incorrect gesture. It all had to be perfect all of the time. It was going to be an immense challenge. Byron Farwell, in his biography on Burton, said, quote, "More than an Eastern costume and a fluency in Arabic was necessary to prevent discovery. He had to sit, walk, gesture, pray, and think as a Muslim who had grown up in the faith and in Eastern society." End quote. In his book on his journey through Arabia, Burton gives a great example of this. It's the simple action of drinking a glass of water. First, he says, you must hold the glass in a specific way, quote, as though it were the throat of a foe, end quote. Next, before a person drinks, he should say, in the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful. When you drink the water, you swallow, not sip. When done, you say, praise be to Allah. If you have a companion, that person should say, pleasurably and health. You are then to reply, may Allah make it pleasant to thee. And I should also note that the water should be drunk while standing. This gives you an idea of what he was facing, the need to act as if he had lived as a Muslim his entire life. It would not be easy. The goals of the Royal Geographical Society and the British government were to fill in the blank on the map that was Arabia. Where were the towns, villages, and water sources? Who were the tribes and the peoples? Who were potential enemies and allies? Also, the East India Company was keenly interested in the horse markets to supply the armies in India. Now, going to Mecca and Medina had been done by other Europeans, but often the information they brought back was limited. The most famous person to visit the 2 cities was Swiss explorer John Ludwig Burckhardt. Burckhardt had gone to both cities in 1814 and 15. His writings would prove to be a great aid to Burton. Another man, George Augustus Wallen, had gone to Medina and Mecca more recently in 1845. But Wallen had not written a book, just some papers. Burton would write to the man asking questions and seeking advice, but he got no reply, as Wallen had recently passed away. Burton would set sail for Alexandria, Egypt, on April 3rd, 1853. He boarded his ship disguised as Mirza Abdullah, a part Persian, part Arab trader, a persona Burton had perfected over the years in India. Burton had kept his big mustache and had started to grow a beard. On the ship, Burton would practice his role with the aid of a friend, John Larkin, who knew Burton's identity. Once Burton docked in Alexandria, he would travel to the home of Larkin's father and spend more time perfecting his disguise. He would visit the mosques, read the Quran, go to coffee houses, and set up shop as a sort of doctor and holy man. Now, Burton, upon arriving in Alexandria, would realize that he had one problem, and that was because he didn't have a passport, which was required for a person such as Mirza Abdullah. Burton would have to buy one for 5 shillings and then spend hours at the office of the police magistrate and then the Egyptian Foreign Office waiting to get it signed. As everyone thought he was a Persian, he was treated badly by the British and the Ottoman officials. In the end, he would have to bribe someone to get his papers approved. So for Burton's journey, it would come in several legs. The first would be a river voyage from Alexandria to Cairo. From there, it would be a roughly 85-mile or 135-kilometer overland trek to the city of Suez on the northern edge of the Red Sea. The next phase would be a steamer ride south down the coast to the city of Yanbu. From there, it would be another overland march to Medina and then Mecca. At that point, Burton would head back to the Red Sea and return by steamship to Suez. However, he had dreams of making a stab at crossing Arabia and heading to the port of Muscat, but that idea was hypothetical. With his passport in order, Burton boarded a small river steamer for his journey to Cairo. In his saddlebags, he had a Persian rug, pillow, blanket, water skin, dagger, pen and ink, extra clothing, a sextant, and his medicine chest. He also had 25 golden sovereigns and a concealed money belt. Burton would have given off the aura of a respectable holy man. Not too rich, but definitely not poor. With Burton was a young Indian servant named Noor. Noor was actually a slave to another man, and Burton was essentially renting the kid. Burton did this because having a servant was expected of a man like himself. I want to note that Burton abhorred slavery, just hated it, but he did not have issues using a slave if it was required for his mission. On the steamer, Burton would make friends with several passengers. One man, Haji Wali al-Din, was a merchant heading to Cairo on a legal matter. He and Burton would hit it off. The man would give Burton some valuable advice. He suggested that Burton not travel as a Persian, as they were usually of the Shia or Shiite branch of Islam. Most of those traveling to Mecca would be Sunni Muslims, and the two sects were often in conflict. I want to note that Haji Wali did not know Burton was an Englishman. He was simply suggesting that he not travel as a Persian due to the dangers it might entail. For a variety of reasons, it was not uncommon for a man to travel on the pilgrimage in disguise. As a result, Burton would decide to take on the guise of a Pashtun, a man born in India to Afghani parents. To help explain any sort of issues with his accent, he would say he had lived many years in Rangoon, what was then called Burma, and today is called Myanmar. He would keep the whole dervish/doctor routine. While in Cairo, Burton would spend some time exploring. He would even visit the tomb of John Ludwig Burckhardt, the man he was now following in the footsteps of. He would attend lectures at the mosque, set up shop as a doctor, and make observations of the city and its people. Now, 3 things would happen in Cairo that I want to mention. First, Burton's whole journey almost ended before it began, when he was caught out after curfew without a lantern. A person wandering around in the dark without a lantern was considered up to no good. The patrol tried to detain him, and he resisted. It took 3 or 4 men to overpower Burton and haul him off to jail. Luckily, Burton would get released the next morning, but it would have been easy for him to have been tossed in a cell and forgotten. The second thing I want to mention is that Burton would meet a young man of about 18 from Mecca named Muhammad al-Basuni. Burton would call him the boy in his book, and if I ever say the boy, it is Muhammad I'm referring to. Anyhow, Muhammad was sharp-witted, too sharp-witted according to Burton, who felt he was being overly scrutinized. Burton wondered if the boy was seen through his disguise. The young man was traveling back to Mecca and offered to go with Burton, but Burton would decline, wanting to avoid Muhammad's prying. And thus Burton would be rid of the boy for now, but he has not left our story. And the final thing I want to mention was a serious mistake on Burton's part, which would nearly compromise the entire mission. Burton would meet an Albanian soldier named Ali Aga and would get roaring drunk with the man. The soldier would cause a ruckus, and soon people were asking some pointed questions about Mirza Abdullah. He said he was on a Hajj, yet he was drinking to excess. Was he a hypocrite? Was there more to this man? Recognizing his mistake, Burton quickly packed his bags and made haste. It was time to begin his pilgrimage. With camels and drivers plus his servant Noor, Burton would set out for an 85-mile or 135-kilometer journey across the desert to the city of Suez, which was at the northern end of the Red Sea. Burton would complain about the trek, bad food, bad people. It was the middle of summer, and here they were going across a desert, and he had an uncomfortable wooden saddle. But almost everyone who knew Burton would say that he loved every minute of it. To be out in the open, the challenge before him, was what he thrived on. In fact, one of Burton's most famous quotes was about this very sort of moment. He would say, quote, "Of all the gladdest moments in human life, he thinks, is the departure upon a distant journey into unknown lands. End quote. The journey to Suez was on a well-traveled caravan route, and it was not uncommon for people to congregate together for protection. The desert was filled with bandits and rogue tribesmen, just waiting to pick off anyone foolish enough to travel alone. Burton would join some other travelers, and as usual, he expertly fell into the role of the curious trader slash holy man slash doctor, asking questions and gathering information in an innocuous fashion. However, one of the people who would join Burton's group was the boy, Muhammad, who Burton had met in Cairo. Burton was uneasy about the guy who he felt was paying a bit too much attention to him. And Burton was right to be suspicious. It turns out some of the men had looked through Burton's belongings and found his sextant. This was not something a normal person would carry with them. When Burton was not around, Muhammad would announce to the others that he thought that Abdullah, aka Burton, was an infidel. After a long discussion, the rest of the men defended Burton. One of them, who had spoken at length with Burton on religious matters, was convinced Abdullah was a true Muslim. No infidel could have spoken so well. Now, I want to note that Burton knew nothing about this at the time. Turns out that one of the men in his group would run into Burton in Cairo several months later and tell the story of Muhammad's suspicions. Only then would Burton find out that he'd almost been unmasked. No matter, Burton had sensed that something was amiss, and so he took great care to not draw any unwanted attention on himself. This included reluctantly ditching his sextant. Muhammad, the boy, is going to be pretty much a constant companion with Burton throughout our story. He is a spoiled, petulant young man, but he is clever and resourceful as well. Burton would reach Suez and then book passage on a ship going south to the port of Yanbu, about 550 miles away, or 885 kilometers. From there, Medina was directly west across the desert another 120 miles, or 195 kilometers. Now, Burton could have sailed south on a fancy English steamer, but he felt that would draw attention to himself, which he wanted to avoid, and thus he would travel side by side with thousands of other pilgrims. His ship would depart on July 6th. There were 97 pilgrims on board a vessel made for 60 passengers, which meant cramped, terrible conditions. There were fights with people literally stabbing each other. Disease and sickness had a field day on the packed boat. In fact, disease was something that was greatly feared as a result of these Hajjs. We have to remember, this was hundreds of thousands of people coming from all over Africa, Europe, and Asia. There were Persians, Turks, Moors, Indians, Chinese, Africans, and Malaysians, people of a dozen nationalities and races. Thus, a disease could be carried to 1,000 different locations. In fact, in 1865, 60,000 people died of the plague brought by pilgrims just in Egypt. Anyhow, the wealth of nationalities and races allowed Burton to blend in easily on the ship. He was just another of the thousands heading to Mecca. The voyage south was made even more uncomfortable by brutally hot weather. People would almost melt away due to the heat, falling into a listless, mind-numbing funk. The heat contributed to more than one death during the journey. The voyage south was, Burton said, people at their worst. When he points out the kindness, such as hardened men who would offer food and comfort to children. The voyage to Yanbu would take 12 days. In the evenings, the ship would anchor near shore so the passengers could spend the night on land. However, a couple of nights before reaching the destination, Burton felt a sting on his toe. He thought nothing of it at the time, but he would soon find himself in immense pain. It's believed that he stepped on a poisonous spiked sea urchin. When the ship reached Yanbu, Burton's foot was swollen and he was in terrible pain, and he was unable to walk. For the next couple of days, Burton would recuperate and prepare for his journey inland. He would travel with his servant Noor, as well as the boy Muhammad, and some other men he had befriended coming south. Burton would purchase 7 days of food and supplies for the road. This included rice, biscuits, butter, dates, bread, tea, and tobacco, and opium. Burton, by the way, used opium for much of his life. He felt that if taken in moderation, it was perfectly safe. For the upcoming trip, Burton would break out a pair of pistols. Firearms had been forbidden in Egypt, but in Arabia, they were commonplace. Going forward, Burton was going to be entering a world very different than what he'd experienced in Egypt. While these lands were nominally under the control of the Ottoman Empire, who granted dominion of the lands to various local rulers, the interior of Arabia was really ruled by no one. The famed nomadic Bedouins roamed the territory, doing what they wanted, when they wanted, paying nominal allegiance to the land's rulers. This is going to make the upcoming journey to the holy city of Medina rather interesting and deadly. Burton would set out from Medina on July 18, 1853, in a 12-camel caravan. They quickly joined a larger caravan with more than 200 animals, plus 7 Turkish cavalrymen. Ahead of Burton and his fellow pilgrims was 120 miles of desert, filled with bandits and a lot of dust. The good thing was that these were well-traveled routes. There was no way they would get lost. Because of his foot, Burton would have to ride in a litter carried by 2 camels. This elicited a few derogatory comments, as being carried by a litter was usually reserved for the elderly or sick. But for Burton, he pointed to a swollen, pain toe and shrugged. Also, it would give him a way to discreetly take notes and make sketches. Now, with that mention of notes and sketches, I want to take a moment to talk about Burton and his copious note-taking. As we have discussed, the guy took a lot of notes. For Burton, note-taking was done with a risk. He could say some of his notes were just him writing in a diary. But even that made some people suspicious. One tactic he had was to ask some innocuous questions of a person and pretend to write down their answers, but actually write down other notes instead. As most people were illiterate, this wasn't an issue. The Bedouin were especially wary of any note-taking. Burton learned that he could write stuff down by drawing out a horoscope for a person or preparing a charm. As he did this, he wrote down whatever he really wanted. Other times he wrote notes or made sketches covertly, jotting down stuff on small pieces of paper hidden in the palm of his hand. He would then place these pages in a hollowed-out Quran. As for the sketches, he hid those in canisters in his medicine chest. But he couldn't always do this out in the open, and he had to be careful that his notes weren't discovered. That would be a giveaway that he was an outsider. I cannot imagine how he wrote and drew sketches as he traveled, but Burton did it. Again, it was incredibly risky, but for Burton, it was essential to what he was doing. So into the interior, Burton and his comrades would venture. Now, this was not sweeping deserts they were in, but rugged mountains. Medina sits at over 2,000 feet in elevation, over 3,200 kilometers. The roads were hard and dusty, twisting through hills, plains, and valleys. Along the way, there would be small villages and forts. The latter were manned by a handful of soldiers who rarely ventured outside the posts. A few days after departing, the caravan would join up with another larger caravan, this with an escort of 200 soldiers. However, the soldiers, who were often Albanian, would be forced to withdraw as the caravan entered the lands of the Bedouin. The Bedouins simply did not trust outside forces entering their lands. The Bedouins were a nomadic people, and if anyone controlled the interior of Arabia, it was them. They expected travelers to pay tolls or blackmail, or whatever you wanted to call it, to move through these lands. And it was not uncommon for the Bedouin to simply take a few shots at the caravan just to remind them who was boss in the area. Also, Burton noted that the Bedouin often concentrated their fire on any soldiers, Turks or Albanians, that were with them, a way to poke them in the eye. The most serious fight came when the Bedouin ambushed the caravan on July 24th as they went through a gorge. The problem was that the caravan just couldn't stop, as there was little protection for the Bedouin riflemen hiding in the cliffs, and to try to send out a force of men was essentially suicide. The Bedouin knew the lands it would only cut off and slaughter anyone who dared to venture off the road. Thus, the caravan would have to push through the canyon while under fire. The result was a dozen men killed, as well as several camels and donkeys. The pilgrims pushed on. At dawn the following day, Burton got his first glimpse of the holy city of Medina, which elicited many poetical proclamations from those in the caravan. It had taken them 8 days to reach Medina over a distance of 120 miles. In addition to sketching the city, Burton would write that he saw, quote, 4 tall substantial towers and a flashing green dome under which the apostles' remains rested, end quote. The latter is referring to the tomb of the Prophet Muhammad. Medina is the second most holy city in Islam. Muhammad had been born in Mecca, but he'd been driven to Medina, where he began his military campaigns to establish the Caliphate of Islam. Medina was where Muhammad would die and be buried. Now that Burton was here, it was time for him to go about playing the part of the dutiful pilgrim. He would spend over a month in the city, staying at the home of a man named Hamid, who Burton had befriended on the journey. Burton never dropped his disguise. With Hamid as a guide, Burton would go to various mosques in Medina, including the Prophet's Mosque, which did not impress him. He would write, quote, it suggested the resemblance of a museum of second-rate art, an old curiosity shop, full of ornaments that are not accessories, decorated with pauper splendor, end quote. He called the whole place tawdry. Inside, Burton mapped out the mosque, distances and heights and so forth. He would also visit the Green Dome, where inside rested the body of Muhammad. Burton was not able to get a closer look at the tomb and expressed doubt that Muhammad was actually buried there. No matter, he treated everything with reverence, just as a good Muslim would do on his Hajj. There were other sites in Medina as well. Some places were religious in nature, such as the tomb of Muhammad's favorite daughter. And then there were non-religious interests for Burton. He went to the slave markets where he recorded the prices of men, women, and children. And he'd heard that Medina had many books, so he sought out libraries. And Medina was rich in books, but mostly religious in nature. Nothing to do with mathematics or medicine. Nothing big would come of his searches. One fun thing that he did was to go to a wall where pilgrims would write their names like tourists on vacation. He couldn't resist joining in, writing, quote, Abdullah, the servant of Allah, end quote. It was dated 1269, Burton using the Muslim calendar. During all of this, Burton would keep up his rituals and prayers, all the while watching and asking questions and writing it all down. And thus Burton blended in well with the many pilgrims during his time in Medina. He was a serious pilgrim and he embraced the experience. Now, as Burton prepared to depart for Mecca, he would find that his desire to cross Arabia was not possible. This was because the desert tribes were at war with one another and no one was traveling east. And it was not something he could do alone. It was 1,000+ miles of wilderness, or 1,600 kilometers. And thus Burton's dream of an epic crossing of Arabia was done. He would have to settle for a journey to Mecca. Burton would leave Medina on August 31st, 1853. He was part of a great caravan, 7,000 people, including 2,000 cavalry. The caravan, which had originated in Damascus, would cross the Nejd Desert. This excited Burton, as most caravans took the coastal Sultan's Road. The route across the Nejd Desert was one that no European had ever taken. For the journey to Mecca, Burton would hire camels and bring along food, water, and supplies for 14 days. Food included flour, rice, spices, dates, onions, cheese, limes, sugar, tea, coffee, and tobacco. And opium. Always got to get a bit of opium when possible. With Burton was his servant Nur as well as Muhammad. Despite Burton's misgivings about the young man and his penchant for selfishness and petulance, he was a constant companion to Burton and had been valuable for carrying certain supplies and services. The caravan Burton was part of would have been a sight. There were 7,000 pilgrims of all ages, nationalities, economic status, and gender. Some were so poor they literally carried around a bowl and begged for food and water the entire time. Others had camels, horses, slaves, and servants, and traveled in luxury. And despite the size of the caravan, it was disciplined. Guns would sound out to strike the tents, and another to begin moving. And they would stop at regular intervals to rest, eat, drink, and do devotions. Caravan often started early in the dark to avoid the harsh sun. The journey to Mecca was about 210 miles, or 340 kilometers, but the desert was brutal. Of it, Burton would say, quote, nowhere had I seen a land in which the Earth's anatomy lies so barren, or one richer in volcanic and primary rock formations, end quote. The bones of dead animals and people littered the route, and every day there were deaths in the caravan. I want to note that Burton would spend chapters talking about the desert people of Arabia, but the ones that he talks quite a bit about are the Bedouin. At this point, there were many Bedouin within the caravan, and Burton spent time getting to know them and describes them in depth. He talks about their customs and habits, such as blood feuds, and he expresses his admiration of how they had adapted to the land around them. He talks about their mix of determination, gentleness, and generosity, of how they loved to joke and laugh, yet he knows that they could be frightening if they thought wrong, or were out for vengeance. Throughout the expedition, Burton often told stories and talked about religion with his fellow pilgrims. The Bedouin, Burton found, were especially appreciative of stories and poems and songs, and he sang regularly to them, earning their respect. A sheik named Abu Shawarib would befriend Burton and nicknamed him the father of mustaches. I want to mention one thing that Burton goes into great detail on in his book, and that is Islamic literature. Burton said that the branch of Islam he followed, Sufism, was poetic in his teachings, and I think he believed that even more when out in the desert, saying, quote, I cannot well explain the effect of Arab poetry on one who has not visited the desert. Apart from the pomp of words and the music of the sound, there is a dreaminess of idea and a haze thrown over the object, infinitely attractive but indescribable, end quote. I just love that quote. It's the kind of gem you find in Burton's writings amid all the details and data. Anyhow, regarding the people of Arabia, Burton's fondness for the Bedouin is a rare thing. I said before that Burton is often intensely critical of other peoples, races, or religions. His criticism can be brutal and often racially tinged. He's the kind of person who easily dismisses a group as lazy or thieves or whatever, but finds individuals to admire within that group. It's a general cynicism towards people, an attitude only altered by demonstrating your worthiness. So back to our caravan. Despite its large size, the caravan would endure several attacks on the march south, but nothing would be serious enough to stop the pilgrimage to Mecca. The most formidable attack on the caravan was thwarted by a group of mountainous tribesmen called Wahhabis, who Burton had traveled with for a time. While most attacks were foiled with a few shots or simply pushing on, the fierce Wahhabis charged up the hills and scattered a couple hundred attackers. Burton approved of their actions. On On September 9th, not far from Mecca, Burton would undergo a kind of ceremony in which he entered a state called Al-Ihram. It is the beginning of his pilgrimage into Mecca. Each man takes a bath, shaves his head, cuts his nails, and trims his beard. He is then given an ihram, pilgrim's clothes, to wear. For Burton, these were 2 white cotton cloths that wrapped around a person like a toga. Going forward, the pilgrim was forbidden from shaving, sexual activity, or cutting one's nails. In the early hours of September 11th, Burton would enter Mecca, the holiest city of Islam. Only 10 or 12 Europeans had ever ventured into the city, which was teeming with tens of thousands of pilgrims. Burton would take lodging with the boy, Muhammad, whose home was in Mecca. The weary travelers would grab a short rest, but it was not long before they set off for the center of Mecca and the Great Mosque. Inside the Great Mosque was the Kaaba. This is the holiest spot in Islam. The Kaaba was a large, square, windowless building with an entrance 7 feet or 2 meters off the ground. The Kaaba is about 12 to 13 meters wide on each side, or 40 feet. Over the building is a huge black hanging on Kiswa, which is embroidered with inscriptions from the Quran. Burton tried to get a piece of the Kiswa, but too many people were around. Later, Muhammad would acquire a piece of the Kiswa and give it to him. On the southeast corner of the Kaaba was the famed black stone, the most revered relic of Islam. I want to stress the information that I'm providing about this or any site in Arabia is based on Burton's descriptions. The Kaaba still exists today, and you can see photos and videos of it online, but dimensions have changed over the years. Burton's observations of the Kaaba and the Great Mosque are sort of fascinating. As we've said, he considered himself a Muslim. We talked last time about Burton's longtime fascination with mysticism. Sufism, which is what Burton followed, was the most mystical of the branches of Islam. For 150 plus years, writers have tried to dissect Burton's attitudes towards religion and Islam. A lot of writers seem to have this feeling that Burton wants badly to really embrace religion, but in the end, he just can't muster the fervor of so many of its adherents. He was almost envious of the rapture the pilgrims experience about Mecca, as it's something that he just can't conjure. Now, I don't want to dwell too much on Burton's religious beliefs, but I want to give you a few lines from Farwell's biography on Burton, and the first refers to Sufism. It says, quote, "He was intrigued by its mysticism and moved by its poetry, but in his heart there dwelt no gods," end quote. Farwell would then add, talking about the awe that the Muslims had upon reaching the Kaaba, say this about our Englishmen, quote, "At this moment, Burton, a man of all faith and of none, seems to have regretted his own lack of belief. He could imitate the feelings of others, but he knew it was not the same. Much as he might want to share this emotional experience, he could not," end quote. I think a lot of writers sort of have this take on Burton, and maybe it's correct. I don't think we will ever really know. But I also want to say that perhaps the near obsession historians have had about Burton's religious beliefs is the simple fact that he had embraced Islam and left behind the faith of his family and culture. That was a rare thing in his life. A lot of people probably just couldn't believe that or wanted to explain away the why of it all. In the end, it doesn't really matter that much what he believed or didn't. What matters is that he did embrace Islam to the degree that it helped him survive his journey, and it would be a key part of his life until he died. So while in Mecca, Burton would do all the proper prayers and follow all the rituals. He would walk around the Kaaba 7 times and kiss the fabled black stone, which he examined at the same time. It's not big, only about 7 inches long, and Burton guessed that it might be from a meteorite. There were other ceremonies as well, including a trip to Mount Arafat, about 20 kilometers or 12 miles from Mecca. On the journey there, no less than 5 people died in the hot sun. Burton estimated that 50,000 pilgrims spent the night on the slopes of the mountain. The next day, the masses thronged to a pillar called the Great Devil and tossed stones at it. At this point, Burton could now use the title of Haji, a person who had completed his pilgrimage to Mecca. He was also allowed to cover his head and wear normal clothing. Burton would get a rare opportunity to actually go inside the Kaaba, also called the sanctuary, thanks to the work of the boy, Muhammad. Now, pilgrims are not required to go into the Kaaba, and many do not. The reason is that if you go inside, you are to never go barefoot again, take up fire with your fingers, or tell lies. Burton, of course, couldn't resist the opportunity. While inside, he managed to make some rough sketches onto his white pilgrim's clothing. So Burton was essentially done with his Hajj. He had other ceremonies and rituals to conduct, and he visited places of interest, such as the birthplace of the Prophet Muhammad. But sooner than later, it was time to depart. Burton's next destination was the port of Jeddah, directly to the west of Mecca, about 40 miles or 65 kilometers. So it was not far, and it was over well-traveled routes. Burton and his servant Noor would head west on camels and complete the journey in one long 17-hour push. The boy Muhammad would accompany Burton as he had business to attend in the city. Here, Burton ran into one problem, and that was money. He was out of it. He had papers that allowed him to draw on credit from the Royal Geographical Society, but he couldn't just waltz into a place and announce who he was. Thus, he would wait outside the British consulate for hours until he spotted the vice consul. He would then slip the man a note explaining the situation. From there, he was able to get some cash. 10 days later, on September 26th, Burton sailed up the Red Sea on an English steamer, first-class ticket this time. By the way, when he boarded the ship, he was kicked by an English officer and told to get out of the way, a nice slur thrown into boot. Before departing, Burton would spend some time with Muhammad, but just before sailing, he would note a distance and coolness from the boy. Once the ship sailed, Burton would find out from Noor, the servant, that Muhammad had come up to them and told him that he knew that Mirza Abdullah was a Sahib, meaning an Englishman from India. How exactly Muhammad had figured this out, we don't know. Perhaps Burton had made some slip, his guard dropping this close to finishing his journey. Again, we just don't know. We only know that the inquisitive young man had come very close to spoiling Burton's disguise, which would likely have meant his death. No matter if Burton had done it, he had traveled to the cities of Medina and Mecca and returned alive. He would next sail up the Red Sea and spend some time in Egypt, mostly in disguise, recuperating and organizing his notes. When his leave was up, he would then head back to Bombay, which today is called Mumbai, because we can't forget that Burton was still an officer in the East India Company. There, he would continue his writings and prepare for the next phase of his life. Now, a couple of comments about Burton at this time. First, he made one big mistake after returning from Mecca, and that was not going back to England. Instead, he hung out in Egypt. If he had returned to England, he could have used his considerable charms to do lectures and meet with influential people and tell them about his journey into Arabia. Because let's be clear, what Burton had done was noteworthy. People would have loved to hear about the dashing Englishman daring to slip behind the great curtain of Islam. The press and the public would have cheered. But Burton didn't do that, and thus missed a great chance to gain some serious fame and make some important connections. Now, all was not bad, and that leads me to comment number 2, and that is the fact that Burton was turning heads. Few Europeans combined the linguistic skills of Burton with the real-world survival skills needed to be an explorer. And on cue, that takes us to the Royal Geographical Society, which had on its table another expedition of exploration into the unknowns of the world. This was the Somaliland expedition, and Burton asked to lead it. Somaliland was an independent kingdom in the Horn of Africa on the southern coast of the Gulf of Aden. At this time, little was known about the region beyond the coast. To correct that, the Royal Geographical Society wanted to send a team into the area. For Burton, it would present another daring opportunity, the chance to be the first white man to reach the inland city of Harar, an important commercial and trading center. As a note, one of the men on the team would be a young English officer named John Hanning-Speke, who will be a pivotal character in Burton's life for the next decade. But the Somaliland expedition will be for next time. Now, I have a few final notes about today's adventure. First, as noted, Burton would write his story of his trip to Medina and Mecca. It would be called A Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage, Al-Medina and Mecca. It was published in 2 volumes in 1855 and 1856. As I said, it is a handful, nearly 1,000 pages of so much stuff, it's just hard to describe. Go read it if you want to be a total nerd, and perhaps have your eyeballs explode as Burton spends pages describing the weirdest stuff. The second comment is about the journey to Medina and Mecca. In some ways, it's a disappointment because it was not this sexy 2,000-mile romp across Arabia. But what he did was still considered amazing. He had gone into these cities and returned without getting caught. This was a journey where one mistake could get you killed. And even more impressive was the trove of information that Burton brought back. It was really unprecedented. And finally, I want to note that this journey is a template for exploration for Burton. So many explorers want to go to a place, raise their flag, and come home to an adoring public. But for Burton, exploration was not just about going to a specific location. It was about immersing yourself in those places and cultures. It was understanding the people and their language and customs. For Burton, his curiosity would not be satiated by photos and safe views from the road. The joy is discovering the nuances and intricacies of a place and its people. And so, that is going to wrap up our story for today. Next time, we will follow Burton back to the Middle East and Africa for the Somaliland expedition. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. I will see you next time. I want to wrap up by noting that the Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other great podcasts, including Clever, a window into the humanity behind the design that informs our built world and informs our culture. And another is Fork in the Road, which explores the future of the food industry. That is airwavemedia.com. That was a crushing way to end the expedition. One of Burton's men had died, and the endeavor was over before it even began. Unfortunately, that incident was the main thing that dominated news of the expedition. Still, it would not dim Burton's hopes for one day searching for the source of the Nile, but that will be the next time. And that, my friends, brings us to the end of today's episode. I hope you've enjoyed it. Please come back next time for part 4 in our series on Richard Francis Burton, when our mustachioed Englishman returns to Africa. Thank you for listening. I wish you all good health and happiness. I will finish up by letting you know that the Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other great podcasts, such as the Daily Meditation podcast and the Investing for Beginners podcast. That's at airwavemedia.com.
You're listening to an Airwave Media podcast.
Greetings, my friends. Thank you for joining us here at the Explorers podcast. Today is part 4 in our series on British explorer Richard Francis Burton. A reminder, check out our website, explorerspodcast.com, to see maps, photos, and links of all sorts of stuff about our subject. So, last time, we followed Burton as he made a daring march to the inland city of Harar in East Africa and returned. It was an audacious feat, as no European had ever entered the city. So, big kudos for Burton. Burton and his team would next decide to make a go for the Nile and see if they could find the river's source. However, an attack by Somali natives would shatter those plans. One of Burton's officers had been killed in the fighting, while Burton and John Hanning's Speak had been severely injured. Burton had taken a javelin to the face, which had gone into one cheek and out the other. The incident dimmed Burton's accomplishments, as this is what people focused on, instead of his daring journey to Harar. So Burton would head back to England to recuperate. The javelin had torn out 4 teeth and ripped his palate, but he had recovered quickly, although he would forever have scars on both cheeks, which can be seen in later photos. In England, Burton would get his book about the Somaliland expedition ready, and then go looking for a position in the British Army in the Crimea. England, France, and the Ottoman Empire were at war with Russia, and it had been a bloody conflict. Burton would send out all sorts of letters of introduction, offering his services to various units. It would take some time, but in the summer of 1855, he would land a position as Chief of Staff with Beatson's Horses, a contingent of irregular Turkish cavalry commanded by General W.F. Beatson. They were stationed near Istanbul. Burton's time in the Crimean War would be a disappointment. Beatson's unit was undisciplined, and fights and quarrels were commonplace. Burton worked to train the men, but with mixed results. Also, he drew up plans to relieve the city of Kars in western Turkey, which was under siege by the Russians, but nothing would ever come of any of it. Regarding his plan to rescue Kars, it was rejected by the British higher-ups. Burton, by the way, became convinced that there was a secret deal giving Kars to the Russians. And regarding Beatson's horses, well, it would never see any action. The men struggled with discipline and caused one too many incidents, forcing the British to dismiss General Beatson. Burton resigned in support of his commanding officer. Burton would not join another unit as the Crimean War ended in March of 1856. And that takes us back to Africa. Burton, like so many other adventurers, had been bit by the exploration bug while on the Somaliland expedition. It was a desire to accomplish something special, something grand, and for him, it was the search for the source of the Nile River. Burton's previous attempt to find the source had ended in disaster, but the desire to give it another go only burned brighter after the disappointment of the Crimean War and some criticism of his handling of things in Somaliland. A few things about Burton I want to note. The army wasn't a long-term future for him. He didn't like the army, and the army didn't like him very much. The problem was that he had no fortune to fall back on and no obvious prospects. Here he was, 35 years old, and he was wondering what his future held. While Burton was never obsessed with money, he understood the need for it. And regarding fame, I don't think he craved it like many other explorers. What he desired, I believe, was recognition, an acknowledgement of his brilliance or greatness or whatever you wanted to call it. If he could get that nod of recognition from the world, money would follow. And so he set his sights on finding the source of the Nile, or as Burton called it, quote, the unveiling of Isis, end quote. Burton researched how historians through the ages had pondered the secrets of the Nile, reading accounts going back thousands of years to historians such as Pliny and Herodotus. If he could accomplish this, it would place Burton amongst the ranks of the world's greatest explorers. He was seduced by this idea, and it wouldn't be. And so in April of 1856, Burton decided to head back to Africa. His plan was not to go up the Nile, but to approach its source, wherever that was, from the west following established caravan routes. For this, he would start in Zanzibar, an island off the coast of Tanzania, and march inland. Arab traders said that there was a great lake, the Sea of Ootd, in that direction. In fact, Arab maps had, for centuries, placed multiple lakes in the continent's interior. Heinrich Barth, a famed German explorer, wrote to Burton saying, "Don't go searching for the source of the Nile, just go to discover this great inland lake. Find that and you have a good chance of finding the Nile's source." By the way, for thousands of years, men tried to go up the Nile to find its source, but they were always being thwarted by cataracts, rapids, swamps, disease, and hostile natives. And so, in the summer of 1856, Burton pitched his plan to the Royal Geographical Society. The Society would approve the idea and allocate £1,000 for the endeavor. The East India Company was supposed to give him another £1,000, but they bagged on that promise and instead gave Burton 2 years' leave with pay. It would have to do. Now, Burton wanted to bring 3 Europeans with him on the expedition. The first was Dr. John Steinhauser, a surgeon in Aden in Arabia and a close friend of Burton's. The second was German missionary and explorer Johannes Rebmann. 9 years earlier, Rebmann, along with Johann Crump, would be the first Europeans to discover Mount Kilimanjaro. He was now operating a mission not far from Zanzibar. Burton had sent the man a letter offering him a position as a guide and interpreter on the expedition. Plus, he had a letter from Rebmann's superiors at the Church of Missionary Society in London, granting him leave to undertake the expedition if he so desired. The third man was John Hanning Speke, who had been on the Somaliland expedition. The inclusion of Speke was, in hindsight, a bad decision for Burton. Let's recount the relationship between the two men. Burton saw a lot of positives in Speke. He was a brave and competent officer. He was an accomplished hunter and had experience in Africa. But Burton had pointed out publicly the deficiencies of Speke. He didn't know Arabic or any other African language. He did not understand the Muslim faith and the people who followed it. In doing this, Burton was just being matter of fact, but Speke took those comments as a slight. Also, in his book on the Somaliland expedition, Burton had rewritten Speke's journals, something Speke, again, took as an insult. Of Speke's adventures, Burton would downplay the dangers, saying, quote, "His life was never in real peril," end quote. Which was untrue. Speke had been in plenty of danger, and it would upset him that Burton would diminish what he had done and the dangers he had faced. All of this made Speke dislike Burton, but the man was an expert at hiding such things, and thus Burton offered him another job, not realizing the animosity that Speke held towards him. No matter, despite his dislike of Burton, for Speke, this was a chance to return to Africa. He, like Burton, yearned for glory and fame, and better with Burton than with no one. And thus he accepted the job with Burton's upcoming expedition. Now, before we take off for Africa, I want to mention one thing about Burton's personal life. While in England, he rekindled his interest in Isabel Rundell, despite the two not seeing each other for several years. Isabel had never forgotten Burton and had tracked his exploits in Africa. The relationship would get quite serious, but it was doomed, at least for the time being. Isabel's family was staunchly Catholic, and Isabel's mother refused to sanction any marriage to Burton. And then the inevitable would happen when Burton would travel off to Africa. Burton couldn't tell Isabel to her face that he was leaving, and instead sent a letter to her sister and had her deliver the news. Burton would be gone for at least 2 years, maybe 3. The romance would have to wait. Burton would travel to Cairo and meet up with Speke, and then Bombay, which is modern-day Mumbai, arriving on November 23rd, 1856. The East India Company would provide Burton with a gunboat to take him, Speke, and their supplies to Zanzibar. They would depart on December 2nd, brimming with excitement. Of the moment, Burton would write, quote, "A journey, in fact, appeals to imagination, to memory, to hope, the sister graces of her mortal being," end quote. The ship would arrive in Zanzibar on December 20th. Zanzibar, which is an island off the coast, was notorious as the main hub of slave and ivory trade on the eastern coast of Africa. The sights that greeted Burton and Speke were beyond imagination. They saw dogs eating human flesh on the beaches, the result of 6 slaves being thrown overboard by slavers before landing to avoid paying taxes on them. The city was filthy and disease was everywhere. Burton and Speke would arrive at a tumultuous moment for the city. Zanzibar's longtime sultan had recently died, and his 2 sons were vying for his throne. Burton needed to hire porters, guides, soldiers, animals, and provisions, and no one could really help him. Not even the British consulate could help due to the chaos of the city. Now, despite the craziness, Burton would establish that the caravans went into the African interior to what the Arabs called the Sea of Ootd. The natives called it Lake Tanganyika. However, he was advised to wait before heading inland, and that's because at this time of the year, some of the areas to the west were in what was called the dead season, which meant they were now rife with famine and drought. And the dead season was followed in some places by a lot of rain, making travel difficult. Burton would heed this advice and not rush off. And so Burton would wait, and he did what he always did. He explored and he took notes. He went to the prisons, the brothels, the docks, and the slave markets. He collected local proverbs and studied the political history of the island. He studied the flora and the fauna. And of course, he researched sexual customs of the locals. While he drank and used opium, and he took to studying Swahili, the predominant language of the area. It was all part of Burton being Burton. He would eventually write a 2-volume series about the island called Zanzibar, City, Island, and Coast, which wouldn't be published until 1872. It was nearly 1,000 pages of Burton writing about everything he saw and experienced. Burton was, by the way, highly critical of pretty much everyone in Zanzibar. He said the Arabs were corrupted by slavery, which he detested, and he wondered if the native Africans were even fully developed as a race. Now, while Burton wasn't prepared to begin his expedition inland just yet, he would organize a reconnaissance mission in early January. The mission would consist of Burton, Speak, 2 Portuguese servants brought from India, and some Africans. A local man, Said bin Salim, was engaged as the expedition's guide and overseer. They would travel lightly, bringing presents with them for the chiefs, including beads and cotton cloth. The expedition would take an Arab dhow, a small ship, to the north about 25 miles or 40 kilometers to the island of Pemba. There, Burton indulged himself by investigating rumors that the famed pirate, Captain Kidd, had buried treasure on the island. He would find nothing. Next, Burton would sail north up the African coast about 80 miles or 130 kilometers to the port of Mombasa, reaching the city on January 16th. Outside of Mombasa was the mission house of German explorer Johannes Rebmann, who Burton had sent a letter to months earlier, offering him a position as a guide and interpreter. Rebmann was tempted by the offer, but passed. Ivan Farwell, in a biography of Burton, said this of Rebmann, quote, he at first considered going, but changed his mind after meeting Burton. The expedition appeared to rely too much on its guns and too little on God, end quote. Burton was relieved by Rebmann's decision, as he was concerned the German would try and convert every tribesman that he met along the way. Also, he didn't want to upset the Arab sultans and merchants who operated the caravans coming in and out of Zanzibar. The last thing they wanted was a Christian missionary preaching to the natives and stirring up trouble. Sidetrack here. One interesting thing about Burton that I have not talked about was his utter lack of interest in trying to change the world of those that he encountered. He did not have any interest in a person's religion or the politics of a place. It was a rare thing amongst many explorers, and at times at the root of their demise. The one exception to this may have been Burton's dislike of slavery. He was not afraid to denounce the practice, but he did nothing beyond that. Anyhow, sidetrack done. Now, Burton would toy with the idea of traveling toward Mount Kilimanjaro, about 170 miles northwest of Mombasa, or 275 kilometers, and swinging around the northern side of the mountain, and then going west. Part of the reason for this excursion to the area around Mombasa was to explore the possibility of this route. However, the region was experiencing a famine, and the Maasai tribesmen were out raiding, even coming within a few miles of Mombasa. This meant there was no way Burton would be able to hire any porters. Had circumstances been better, and the expedition decided to follow the route north of Kilimanjaro, Burton and his men would have run straight into Lake Victoria, the largest lake in Africa, and the true source of the Nile. But that was not to be. Plus, Burton had a verified route to the interior, directly west of Zanzibar. He would just have to wait a few months before departing. Thus, the team took their ship and explored down the coast, and eventually headed back to Zanzibar on March 6th. So in Zanzibar, Burton and Speak, who had both gotten sick, would spend the next couple of months recuperating. The heat, by the way, was brutal, and Zanzibar was a cesspool, perfect for nurturing disease. And then there was the rain, averaging up to 15 inches or 380 millimeters each month. The heavy rains of the season would end in early June, and Burton would suddenly lurch into action with regard to the expedition. Said bin Salim, who had been on Burton's earlier excursion, would serve as the caravan chief and guide. Burton would hire 36 native porters, 25 donkeys, and 5 animal handlers. There would also be 13 soldiers, called Askaris, supplied by the Sultan of Zanzibar. The Askaris were mercenaries, descendants of Indian soldiers brought to Zanzibar several generations earlier. Also added were 15 gun-carrying slaves. They were hired from a man named Rush Ramji, and thus Burton called them the Sons of Ramji. There would also be 20 other slaves to work as bearers or whatever. Burton would insist on paying the slaves a wage. In addition, Burton hired a slave-turned-soldier named Sidi Mubarak, who would be nicknamed Bombay. The The man spoke some Hindustani, so he would be helpful as an interpreter for Captain Speak. Burton respected the man, and he would be a key aid. By the way, if this all sounds impressive, it really wasn't, as Burton wanted 130 plus porters. Now, a few red flags about all of this. First, Burton had relied on others to hire soldiers and porters. He took it on faith that they would be quality men. This was a serious mistake. He was now running a large operation, and he needed to demonstrate administrative chops, but he had let others do some of the most critical work for him. Second, Burton took far too long to put together his team. He had spent 6 months in Zanzibar before getting serious about hiring porters and so forth. By then, other caravans had hired the more reliable men. To a degree, I think Burton believed that everyone would just see how brilliant he was, just fall in line during the March West, but he would find out that that's not how things worked here. Third, in addition to not being able to find enough porters, Burton could not get enough pack animals. This meant that a lot of gear would have to be sent later. Burton was, again, trusting a local to make sure this happened. Not exactly the best strategy for someone in an unfamiliar place. And the final red flag was that there would be no doctor. And you are probably asking, what about Dr. Steinhauser from Aden? Well, Steinhauser had been delayed, and when he finally got going, he would get sick and have to return to Aden. This was a huge blow. As we are going to see, having a doctor would have been a major advantage for the expedition. Plus, Steinhauser was a trusted friend of Burton's. He would have been a welcome companion for what is going to be a very difficult journey. No matter, the loss of Dr. Steinhauser was devastating. Heading into the depths of Africa without a doctor was a serious mistake, although it's not like there were doctors just hanging out on corners waiting to be hired. Despite the loss, Burton and his team would prepare for the departure. The expedition would at least be well equipped. For trading, there were beads, cloth, brass wire, and other trinkets. Provisions for the trek included soap, salt, pepper, pickles, vinegar, oil, sugar, tea, cigars, 6 bottles of brandy, and medicine. There were also tools, 70 pounds of nails, extra clothing, turbans, caps, umbrellas, fish hooks, lanterns, knives, plus a Union Jack. Gotta have that flag. To keep track of everything, Burton and Speed would have boxes of paper, notebooks, pads, pencils, ink pens, and even an artist's kit for sketching. For mapping and surveying and taking readings, there were nautical almanacs, maps, 2 chronometers, a rain gauge, a couple of prismatic compasses, 4 thermometers, 2 sextants, a mountain barometer, a sundial, a telescope, and other instruments. The caravan would have a lot of gear and camp furniture as well. This included 2 tents, blankets, pillows, a table and 2 chairs, cooking gear, and utensils. Finally, the expedition would be well armed. There were a pair of smoothbore muskets, 3 rifles, a Colt carbine, 3 revolvers, 3 swords, and 140 pounds of gunpowder. There would also be muskets for the expedition soldiers. One item the team did not take was a steel-framed boat that Burton had bought. The 20-foot boat was made up of 7 parts, each weighing under 40 pounds or 18 kilograms. The idea would have been to haul it with them and then put it together when they reached the inland lake. However, the lack of transport animals meant that the boat would have to be left behind. As a note, some of the ammunition, plus some cloth, beads, and wire were left behind as well. Those items, unlike the boat, were to come up on a later caravan. The expedition would cross over from Zanzibar to the mainland on June 17, 1857, and depart 10 days later. The goal of the expedition was to find the Sea of Ujiji, aka Lake Tanganyika. The expedition would push west. Now, this was not going to be men slashing through thick jungles. No, Burton was going to be following well-known and well-traveled caravan routes into the interior. These were slave and ivory trade routes. While this was a huge advantage to Burton, it also came with its challenges. He would have to deal with each chief along the way, paying tolls and bribes as he went. But to be honest, that was how things went. Burton had dealt with such practices in Somaliland. The big caravan that Burton had assembled was a challenge for him. He was accustomed to small groups where people were quick to follow orders. Now he had to deal with natives who didn't buckle to all of his whims. And as the boss, he had to handle petty squabbles and thefts and minor annoyances. The African porters and Askaris were notoriously fickle. They would protest or desert if they felt they were being mistreated. It wasn't something he was accustomed to dealing with. Burton compared it all to herding cattle, a slow process of cajoling, guiding, and yelling and begging to keep the caravan train moving along. I also want to point out that managing such a large number of people was dangerous, and that leads me to a story that Burton did not include in his book. At one point in the March West, 2 of the Askaris in the expedition were talking out loud about killing Burton and Speak. They could then just take all the best stuff in the caravan and head back to Zanzibar, much richer and without the dangers of a long inland march. What they didn't know was that Burton had learned quite a bit of their language and understood what was about to happen. Burton would thus turn quickly toward the men, pulling a knife as he did so. He then stabbed one of the men to death. The other fell to the ground, begging for his life. Now, this is a story that Burton told to a friend years later, who then told it to others. So if it is true, we don't know. Burton was known to love telling shocking stories, so it might have just been him showing off. But we shouldn't discount it. The caravan had 100+ people, and all it would take one angry man to try and end the lives of the two strangers. So the march inland would immediately put Burton in a variety of different landscapes. Plains, savannas, marshes, what we think of as classic African jungle, the foliage thick and huge, right out of a movie. Thankfully, the trails were well used. Burton's team would even run into other caravans coming east from the interior. Often these were slave caravans. Burton talks about the slave trade in depth. Over the last 40 years or so, the Arabs had gone deeper and deeper into the African interior for slaves. Burton called it a corrupting force. The natives now preyed on one another, seeking to sell their enemies and neighbors to slavers. It wasn't as bad nearer to the coast, as the tribes had nominal protection from the Sultan of Zanzibar, but in the interior, fear ruled many places. Burton would say this of the slave trade, quote, "Traffic annihilates every better feeling of humanity," end quote. So the caravan would begin a slow plod west. The land was filled with few large communities. Instead, there were lots of villages, most self-governing. The villages weren't powerful enough to threaten the caravan, especially one armed like Burton's, but they would each extract a small toll for passing. By the way, as you can imagine, Burton will write a very long book, 2 volumes again, on his trip into the African interior. The book alternates between telling his story with chapters of information about the people and the lands. It is typical Burton. I have put a link to those volumes on the website. Anyhow, by July 5th, there were already signs of problems within the caravan. 3 donkeys would die, and Speak developed a fever. 5 days later, Burton was sick as well. The men were weak and had an aching head, plus burning eyes and unsteady legs. Burton would say, quote, "The new life, the alternations of damp heat and wet cold, the useless fatigue of walking, the sorry labor of waiting and reloading asses, the exposure to the sun and dew, but not least the mortific influence, the wear and tear at the prospect of imminent failure, all were beginning to tell heavily on me," end quote. And to think the men had only been going for 2 weeks, the expedition was just getting started. Regarding the men's illnesses, this was not uncommon. Most newcomers got sick, malaria was common, and there were several different types of fever. These illnesses could lay a person up for days, weeks, and even months, or they could kill. By July 14th, the caravan had covered 118 miles in 18 days. Burton was so weak he couldn't walk. He tried native remedies, as well as others he had learned in Somaliland and Arabia, but nothing worked. He had to ride on a donkey, supported by porters. The jungle wore out both Burton and Speak. Everything was so big. The grass was 12 and 13 feet high. Massive trees were entirely covered in moss or fungi. Creepers and climbers were everywhere, covering everything. The stench of rotting vegetation was everywhere. The caravan would march through blinding sun and slog through mile-long bogs. Also, the humidity was taking its toll. Anything metal began to rust. Clasps and springs just snapped. Paper turned soggy. Clothing began to rot. Matches went on fire. It even affected the food, as it often just melted in the paste. Despite all of this, Burton marveled at the life around him. Crocodiles, leopards, hyenas, zebras, hippos, monkeys, and a million other animals flourished. He had one description that I really liked, which I will share. Quote, "The woods abound with large and small gray monkeys with black faces. Clinging to trees, they gaze for a time imperturbably at the passing strangers, till, having satisfied curiosity, they descend and bound away with long plunging leaps." End quote. I love that because when you read it, you can visualize exactly what he's saying. On July 23rd, the caravan would rest for 3 days. Burton, despite trembling hands, would send a report back to the Royal Geographical Society. He was in a foul mood, and he had nothing good to say about the natives. In addition, he asked for more medicine, such as quinine and narcotics. Also, it was here that 30 slaves brought from Zanzibar would return. As a note, the number of men the expedition had would constantly be in a state of flux. One day a couple men might desert, but then a few days later they could hire some new ones. The donkeys were a different story. As they died or were stolen, there was little Burton could do to replace them. The caravan would next reach the slave station of Zongomiro, which is today Morogoro in Tanzania. Zongomiro was at the base of the Uzungara Mountains, which the expedition would head into next. Thousands would pass through the town each week. By this time, Burton and Speak were in terrible shape and could barely walk. They would rest here for 9 days, allowing both men to recover a bit. Burton would also be able to add some quarters to the expedition, getting it back up to full strength. Quick comment, despite being constantly sick, Burton still managed to keep a ton of notes. And as always, he indulged in learning about the sexual habits of the natives. In a related comment, Burton would find one advantage to developing a high fever. His syphilis, which he had suffered from for several years, would be cured. A high fever will, at times, kill other infections, such as syphilis. So yay for malaria. The caravan would continue on August 7th, heading towards the Usagara Hills. These were difficult times for the expedition. In the hills, the men's health improved a bit, but they were still incredibly weak, and it was hard to muster the energy to deal with running the caravan. This made it difficult to control the men. There were constant quarrels, and porters were deserting, often taking with them the best goods, even donkeys. And when the porters felt they were being forced to carry too much of a load, they would simply toss aside whatever they didn't want to carry. Burton could do little to stop it. He didn't have enough good, trusted men with him to keep the others in line. Thus, food and gear was lost, instruments broken. It didn't help that the trail was littered with the bones of human beings, sometimes fresh. These were usually slaves or porters who had died of illness. Smallpox was the big issue, as it had been brought inland and was ravaging the native populations. So up into the highlands, the caravans went up and down, the elevation rising to more than 2,000 feet, or 610 meters. And then on August 16th, things almost came to a head when Burton ordered all the gear to be repacked. The Askaris refused. They accused Burton of starving them and tried to negotiate for more food and pay. Burton refused, even after there were murmured threats about killing the white men. The soldiers then demanded Burton write out a letter dismissing them from the caravan. They didn't want to return to Zanzibar and have the Sultan find out that they had abandoned Burton. Again, Burton refused. Let them leave, he said, calling their bluff. Burton ordered the rest of the caravan to move on. It wouldn't take long for the Askaris to cave, and they were soon back with the caravan, begging forgiveness. And so the caravan pushed on, going through areas of jungle, bogs, and savannas, and crossing over innumerable rivers. As they went, supplies were lost or just dumped, and donkeys collapsed. By September 4th, only one donkey was left that could be ridden. Luckily, the caravan reached an area where food was plentiful, and the expedition could trade for milk, honey, and butter. And Burton was able to trade with caravans heading east, adding rice and salt, and even a pair of fresh donkeys. On September 10th, the line of men and animals began to ascend the Rubeho Mountains of Usagara Range. Speke and Burton, both still very weak, struggled as they couldn't ride the donkeys up the steep and narrow trails. At one point, the expedition would be startled by the sudden appearance of a native war party moving down the mountains. Everyone panicked, thinking they were under attack. However, the war party of the Wahamba tribe were heading into the valley below to seize cattle from the villages. Thankfully, they had no interest in him and his team. The expedition would climb for 6 hours before Burton would call a halt due to Captain Speke's health taking a turn for the worse. He fell into a near coma-like state. He was delirious and feverish. Burton was worried that Speke had suffered permanent brain damage. Writing about Speke, Burton said, quote, "Death appeared stamped upon his features," end quote. As the caravan waited, the men complained of the cold weather and suggested they turn back. Burton gave them a firm no. Also, Burton would take the time to inspect all the supplies. He had brought provisions for a year, but now, 3 months in, it was half gone. I put this blame mostly on Burton. He had made some poor decisions and not managed things efficiently, and he had expected everyone to obey a British officer, just like he was accustomed to in India and Arabia. And not having a doctor had hampered them big time. Also, Burton's lack of mastery of the local languages can't be underestimated. He was not used to this. It isolated him from others, and it limited his effectiveness. In the end, there was so much going on that was out of Burton's hands. He was in an unfamiliar place, didn't speak the language well, or at all, depending on where it was, and was racked by illness. That he and Speke persisted and kept moving forward was pretty amazing. The next day, Speke would approve, but he could not walk and had to be carried in a hammock. A note here about Burton and Speke. As we have discussed, they were very different men. However, as the only two white men and British officers, they still had a common bond. Speke especially needed Burton because he could not talk to anyone else, save for Bombay, who knew a little Hindustani. This isolated Speke, never an outgoing person to begin with. The two men would work together and even read Shakespeare to each other at night, but they were never friends. Burton almost always refers to Speke as his, quote, companion, end quote. The big thing I want to note is that Speke and Burton tolerated each other through this part of the journey, mostly because they needed each other, but they did not like each other. So up and up the expedition went, reaching heights of nearly 6,000 feet or 1,830 meters. Finally, on September 18th, they went through a place called Windy Pass and began to descend to the plains of Gogo, a flat grassy plateau. By this time, the number of porters who had started the expedition was half, and the number of donkeys was a third of their original number. The plains were quite arid, and there were stretches where water was hard to find for days, especially in the dry months. And then the caravan would arrive at the town of Gogo. Now, as I said earlier, up to this point, Burton generally arrived at a village and given small gifts to the local chiefs and elders. Beads were a common gift. However, going forward, this was going to change. The natives were more organized and powerful. Thus, there was a complex tribute system with 4 main chiefs who every caravan had to deal with. Burton would encounter the first of these chiefs on October 7th, 1857. To proceed, he would have to give them 10 links of cloth plus other items. The next chief extracted more than twice that for tribute, and so went the routine. The good part for Burton was that these transactions were organized and clear cut. It might have grated on him to pay such prices, but it meant that the caravan kept moving west. By the way, the main item of trade was now cloth. There were 3 kinds of it. One was called Americani, which is a corruption of the word American. This was white shirting and sheeting brought to Zanzibar by American merchants. The second cloth was Kaniki, which was an indigo-dyed cotton brought from India. The third cloth was called cloths with new names. These were color cloths made in Arabia and India, usually of cotton. All of these were greatly desired by the native peoples. Now, despite paying these large tolls, we have to remember that the deeper into the interior the expedition got, the more danger they faced. There was always the threat that someone would try and plunder the caravan or seize the men and women to be sold as slaves. One caravan they had recently passed had been surprised by a warring tribe while they slept. 25 men had been slaughtered in the fight. On November 7th, the caravan would reach Tabora, the principal inland town in the region. They'd been traveling for 134 days and had marched 600 miles or 185 kilometers. Tabora was the hub of slave and ivory traders in the region, with many trade routes converging here. The town featured water and permanent homes, many of which were quite luxurious, with gardens and protected walls. These were the home of the slave traders. Burton quickly made friends with the Arabs. He was familiar with Arab customs and the language, and the traders enjoyed his company. No doubt he was a breath of fresh air. Burton couldn't help but compare the Arabs to the Africans, the latter of whom he felt were savage and selfish. In Tabora, Burton would wait impatiently for 5 weeks to depart. The delay was due to heavy rains and illness running through the ranks of the expedition. Thankfully, a trader from Milan would provide warehouse space for Burton and help him acquire porters and provisions. By the way, the Arabs told Burton that the Sea of Ujiji was about 200 miles straight west, and the caravan trail would take them to the trading station, also called Ujiji, on the lake. They said it was a 25-day journey. As a note, I have been referring to the great inland lake as the Sea of Ujiji. This was the name the Arabs used, but the native people called it Tanganyika, which is what I will use going forward. As noted, there is a town called Ujiji, which is where Burton will head for. Another thing I want to note is that Burton had been told that there were other lakes other than Tanganyika, including another great lake to the north. We will talk about this next time, as it is very important to our story. The expedition would finally depart from Tabora on December 15th, loaded with provisions, plus accompanied by fresh pack animals and porters. The expected 25-day march would take nearly 2 months. This was due to bad weather, meaning rain, and illness. Both Burton and Speake would again be struck down at various points. On January 18th, 1858, Burton would find himself with a terrible cold. His feet and legs began to burn and swell, and soon his arms and legs could not move, and he felt like he was being pricked with thousands of needles. He thought he was going to die, as did Speake. The expedition would hold for 3 days before Burton could continue, and even then, it was only by being carried in a hammock. By the way, Burton would not be able to walk any sort of distance for at least a year, and the numbness in his hands and feet would take even longer to leave him. And when Burton incapacitated, it does not mean that Speake was all healthy and happy. A week after Burton's illness, Speake would be hit by an eye infection. Speake's eyesight had never been good, ever since he'd been temporarily blinded by conjunctivitis as a child. Even reading was, at times, an issue for him, although there was some speculation that Speake was dyslexic. The eye infection, by the way, would also strike Burton, but not nearly as bad. And so the caravan would push on, Burton in a hammock. Speake rode atop a donkey, nearly blind, being led by one of the men. They would push on through rugged terrain, jungles, rivers, and so forth. And then on February 13th, the caravan would come to the top of a stony hill. Burton saw a shining light below. He asked Bombay, quote, "What is that streak of light that lies below?" End quote. Bombay replied, quote, "I am of the opinion that that is the water." End quote. Burton thought that the body of water looked small. Was this the Great Lake everyone talked about? He was severely disappointed and briefly considered turning back. The natives and Arabs had spoken of another lake to the north. Perhaps that was the lake he was seeking. But then Burton moved forward, and it was not long before all was revealed. Before him was a massive lake, one that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was Lake Tanganyika. Burton was elated, writing, quote, "Forgetting toils, dangers, and the doubtfulness of return, I felt willing to endure double what I had endured, and the party seemed to join with me in joy." End quote. And he was right. The rest of the caravan was thrilled as well. They had reached their destination, and it was a glorious view and a great achievement. Well, not everyone was thrilled. John Hanningspeak was nearly blind and could not share the vision. He would later write, quote, "Here you may picture to yourself my bitter disappointment. After toiling through so many miles of savage life, all the time emaciated by divers sickness and weakened by great privations of food and rest, I found approaching the zenith of my ambition, the great lake in question, nothing but mist and glare before my eyes. From the summit of the eastern horn, the lovely Tanganyika Lake could be seen in all its glory by everybody but myself." End quote. But Speak's disappointment did not dim Burton's joy. For Richard Francis Burton, this was all he had dreamed of. He had found the legendary in the Lake of Africa. Now they had to march to the lake, find a boat, and explore it. If they found a river flowing to the north out of the lake, well, there was a good chance that this was the source of the Nile. This discovery would bring him fame, money, and respect, and it justified all that he had done and all that he believed. I want to add that, at that moment, the lake would have been a truly amazing sight. Lake Tanganyika, which is one of the African Great Lakes, is the second largest lake by volume and the second deepest in the world. The lake, if you haven't looked at a map, is long, measuring 673 kilometers, or 418 miles, from north to south, and 72 kilometers, or 45 miles, wide. That makes it nearly 10 times as long as it is wide. It is the world's longest freshwater lake. It was truly a momentous discovery for Burton. The expedition would arrive in Ujiji on Lake Tanganyika on February 14th. The town, a center of slave and ivory trade, would later be where Henry Ward Stanley and Dr. David Livingstone would have their famous encounter. It had taken Burton and Speak 7.5 months to reach Lake Tanganyika. Of that time, they had spent 100 days marching. I do want to point out that Burton had followed established trade routes to get to his destination and would not have made it without the aid of the Arab traders and the African natives. Still, what he and Speak had done was pretty extraordinary. The lake before Burton was absolutely massive, and the guy didn't even really understand just how big it really was. And this, my friends, is where we are going to leave things for today. Despite all the challenges, Burton was triumphant. And next time, we will detail Burton and Speak's exploration of the lake, and even more importantly, talk about that rumored Great Lake to the north. So that is it. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Join us next time for part 5 in our series on Richard Francis Burton. Thanks so much for listening. Take care. I also want to remind you that the Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other great independent podcasts, such as Monster Talk and My History Can Beat Up Your Politics. That's at airwavemedia.com.
The phone lines are open. 8332 ask Dean. 833.
You're listening to an Airwave Media podcast.
Number to call 833 ask Dean. Saturday mornings, great time to call.
Hello and welcome to the Explorers podcast. Today is part 5 in our series on British explorer Richard Francis Burton. Just want to remind you that you can see maps and photos of our subject, as well as links to resources on our website, explorerspodcast.com. Let's get going. Last time, we left Burton and his fellow explorer, John Hanningspeak, at the edge of Lake Tanganyika in East Africa. The lake is huge, 418 miles long and 45 wide, or 675 by 72 kilometers. Tanganyika is the second largest lake in Africa and the 6th largest in the world. It has more than 1,800 kilometers, or 1,100 miles, of shoreline. The lake sits in the East African Rift and is confined by the mountainous walls of the valley. It is a spectacular sight, and it was a momentous revelation to the rest of the world. And so Burton was triumphant. He and Speak had endured 7.5 months of misery to reach the lake. overcoming malaria, fevers, hostile natives, torrential rains, and mind-numbing heat to reach their goal. At this point, Burton could barely walk, while Speak could not see due to eye inflammation. But they had done it, and Burton was thrilled. Ideally, the expedition would sail around the lake and determine if there was a northerly flowing river connecting to Tanganyika. If there was a good chance that this was the source of the Nile. The caravan entered the trading post of Ujiji on February 14, 1858. This was a center of slave and ivory trade, which meant that Burton and Speak automatically came under suspicion by the locals because they weren't trading. Everyone asked, why were they here? The Arab traders were particularly suspicious, as they always feared someone cutting into their profitable trade networks. And in the case of the slave trade, there was always the fear that someone would try and put an end to the practice. Ujiji was run by a man named Kanina, I think I'm pronouncing that right, who ruled on behalf of the local chief, who was only a child. Kanina was annoyed because he charged a tax on every slave and tusk traded. Burton's caravan thus offered him no profit. And when the guy went to talk to the newcomers, Burton kicked the man out of the tent. In Burton's defense, he didn't know who the guy was, but he just upset the most important man in the region. Kanina would end up harassing the caravan and even levy a tax on those not trading. Now, Burton had promised to pay all his men upon reaching Lake Tanganyika, and he did so in cloth. Many of the men turned around and used the cloth to buy slaves, which did not thrill Burton, although there was nothing much he could do about it. By the way, a slave could own a slave in this region of Africa. Now, all of these issues aside, Burton wanted to explore the lake. For that, he needed a large boat, none of which was available in Ujiji. He was told, however, that an Arab trader on the other side of the lake had a dhow, which would fit his needs. To acquire use of the boat, Burton dispatched Speak in a canoe on March 2nd, even though Speak's vision was severely limited by his eye infection. So while Speak headed across Tanganyika, Burton would spend the next 27 days recovering from all his ailments. Of this time, Burton said he, quote, chiefly spent it eating and drinking, smoking and dozing, end quote. And he, no doubt, did his usual exploration of the sexual habits of the locals. The lake, which sits at an elevation of about 2,500 feet or 760 meters, had a relatively healthy climate. Also, there were animals to hunt, lots of fish in the lake, plus things such as beans, vegetables, milk, honey, rice, and sweet potatoes. Burton would also take the time to interview those who lived on the lake. In typical Burton fashion, he would collect a boatload of data about the people, their customs, and the region. Of course, he pressed everyone about Tanganyika, trying to learn about the lake's geography and features. He would talk to one man who told Burton that there was a river at the northern end of the lake, and more importantly, a river flowed out of the lake, not into it. This excited Burton because, if true, it meant that Tanganyika was a potential source of the Nile. As for John Hand and Speak, he would set out to the opposite side of the lake in a canoe with 20 paddlers, a couple of Lascaris, and Sidney Bombay, the expedition's most trusted man. The big problem Speak ran into was rain. It was monsoon season, and the rains and winds were furious. During one tempest, Speak and his team would put ashore on an island to ride out the storm. Well, during the night, the storm would throw open his tent. In an attempt to clean everything up, Speak would light a candle. Within seconds, thousands of tiny black beetles filled his tent. They got all over everything, including Speak. Speak would try and clear out the bugs, but to no avail. There were just too many. Exhausted, he finally gave up and went back to sleep. Well, during the night, one of those beetles crawled into his ear. Speak would wake up and try and get the thing out, but it only burrowed deeper into his ear. He would try everything he could to get the still living beetle to emerge, including smoke, oil, or melted butter. Nothing worked. Finally, he used a penknife, killing the beetle, but also damaging the whole ear. It was a pretty awful situation. Speak could not get the dead beetle out of his ear, and the injury caused by the penknife became infected. Soon pus was running out of it. The infection and the pain that it caused made Speak's facial muscles contort from his ear to his shoulder. It was so bad for a couple of weeks, he could barely open his mouth, and he had to be fed broth through a tube. Of it all, Speak would later write, quote, for many months, the tumor made me almost deaf, and ate a hole between the orifice and the nose, so that when I blew it, my ear whistled, end quote. For the next 6 to 7 months, bug parts would work their way out of Speak's ear and would cause him intense pain. Now, all of that misery aside, Speak would get to the other side of the lake and meet with the Arab trader. The man agreed to let Speak use his boat and even provide a crew. Just not yet. The trader would delay for days and days until the man finally admitted that the boat would not be available for 3 months. Speak would have to go back to Gigi empty-handed, which annoyed Bert, who would say, quote, I was sorely disappointed. He had done literally nothing, end quote. Now, despite not getting the Dow, Speak would bring back some interesting news. He had been told that the north end of the lake featured a large river draining out of it to the north. This was interesting news, and Bert decided that they needed to investigate this river. Burton appealed to the local headman, Kanina, and struck a deal to hire 2 large canoes, one 60 feet long, the other 40 feet long, or 18 by 12 meters, respectively, as well as a crew, guide, and interpreter. The cost was big, very big. Burton reported that he paid Kanina 33 coiled bracelets and 803 strings of beads, plus a promise for more cloth if they could find this river in the north. The crew were paid 80 lengths of cloth and 210 strings of beads. It was a steep price, but Burton had no other options. The 2 canoes would depart from Ujiji on April 10th. Despite the men's health issues, both Burton and Speak were on the excursion, which included Bombay, a few Askaris, and 55 paddlers. The canoes headed up the eastern side of the lake for about 75 miles, or 120 kilometers, before heading to the western shore. On April 26th, they would reach the trading post of Uthira. This was the extent of the slave traders' influence, and the crew refused to go further north, saying the natives were fierce and deadly. Even Bombay, Burton's most trusted team member, was against going any further. Burton would spend 9 days in Uthira, hoping that someone would take him north, but nothing would happen, and he would have to admit defeat. And another disturbing piece of news was that the locals all agreed that there was a river to the north, but that it flowed into the lake, not out of it. If that was the case, it was not the Nile. By the way, when Burton pressed the guy who told him back in Ujiji that the river flowed out of the lake, the man would admit that he'd never actually been to the river. And when Burton asked about the information Speak had gotten about the northerly flowing river, Bombay would say that Speak had likely misinterpreted what he'd been told. All of this was bitterly disappointing to Burton. The frustrating thing was that he couldn't reach the river and actually find out the truth for himself. By the way, Burton was actually only 20 miles, or 32 kilometers, from the northern end of the lake. If he had gotten to that point, he would have found a river flowing into Tanganyika. This is the Ruzizi River, which flows from a mountain lake. No matter, Burton and Speak and the canoes would return to Ujiji on May 13th. By the way, on the trip, Burton developed an ulcer on his tongue so big he couldn't speak. It would take more than 2 weeks for his tongue to return to normal size. Otherwise, both Burton and Speak were feeling a little better. Not great, but better. Speak's eyesight was returning, although the ear pain was debilitating at times. Burton's hands and feet were still swollen. He struggled to walk, but again, he had improved. Now, on the return to Ujiji, Burton would be greeted by the appearance of a caravan bearing supplies and letters. Remember when Burton had departed Zanzibar the previous summer? He had been forced to leave behind a bunch of provisions due to the lack of porters and pack animals. Well, here are some of that stuff that show up, including ammunition, food, cloth, beads, and other items. Unfortunately, it wasn't the best of the trade goods, as the really valuable stuff had been stolen by the merchants back in Zanzibar. However, it would provide Burton with some much-needed barter goods. He was low at this point, and the newly arrived items would at least buy provisions and hire porters to get the caravan back to the Bora, the trading station about a month's journey to the east. The caravan would also bring outside news to Burton and Speak, the first real news they had received in nearly a year. One of the things they would find out about was the Indian Rebellion of 1857. The rebellion would be put down, but not before hundreds of thousands were dead. The Indian Rebellion, by the way, signaled the beginning of the end of the East India Company, as the British government would soon nationalize the company and take over its operations. Anyhow, Burton would have liked to have spent time exploring the southern part of Tanganyika, but he didn't have the trade goods needed to hire canoes and porters, all the while feeding his own team. Thus, he decided that it was time to head back to Zanzibar. By the way, if Burton had explored to the south, he would have truly realized how big Tanganyika really was. And if he had tested the depths of the lake, he would have been astounded to find it as deep as 4,700 feet, or 1,430 meters. It is the second deepest freshwater lake in the world. Again, while Burton was amazed by Tanganyika, he didn't fully comprehend how massive the lake really was. On his departure, Burton would wax poetically about the mighty lake, writing, quote, I shall long remember the morning of 26th of May, which afforded me the last sunrise spectacle of the Tanganyika lake. The charm of the scenery was perhaps enhanced by the reflection that my eyes might never look upon it again, end quote. Shortly thereafter, the caravan pulled up stakes and began their march east. This was chaotic, as many of the men had bought slaves of their own. This meant a bunch of people were not only carrying gear and packs and leading donkeys, but they were trying to keep track of their own slaves. Bird was probably satisfied, as many of these slaves deserted on the march east. The expedition would pull into Tabora on June 20th. The men badly needed a rest. Malaria was a big problem amongst the porters and the Scaris. At this point, Bird was completely worn out. He had to be carried in a hammock, and this was not just a physical exhaustion, but a mental one.
Right now at Lowe's, buy one, get one 50% off on select interior and exterior paints and exterior stains via Lowe's gift card rebate. Lowe's knows home improvement. Number 296, 4.10 restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. All supplies lines. If your business has 5 or more employees and managed to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. Not your money. Not alone either. Refund of your taxes. Trick to pay.
Speak said it was his idea. Bird said
So let me suggest one of the get refunds. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And they can probably help you too. No charge up front, and share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that can GP and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, and they start to work. Getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com. There are over 7,000 rare diseases that affect over 35 million Americans. Adult onset invisible symptoms like blurred vision, muscle weakness, and unexplained falls can occur at any time with no explanation. Don't fail to identify symptoms. On average, it can take up to 8 years to get a diagnosis. Advocate today. Supported by Romeo Ware Patient Advocate and the Lens Study Association. Trendsetters and empowering patients in every community to self-advocate and get a diagnosis. Go to raredisease.org. You can't buy a best friend. I love them. Lion. Pet them. Be careful. Whether they want you to or not. You can draw a picture. Or 50. You can fly to the moon. Travel the world. Or just stay in bed. We can't buy a best friend like that. There are millions of pets waiting for a best friend just like you. Come to save them at bestfriends.org.
Wow, they're already here.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm John with Rotary Girl.
Wow, that's good to hear.
Thank you.
Our air conditioner broke.
Too hot today for that.
We really appreciate you coming out so quickly.
Absolutely. Rotary Girl Plumbing and Air needs a same-day repair.
When will you get things?
Heating and air maintenance, installation, and repair. Yes, ma'am.
Can I watch you fix it?
Sure, let's go. Man, you're all fixed up.
REP just went. Right. I can feel the air. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Let us know if you need anything else.
We will. Thanks again.
Bye then.
Hey, mister.
Yeah?
I want to be a hero someday.
You already are, Jay.
For same-day repair, call Reader Hero Plumbing and Air or go online at readerhero.com.
Staples has everything you need for the office and the classroom for less. Now save even more with $10 off document printing when you spend $40 or more. Offer inside 30 exclusions and restrictions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/printing for details.
Having trouble sleeping? On the podcast Nothing Much Happens, join yoga and meditation teacher Catherine Nicolai for a peaceful bedtime story to help you relax. Catherine leads brain training techniques and storytelling to take your mind to a calm and happy place. Welcome to Bedtime Stories. Nothing much happens. You feel good. Now you fall asleep. Listen to Nothing Much Happens on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Girl, how do you keep getting things for free?
It's the Drop app. You get points for your everyday shopping. I've already earned $100 this month.
Download the Drop app and get $5 with invite code GetDrop333. The iHeartRadio All Access 3
Dream freedom. The iHeartRadio All Access free version starts Monday. Download the free iHeartRadio app now. Free never sounded so good. From LA to Orange County and the beaches to the valleys. This weekend on SoCal Saturday, we are live and local with the latest happenings in your neighborhood, making sure you are in the know on everything from local politics to stories that will just put a smile on your face. So follow Shark this evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Welcome to home and welcome home. So glad you're on the program with us today. Always a privilege to spend time with you. Early on a Saturday morning, it's just a little bit before 7 o'clock on this first Saturday in September. I am so stoked. I know Labor Day weekend, which is the unofficial end of summer, the last hurrah of summer. Summer doesn't actually technically end, I think, until, I remember right, the 22nd or the 23rd of this month. Technically. But you know what? September, come on. September, you know, it is the foyer of fall. That's what it is. September is the foyer of fall. You're inside the house. You know you're inside. You haven't fully walked into the room yet, but you're in there. You're in there. My favorite time on. Tina, give everybody some quick intro before we go to the phones on you said we're talking about our garden room. I'm using it as an example of what it means to put your signature on something. It's super creative, and I've been building this. We've been building this last week from zero to like it's now sitting out there. So you're bringing some images up on social media.
Yeah, so I'm just going to throw some images on Instagram, Facebook, same kind of both. And you can go back to the post and see some of the videos of the process, and then you can take a look at the timing and all that stuff. And at this point, and then of course I will say it and you know when you get that.
Yes, it is definitely a work in progress, but it's on its way. If you want to see some really clean frame patting myself on the back, you should check it out because it's very clean, very well arranged. Because the steps are going to be exposed. All right, we'll get back to that. Right now, time to go to the phone. I want to talk to Rose. Hey, Rose. Welcome home.
Yes, I am converting my garage into a vehicle. And I have a metal single-car garage door. And I'm wondering what would be the best thing to insulate it. Should I do it myself? Or should I buy a new door from a company that has an insulated door?
Okay, well, that's a really good question. I don't want you to unnecessarily spend tons of money because, you know, garage doors can be pricey. So it all depends. I mean, okay, so let me put it this way. A fully insulated garage door that comes with, you know, that's pre-insulated, is going to be insulated a little bit better than if you do it yourself. Okay, just because they pack those panels full of insulation at the factory and they seal it all up, and so as a result, I can't tell you right now what the R value is, the insulating value of a pre-done insulated garage door, but you know it's pretty good, working pretty good. However, there was a time you had called me 10 years ago. Well, you would know because I wasn't on the internet. But if you called me 10 years ago, I would have said, yeah, it's pretty much your only choice. Because, you know, if your garage door isn't insulated, what can you do? Well, that's no longer the case, Rose. There's stuff now of insulating companies have figured out this would be a good idea for a lot of people. You can go down to Home Depot today and pick up I think it's foodporn, the insulation company, you know, the one with the pink panther on the boxes.
fiberglass garage door insulation kit. They're panels. They're ready to go. Now you have to probably cut them with a knife to size for your garage door, but these are vinyl back panels that are R8. That's pretty decent for a garage door insulation, and you could insulate it yourself. But you should at least go down and check out the panels and sort of read the box and see if it's a project that you would want to take on yourself. Because I'll tell you this, a new garage door, bare minimum insulated garage door is going to set you back $100,000. This insulation kit is, wait a second, hang on. One of these insulation kits, $124. Wow. Right?
The only thing is my garage door on the side, I do 2 lights coming in. There's spacing there. And that bothers me. I feel like that's not going to be perfectly insulated. Now, if I buy a new one, will it be perfectly insulated that way?
No. In fact, so that was about the thing I was about to tell you. There's also good news. No garage door, seals itself to the front wall. There's that's garage door weather stripping that goes up and down the sides in between the door and the side, which you can also purchase at the store. And seal up those edges. Okay, so the point is, if you're willing to put a little bit of, just a little bit of
Hi, it's Daddy. It is now 7 o'clock.
The major source of the Nile and the largest lake in Africa was a cad. End quote. I want to add that there is other stuff, some of which we will talk about next time, that really makes Speak unlikable. And to be honest, there is some stuff about Speak that will really creep you out. There's 1 or 2 things that are so disturbing, I won't even share them on this podcast. I don't say that to be sensationalistic or anything, just to emphasize that Speak was a weird guy, and not in a good way. Historians tend not to like him, and I'll have to admit, I fully agree. Now, all the stuff about Speak needs to be viewed with a dose of caution. That's because the man he is disparaging is Richard Francis Burton, who is no saint. When the knives come out, Burton will fight back, and at times be just as petty as Speak. Burton had, in fact, in a letter to the Royal Geographical Society, acknowledged that Lake Victoria was more likely than Nile's source, saying, quote, "There are great reasons for believing it to be the source of the principal feeder of the White Nile," end quote. But back in England, under attack from Speak and his allies, Burton quickly changed his story to support himself and slam his former comrade. For years, he would take any chance he could to poke at Speak, often with a straight-up sarcasm. And like Speak, Burton would enlist his own supporters to tell his story and poo-poo Speak's version of things. As I said, it was all very petty and sad. No one looks good. In the end, the Royal Geographical Society would award Burton their gold medal for leading the expedition, but when the Society elected to send a follow-up expedition to fully explore Lake Victoria, they selected Speak, not Burton, to lead it. It was the ultimate slap in the face to Burton, and it only escalated his feud with Speak. Now, a few things about Burton before we do a wrap-up of his African expedition. First, he would write another large book on his African adventures titled Lake Regions of Central Africa. It would be published in 1860. It is a 2-volume adventure, and as always, has lots and lots of pages with lots and lots of details. Second, Burton's health was never going to fully recover from his African expedition. He was nearly 40 years old, and he had lived a hard life. He had endured malaria, dysentery, fevers, and 1,000 other things, and the bill was now coming due. It didn't help that Burton drank more and continued using opium to deal with the lingering effects of all these health-related issues. Third, Burton's romance with Isabel Rundell would be rekindled on his return to England. Burton had not written to her in Africa except for a single poem. That was it. Despite the years away and lack of contact, Isabel refused to move on from Burton, despite fearing that he had forgotten her. She even considered becoming a nun. However, once back in England, the two would get back together. By the way, Isabel was shocked by Burton's appearance, saying, quote, "He was a mere skeleton," end quote. As before, Isabel's mother was dead set against marriage due to Burton not being a Catholic. Even after Burton agreed to be married in a Catholic ceremony and raised the couple's children as Catholic, it was still a no-go with Mom. Burton wanted to elope, but Isabel refused. So as the two discussed marriage and met in secret, it takes us to point number 4, and that will be Burton's next adventure, a journey to the United States. The United States? Yes, Burton's next adventure will be to the United States. But that will be for next time. Let's end today's episode with a few thoughts on Burton's African expedition. So if you look at the stated goals of the endeavor, you can only conclude that it had been a success. Burton and Speke had done what they had set out to do. They had found not one, but 2 great African lakes, one of which was likely the Nile's source. And Burton had brought back a trove of information about the region that was a gold mine to the world. To emphasize this, I read that Burton's writings are so detailed and so good, they are still required in some college courses with regards to studying ethnology, which is the imperative and analytical study of cultures. To me, that really demonstrates the incredible detail of Burton's work. Now, all these things are great, but I have to point out that the expedition had been conducted in a less than stellar manner. Burton's ability to manage a large team was shaky at best. All his cleverness and smarts and charm didn't translate when it came to running the caravan. Still, they had done it. Burton and Speke had gone where no white man had ever ventured, and they had done it despite being racked by sickness and disease. So on the score sheet, Burton's expedition had been a success. But let's remember, there's more to life than just what's on the score sheet. And we don't have to look hard to see that Burton had, again, missed out on a golden opportunity. He had had the chance to go to Lake Victoria when it passed. It would have made him famous. In hindsight, it just seems so foolish to have trusted that Speke would just come back with nothing. And even after Speke returned, there was a chance for Burton to recover from what had been an awkward situation. If he had gone back to Victoria with Speke and actually explored the lake, he would have returned to England saying he and his team had found the source of the Nile. And that's important because this was Burton's expedition, not Speke's. Yes, Speke had been the first to the lake, but Burton had followed. And if they'd actually explored and found the river flowing out of the lake going north, that would have been huge. Once back in England, no one would be talking about Burton's discoveries versus Speke's discoveries. Both men would have been celebrated. But this would have meant sharing the glory with Speke and acknowledging that it had been Speke to reach the lake first. In the end, Burton's ego just wouldn't allow that, and it would push Speke's animosity towards his boss to its limits. Perhaps I'm wrong to say this is true. Perhaps Speke would still have come out trying to claim the prize and trash his boss. But I fault Burton for not swallowing his pride and trying. In some ways, you can argue that Burton pushed Speke towards his actions, although that's a weak argument once you consider how calculated Speke would be to push his own agenda. Anyhow, another way Burton erred was by not returning to England with Speke. He had allowed Speke to get to London 2 weeks early, where he proclaimed himself the discoverer of the source of the Nile. It was a stupid decision by Burton, and he should have seen the perils of letting Speke head off without him. This seems to be the fate of Burton, just missing out on glory. He had done a great thing in reaching Lake Tanganyika, but Speke had managed to steal the better part of the headlines, just as the attack near Berbera had taken away from Burton's accomplishments of reaching Harar. It is all a tough pill that Burton would have to swallow. So what will we talk about next time? Well, we will discuss Burton's trip to the United States, as well as his job as a consul in West Africa. But more importantly, we will talk about the growing feud between Burton and Speke. It is a controversy that will rage for years and will end in tragedy. So that is it for today. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Please take care, and I will see you next time. I want to add that the Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other indie podcasts such as This Week in Travel and Wild Black.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers podcast. Today is part 6 in our series on Richard Francis Burton. Last time, we got Burton back to England, his African expedition complete. The expedition was a success with Burton and his fellow explorer, John Hanning Speke, reaching Lake Tanganyika, one of the African Great Lakes. Tanganyika is the second largest lake in Africa and the 6th largest in the world. Burton had hoped that it would be the source of the Nile River, but evidence suggested it was not, but there was no definitive proof. Now, this was all great, but Burton would be overshadowed, again, when Speke would make a solo excursion to the north and find the largest lake in Africa, which he named Victoria. Burton would then make the mistake of letting Speke get to England 2 weeks ahead of him. Once there, Speke would announce to the world that he had found the Nile's source. This infuriated Burton, who got into a very public and very nasty feud with Speke. Speke, not Burton, would be tapped to make the return journey to Africa, and further explore the Great Lake that had been found. As for Burton, well, he would lick his wounds, lament his situation, and ponder his future. So for today, we are going to cover 4 main topics. First, we will give an overview of Burton's trip to the United States. Second, we will follow it with a quick look at his time as a diplomat in West Africa. And third, we'll do a summary of Speke's expedition to Africa. This will be a high-level look at each of these topics. And the fourth thing we will cover will be the controversy and feud between Burton and Speke, which will come to a head with a planned public debate in September of 1864. However, before we do any of that, a few quick notes about Burton. First, the man's health was not good, and to be honest, he would never fully recover from all he had endured in Africa. Also, he was drinking too much, something he did when he was under a lot of stress. Second, he wanted to marry Isabel Rundell, but Isabel's mother refused to sanction the marriage since Burton wasn't Catholic. Isabel's mother had an oversized influence on her daughter, and Isabel just couldn't do anything without her blessing. So that is it for notes. Let's get back to our story. The year was 1860. In April, Burton would put the final touches on his book, Lake Regions of Central Africa, and send it off to his publisher. Burton does not mention Speke by name in the book and takes numerous jabs at the guy. In the same month, Speke, along with James Grant, would sail from England bound for Africa on a return expedition to Lake Victoria. As for Burton, he would suddenly disappear after turning in his book. Isabel would get a letter from him saying he'd gone to America. He said that when he returned, she needed to make a decision, him or her mother. So why the sudden rush off to the colonies? Well, the best guess is that he was getting away from all the anger and frustration involved in Speke and Isabel. He had been drinking too much, a sure sign of stress. But unlike most of Burton's travels, there was no advance notice or planning. He just took off. He would arrive in Halifax in Canada, and then move on to New York and meet with his American publishers. From there, it was on to Washington, D.C. In D.C., he met with American officials who gave him letters of introduction to the various military commanders in the plains. Burton envisioned joining the army in a campaign against hostile natives. On the East Coast portion of the trip, Burton would travel with his old friend, Dr. John Steinhauser. For how long, we don't know. Anyhow, from Washington, Burton would spend 3 months going through the American South. Curiously, he would leave no record of his time. He simply starts the next leg of his journey in St. Joseph, Missouri. So what had he done in the South? Perhaps he just went from city to city drinking and visiting brothels, who knows? Edward Rice, in his biography of Burton, titled Captain Sir Richard Francis Burton, speculates that our Englishman may have been on some mission on behalf of the British government or other interests in England. Let's remember the year. It's 1860. The American Civil War is only a year away. England relied heavily on American cotton and had deep ties with Southern businesses. One of Burton's biggest supporters back home was a politician named Richard Milnes, the first Baron Howe. Milnes would support the North in the upcoming Civil War, although Burton would support the Confederacy. What that means, who knows? Perhaps Burton was just gauging the pulse of the South as British politicians and businessmen wanted what to do if war broke out. In the end, we just don't know, but Burton's utter lack of record of this time frame is curious. Now, the mysterious part of Burton's trip would end when, in August, he boarded a stagecoach in St. Joseph, Missouri, bound for Salt Lake City, Utah. Burton would have cut quite the picture. The Englishman in a tweed shooting jacket, buckskin trousers, heavy boots, and a silk hat. On each hip, he had a 6-shooter. Plus, there was a huge Bowie knife strapped to his side. He brought with him tea, cognac, cigars, and opium. So what was Burton up to? Well, he said that he wanted to study another exotic religion, thus it was his desire to go visit the Mormons in Utah. He also wanted to study the American Indians and hoped to join up with the American Army, go on a campaign against hostile natives. The journey to Salt Lake City would take 19 days, and Burton would take a ton of notes, as always. As his coach rolled across the plains and into the Rocky Mountains, Burton entertained his fellow passengers with stories of his travels, and he took note of all that happened around him. He got to see a wagon train, which he called, quote, those ships of the great American Sahara, end quote. He was also able to observe and interact with many native Indians and learned Indian Sign Language. Burton's desire for some combat would not be satisfied as there were no ongoing conflicts. Also, Burton was fascinated by American jargon. His favorite saying was, quote, getting liquored up, which he took to heart on this trip. From his own notes, it sounded like he got liquored up on many occasions. Once in Salt Lake City, Burton would spend 24 days there, exploring and diving into the Mormon religion. He would meet with settlers and church officials, and he would spend an hour with Brigham Young, the leader of the church. He said Young came across as, quote, a a gentleman farmer in New England, end quote. Burton would eventually write a book about his American trip, focusing on his time in Salt Lake City. It is titled The City of Saints. He would, of course, examine the practice of polygamy in the church, something he noted was common in many cultures. He was not critical of the practice and points out the advantages, a stance he will maintain for all of his life. After Salt Lake City, Burton would continue west, departing on September 27th. He would go to Carson City, then Virginia City, and then on to Sacramento, and finally San Francisco. In that time, he would visit some silver mines in Nevada and even pan for gold. Burton always dreamed of finding gold. One dangerous moment occurred when Burton's stagecoach would come to a station house, only to find it burned, complete with corpses. The station had been attacked by Indians in retaliation for the recent killing of 19 natives. Burton would endure a cold, nervous night, his pistols at his side, waiting for the Indians to return, but they never did. Burton would spend 10 days in San Francisco before boarding a ship bound for Panama. He would then cross the Isthmus of Panama and hop on another ship to return to England by the end of 1860. Burton returned to England healthier than he had been in years, and the first thing he did was to deliver an ultimatum to Isabel: marry me or I'm gone. Isabel replied that they would marry in 3 weeks' time, no matter what anyone said about the matter. When Isabel broached the subject with her mother, the reply was, never. But Isabel would not be stopped this time. She enlisted an influential cardinal and family friend to help her. As Burton was not Catholic, the cardinal arranged a dispensation for the two to marry once Burton provided a written document saying that Isabel could continue to practice her faith and raise the children as Catholic. The wedding would be a small one, held on January 22nd, 1861. Burton was 40 years old, while Isabel was 10 years younger. Burton would send Isabel's father a note after the wedding saying, quote, I have committed highway robbery by marrying your daughter Isabel, end quote. Isabel's father liked Burton and was happy for his daughter. As for Isabel's mother, well, once the marriage was done, she accepted it and, from all appearances, came to care deeply for her son-in-law. By the way, I have touched on Burton and his now wife, Isabel, on and off in this series, something I don't always do. But Isabel will be a very important part of Burton's life going forward, and even more so after his death. And thus I wanted to talk about them as a couple, so you understand and appreciate future events. Plus, the marriage is important to Burton's own career going forward. A big reason for this is Burton did not have a lot of money, and Isabel did not bring any sort of dowry, so the couple was not well off. But Isabel's family did have some important connections, and Isabel will be relentless in promoting her husband and protecting his image and interests. So with all of this in mind, money was an issue for the newlyweds. A major issue would arise regarding Burton's position in the army. I mentioned last time that the East India Company was being nationalized by the British government. As a result, all the officers, such as Burton, had to be incorporated into the regular British Army. Well, there were just too many officers to integrate, and thus many were cashiered for a variety of reasons. Burton was one of those men. He would lose his commission after 19 years of service, a year short of his pension. Thus, the Burtons could not even count on that small sum going forward. And thus, Burton started to look around for another job. His new wife would try to get him a position as a consul in Damascus, but couldn't land it. As a result, Burton would be forced to settle for the job of consul on the island of Fernando Po, today called Bioko, part of Equatorial Guinea. The job paid £700 a year, and no one but Burton had applied for the position. Fernando Po was called the graveyard of the Foreign Office due to the extraordinarily unhealthy climate. For this reason, Isabel would not accompany her husband on assignment. He would depart for the new job on March 27, 1861. The island of Bioko is 20 miles off the west coast of Africa. It covered 800 square miles, or nearly 1,300 kilometers, and had, at the time, a population of about 27,000 people. As consul, it was Burton's job to look after the interests of England and her citizens along the African coast. This usually meant working with traders, travelers, and merchants. He would mitigate disputes, make sure ships weren't involved in the slave trade, things like that. There was also a lot of drinking to be done, especially in the rainy season when Burton couldn't travel. The situation only frustrated Burton, who hated the island. He called Fernando Po, quote, the very abomination of desolation, end quote. Edward Rice, in his biography of Burton, says this of the man at this time, quote, the African period reveals Burton at his most turbulent. He was bitter, angry, black-booted, and poured out his fury on the Africans whenever he encountered them, end quote. To be honest, Burton as a whole became crankier and more cynical about everyone. He rages at missionaries, his fellow whites, the British government, and the African people. He frequently complained about the insolence of the Africans. One example of this was Burton getting upset that several Africans rode in the first-class section of a ship that he was on going down the coast. He thought it was a social mistake to let the locals eat and sit with those who ruled them. It's an increasingly old man yells at the cloud sort of attitude, replete with racist language and beliefs. Although I do want to note that Burton actually came to like the natives of Bioko. Unlike most Europeans, he felt that they had their place in society, which was not that of equals to the British. Now, during his time in Africa, Burton would travel up and down the coast as often as he could, a way to get away from Fernando Po. He would climb mountains in the Cameroons, go searching for gorillas in Gabon, visit various native kingdoms, including Dahomey and modern-day Benin, and travel up the Congo River to the famed Yalala Falls. Of the latter, Burton toyed with the idea of traveling beyond the falls, which was mostly unexplored, but he did not have the time or resources for such an expedition. This meant that these journeys did not break any new ground. They were more travels than explorations, just like the trip to America. Still, it demonstrates Burton's insatiable, restless spirit. He was rarely happy in one place for any length of time and reveled in visiting new places and peoples. In all of these travels, Burton would do as he always done. Took notes. He would describe the peoples, their religions, their ceremonies, and their lives. And of course, he recorded all the scientific stuff: geography, flora, fauna, animals, and so on. Burton would produce 3 books about his time in West Africa, 2 volumes each. He is pretty brutal on everyone in the book, including the British government. Now, I want to note that while Burton was not thrilled about doing the work of a council, he did conduct his duties fairly and with care, and his travels would provide the British government with a detailed lay of the region. And I want to note that Burton understood the value that Africa possessed. It had vast natural resources and cheap labor, and he predicted that it would become a key area for economic development and exploitation. Now, one other thing I want to note about this time was that in late 1862, Burton would go back to England on a 4-month leave. While there, he and some of his colleagues formed the Anthropological Institute of London, which still exists today, although its name is now the Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland. The Institute is a scholarly association dedicated to anthropology, which is the scientific study of humanity, including human behavior, human biology, linguistics, cultures, and societies. For Burton and his fellow founders, it was a way to print materials that other, more prudish groups would not. It is again an example of Burton's belief that discovery was not just about geography, and not just about operating within societal norms. He truly believed there was a need to embrace a more expansive look at these subjects. Anyhow, Burton would eventually head back to his post, and then, not long after, word would arrive from Khartoum. It was a telegram from John Hannon Speke to the Royal Geographical Society. It said, quote, "The Nile is settled," end quote. At this point in our narrative, I want to jump back to October of 1860. John Hannon Speke and James Grant departed from Zanzibar. Their plan was to head to Lake Victoria. Once there, the men would map the lake and head down the Nile, assuming it actually connected to Victoria. Another group would travel up the Nile, planning to meet Speke and Grant in the city of Gantakora, about 1,000 miles or 1,600 kilometers south of Khartoum. All of this would prove that Lake Victoria was the true source of the Nile. By the way, before departing, Speke would have Grant sign a document saying that he wouldn't publish anything without Speke's approval, something Burton would have been wise to have done several years earlier. Anyhow, the expedition would consist of 200 porters, plus Sidi Mubarak, aka Bombay, who'd been on the expedition to Lake Tanganyika. Speke was lucky to have the dependable Bombay. However, the expedition did not hire any soldiers, which meant that they would have to essentially buy their way to Lake Victoria, since they were no threat to anyone. Also, Speke took a risk by not including a doctor, a rather stunning omission, considering how important the doctor would have been on the previous expedition. And finally, there was no linguist in the party, another mistake. The expedition would, not surprisingly, run into all the same problems that Burton dealt with several years earlier. The porters deserted, taking with them precious trade goods. The native chiefs charged exorbitant amounts to pass through their territory, and there would be fights and conflicts to deal with. Despite all of these issues, the expedition would reach Lake Victoria on July 28, 1861. Speke would travel around the western side of the lake through a region called Uganda. This area was mostly unknown to the world, even the Arabs. It was dominated by 3 large kingdoms who were considered rich and advanced. At the first of these kingdoms, Grant would develop an ulcer on his leg and be confined to a hut. This meant that Speke would have to continue north on his own. Progress was slow, as the expedition was subject to the whims of the local kings, who kept demanding more and more gifts from Speke, who had no choice but to pay up. And the kingdoms were, Speke found, unique. many ways, they were quite advanced, with well-organized bureaucracies, advanced architecture, and exquisite arts and crafts. However, they had no alphabet, no calendar, not even a way to count, and they were often exceedingly cruel, at least in the eyes of Speak. Speak gave one of the kings a rifle as a gift. The king would use the rifle to shoot random animals and even people for fun. At another of the kingdoms, Speak was reportedly given several young girls by the queen. Women was supposedly interested in seeing what color the baby of a white man and a black woman would look like. Speak would have relations with at least 2 girls, one 12 years old and the other 18, all of which is yuck, but also eye-rolling, considering Speak was always so critical of Burton's sexual relations with the locals on their journey. Anyhow, one of the girls would bear Speak's daughter. Also, Speak reportedly fell in love with the eldest, who Speak called Mary. Speak would get upset with the girl when he became convinced that she was only having sex with him because she had been ordered to by the queen. In a petulant fit, he cut ties with her. Now, Speak's journey through Uganda was filled with controversy, and not just because he was having sex with 12-year-old girls, but because he was barely doing any exploring. He just sits at the courts of the region's kings, which weren't even on the shores of the lake, and waits for permission to continue north. This would have driven Burton nuts, who would have been chomping at the bit to simply go look around. Anyhow, this month of Speak never really took a look at the lake and sailed around the shores, trying to determine if there were any rivers running into or out of it. Speak would eventually get permission to continue his journey, and then on July 28, 1862, he would find a small river flowing out of the lake to the north. This was, Speak concluded, the Nile River. Speak, who was reunited with Grant, would thus begin a trek north to follow the river, and here he would make a mistake. When mapping a river, the whole point was to travel the length of any unknown parts. This way you know if there are any other connecting rivers. Well, Speak and Grant would have trouble heading down the river due to hostile natives. Thus, Speak would, at times, cut overland and reconnect with the Nile at a point further north. It is estimated that Speak skipped around 100 miles or 160 kilometers of the Nile. This was a big mistake because what if the river Speak was on was just a minor tributary of the Nile, and the river's main branch forked off in another direction? Speak could have missed any such river by taking these shortcuts. By doing all of this, Speak was opening himself up to second guessing. Anyhow, Speak and Grant would push north and eventually reach Gondokoro in modern-day South Sudan, where they were met by Europeans who descended to the town to meet the explorers. After that, it was a voyage upriver to Khartoum, where Speak would send his famous The Nile Settled telegram in April of 1863. Speak would, again, return to England a grand hero. But if he thought everything was going to be kittens and puppies, he was very wrong. First, as Burton was in West Africa, his supporters quickly went on the offensive. Speak had not actually explored much of Lake Victoria, and he had skipped large parts of the Nile. How could he be sure this was the source if he hadn't actually checked all the possibilities? Also, Speak was under pressure from his publisher to get his book out as soon as possible. Speak was not a natural writer, unlike Burton. Thus, he struggled with his story, and the entire process would be rushed and sloppy. Speak's book, titled Journal of the Discovery of the Source of the Nile, would be published later that year. It would only cause more criticism as people found inaccuracies, contradictory information, and even outright lies. An example of this is when Speak is talking about the initial expedition with Burton. He says that he was talking with Arab traders while Burton idly stood by, yet Speak didn't know Arabic, so that couldn't have happened. Another example is when Speak's calculations show that the Nile goes uphill. And Speak didn't help himself when he was late delivering his report to the Royal Geographical Society, and he didn't do well answering questions about his data. Speak got testy with those who contradicted him, and he alienated people, such as society members, who should have been his allies. It was as if he was taking a page right out of Burton's playbook. Still another was Speak himself, a natural introvert. He was not a gifted speaker, and he struggled in the spotlight. All of this fueled Speak's doubters, with Burton behind the scenes egging people on. There are some reports that say that Speak was despondent after his return to England. He had achieved his great goal, but now he saw little in life that appealed to him. He didn't like speaking to the public or writing books, and he didn't like the accusations being leveled at him. I think Speak was, sadly, one of those people who craved fame and didn't know how to enjoy what he had. He had expected fame to bring him happiness, yet now it was just a million people and interest pulling and poking at him for things he didn't care about. And then when he went to the Royal Geographical Society, looking to conduct a third journey to Africa, they said no, at least for the time being. Speak had upset too many important members, and while they respected what he had done, it was not to the thorough standards they desired. Anyhow, that would bring us to the summer of 1864 and the return of Richard Burton from Africa, his job as the West African Consul now over. Once in England, Burton, of course, only pressed the issue by piling on Speak, pointing out all his mistakes and wrong conclusions. And let's remember, Burton was a skilled orator and writer, so the doubts about Speak only grew. Even the famed explorer, Dr. David Livingstone, expressed his concern, saying Speak had, quote, turned his back on the real sources of the Nile, end quote. Livingstone thought that the river flowing out of Victoria was too small to be the Nile. Anyhow, all of this would come to a head when a friend of Speak's, Lawrence Oliphant, convinced him to hold a public debate about the subject, Burton versus Speak. The two men would agree. The debate was set for September 16, 1864, in Bath. Oliphant would report that Burton would get thrashed by Speak if the former even bothered to show up. No, don't you worry, Burton was going to show up. The knives were out, and Burton was not afraid to wield them. So the actual Burton-Speak debate was part of a larger program with the highly anticipated confrontation, the finale. On September 15th, both Burton and Speak would attend the proceedings, but not take part in them. Speak was described as fidgety and nervous, and then at one point he got up and left the room, reportedly saying, quote, "Oh, I can't stand this any longer," end quote. On the way out, Speak was asked if the seat should be saved for him, to which he replied, quote, "I hope not." The next morning, Burton, along with Isabel, arrived at the hall and took their seats. Burton waited anxiously, his notes on small cards in his hands. The program's start time would near and then pass, and Burton became nervous when Speak did not appear. And then, after about 25 minutes, an announcement was made. John Hanning Speak was dead, killed in a hunting accident the previous afternoon. Everyone was stunned. What had happened? Well, the day before, Speak, who was staying at his uncle's estate, had gone hunting with his cousin, the estate's gamekeeper. At around 4 p.m., Speak would climb over a low stone wall, and a shotgun would go off, shooting him just below the armpit. Speak managed to say, "Don't move me," and a doctor was quickly sent for. However, it was too late. He would be dead 15 minutes later. John Hanning Speak, the discoverer of the source of the Nile, was dead at the age of 37. And thus Burton, instead of delivering his attack on Speak, would be asked to give an impromptu lecture on a different subject. Burton would oblige, talking about his journey to the kingdom of Dahomey in Africa. It was a sad and unfulfilling ending to what Burton had hoped would be a crushing of a rival. Now, regarding Speak's death, an inquest was held, and it was determined that the shooting was an accident, and history has, mostly, concurred. However, some have speculated that Speak shot himself, unable to face Burton in the debate hall, and Speak's behavior the previous day, it was noted, revealed a troubled man. And they argued that Speak, an accomplished hunter, would never have pointed his weapon at himself in that situation. However, from the evidence and statements, it sounds like it was an accident. The guess is that Speak was tired and distracted, and he'd made a simple but deadly mistake. Now, despite the death of Speak, the debate about the Nile's source was still a point of contention, especially for Richard Francis Burton. 2 months later, Burton would go to the Royal Geographical Society and deliver the presentation he had intended to give in Bath in the debate with Speak. He would later turn the presentation into a small book titled The Nile Basin. Burton goes after Speak and his conclusions, including pouncing on inconsistencies and inaccuracies. And Speak had left 100 miles of the Nile untraced, plus he had not explored Lake Victoria. It was shoddy work, he argued, and in the end, Burton did a pretty good job of sowing doubt about Speak's accomplishments. It is petty, but this is Burton. He did not forget or forgive. However, while Burton's arguments cast doubt on Speak's work and demonstrated Speak's weaknesses as an explorer, it didn't mean that Speak was wrong. The truth would finally be established when explorer and journalist Henry Morton Stanley would conduct an extensive expedition to Africa 12 years later. Stanley would take a boat around the entire shore of Lake Victoria and journey up the Nile, proving that Victoria was the source of the world's longest river. And that, my friends, ends the debate about the source of the Nile. At the time, it was a huge deal. In the end, no one was really happy about how it all played out. Burton never forgave Speak for what he had done, and would attack the guy often, even years after his death. However, Burton was known at times to be sympathetic towards Speak. In casual conversation, he would acknowledge the man's bravery, and he would say they'd been like brothers. Burton's malice towards Speak was, perhaps, tempered by the fact that he felt that many of Speak's actions were the result of bad advice from friends as well as his publisher. No matter, the debate was over. Burton now had to figure out how to conduct the rest of his life, and that will lead us to our next episode, which I believe will be the last in this series. Burton will continue to work as a diplomat, with a bit of exploring thrown in, but he will also take a deep dive into translating some now legendary works, which we will cover in the next episode. Before we finish, I want to make 3 notes about the subject of Burton and Speak. First, I want to acknowledge Sidi Mubarak, better known as Bombay. The man is one of those quiet heroes of exploration. These are the people who aren't heads of any expedition, but are essential to making things happen, sort of like Tom Crean in our Shackleton series. Anyhow, between 1856 and 1876, Bombay participated in expeditions by Burton, Speak, Henry Morton Stanley, and Vernon Lovett Cameron. Under Stanley, Bombay was the caravan chief when they went and found Dr. David Livingstone. In 1873, with Stanley, he walked across the continent of Africa from the east to the west coast. It is a pretty amazing life for a guy born as a slave. My second comment is regarding John Hanning's Speak. Historians have not been particularly kind to the man. A lot of this was because after his death, he had few supporters to fight for his cause, and the attacks by Burton and his allies only cast Speak in a lesser light. Speak's introverted, calculated personality doesn't help, or many of his actions, both in Africa and in England. As I noted last time, I have not even shared with you a couple of the really odd stories that will make you not like Speak even more. And as I said last time, I don't say this to be sensationalistic, just to put an emphasis on what an odd and weird guy Speak was. In the end, Speak will have a place as the first European to reach Lake Victoria, a not insignificant achievement. But after that, there's not much else, especially when you compare him to Burton, whose legacy is enormous. Anyhow, the final thing I want to mention here is a novel and movie about the Burton-Speak rivalry. The book is titled Burton and Speak by William Harrison. Published in 1982, the historical novel gets decent reviews, but I will admit I have never read it. The movie, which is an adaptation of the book, was put out in 1990 and is titled Mountains of the Moon. I actually saw the movie when it first came out, because even then I was a Burton nerd. It's pretty good, nothing special, but decent. By the way, the movie stars Game of Thrones actor Ian Glenn, aka Jorah Mormont, as Speak, and Fiona Shaw, who was Petunia Dursley in the Harry Potter films, is Isabel Rundell. The rest of the cast is first-rate, including actor Patrick Bergen as Burton. So that is it for today. I think we will have one more episode of Burton, but it may stretch into 2. We shall see. Otherwise, special thanks to all of our supporters, including our patrons. This includes Ralph, Gregory, Philip, Elizabeth, Eamon, David K., Greg, Eileen, Christopher, Collier, Catherine, Adam, Ruby, Dave P., Donnell, and many others. Thank you for your continued support. By the way, if you haven't noticed, in 2022, I've increased the number of episodes the podcast has produced, and that is directly linked to the support all of you provide. So thank you. That is a wrap for today. I will see you next time. Please take care. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com to find other great podcasts, such as Food with Mark Bittman and the Unbiased Science Project.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers podcast. Today we wrap up our series on British explorer Richard Francis Burton. Last time, we saw Burton transition from explorer to the diplomatic traveler, and in the process, his feud with John Hanning's Speak would come to a close with the death of Speak in a hunting accident. No one was happy with the way things turned out, and Burton would never forgive Speak, even in death, for what he considered betrayal. The year was 1865, and the 44-year-old Burton took the post of consul in the city of Santos, the port city in Brazil, not far from Sao Paulo, about 200 miles or 320 kilometers down the South American coast from Rio de Janeiro. Burton's wife Isabel would come with him on this posting. The couple made their home in Sao Paulo due to the healthier climate. It was a typical move by Burton, as he really didn't care about being the consul. He would leave the day-to-day affairs to an associate. As with our last episode, we're going to find Burton is a restless soul. He will rarely stay in one spot for more than a month and venture all over South America. During his 3 years in Brazil, he would explore diamond and gold mines in the region of Minas Gerais, travel 1,300 miles or 2,100 kilometers down the São Francisco River on a raft, cross the Andes Mountains, visit Chile and Peru, and travel to the battlefields of the bloody war between Paraguay and her neighbors. However, all of this travel will not equate to exploration, other than Burton being the first person to sail all the way down the São Francisco River, shooting rapids no one had ever dared. There will be no geographical discoveries, no great deeds. In addition to all of this, Burton had his work as a consul. Plus, he would write, working on translations of Hindu folk tales, the Arabian Nights, and the Lucianas, an epic Portuguese poem written by Luís Vaz de Camões. Of course, he collected lots and lots of notes, which would end up in various books. The time in Brazil was not easy, mostly due to the climate. Extreme rain, heat, and humidity led to disease and illness. Both Burton and Isabel would, at times, get sick. Isabel had cholera, malaria, and a variety of ailments, some as bad as Burton had ever endured. Burton's sufferings included malaria, hepatitis, and a lung infection. In 1868, he would be afflicted with an illness that rendered him almost unable to speak or eat due to intense pain. The pain was so severe, he would literally scream for 15 minutes straight. He would endure this for 70 days, and Isabel thought he was going to die. She would write, quote, "He is awfully thin and gray and looks about 60. He is quite gaunt, and it is sad to look at him," end quote. Burton, by the way, was 47, not 60. I want to point out that Burton's health was not aided by his drinking. It would get bad during his time in Brazil and lead to bouts of depression. I want to note that without Isabel, it's unlikely Burton would have survived these years. She indulged him, but she was also fiercely protective of him. She managed the couple's finances and home and never stopped promoting him to friends as well as colleagues. A sidetrack about the couple: they would never have any children, although both had indicated the desire. And regarding Isabel, she was a very polarizing woman. She was seen as clever and intelligent, but often overbearing and lacking the social graces. I've seen the words foolish and silly used to describe her. Some of that, I believe, is because Isabel was unwilling to be a proper, quiet, and submissive wife. Another reason for the unkind perceptions of her were the causes she championed. The first was her religion. She never wavered from trying to convert others to the Catholic Church, so much so that it annoyed some, and at times embarrassed her husband. Her other great cause was her crusade against cruelty to animals. She detested seeing animals mistreated, and she was known to admonish people in the streets when they whipped their horses or kicked a dog. She formed anti-cruelty to animal societies wherever she went. I want to note that despite these perceptions of Isabel, Burton loved his wife, even as he selfishly runs off on one crazy adventure after another, leaving her to worry about his fate. Friends and acquaintances comment how devoted he was to her. To be honest, I don't think Burton wanted a conventional wife. He wanted a friend and a companion, and they shared many interests, chief amongst them literature. Burton encouraged his wife to write, and she would eventually publish several books about her own travels. These books weren't great, or even good, but they demonstrate that Isabel wasn't just Burton's sidekick. Also, she would become more and more important to getting Burton's own books published. She would help edit them, get them off to the publisher on time, things like that. Anyhow, sidetrack done. While in Brazil, one of the main highlights for the Burtons were trips to Rio, where they enjoyed the high society of the large cosmopolitan city. The Burtons became friends with the Emperor and Empress of Brazil. The Emperor was keenly interested in scientific study, and he loved to hear about Burton's time as an explorer and traveler. While in Brazil, Burton would travel extensively and was often gone months at a time. Once he planned a 4-day excursion to go searching for a legendary sea serpent that inhabited the coastal region. 4 days would turn into a month, with Burton spending some of the time clinging to his boat after an overturn. One issue constantly hanging over Burton's head was money. As he got older, he became more and more concerned about financial security. Thus, he would invest in a lead mine, and as noted, go investigate the diamond and gold mines of the region. Nothing would ever come of these endeavors. By the way, there was one story where Burton discovered several small rubies on a stretch of land. He was told to buy the land, which would have cost him no more than £50. But Burton refused, knowing that he would be cheating the current owner, an old woman. Anyhow, the truth is that Burton was coming to see himself as a failure. He had lost his army commission. His exploration of Africa ended up making him well known, not necessarily respected, and certainly not wealthy. And his time as a diplomat was being spent at posts that were considered unhealthy and dead ends. This led Burton to drink more and more, and he exhibited clear signs of depression. It was for Burton a very dark time. Wilfred Blunt, an English poet and writer, was distressed after meeting with Burton, saying, quote, "He seemed to me, then, already a broken man physically, nor did he impress me very strongly on his intellectual side," end quote. Burton needed to get away from himself, and he would do so mostly due to the efforts of his wife, Isabel. Isabel would appeal to the Foreign Office, some say Badger, for a new position for her husband. Thankfully, Isabel's family were friendly with Lord Frederick Stanley, head of the Foreign Office. It was at this time that Burton would be offered the position of counsel for the city of Damascus in Syria. The post was ideal on paper. Burton knew the lands, the people, the language, the customs, and the religion. Plus, the job came with a pay raise, and the climate was much better. Burton was thrilled. If things went well in Damascus, perhaps it would lead to bigger posts, such as Cairo or Istanbul. He would depart Brazil in April 1869 and arrive in England on June 1st. Now, Burton's job in Damascus was pretty much doomed from the start, although it was not all his fault. To start with, there was a new government taking power in Great Britain, and they were not thrilled about Burton's appointment. You can't forget, Burton had upset a lot of people over the years. He had been critical of government policy and certain individuals. Plus, the Christian missionaries were worried about Burton, who was known to be a Muslim. And the tough thing for Burton was that he was not a political animal, the kind of guy who knew how to play the greater game of life in the Foreign Office. In a lot of ways, he was in over his head, even naive. This means some people will have it out for Burton, and others were simply concerned about such an undisciplined individual going to a spot that required tact and nuance. A big part of a consul's job was to not upset people, and we can't forget, Burton is often very good at upsetting people. So Burton would spend some time in France recovering from hepatitis before heading to Damascus to take on his post in October, Isabel joining him a bit later. Now, Burton would work hard to balance the various people and factions in Damascus. There were 14 Christian sects, for example, and for the most part, he did a good job. He was fair and measured and worked to understand the situations. As always, Burton took ample time to explore the region, dig through the ruins, meet various tribes, that sort of thing. But there were other forces at work that would undermine him. The primary issue was Mohammed Rashid Pasha, the Turkish viceroy of Syria. All of the things that you would think would make Burton a good consul, such as knowing the language, religion, culture, and willingness to travel and learn, were the things the viceroy disliked in a consul. Rashid Pasha didn't want British agents wandering off into the desert or talking to tribesmen or religious groups. What the man saw was a spy, a danger. This region was a part of the Ottoman Empire, but that control was tenuous. The Turks feared rebellion in these regions, as well as foreign intervention. They wanted a hands-off consul who kept his nose out of things, and thus the viceroy immediately began to undermine Burton. The other big issue were Burton's own colleagues. The British ambassador in Istanbul, Sir Henry Elliot, disliked Burton, but Elliot never revealed this, always playing at being Burton's ally. But like Rashid Pasha, he was maneuvering to get rid of Burton before he even arrived. Anyhow, in Damascus, Burton would do Burton-like things. He'd write, he'd travel frequently, going to places such as Palmyra or ruins in the desert. He often took Isabel with him. From April 18, 1870 until August of 1871, Burton didn't spend a single full month at the consulate or at his duties. This included 14 separate trips, totaling 183 days, just gallivanting about. This time was one of the best for the Burtons. They thrived in Damascus and enjoyed their life there. Burton was an eccentric celebrity, and his ability to actually interact with people made it popular. Also, he had curbed his alcohol and opium use. However, Burton's removal was not far off. His frequent absences were a source of concern to his superiors, and Burton's wanderings only upset Rashid Pasha, who complained to Burton's bosses, adding in all sorts of unfounded rumors and gossip. I also want to note that this was not just a behind-the-scenes campaign to be rid of Burton. This was a very active and potentially deadly game that was being played. There was once an ambush plan with 200 riders set to capture Burton and his companions. Burton would recognize what was up and evade the ambush. Regarding all the rumors being passed around, Isabel Burton was the source of many of them. Burton's wife cut a bold figure in Damascus. She had no problem talking up the Catholic faith, a big no-no to some, and then there was her anti-cruelty to animal crusade. As I noted earlier, she was known to berate men who beat or whipped their horses and pack animals. She was said to have, more than once, strike a man with a riding stick for such an offense. Well, all of these things would be blown out of proportion by Burton's enemies. Isabel Burton had killed 2 men for refusing to salute her. She was forcing people to convert to Catholicism. She was anti-Semitic. She was desecrating mosques. The Burtons were acting like the Emperor and Empress of Damascus. You get the idea. It would then get out of hand when, in April, when in Nazareth, a man would try and slip into Isabel Burton's tent. The man, who was a Coptic Christian, was caught, beaten, and chased off. Well, as this was happening, a large group of people coming out of a Greek church saw the incident and decided to harass the Europeans. There were some stones thrown and some people injured. Burton would fire off his pistol into the air to chase off the attackers. Burton thought so little of the incident, he didn't even report it to his bosses. While Burton's enemies would seize on the confrontation, soon there were reports that Burton's party had attacked children, broken into a church, and even shot a priest. Burton was stunned when he read the reports. How could something like this have been twisted so horribly? Remember, it was his job not to upset the locals, not to cause problems. Burton should have, immediately after the incident, sent a full and detailed report about what happened to his superiors. But to Burton, that was a waste of time. That's what lesser men did to cover their butts. He shouldn't have to do that for every petty little confrontation he engaged in. The situation would fester in the background while Burton, again, took off exploring. This time he went to meet with a desert tribe. The Turkish viceroy would pounce on this, saying Burton was stirring up the tribe's revolt. No matter the reality of the situation, by the end of May, the Foreign Office was tired of all the complaints and decided to sack Burton. He would get his notice on August 16th. There was no hearing, no explanation, no opportunity to defend himself. Burton just got a message saying he was gone. It was, frankly, insulting. This was a terrible moment for Burton. He felt he was doing a good job in Damascus, and then, suddenly, he had the carpet pulled out from under him. The truth is that Burton just wasn't that attuned to the Machiavellian world of the Foreign Office. It was often a complex and delicate game. One needed to play many sides, understand the subtle and not so subtle signs, know who was your enemy and who was your friend. He just didn't have the soft skills needed for an important diplomatic post. And so the Burtons would head back to England, disappointed and humiliated. And even more important, Burton knew that good posts were not in his future. His career was, at best, at a standstill. At worst, it was over. The upcoming time in England would be another rough phase for the Burtons. Money was tight, although it was not like they were destitute. Burtons lived frugally, and Richard was always on the lookout for a way to make some money. They would, however, never be without company. London society adored the eccentric couple. They had invites virtually every day to galas, parties, and the like. At one party, which was being attended by the Prince of Wales, Burton was asked by the host to come dressed and in character as an Arab sheik. Burton complied and fooled everyone, although the Prince of Wales had been given the heads up. Byron Farwell, in his biography of Burton, would say this of the moment, quote, "The disguises with which he had ferreted out Oriental secrets and done great deeds was now only a parlor trick," end quote. Burton had hoped to land a job in Tehran, but no luck. In the summer of 1872, he would even travel to Iceland to do research on sulfur mining. It was another scheme to gain a quick fortune. Nothing would come out of it except another book. However, it should be noted that Burton did have friends, and the English press took up his cause. As the word of the way Burton had been treated by the government was made public, there was some outcry. Burton was the noble, brave Englishman, treated shabbily due to the accusations of foreigners. During all of this, Isabel would campaign tirelessly to get her husband a new job, and it would eventually pay off when Burton was offered the post of consul at the port of Trieste on the Adriatic Sea in modern-day Italy. The pay was £600 a year, which Isabel accepted on her husband's behalf. It was unlikely a better opportunity would present itself in the near or distant future. If you look at a map of the Italian mood, Trieste is in the upper right side, today on the border of Italy and Slovenia. It's about 70 miles or 110 kilometers east of Venice. Trieste was called a free port, but at the time it was part of the Austrian crown. The city had a population of 130,000 and was a nice, quiet, respectable place, but it wasn't important. Now, Burton was disappointed by the lack of stature that Trieste held. He was, after all, one of the finest Arabic scholars in the Western world. Why waste him on the Adriatic Sea? Well, many believe that Burton was offered the post as a bit of an apology for how he'd been run out of Damascus, and a way to keep him out of trouble. Trieste was not a demanding post, which meant that Burton's penchant for travel and exploration could be tolerated. And since it was sleepy and calm, with no issues of religious or ethnic strife, Burton could not get into any real trouble. It was free of the backstabbing ways found in the more turbulent regions of the East. And so, while he didn't recognize this at the time, it was a gift. The weather was tolerable and would allow Burton to travel and write. Burton would spend the next 18 years as consul at Trieste. For much of the time, he and Isabel would take over the top floor of an apartment building, covering an entire block of 27 rooms. A journalist who visited Burton described their home as an amazing collection of artifacts from all over the world. There were 8,000 books in dozens of languages, guns, pistols, spears, swords, masks, and scientific instruments. There were Oriental hangings, Bedouin rugs, dishes, and goblets and trinkets from Asia and Africa. Everything was one of a kind, as Burton despised mass-produced products. Burton had 11 different tables covered in writing materials. One Burton's project he was working on at the time. He moved from one subject to another as inspiration or writer's block struck him. The Burtons, especially in the early years, were active, exploring just about any place within 100 miles of Trieste. They visited isolated mountain people and explored caves and climbed mountains. They also took trips to all the major cities throughout Italy and Europe, such as Rome, Florence, Venice, Paris, and Berlin. And there were occasional trips back to England. Burton stayed active by practicing regularly at the local fencing school and swam when the weather permitted. And in time, the couple would establish a retreat in a village up in the mountains about an hour away. It was an inn where the Arab rooms. It was here that Burton would do much of his work on his translation of the Arabian Nights. And while Trieste was a sleepy town, they loved to entertain visitors. Burton looked like an old prize fighter with scars on his dark face, the latter courtesy of so many years in the sun. He also grew this huge mustache. I mean, huge. It was almost ridiculous. Anyhow, he was still tall and commanding, if slowed by gout and other ailments. But he could demand a room. The guy with a million stories, many so outrageous it was hard to know if Burton was telling the truth or not. One story I'll share was when he and his wife were hosting a tea party for the high society of Trieste. Burton came into the room with a manuscript in hand, as if this was what he'd been working on. He would set it down and then wander off, knowing everyone would want to see what it was all about. He replaced the top page of the manuscript with a new one, which identified the book as The History of the Party. You gotta love wacky Burton. Despite all the things he'd been through, I don't want you to forget that he had a wicked, sometimes warped sense of humor. So, as I said, Burton didn't spend a lot of time in Trieste. He simply loved a lot of the official work being associated with travel. Here are some of the highlights of Burton's various travels and expeditions. First, he would take Isabel to India, something she adored. Those early years were so important to Burton's life, and her visiting the region made her feel like she could share those times with him. It also allowed Burton to investigate some abandoned diamond mines. He thought the mines had been given up on too early, and would try and entice investors into giving them another go. It was, however, all too vague, and no one would bite. The trip would net up good for Burton, as well as Isabel. Second, Burton would conduct two rather extensive operations to mine for gold in Midian, which is in northwestern Arabia, along the eastern shores of the Red Sea. This happened in 1877-78. There were rumors of old Roman gold mines in the desert that had been swirling for ages. Burton was always a sucker for gold. The enterprise was not an insignificant investment. However, while Burton brought along an engineer, he didn't have a metallurgist or experienced prospector. In many ways, this was like old times for Burton. He was back leading an expedition to an area he understood and appreciated. Burton was not a geologist, and yet he would only find some old ruins and catacombs and a lot of rocks. The project would be a financial plus for all those involved, although Burton would write a couple more books chronicling the endeavors. Our third expedition also involves gold. In 1881, Burton was sailed to the Gold Coast, which is today Ghana, on the western coast of Africa, on behalf of the Guinea Coast Gold Mining Company to identify mining opportunities. While Burton would come away enthusiastic, saying there was not only gold, but diamonds, rubies, and other gems. He suggested hydraulic sluicing to extract the gold. And you know what? Burton was right. The area was rich in gold. However, a company engineer would follow up on Burton's report and disagree as to the feasibility of setting off any mines. It would take 20 years for someone to mine the gold in the area that Burton had investigated, but when they did, it was mined exactly how he proposed. So, we're gold again for Burton, but to get him, he invested in another book. Side note here, Burton suggested to the British government that he be made governor of the Gold Coast and didn't have a regiment of West Indian troops. When that was done, he could make the region a major gold producer. His idea was politely turned down. The last thing Great Britain needed was a gold-obsessed Burton marching around Africa with his own personal army. A fourth endeavor was one that almost turned into quite the adventure. In October 1882, Burton received a telegram directing him to proceed to the Gaza region of the Middle East. Two British agents on a secret mission in the Sinai Desert were killed by native tribesmen, and a third, Professor Edward Palmer, was missing. Burton's job was to organize a rescue mission to, hopefully, find Palmer, who was an old friend. This was exactly the kind of thing that Burton would have loved, something exciting and important. But as I said, it was almost an adventure, and that's because evidence of Palmer's death was discovered and the mission. Burton had only gotten to Cairo. The final story about Burton and his travels would have been huge if it had happened. Burton would be offered by General Charles Gordon the governorship of Darfur in what today is Western Sudan. This was a volatile area and would require an immense commitment and risk on Burton's part. Burton turned down the job, even though it more than doubled his salary. Gordon would tempt Burton later by improving the pay to $3 a year 5,000. Burton said no each time. He didn't want to leave Isabel, and his health was just not that good. Plus, he was skeptical of British policy in the area. And it turns out Burton was right. The region would soon be engulfed in rebellion, and the man who ended up with the job, Rudolf Slayton, an Austrian officer, would be defeated in the Mahdi's War. Slayton would be captured and spent 11 years in captivity before finally escaping in 1895. General Gordon, by the way, would die in the siege of Khartoum in 1885. So that concludes Burton's travels in his lifetime. There will be journeys back to England, around the Mediterranean, and Europe. But Burton's life as an explorer was done. The main reason for all this would be age and health. Burton would have a tumor on his groin area removed, which laid him up for months, and he was constantly plagued by gout and back pains. As for Isabel, she would suffer again from cholera in 1874, but would recover. However, in the 1880s, she would begin to suffer through a variety of ailments, which would ultimately turn out to be cancer. And with that, I want to transition to the discussion of Burton's last great adventure, and that was as a writer and translator. Now, Burton published dozens of books in his life, but none of them made him much money. But that was going to change. I mentioned that Burton had, for 30 years, been toying with the idea of translating some Eastern texts. A big one was 1001 Nights, which was a collection of anonymous Middle Eastern folk tales. Some of these stories were already known, such as Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, but there were many others that had not been translated, often because they dealt with sexuality and other adult themes. They were just too edgy for Western audiences and publishers. Anyhow, in the early 1880s, Burton began collecting and translating all the stories in earnest. Years earlier, Burton worked at the tales with his friend, Dr. John Steinhauser. Burton would translate his poetry in Steinhauser's prose. Unfortunately, Steinhauser died in 1866, and most of his work had not been saved. And thus, Burton would end up working extensively with Oriental Sin writer Foster Fitzgerald Arbuthnot to do all the translations. Now, the publication of the work would have a couple of serious obstacles. First, the writer John Payne was getting ready to put out a translation of the Arabian Nights. Neither Burton or Payne had realized the other was working on a translation. Burton considered stopping his work, but after speaking with Payne, he decided to press forward. Payne's version would be published first. However, it took Burton to run to 500 copies, plus it was not fully annotated. Thus, Burton would push on with his version, vowing to make it better than Payne's. By the way, Burton felt that Payne had done a good job. He admired the man, and the two would become friends. Burton would even take whole sections of Payne's translations and use them in his own version. The other major issue that faced Burton was the dreaded British censorship. Laws about publishing pornographic materials.
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 8 o'clock.
Could easily be arrested for publishing a book. And then there was the risk of simply being ostracized by English society and the Foreign Office. He was putting his career at risk as well. Burton had a what the heck attitude at this point in his life. He was 63 years old and he felt that he didn't have a lot to lose. To try and slip the book past the censors, Burton and Arbuthnot would form the Kamashastar Society. This was a private group dedicated to studying Oriental culture. At least that's what they said. The two men were the only official members of the society. With this society as a sort of cover, Burton would publish the book, saying it was for private subscribers only. It was translated by AFF and BFR, meaning Arbuthnot and Burton. And thus, if people protested or the censors decided to prosecute them, they could say it was a private society that published the book. It was for people interested in Oriental literature, not smut. 1001 Nights, aka the Arabian Nights, would thus be published beginning in 1884 in 10 volumes, plus a 6-volume supplement, over a roughly 2-year period. Volume 1 was dedicated to John Steinhauser. The resulting work would be Burton's greatest achievement as a writer. It was 30 plus years in the making and an absolute labor of love. In a lot of ways, Burton's translation of the Arabian Nights forced him to focus. These old books are packed with information, too much information. In Burton's books, he struggled to understand what is interesting and worthwhile, so he just puts in everything. With the translation of the Arabian Nights, Burton was forced to stick to the script, and he did so beautifully. Byron Fell, in the biography of Burton, said this of the man, quote, Burton's true literary genius lay in the difficult art of being able to make translations and adaptations from obscure and difficult languages come to life in English, end quote. Edward Rice, another of Burton's biographers, would add this, quote, in Burton's hands the translation is unsurpassed, though others have tried versions of the Arabic. His text is unrivaled and the poetry superb. The notes and annotations that fill the volumes would alone make the reputation of many other men, and the final essays dealing with the knights and the social and religious conditions in which they appeared are masterpieces of their kind. End quote. Lofty praise, and deservedly so. The translation was extremely difficult. The stories were drawn from more than 20 different languages, and the poetry, Burton's part, was the most difficult to translate. And that's because first, there was a lot of poetry in the text, 10,000 lines of it. And the translations need to convey not just the words, but the structure and emotions and meaning. This is not easy. Burton's version of the Arabian Nights is today considered a classic, and it is viewed by many to be the definitive version of the stories. Anyhow, regarding the publication, Burton hoped to get 1,000 subscribers, paying roughly £2.5 for each volume, which was wildly expensive for the time. Instead of 1,000, it would be 2,000. From the get-go, the Arabian Nights was a commercial and critical success. And to top it off, the British censors didn't come knocking at Burton's door, even though the book was packed with all sorts of depictions of sex and sexual themes. The publication would only enhance the reputation of Ruffian Dick, the moniker Burton had been given in his youth. A couple of notes about the Arabian Nights. First, it's been said that Burton would make his wife, Isabel, promise to never read the publication. He knew that she would not approve of the book's sexuality. If that's true, we really don't know. But considering how involved she was in helping publish all of Burton's books, it's hard to believe that she didn't originally some of the content. Plus, she would later work with an editor to publish a clean version of the book, which would be a flop. It turns out that people wanted the naughty parts. The other note is that when Burton finished the Arabian Nights, Isabel reported that her husband was saddened. She would say, quote, "He loved the work and he was sorry when it was finished," end quote. However, Burton would publish other books, not just of his adventures and travels. Through the newly established society, he would publish more sexually oriented translations, including the Kama Sutra and the Perfumed Garden. The publicated love and Richard Burton's reputation only grew. Burton would also do some translations of Portuguese poet Luís de Camões, a man Burton greatly admired. Camões is considered one of the great lyric poets of the 16th century and is the Portuguese equivalent of Shakespeare. So, moving on from Burton's work as a translator, I have a few items I want to talk about before we come to the end of our story. First, in February 1886, he and Isabel were in Tangier, Morocco. Burton not at his job as usual. Burton was waiting for word about a potential new post, that of Minister of Morocco. Morocco would be a big step up from Trieste. As he was waiting, Burton would get a surprising telegram. He had been made Knight Commander of the Order of St. Michael and St. George. He was now Sir Richard Francis Burton, KCMG. Burton immediately told everyone that he would not accept the position. It was a totally Burton-like thing to do, turning up his nose at the establishment. But in reality, he probably loved it. It was a measure of recognition for all he had done for Great Britain. Plus, he had hopes for the job in Morocco, and turning down a knighthood was probably not the wisest move if he wanted that. Anyhow, the Morocco job would never materialize, and Burton would head back to Trieste. Meanwhile, he and Isabel's health was failing them. Later that year, Burton would have some fits and convulsions, causing her to request full retirement from Her Majesty's government, despite being 5 years short of retirement age for the foreign service, which was 70. They cited ill health and long service to Her Majesty's government. The request was refused, and so it was back to Trieste for Burton. He and Isabel traveled when they could, but Burton always had to have a doctor with him. Otherwise, the couple would spend the next few years in Trieste waiting for Burton to turn 70 so that they could retire. Burton continued to write, and he loved the old friends at college visited him. The people relished hearing the brilliant stories that Burton had in his head. In 1889, the Burtons were visited by famous explorer Henry Ward Stanley and his wife. It was Stanley who had proven to speak correct and Burton wrong about the Nile's source. But Burton had a high regard for Stanley, and the men enjoyed their time together. Stanley's wife, Dorothy, would ask Burton for his autograph. He happily obliged, signing in both Arabic and English. Stanley's encouraged Burton to write his autobiography, and he would say it was already underway. In truth, Burton had been working on his autobiography for years, with Isabel transcribing his thoughts. Of the meeting of the two explorers, Stanley would say of Burton, quote, "What a grand man, one of the real great ones of England he might have been, if he had not been cursed with cynicism," end quote. Otherwise, the next big thing Burton was working on was an updated version of the Scented Garden, which he wanted to call the Perfumed Garden. The book was 15th century Arabic sex manual and work of erotic literature. Isabel was appalled by the book, but Burton was excited about its publication, saying, quote, "It is the crown of my life," end quote. On October 19, 1890, Burton announced that the Perfumed Garden would be finished the next day. He considered it a monumental achievement. However, the next morning at 4 a.m., Bert woke with various pains in his body. Isabel would call for his doctor, Frederick Baker. Baker would give Bert some medicine to comfort him, but 30 minutes later, Bert began to struggle to breathe. While Isabel frantically tried to get him breathed, Bert would say, quote, "My God, I am a dead man," end quote. And then he would die, result of a heart attack. However, Isabel Burton insisted her husband was not dead. Yes, his heart had stopped, but that didn't mean his brain had stopped. At least that is what she argued. Isabel was a deeply superstitious woman and a devout Catholic, and more than anything, she wanted her beloved husband to die in the grace of the Catholic Church. And so she would insist Burton was still alive until a priest arrived, which was like an hour or two later. The priest would then perform the last rites on Burton. Isabel would have Burton's religion marked as Catholic on his death certificate. And so Richard Francis Burton was thus officially dead. The date was October 20th, 1890. He was 69 years old. He died 4 months short of the retirement he very much was looking forward to. As for the whole Catholic thing, Isabel had gotten her husband to sign a document stating he had converted to Catholicism. Different sources say different things about this document. One says that Burton only signed something that said if he was incapacitated and wanted to become a Catholic, he only had to make the sign of the cross. Isabel would tell others that the document was him saying he converted. It was all very fishy. No matter, as you can imagine, Burton's friends and family were horrified by the supposed conversion. In reality, Burton had, for the most part, given up on religion. He still practiced as a Muslim, but that came and went throughout his last 20 to 30 years of life. Most of his close friends considered Burton an atheist. If Burton had signed any sort of document about becoming a Catholic, it was likely to keep Isabel from nagging him about the subject. Isabel's gymnastics about Burton's death are almost laughable, but she was desperate to see him in a better afterlife. Anyhow, Burton's body would be embalmed and ready for transport back to England. The undertaker who prepared the body found it riddled with scars, quote, "witness of 100 fights," end quote. Sir Richard Francis Burton would be given 2 funerals. The first was in Trieste, where the locals turned out in great numbers to honor the famous and eccentric man who had been a neighbor for nearly 20 years. And the Austrian military provided a fine funeral. Everyone was happy. A funeral in London was to follow. However, before that, the legendary 16 days of destruction would begin. Okay, where follow was not really called that, but I think it works. For the next 16 days, Isabel would comb through the Burton home, gather up at least 30 years of notebooks, journals, papers, prints, letters, and manuscripts, and start burning them. It was estimated that Burton had about 40 books at various stages of production, including the Perfume Garden, which was supposed to have been finished the day of his death. Burton had reportedly been offered £6,000 for the publishing rights. Isabel Alfred Burton saying that it had appeared to him 3 times, insisting that it be done. While some things would survive, who knows what ended up as ashes? What did his personal journals reveal about his time exploring in Africa? Did he have anything that discussed his world while traipsing about India in the guise of Mirza Abdullah? What about the autobiography Burton had been working on? Considering how much the guy wrote, the possibilities were endless, but most of it was lost. Word of Isabel's actions would be met with outrage, not just amongst family and friends, but with the press and the public. Burton's physician, Dr. Frederick Baker, who had spent many hours on Burton over the past few years, said the Perfume Garden would have been Burton's magnum opus. So people ask, why did Isabel burn all of her husband's stuff? Well, to her, it was to protect her husband. Who knows what was written in all those notes? Burton's obsession with sex meant that they might have smeared her husband's good name. Isabel wanted Richard to be seen as a proud and brave Christian, one who had sacrificed and worked hard for his country. It's possible she just burned it all without knowing all of its content. Anyhow, Isabel would have all their belongings shipped back to England and arrange his next funeral. She looked at having him buried at Westminster Abbey. That wasn't going to happen. Plus, she wanted him in a Catholic cemetery. She would settle on a very odd place, the cemetery of St. Mary Magdalene Roman Catholic Church in a London suburb, which would only ignite more controversy. No one believed Burton was a Catholic, and they said he would be appalled at the location of his burial. Burton's family was so upset by it all, only one relative, a cousin, would attend the funeral. Isabel would raise nearly £700 to build a 12 by 18-foot mausoleum to house Burton's coffin. The tomb was made of marble and stone and built in the shape of a Bedouin tent, or at least how an Englishman or English woman would think a Bedouin tent looked. It's still pretty amazing. Go look at photos of it. I put links on the website, explorerspodcast.com. It's one of the strangest tombs I have ever seen. It looks like a real tent. If you were looking at it in the light, you'd be, what the heck? Anyhow, the other odd thing is the cemetery is in a working class neighborhood, so all the other tombstones are simple and normal. They're not Burton's. It's this huge tent. It's even got a window at the back so you can look in. So Richard Francis Burton was dead and buried, but his reputation would keep his memory alive. His wife was vilified by the press and the public. They attacked Catholicism and said she had destroyed the life's work of a great Englishman. Isabel didn't help herself by holding seances at Burton's tomb. Anyhow, Isabel would write her own biography of Burton, which was published in 1893. It is not considered very good, as Isabel gave us a thoroughly sanitized version of her husband. I'm guessing Isabel incorporated some of the information she had transcribed for the autobiography Burton had been working on, but she would have tamed things down and cut out anything that bordered on controversy. Isabel would continue to fight to preserve her husband's name, and no one could dispute her devotion to him. When Madame Tussauds Wax Museum asked to make a statue of her husband, Isabel would provide them with Burton's real clothing from Arabia to clad the figure. Anyhow, Isabel Burton would die on March 21st, 1896, succumbing to cancer at the age of 65. She was buried with her husband. Her influence on her husband's life cannot be understated, and her burnings of Burton's writings have made her a villain to many Burton aficionados. Isabel's own autobiography would be published the following year. So you know what? That's it. The life of British explorer and adventurer Richard Francis Burton. I honestly don't have a ton of stuff to add. I think the guy's life told a story. It wasn't about one expedition or one discovery, but about the totality of his experiences and deeds. Still, I will leave you with a few comments about Burton, because that's the sort of thing that I do. In just about everything Burton did in his life, he was limited mostly by himself. His caustic, biting attitude grated on people, and a lot of people just didn't like him unless they threw obstacles in his path, or they just didn't help him. In this world, you don't have to be liked to succeed, but you don't want to be disliked. That's when people actively work against you. Burton seems to have never figured that out. Still, I love Burton's attitude and spirit, even if it frustrates me as well. I love that he challenged convention and broke rules, but it's just stupid how many things he did and sabotaged his own career. As an explorer, Burton did some great things. The journey to Medina, Mecca, and then to Harar, and of course the discovery of Lake Tanganyika. But he again sabotaged himself in so many ways. Some of the mistakes could easily have been avoided with just a modicum of foresight. I mean, letting speed go back to England ahead of him was foolish, and to not see the dangers was mind-boggling. In the end, Burton never rose into the upper echelons of famous explorers of the age, such as Henry Morton Stanley and Dr. David Livingstone. He lacked that single great signature discovery. It could have been Lake Victoria, but Burton let that one slip out of his grip. Instead, he became more famous for his public feud with John Hannah Speke. No matter, Burton's reputation would rise in the later years of his life, and once he had passed away, it allowed the public to look at the totality of his work and say, hey, this guy did some amazing things. Plus, his enemies were dying off as well, leaving only a record of his deeds and of the personal vendettas and bruised egos and feelings. And with Burton, as I've said, his deeds are not just his geographic discoveries. It was also his work in linguistics, his writings, his translations, and so much more. As we look at his life, we see this insanely curious man, a man who loved to learn, and he wasn't afraid to dive into new things or question the status quo. In fact, he relished those opportunities. To have done what he had done was really amazing. Now, all of this said, I don't want to paint this overly rosy image of Burton. He had his warts. For all of his willingness to break rules and criticize his superiors, he never questions the place of his queen and the idea of a great British empire, as well as his role as an Englishman. And while Burton could be incredibly open-minded, his writings are riddled with the typical attitudes of the time on race and colonialism. Virtually every race and religion is savaged, and at times it's not pretty. So that is the life of Richard Francis Burton. I want to note some ways Burton has been remembered. First, there are a ton of books about Burton. To be honest, I haven't really found any single one that I thought best. I've quoted Byron Falwell's biography from about 60 years ago because it is one of the best with regards to sticking to the available source materials, but it is dated in some ways. And other books get into different realms of Burton's life. He's a complex man, and able to understand his motivations and so forth. Some spend chapters talking about his interest in Islam or sexuality or whatever. I want to note that you can go to Burtoniana.org, that's BurtonIana.org, and you'll find all sorts of info about Burton's life. It also has a huge repository of all things Burton. You can read most of his books, see photos, and that sort of thing. In And I want to stress that what I've shared is just a part of Bert's life, and I encourage you to read more on the guy. In popular culture, Bert has appeared in novels, comic books, movies, and TV shows. I mentioned the film The Mountains of the Moon in an earlier episode. There's so much more. I check out Bert's Wikipedia page for a full list. Another classic bit of fiction associated with Bert is Rudyard Kipling's novel Kim. Published in 1901, Kim takes place against the backdrop of the Great Game, the political intrigue between Russia and Britain in Central Asia. It is believed that Kipling based his character on Bert. And with that, our tale nears an end. I will finish up by telling this personal story. For those of you who do not know me, I'm 58 years old. I've always loved history, with explorers being one of my favorite topics. When I was around 12 or 13 years old, my late dug out a couple of books he had in our basement. They were The White Nile and The Blue Nile by Australian author Alan Moorhead. It was here that I first read about Bert and all the explorers of the Nile River, and I love the guy. He took spears to the face, thumbed his nose at society, marched into the unknown, nearly died too many times to count. It was great stuff for a kid, and I'll never forget Bert after reading those stories. He is, to be honest, way more complex than I ever realized, and I want to thank you for indulging me a bit in this series by exploring the breadth of Bert's life and accomplishments, because I think without them, you don't do the guy justice. So again, thank you. And the final thing, if anyone ever asks you who was Richard Francis Burt, I hope you can answer by saying, Sir Richard Francis Burton, also known as Rabbi, was an explorer, writer, scholar, soldier, diplomat, ethnologist, linguist, political fencer, and perhaps a spy. He spoke 21 languages fluently. He was one of the first Europeans to visit the holy city of Mecca, which he did in disguise. He explored extensively in Africa, including the Great Lakes district. He is acknowledged as the first Westerner to reach Lake Tanganyika, the sixth largest lake in the world. He wrote or translated more than 200 articles, books, and literary works over the course of his life. This includes some controversial items, such as the Kama Sutra and the Arabian Nights. So there you go. Again, thanks to all of you for coming along on what was a special journey for me. I wish you all good health and happy thoughts, and we'll see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com to find other podcasts by leading storytellers and thought leaders in audio entertainment, including the Project Booth and Movie Therapy.
We use audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gets marketers.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today we start a new series, this on French mariner Jacques Cartier, who was one of the earliest explorers of modern Canada, specifically in the region of the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the St. Lawrence River. A few notes about this show. 1, this will not be a long series, just 2 episodes. 2, as Cartier was French, there will be a lot of French names, plus there are a lot of indigenous names as well. I have my resources to help with pronunciations, but my apologies if I get anything wrong. 3, taking a look at a map of the St. Lawrence region will probably help you enjoy this series. I posted one on our website, explorerspodcast.com, showing the routes of Cartier's voyages. That is it for notes. Let's talk about what we are going to cover for today. First, we will do some background on Cartier. That will be brief, as not much is known about the man's younger years. Second, we will do a quick look at the history of exploration of the region we are going to visit, which is the St. Lawrence area of northeast Canada. This will set the stage for Cartier's voyages. Third, we will finish with Cartier's first expedition to North America. We will cover the man's second and third voyages in episode 2 of the series. So that is it. Let us keep going with the voyages of French explorer Jacques Cartier. Jacques Cartier was born in 1491 in Saint-Malo, an important trading port on the English Channel in the Brittany region of northwest France. Brittany is the area of France that pokes out into the Atlantic Ocean. The natives are called Bretons. Today, most people see it as part of France, although when Cartier was born, it was an independent political entity. It would not actually come under the rule of the French crown until 1532. Anyhow, not much is known about Cartier's early years. He likely went to sea at a young age, and we know that he studied navigation in Dieppe, France. By all accounts, he was a respectable and successful young man. In 1519, he would marry Marie Catherine de Crache, daughter of the High Constable of St. Malo. The two would have no children. Since Cartier was born, married, and died at St. Malo, it's likely that he spent most of his life there. The port was a jumping-off point for ships engaged in the North Atlantic fishing industry, as well as overseas trade, not to mention French privateers. We have evidence that Cartier would participate in voyages to Brazil, Newfoundland. What exactly he was doing on these voyages, we don't know. Cartier must have risen up in the ranks of importance, because when it came time to conduct an expedition to explore North America, his name would be suggested to King Francis I. Now, before we get Cartier exploring, we need some background. The first landing in North America was led by John Cabot, an Italian sailing for England in the summer of 1497. Cabot probably landed in Newfoundland, although we don't know the exact location. Anyhow, Cabot's landing was the first in the region since the Vikings 500 years earlier. It would open up a whole new area for exploration. However, exploration of these new lands was not going to happen. Breton fishermen would come to the region in 1504. A few years later, navigator Thomas Aubert brought back the first natives from North America to France. But these early discoveries and encounters were mostly the result of fishing expeditions. The North Atlantic fisheries, called sea silver, were a growing and lucrative industry. And not just for France, but for mariners from England and the Basque Country, the latter which is part of modern Spain. However, these people did not go to North America to explore. When ships reached Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, it was often by accident or because a storm blew them there. They might have gone ashore to collect water and timber and even trade with the natives, but they rarely documented locations or collected scientific data. This takes us up to the early 1520s. As noted, the exploration of the North American coast was slow, but people began to wonder about the possibilities of a northern route to the Pacific Ocean, aka the Northwest Passage. Who would be interested in such a route? Well, the Spanish were focused on exploring and colonizing the Caribbean and Central America, and the return of Magellan's fleet offered the Spanish crown its own route to Asia. And the other great maritime power of the age, the Portuguese, had a route to the Far East by going around Africa. Only a decade earlier, they made contact with the famed Spice Islands, and so their efforts were focused on developing and protecting that trade route. This left France and England as the most logical nations to be interested in the northerly trade route to Asia. However, both of these kingdoms were more focused on internal matters as opposed to colonial expansion and exploration. Money is a powerful thing. As the riches of the Aztec Empire flowed to Spain and ships full of spices and silk arrived in Lisbon, the lure of overseas wealth caught the attention of the monarchs of Europe. And in this picture is Giovanni da Verrazzano. Verrazzano, who was born around 1485, was an Italian navigator living in France. He had made numerous voyages to the Mediterranean as well as the New World, the latter likely part of fishing expeditions. Some believe he visited the North American coast, likely Newfoundland, on a voyage with Thomas Aubert in 1508. By the early 1520s, he was a respected navigator. At this time, Verrazzano would approach the French crown with the idea of exploring the New World, with the intention of discovering new lands and finding a northerly route to the Pacific Ocean and Asia. Well, the French king, Francis, was open to such an idea. He was an ambitious man who saw others making big money and building up their empires and wanted in on the game. And thus Verrazzano would sail to North America in 1524, landing in what is now North Carolina. He would spend about 3 months sailing up the North American coast, reaching as far as Nova Scotia, Canada. He is credited with being the first European to reach New York, as well as Cape Cod. Along the way, he did a good job of detailing his voyage and collecting geographic, nautical, and astronomical data. Some historians believe that Jacques Cartier may have been on this voyage, but we don't know that answer. By the way, Verrazzano would conduct another voyage to the New World a few years later, this time to the Caribbean. However, things would turn out poorly for the guy, very poorly. He would be captured, killed, and eaten by some natives. We will detail his story someday in the future, as the guy deserves his own episode. Anyhow, Verrazzano's voyage mapping of the North American coast, and it would set the stage for further investigation. And then 1932. Up to this point, the Duchy of Brittany was, technically, an independent kingdom from France. For decades, there were dynastic and legal gymnastics about the rule of Brittany, but in 1532, King Francis would officially fold the region into the French kingdom. This would make Cartier a citizen of France, and thus he would present his idea of an expedition to North America to the French crown, his goal to find the Northwest Passage. Cartier would be aided by Jean Lavenure, an influential bishop in abbot and court official. The bishop would introduce Cartier to the king in 1532 and recommend him to lead an expedition to the New World, pointing to his past voyages to Brazil and Newfoundland as proof of his abilities. King Francis was intrigued by the idea and wanted to follow up on it, but there was a potential problem, and that was the Catholic Church. If you've listened to some of our older episodes on Magellan, Columbus, and other Spanish and Portuguese explorers, we talked quite a bit about an agreement called the Treaty of Tordesillas, which was signed in 1494 and was very important. The treaty is based on a papal proclamation called a bull, which essentially set up a line going north-south that said Spain gets stuff to the west, Portugal to the east. The 1529 treaty goes up and further defined things, but this north-south line was still in effect. The problem for the French crown, which was Catholic, was that if the papal bull was taken literally, they were not allowed any sorts of land in the New World, or really anywhere. Well, Lavenier would meet with the Pope the following year in Marseille and get him to agree that the papal bull only applied to areas that were already discovered. This would be the opening that the French crown needed to start plotting overseas exploration. The crown would thus give Cartier 2 ships and order him to travel west to claim new lands, find the Northwest Passage, reach Asia, establish new trade relations, and bring back gold and spices. The 2 ships were possibly caravels, small and fast ocean-going vessels. At least one of them was armed with a few small artillery pieces. The names of the 2 ships are not known. The crew totaled 61 men. Cartier would officially be given orders on March 19, 1534, and he would set sail about a month later from San Manuel. Now, a couple of important notes about Cartier's voyages that I want to share. He would make 3 voyages, and none of the original documentation from these expeditions has survived. This would have been logbooks, journals, that sort of thing. However, and this is huge, Cartier would, after his journeys, write out a narrative of each of the voyages. The result is the most informative and reliable descriptions of the St. Lawrence region from the 16th century. Cartier provided a wide range of detailed information, including descriptions of the lands and people they encountered. Are these masterpieces? No, not by a long shot, but they are really good sources, especially for the time. Here are a few details about these manuscripts. The report of the first voyage was initially published in Italian in 1565. The report for the second voyage has been lost, but various versions would pop up, allowing the text to be saved. Both of these narratives were likely derived from the ship's logbooks, and there's a good chance they were written by Cartier. The manuscripts were probably put together to convey to important figures, such as the king, a more story-like feel. It talks about where they went, the cool stuff that they found, future possibilities, that sort of thing. This was important because Cartier wanted his sponsor to be happy with what he had done and hoped they'd pony up some more money for the next venture. The third voyage report was not published until 1600. It was put out in English by famed publicist Richard Hakluyt. The original text has been lost, and no earlier versions exist. In the end, these 3 reports provide far more documentation than was typical for the age. So often we end up with just basic summaries of these early voyages, which never really captures the flavor of what really happened. So this kind of source material is just great to have. Yeah. On April 20th, 1534. Now, let's remember that Cartier was, for the most part, following existing ocean routes that had been used by fishing fleets for 30 years. He knew roughly where he needed to go. For the ocean voyage, the ships likely would have been provisioned with food typical of the era. There would have been biscuits, salted pork and beef, cheese, onions, beans, butter, peas, sugar, and fish. Fresh fruit and vegetables would have been limited. I want to note that scurvy, the bane of ocean-going vessels, was not really an issue for Cartier, as the voyage across the Atlantic was not that long. However, scurvy will rear its deadly head in our next episode, when his crew will be forced to spend a winter in Canada. But for just crossing the Atlantic, scurvy is not a problem. Cartier and his fleet would make outstanding time on this first voyage, catching favorable winds much of the way. The crossing of the Atlantic would take only 20 days, the fleet reaching the eastern edge of Newfoundland on May 10th at Cape Bonavista Vista. Almost immediately, Cartier put into a sheltered harbor due to the fact that there was too much dangerous ice along Newfoundland's eastern coast. They would stay there for 10 days before finally setting off to the north. One stop along the route would be a place called the Isle of Birds off the Newfoundland coast. Today it is called Funk Island. The island was surrounded by broken ice. The Cartier would send his longboats ashore. There they would find the island absolutely covered by millions of birds. Of the great mass of birds, Cartier would write that their, quote, numbers are so great as to be incredible unless one has seen them, end quote. Cartier would record encounters with other animals as well, including polar bears and walruses. The latter he calls sea cows and seahorses. Cartier would continue north up the coast of Newfoundland to its most northerly point, often dodging floating ice along the way. Now, if you look at a map, you'll see that Newfoundland is a huge island, sort of shaped like a triangle. If you head southwest of the island, going roughly 75 miles or 120 kilometers, you'll run into Nova Scotia. To the north of the island is Labrador. There is a narrow strait between Newfoundland and Labrador. This is called the Strait of Belle Island, and Cartier would reach it on May 27th. It is approximately 125 kilometers or 80 miles long. The width ranges from about 60 kilometers or 37 miles to as narrow as 15 kilometers or 9 miles. Cartier called this a bay because he had no clue it actually led to a larger body of water. It is here that Cartier and his ships would begin their exploration, heading southwest into the strait. The first part of the strait was known to fishing vessels, but as Cartier ventured through the strait and down the western coast of Newfoundland, this was new territory for Europeans. Now he was in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. The Gulf of St. Lawrence is big, more than 300 miles across in spots, or 480 kilometers. There are islands, big and small, all over the place. As Cartier sailed into the Gulf, he well may have wondered if he had already reached the Pacific Ocean. So what does Cartier do now that he's ventured into uncharted waters? Well, as a navigator, he charts things. He's really good at this, taking notes of rivers, harbors, coves, and islands. Remember, this guy's an experienced mariner, and he collects data, such as the depth of the water, that is going to help other sailors. He knows what's important. But Cartier does more as well. He takes note of the soil, the trees, the plants, the weather, the animals, and the landscape. He sees economic and colonization opportunities. He would have provided a fuller picture of these new lands to his sponsors. It's really quite extensive, and as a reader, you really appreciate the man's even tone. Another thing he takes note of is the people. He knows pretty much that these lands are not uninhabited. French would see the indigenous people from their ships as they moved into the Gulf. Here was one of Cartier's first descriptions of the native people, saying they were, quote, wild and savage folk. They wear their hair tied up to the top of their heads like a handful of twisted hay, with a nail or something of the sort passed through the middle, and into it they weave a few birds' feathers. They clothe themselves in the skins of animals, both men as well as women, end quote. It's a really good description, typical of Cartier's writing. Cartier and his fleet would sail down the western coast of Newfoundland and strike out west across the Gulf. In the middle of the Gulf, they would reach an island that was, again, packed with millions of birds. This island today is called Rocher à l'Oiseau, or Bird Rock, and it is a wildlife sanctuary. One of the bird species found in abundance on the island was the great auk, a large flightless bird that resembles the penguin. The great auk reached 3 feet tall and 12 pounds. The men of the fleet would kill 1,000 of them, providing a bounty of food. The great auk, by the way, is not related to the penguin. However, it is of the genus Penguinus. It turns out the Europeans encountered the great auks before penguins, and when they did run into the penguins, they named them after the great auks, penguin from Penguinus. Sadly, the great auk went extinct around 1850 due to overhunting. The bird was valued not just for its meat, but for its feathers. Anyhow, from there, the fleet would quickly reach the Magdalen Islands in the center of the Gulf of St. Lawrence. The ships would continue west for roughly 100 miles or 160 kilometers and come into contact with what is now called Prince Edward Island. They would then go north and reach the Canadian mainland, what is now the province of New Brunswick. At the end of June, about 70 miles north of Prince Edward Island, or 110 kilometers, the fleet would enter what Cartier called Baie des Chaleurs, or Chaleur Bay, which translates as Bay of Warmth. This is a large bay, and Cartier praised the beauty of it. In fact, I want to share a few sentences Cartier wrote about the bay. Quote, the bay runs east-northeast and west-southwest. The land along the south side of it is as fine and as good land, as arable and full of beautiful fields and meadows as we have ever seen, and it is level as the surface of a pond. And that on the north side is the high mountainous shore, completely covered with many kinds of lofty trees, and amongst others are many cedars and spruce trees, as excellent for making masts of ships of 300 tons or more as it is possible to find. On this north shore, we did not see a single spot clear of timber, except in 2 places near the water's edge, where there were meadows and very pretty ponds. End quote. I love the simple yet inspired description. It's hard not to have this vision of these 2 ships skimming along the pristine waters on a bright summer day. It's idyllic, and I credit Cartier for being able to convey that emotion. Anyhow, Cartier and his ships were moving to Chaleur Bay, and since it was a large, wide bay, he hoped it would be something greater, like a passage, such as the Strait of Belle Island. So the fleet would do what they always did. They took ratings, marked shoals, explored bays and coves. On July 4th, they would put into a place called San Martin's Cove. They would remain there until July 12th. The crew gathered food and firewood, while Cartier would lead the longboats further west into the bay to explore. It doesn't say specifically why Cartier did this, but my guess is that there were lots of shallows to explore, and the longboats were ideal for such a task. On July 6th, the fleet would have their first major encounter with a native tribe. The French would sight 40 to 50 bark canoes crossing the bay. When the canoes landed, the natives indicated to the French to come to them, holding up items such as furs to trade. The French, who were in their longboats, would continue on to their ships. Cartier simply did not trust the natives at this point. The natives, upon seeing the French row away, sent two of their larger canoes to follow the French longboats. However, Cartier would order his cannons to fire a couple of warning shots to frighten away the natives. The next day, the natives would again make gestures to the French longboats, waving at them to come to their camp on the shore. And thus Cartier would take a longboat and have his first interactions with the natives, who were likely Mi'kmaq. And things went well. The Mi'kmaq were keen to trade, especially for anything made of iron. The French swapped beads, knives, mirrors, needles, and small bells for furs, food, and pretty much anything the Mi'kmaq had to offer. The chief of the Mi'kmaq was given a bright red cap. As far as first encounters went, it was a success. The French and the Mi'kmaq would have more trading sessions over the next week. Cartier says the Mi'kmaq numbers grew as high as 300 at one location. One note here, the Mi'kmaq people were quick to trade with the French. Why were they so quick to approach these people who were very different, even alien to them? Some speculate that the eagerness to engage with the French indicates that the Mi'kmaq had previous encounters with European ships. This is certainly a possibility, but we don't know the answer. Anyhow, on July 8th, the longboats would reach the end of the bay and find no passage, and thus the fleet would move on 5 days later. On the north side of Chaleur Bay is a large finger of land that sticks out into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. This is the Gaspé Peninsula in modern-day Quebec. As the fleet came up this peninsula, they encountered another group of native people. The chief of these people was a man named Donnacona. Cartier quickly came to see that they were different from the Mi'kmaq. They were, in fact, St. Lawrence Iroquois. They'd come east to fish and trade. The Iroquois were friendly and good-spirited, and they traded furs and fish to the French. Cartier, however, said that they stole anything that was left unattended. We've seen this with other native peoples around the world. Cultures often have a different idea of ownership and simply take things that aren't being used. Cartier said he believed that the natives would be easy to convert to Christianity, although he made no attempts to preach to the natives. The language barrier would have been far too difficult. As for the Gaspé Peninsula, this was good land. There was abundant hunting and fishing, plus corn, beans, and fruit. Cartier quickly understood its maritime potential. Gaspé Bay offered a large, safe harbor, and, as we are about to find out, this was not far from the entrance to the St. Lawrence River. Cartier would be told that the natives' village was not far up the nearby waterway, and even more important, that there were powerful kingdoms that lay further to the west. This is what Cartier wanted to hear. Waterways into the continent, great kingdoms. Sounds like China to me. Anyhow, the French would stay on the Gaspé Peninsula until June 25th due to bad weather. Up to this point, the native people and the French had gotten along pretty well. But just before departing, Cartier would do something that would prove to be provocative. On July 24th, 1534, Cartier and his men erected a 30-foot-high cross, or 9 meters, on the shore. Inscribed in the cross were the words, "Long live the King of France." He would then hold a ceremony claiming these newly discovered lands for the French crown. The natives understood that this monument wasn't just a simple guide marker, but a physical claim of dominion over the area. Donnacona was not happy and expressed anger, saying he ruled this area. He indicated to Cartier that he wanted the cross taken down. Now, at this point, Cartier knew that he would have to head back to France sooner than later. If he waited too long, his ships would get caught in the dangerous storms that hit the north of winter. What Cartier wanted to do was come back to the region with translators. The lack of communication with the natives was a huge barrier. So how was he to get translators? Well, he had to bring them back to France and teach them the language. Thus, Cartier told Donnacona that he wanted to take back to France two of the chief's sons, Domagaya and Théoumi. They would be treated well while they learned the French language and French culture. They would then return the following year with all sorts of valuable trade goods. The chief reluctantly agreed to this plan, and he said the cross would stay up. The French would give him a bunch of trade goods, including axes and knives. I want to note that this was a classic tactic that had been used by Spanish and Portuguese explorers for 100 years. You reach an area that you don't know the language, you grab a few native people, bring them back to your country, and then have them learn your language and customs. You then return to the lands of the kidnapped natives, and they are your translators, key elements in establishing new trade networks. Now, Cartier says that he asked Don Kona if he could take his sons, but it would not be out of the realm of possibility that he just grabbed the two and dictated the terms of the arrangement. And who knows exactly what Don Kona believed was going to happen. Considering the language barrier between the French and the natives, it's unlikely the chief knew his sons would be gone for a year. No matter, Cartier would depart from the Gaspé Peninsula, the chief's two sons with him, and head north on July 25th. Now, if you again look at your map of this region and go straight north from the Gaspé Peninsula across the water, maybe 80 miles or so, you reach Quebec. In between, there is a large island, Anticosti Island, which measures 222 kilometers long, or 138 miles, and 56 kilometers, or 35 miles, wide. However, as you look west, you see nothing but a great flow of water coming towards you. This was the mouth of the mighty St. Lawrence River, one of the greatest inland waterways in the world. As Cartier looked into this great river, he must have felt sure that this was the route to the Pacific that he had been searching for, and the great kingdoms the Iroquois had spoken of were probably the Chinese or some other exotic empire. Cartier would have loved to explore more, but time was ticking. After consulting with his crew, they voted to return home. At this point in the journey, the ships were not really at risk for getting frozen in. However, sailing the North Atlantic waters as fall neared was tempting fate. Better to depart early than late. The fleet would continue north, explore Anticosti Island and the southern shore of Quebec before heading back east. By the way, I want to point out that this was not that simple of a job. As I noted earlier, the Gulf of St. Lawrence is filled with islands, big and small. There are reefs and shoals to deal with, tricky winds and dangerous currents. Anticosti Island is one of the most dangerous places in the region, earning it the nickname Graveyard of the Gulf due to more than 400 recorded shipwrecks on its shores. Cartier and his ships would skirt along the northern edge of the Gulf of St. Lawrence and return to the Strait of Belle Isle. In doing this, Cartier had done a pretty good circle of the Gulf of St. Lawrence. The ships would depart for France on August 15th, reaching Saint-Malo on September 4th. It had been another swift crossing. The entire journey had taken 137 days. Cartier had not lost a single ship or a single man. Having researched so many voyages of exploration, that's pretty amazing. But know that his next expedition will not be so lucky. So Jacques Cartier was back in France. I'd call his expedition a success, but incomplete. He had found no gold or gems and no route to the Far East, but opportunities abounded. Fishing, furs, and timber offered potentially lucrative commercial opportunities, and there were plenty of places to build settlements and trading posts. But the big opportunity was to the west, down the great waterway that Cartier had spied as he sailed past Anticosti Island. This was, as noted, the St. Lawrence River. And while Cartier had not sailed down the river just yet, he had seen the entrance. He just had to return. So once back in France, Cartier no doubt made a presentation about his journey, complete with PowerPoint slides and lots of bullet points, or at least some sketches and descriptions of what he had seen, plus the opportunities that lay ahead. And the powers that be would agree with Cartier. He was ordered to return the following year with a bigger and better fleet. So a few notes about the first voyage of Jacques Cartier. 1. The two natives he brought back to France, Namagayu and Amy,